"Don't be absurd. You can't knock out an entire net," Annette protested. Doubt stung. "It's not possible." "I imagine that was the idea behind the bombardment," Soy-Han replied, unperturbed. "It was rather spectacular, after all. They wouldn't expend that much effort for no reason. And we didn't have the whole net functioning in the first place. Only the critical links. Damn it! How the hell am I going to organize our resistance now? Everyone has their original orders, and they have no choice but to fight. All this means is that you are no longer in charge of the possessed." Even his complacency soured at the look she gave him. "Oh, really?" she asked dangerously. The light began to fade outside. Annette strode across to the big front window. She'd taken over a folksy restaurant called the Black Bull in the middle of cold Overton, giving her a commanding position at the end of the broad main street. 50 vehicles were parked on the stone slabs of the market square outside, waiting for the troops who'd taken refuge in the nearby shops and cafes. Milne and a few of his engineers were walking about, inspecting the equipment. There didn't seem to be any damage, though several of the harpoons had fallen just outside the village. "Soy," she said, "take a couple of squads and check the roads. I want to know how quickly we can get out of here." "As you wish." He nodded briskly and made for the door. "There's a big group of us in Ketton," she said, almost to herself. "That's only 10 kilometers west of here. We'll link up with them. Should be able to convince some civilians to join up, too. After that, we can move on to the next group." "We could use runners to carry messages," Delvan suggested. "That's what we did back in my time. Communications were always pretty damn poor close to the front." There was very little light left now. Annette saw Milne and the others running. There was no fear in their minds, just urgency. Raindrops splattered against the window. Within seconds the whole of Main Street was awash. Gutters started to fill up, with small whirlpools forming over the drains. "I've never seen anything like that before," Soy-Han exclaimed, raising his voice against the noise. He was standing in the open doorway, a waterproof poncho forming round his shoulders. The drumming sound of the huge drops was easily as loud as the Red Cloud's thunder had been. "And we saw some storms round the Pacific in my day, believe me." A rivulet of dirty water began to seep in around his feet, trickling round the tables. Annette couldn't see anything outside now. The rain was battering heavily against the glass, producing the kind of spume that normally topped ocean waves. Behind that, there was only blackness. Delvan moved up beside him to get a better look. "Nobody's going anywhere in this." "Yes," Annette agreed shakily. "You'd better wait." "How long, though?" Delvan muttered. "We didn't think about this when we drew the cloud over us." "Don't worry," Soy-Han said. "Nobody's going to do any fighting for a while. It's just as bad for them, and at least we're inside." The landing boat surged forwards as soon as the dazzling corona from the kinetic harpoons lit up the sky. Sinon used the Void Hawk's vantage point to observe the giant splash of plasma sink into the dark mantle of cloud. "It's expanding," Acacia announced. "Confirm that. We're tracking it." Vast cyclonic spirals of cloud were stirring across the upper surface. Washed by Ombe's pale moonlight, the movement appeared almost majestic. Primeval forces had awoken. Along the edges of the cloud, gargantuan tornadoes began to spin away, careering off over the sea. "The whole damn thing's breaking up," Choma said. Sinon shared a shiver of consternation with the other sergeants. Not just in his boat. All of them were facing the same onslaught. He stared out over the prow, watching mountains of water on the move. A wind had risen from nowhere to blow straight at him. "We can't turn back," Choma said. "It'll catch us on the open water. Best head for shore." Sinon's hand patted his lifebelt, seeking reassurance. The massif of cloud seemed to be hurtling towards them, a light-absorbing void distending across the ocean. "Keep going," was the decision concurred by the rest of the Edenists and General Hilch's command group. Every boat in the Liberation Armada rammed its engines to full and met the storm front head-on. It wasn't rain they faced, not in the ordinary sense. The deluge crashing down over them was like standing under a waterfall. As the clouds rampaged overhead, so the waves rose, as if seeking to bridge the gap. The landing boats were thrown around pitilessly. Sometimes Sinon had to hold himself against a deck that was lifting over 30 degrees to the vertical. The jeeps, secured along the centre of the hold, strained against their restraint cables, as their weight was flung about in directions the designers had never anticipated. Bilge pumps were wailing plaintively, to little effect. Sinon clung to a guardrail as the cold water mounted steadily against his legs, sloshing between the hull walls. He was worried he'd get tossed overboard. He was worried his newly assembled body would split along surgical lines as he strained muscles and tendons to hold on. He worried that a jeep would break free and crush him. He worried they wouldn't reach the beach before the rain and waves filled the hold and sunk them. Not even sharing the anxiety in the Edonist fashion did much to alleviate it. There was way too much distress bubbling through the ether as the Armada battled for shore. The Edonists, in secondary support roles, safe away from the megastorm, along with the Voidhawks and their crews overhead, did their best to offer what reassurance and comfort they could to their beleaguered kinsmen. But they all felt the death toll rising, compounding the alarm. Landing boats collapsed, pitched over. Individual sergeants lost their grip to drown amid the monster waves. Voidhawks laboured tirelessly to absorb the fresh memories of the dying sergeant personalities. A nausea suppression program went primary as an aghast Ralph watched the nightmare unfurling. Neatly tabulated icons blinked up inside his mind, indicating the woeful progress the boats were making. Some were even being driven backwards as the gales howled out from the land. He did what he could, for all it was worth, ordering the ground forces along the fire break to stay put and dig in, putting their medical teams on immediate standby, designating search patrols for the aircraft, ready for the time when it became feasible to fly. Diana Tiernan and the AI couldn't give him any estimate when that would be. There was no way of knowing the true weight of water powering the storm. Radar scans from the SD sensor satellites to discover the depth and density were badly distorted by the tremendous electrical discharges still churning madly over Mortonridge. All they could do was wait. "We couldn't have known," Yana Palmer said. "Dealing with the possessed is one giant unknown." "We should have guessed," Ralph answered bitterly, "at least considered it. Best information we had was that the cloud was a couple of 100 meters thick," Diana said. "That's all it was on Lalande, and every other planet they took over. But this blasted thing, it must be kilometers deep. They must have sucked every gram of water from the air. There may even be some kind of osmotic process involved, siphoning it up out of the sea." "Damn those bastards," Ralph spat. "They are afraid," Acacia said calmly. "They built the thickest, highest wall they could to keep us out. It's human nature." Ralph couldn't bring himself to answer the Edonist. It was Acacia's people who were taking the brunt of the calamity, and it was his plan, his orders, which had put them there. Anything he said would be pathetically inadequate. Outside, the rain had reached Fort Forward, and was doing its best to wash the city's programmable silicon structures into the nearby river. Fast rivulets were gouging the soil away from their base anchors. Ops room staff glanced round nervously as banshee winds pummeled away at the walls. 50 minutes after the kinetic harpoon barrage, the landing boats started to reach the beaches. "They're coming through," Acacia said. The first strands of confidence were starting to emerge within the combined Edonist psyche as sergeants exported the feeling of sand crunching underfoot. Proof that success was possible, the sense of relief which accompanied it. "It's going to be okay. We're going to make it." "Right," Ralph croaked. One icon gleamed darkly at the centre of his woeful thoughts. 3,129, the number of dead so far. And we're the only ones shooting. An immense wave smacked the landing craft down on the beach with an almighty crunch. The blow sent Sinon skidding back along the hold on his arse, limbs flailing. Water slowed his momentum quickly. He came to rest in a jumble of other sergeants, all struggling to disentangle themselves. The three at the bottom were completely immersed. Affinity was supremely useful in coordinating their movements, like unpicking a three-dimensional puzzle. They just got free when the next wave clobbered the side of the landing boat. It lacked the brutality of the previous one, simply shoving the hull further up the beach and twisting them at an angle. "Dry land!" Choma cried triumphantly. "Well, land anyway," Sinon acknowledged dutifully as he sloshed forwards back up the hold. The rain here was even worse than out at sea. Visibility was down to maybe 15 meters, and that was with the boat's powerful lights shining down. "Sometimes I think you have completely the wrong attitude for this." Sinon sent a smile image at his friend. He carried on searching through the water for pieces of his kit lost during the last portion of the voyage. The squad began to assess their position. 5 had been injured seriously enough to disqualify them from the campaign altogether. Several more had suffered minor cracking in their exoskeletons, which the medical mnemonics could cope with. Surprisingly, the medical mnemonics were working reasonably well. The beach they'd wound up on was 3 kilometers south of their designated landing point, Bilsden. The truck at the back of the hold was so badly flooded it had required a complete maintenance overhaul. The landing boat was wedged into the shingle and would need towing off at high tide before it could return to the resort island for the Marines. On the plus side, the forward ramp worked, allowing the 3 functional jeeps out. Most of their armament was intact. All the other landing boats containing their regiment had made it ashore, though they were spread out along the coast. After a brief discussion with their ops room liaison, they agreed to make their way to Bilsden and regroup there. According to the original plan, the backup forces and supplies would use the town's harbour as their disembarkation point, but it still had to be secured. By the time the boat's forward ramp came down, it was technically dawn. Hunched down in the almost non-existent shelter provided by the starboard hull, Sinon couldn't notice any difference. The only way he knew the jeeps were lumbering out was by using his affinity to see out through the driver's eyes. "Looks like we're on," Choma said. They rose to their feet and checked their kit one last time. Sinon's squad took up position by the second jeep. Intense headlight beams pierced 10 meters through the deluge before the grey water defeated them. It was slow going. Their feet sank deep into the saturated shingle. Twice they had to push the jeep when its wide tires dug themselves into axle-high ruts. The squad was totally dependent on their guidance blocks. Satellite images taken before the possession provided them with a high-resolution picture of the cove and the single narrow track leading away from it into the forest at the rear. Inertial guidance designated their position to within 10 centimeters, supposedly. There was no way of checking. Satellite sensors still couldn't penetrate the cloud to give them a verified location reference. They just had to hope the Bitech processors hadn't been glitched since they loaded them back on the island. Shingle gave way to tacky mud. Laggard waves of the yellow slough were creeping down the beach from the land behind. Clumps of grass and small bushes were being trawled along with it. "Great," Sinon said as he waded in. "At this rate it's going to take a week to get there." He was aware of other squads encountering similar difficulties all along the coast. "We need to get to higher ground," Choma said. His affinity indicated a point on the guidance block image. "That should give us better terrain to traverse." The squad concurred and changed direction slightly. "Any news on when this rain's going to end?" Sinon queried their liaison. "No." Not even Cochrane could be bothered to maintain the Karmic Crusaders' outlandish appearance. The rain was eroding their spirits at the same rate it ate into the valley soil. 3 hours so far, without ever slackening. Flares of lightning revealed what it was doing to their beautiful circular valley. Water cascaded over the lip, turning the orderly terraces into long curving waterfalls. At each stage it grew muckier and more glutinous as it carried the rich cultivated black soil with it. Avalanches of crops and sturdy young fruit trees were plunging down the ever-steepening slopes to sink without trace into the expanding lake. The lawn at the rear of the farmhouse was slowly submerged, bringing the water up to the ornate iron-framed patio doors. By that time they were already loading the Karmic Crusader with their cases. Wind had ripped countless slates from the roof, letting the rain in to soak through the ceiling plaster. "Just bear in mind, there's only one road out of this valley," McPhee said when the first rivulet came churning down the stairs into the living room, "and that runs above the river. If we're going to get out of here, it's got to be soon." Nobody had argued. They splashed their way upstairs to pack, while he and Cochrane brought the bus out of the barn. Moyo was driving, keeping their speed to little more than walking pace. The dirt track along the side of the winding valley was crumbling at an alarming rate, as sheets of filthy water poured down out of the trees above them, foaming round trunks and raking out the tangled undergrowth. His mind concentrated on giving the bus broader tyres in an attempt to gain some kind of traction on the quagmire surface. It was difficult. He had to get Franklin and McPhee to collaborate with him, meshing their thoughts together. A tree crashed onto the track 20 metres ahead of them, uprooted by the relentless water. Moyo stamped down on the brakes, but the bus just kept slithering forwards. Not even the full focus of his energistic ability could affect the motion, an untimely reminder about his acute lack of omnipotence. He just managed to shout, "Hold on to something!" before the bus's front collision buffer hit the trunk. The windscreen turned white, bulging inward to absorb as much of the impact as it could, before finally disintegrating into a hail of tiny plastic spheres. A fat bulb of twigs and spiky topaz leaves burst through the rent. Moyo tried to duck, but the seat straps held him fast. Instinct took over, and a stupendous ball of white fire engulfed the twigs. He screeched as his eyebrows smouldered and his hair shriveled into black, frazzled ash. The skin on his face went dead. Steam belched along the interior as the karmic crusader juddered to a halt. Stephanie loosened her grip on the seat back in front of her, leaving deep indentations in the composite. The floor was tilted at quite an incline. What with the rain drumming on the roof, and the water from the slope pouring round them, she could only just distinguish the stressed creaking coming from the bodywork. There was no way of telling what was causing it. Even her eldritch sense was cluttered with confusing shadow forms. The rain was equivalent to strong static interference. Then water came gurgling eagerly along the aisle, pushing a fringe of filthy scum ahead of it. It glided over her shoes. She made an effort to banish the cloying steam, trying to make out the gloomy interior. "My eyes!" It was just a whisper, but poignant enough to carry the length of the aisle. Everyone swung round towards the front of the bus. "Oh, God! My eyes! My eyes! Help me! My eyes!" Stephanie had to hang on to the overhead racks, swinging one hand in front of the other to make her way forwards. Moyo was still sitting in the driver's seat, his body rigid. The incinerated remains of the tree's branch cluster loomed centimetres from his face, like some fabulously delicate charcoal sculpture. His hands were held close to his cheeks, trembling from the fear of what he'd find if he actually touched himself. "It's all right," she said automatically. Her mind played traitor, fright and revulsion at what she saw surging to the surface of her thoughts. His skin had roasted away, taking most of his nose and all of his eyelids with it. Blood was dribbling out of the fissures between scabs of crisped corium layers. Both eyes had broiled, turning septic yellow, as creamy fluids percolated out in a mockery of tears. "I can't see," he cried. "Why can't I see?" She reached out and grasped both his hands. "Shush! Please, darling. It'll be all right. You just got scorched by the flame, that's all. I can't see. Of course you can. You've got your sixth sense until your eyes recover. You know I'm here, don't you? Yes. Don't go." She put her arms round him. "I won't." He began shaking violently. Cold sweat was prickling his undamaged skin. "He's in shock," Tina said. The others were gathering round, as much as the cramped dial would permit, their thoughts tempered by the sight of Moyo's injuries. "He's all right," Stephanie insisted in a brittle tone. "It's very common with major burn cases." Stephanie glared at her. "Yo, man, give him a drag on this," Cochrane said. He held out a fat reefer, sickly sweet smoke seeping from its glowing tip. "Not now," Stephanie hissed. "Actually, yes, darling," Tina said. "For once the ape-man's right. It's a mild sedative, which is just what he needs right now." Stephanie frowned suspiciously at the unaccustomed authority in Tina's voice. "I used to be a nurse," the statuesque woman continued. gathering in her black diamante shawl with a contemptuous dignity. "Actually?" Stephanie took the reefer and eased it gently into Moyo's lips. He coughed weakly as he inhaled. The bus groaned loudly. Its rear end shifted a couple of meters, sending them all grabbing for support. McPhee ducked his head to peer through the broken windscreen. "We're not going anywhere in this," he said. "We'd better get out before we get washed away." "We can't move him," Stephanie protested. "Not for a while. The river's nearly up level with this track, and we've got at least another 1.5 kilometers to go before we're out of the valley." "Level? It can't be. We were 20 meters above the valley floor." The Karmic Crusader's headlights were out, so she sent a slender blade of white fire arching over the track. It was as if the land had turned to water. She couldn't actually see any ground. Slopes and hollows were all submerged under several centimeters of flowing yellow-brown water. Just below the flattish section which marked the track, a cavalcade of flotsam was sweeping along the valley. Mangled branches, smashed trunks, and snarled-up mats of vegetation were all cluttered together. Their smooth progress was ominous. Nothing stood in their way. As she watched, another of the trees from the slope above slid down past the bus, staying vertical the whole time until it reached the river. She didn't like to think how many more trees were poised just above them. "You're right," she said. "Let's get out of here." Cochrane retrieved his reefer. "Feel better?" Moyo simply twitched. "Hey, no need for the downer. Just grow them back, man. It's easy." Moyo's answering laugh was hysterical. "Imagine I can see. Oh yes, it's easy, it's so fucking easy." He started to sob, tapping his fingertips delicately over his ruined face. I'm so sorry." "You stopped the bus," Stephanie said. "You saved all of us. There's nothing to be sorry for." "Not you," he screamed. "Him. I'm saying sorry to him. It's his body, not mine. Look what I've done to it. Not you. Oh, God, why did all this happen? Why couldn't we all just die?" "Get me the first aid kit," Tina told Rana. "Now!" Stephanie had her arm round Moyo's shoulder again, wishing there was some aspect of energistic power that could manifest raw comfort. McPhee and Franklin tried opening the door, but it was jammed solid, beyond even their enhanced physical strength's ability to shift. They looked at each other, gripped hands and closed their eyes. A big circular section of the front bodywork spun off into the bedlam outside. Rain spat down the aisle like a damp shotgun blast. Rana struggled forwards with the first aid kit case, fiddling with the clips. "This is no use," Tina wailed. She plucked out an anonic package, face wrinkled in dismay. The thick green strip dangled from her hand like so much wobbly rubber. "Come on, there must be something in it you can use," Stephanie said. Tina rummaged through. The case contained several strips of nanonic package, diagnostic blocks, all useless. Even the files of biochemicals and drugs used in fuser patches, the dosage regulated by a diagnostic block. There was no non-technological method of getting the medication into his bloodstream. She shook her head weakly. "Nothing. Damn it." The bus groaned, shifting again. "No more time," McPhee said. "This is it. Out, now." Cochrane clambered out of the hole, splashing down on the track next to the fallen tree. Keeping his footing was obviously difficult. The water came halfway up his shin. Rana followed him down. Stephanie gripped the seat straps holding Moyo in and forced them to rot in her palms. She and Franklin hauled him up and guided him through the hole. Tina followed them through, letting out martyred squeals as she struggled to find footholds. "Lose those bloody heels, you moron!" McPhee yelled at her. She glared back at him petulantly, but her scarlet stilettos faded into ordinary pumps with flat soles. "Peasant! A girl has to look her best at all times, you know. This is real, you stupid cow, not a fucking disaster movie set. You're not being filmed." She ignored him and turned to help Stephanie with Moyo. "Let's try and bandage his face, at the very least," she said. "I'll need some cloth." Stephanie tore a strip off the bottom of her saturated cardigan. When she passed it over to Tina, it had become a dry, clean strip of white linen. "I suppose that'll be all right," Tina said dubiously. She started to wrap it round Moyo's eyes, making sure the stub remains of his nose were also covered. "Do try and think of your face as being normal, darling. It'll all grow back then. You'll see." Stephanie said nothing. She didn't doubt Moyo could repair the burns to his cheeks and forehead, but actually growing eyeballs back. Franklin landed with a heavy splash, the last out of the bus. Nobody fancied trying to salvage their luggage. The boot was at the rear, and not even energistic power would help much clambering over the tree. Blasting the trunk to shreds would only send the bus spinning over the edge. They spent a couple of minutes sorting themselves out. First priority was fending off the rain. Their collective imagination produced a transparent hemisphere, like a giant glass umbrella floating in the air above them. Once that was established, they set about drying off their clothes. There wasn't anything they could do about the water coursing across the track, so they gave themselves sturdy, knee-high Wellingtons. Thus protected, they set off down the track, taking turns to guide and support a shivering Moyo. A bright globe of ball lightning bobbed through the air ahead and slightly to the side of them, hissing as raindrops lashed against it, but lighting the way and hopefully giving them some warning of any more falling trees. Apart from that, their only worry was making it out of the valley before the river rose up over the track. The driving rain and roaring wind meant they never knew when another tree slithered down the slope and into the dark and battered Karmic Crusader, sending it plunging into the engorged river. Bilston was a cheery little town, tucked into the lee of a large granite headland on Mortonridge's eastern coast. Sheltered from the worst of the breakers to come rolling in off the ocean, it was a natural harbour. District planners took advantage of that, quarrying the abundant rock to build a long, curving quay opposite the headland, enclosing a wide deep-water basin with a modest beach at the back. The majority of boats which used it were trawlers and sand-rakers, their operators earning a good living from Ombe's plentiful fish and crustacean species. Even the local seaweed was exported to restaurants across the peninsula. It also proved a haven for pleasure boats, with several sport fishing and yachting clubs setting up shop. With so many boats to service, the marine engineering companies and supply industries were quick to seize upon the commercial opportunities available and open premises in the town. Houses, apartment blocks, shops, hotels, entertainment halls, and industrial estates were thrown up all the way back along the shallow valley behind the headland. Villas and groves began to blossom along the slopes above, next to golf courses and holiday complexes. Bilston became the sort of town, beautiful and economically successful, that was presented as the kingdom's ideal, every citizen's entitlement. Sinon's squad reached the outskirts around midday. A trivial glimmer of light was penetrating the clouds, giving the world a lackluster opacity. Visibility had risen to a few hundred yards. Sinon wished it hadn't bothered. They were poised just outside the town, not far above the sea. Cover was ostensibly provided by a spinney of fallen fellets. None of the sturdy aboriginal trees remained standing. Their dense, fan-shaped branches had cushioned the way the trunks fell, leaving them at crazy angles. Rain kept their upper sections clean from the cloying mud, giving the cerise bark a glossy sheen. Choma was pressed up against a fat trunk at the edge of the spinney, waving a sensor block slowly ahead of him. The whole squad hooked into the block's Bitech processor, examining the buildings ahead through a variety of wavelengths. Not even the money lavished on Bilston's infrastructure had saved it from the rain. The terraces and groves above had dissolved, sending waves of mud slithering down into the prim streets, clogging the drains within minutes. Water raced along the roads and pavements, submerging tarmac and grass alike before it poured over the quayside wall. There were no boats left in the harbour. Every single craft had been used to evacuate the population before Ekelund's invasion reached the coast. In theory, that left the basin clear for the Liberation's landing boats to bring the occupation troops and support materiel ashore. "Seems deserted," Choma said. "Nothing moving," Sinon agreed, "but infrared's useless in all this rain. There could be thousands of them tucked up nice and dry waiting for us. Look on the bright side. The water should foul up that white fire of theirs. Maybe, but that still leaves them with a whole load of options to use against us." "That's good. Keep thinking like that. Paranoia keeps you on your toes. Thank you. So what do you want to do now? Simple. We're going to have to go in and check it out one house at a time. Okay, that's what I signed up for. They discussed it with the other squads encircling the town. Search areas were designated, tactics coordinated, blockades established on the main roads. Guyana was alerted that they were going in, and readied the low-orbit SD platforms to provide ground strike support if called for. The outskirts ahead of Sinon were modest houses overlooking the harbour, home to the fishing families. They had large gardens, which had been completely washed away. Long tongues of mud-slimed debris were stretched down the slope, with small streams running down their centres where the water had gouged a channel into the sandy soil. Cover between the spinney and the first house was non-existent, so the squad moved forwards with long gaps between each member. If the white fire did burst down on them, it would never be able to reach more than one at a time. Hopefully. Sinon was third in the line. He held his machine gun ready, crouched low to provide the smallest possible target. Ever since they came ashore, he'd been thankful that his sergeant body had an exoskeleton. The rain didn't bother him as much as it would if he had ordinary skin. Body armor had been considered and rejected. It had never been any good against the white fire before. The one concession they all made were shoes, a kind of sandal with deep tread soles to give them traction. Even so, it was hard to keep his feet from slipping as he hurried forward through the mud. The first house was 10 meters ahead of him, a white box with long silvered windows and a large first-floor balcony at the rear. Water poured out of the sagging guttering, diluting the slow-moving sludge that percolated round the base of the walls. He kept sweeping the machine gun nozzle across the facing wall, alert for any sign of motion from inside. Out in the open, wind was driving the rain straight at him. Even his body was aware of how cold it was. Not that it was affecting his performance. Not yet. Sensor blocks dangled from his belt, unused and redundant, as he urged himself on. His training was his one and only defense now. Choma had already reached the house ahead of him, ducking down to crawl under the windows. Sinon reached the back wall and started to follow his friend along the side of the house. It was important to keep moving, not clumped together. Palm fronds and limp knots of grass wrapped themselves round his ankles, slowing him. When he reached the largest window, he took one of the sensor blocks from his belt and gingerly pressed it to the pane. The block relayed a slightly misty image of the room inside. A lounge, cosy, with worn furniture and framed family holograms on the wall. Water was spraying out of the ceiling's central light fitting. The floor was invisible under a layer of mud which had pushed in from the hallway. An infrared scan showed no hotspots. "Clean downstairs," he said, "and my ELINT block is clear. Looks like nobody's home." "We need to be sure," Choma replied. "Check out the upper floor. I'll back you." Sinon stood up, shouldering the machine gun. He took out a fission blade and sliced through the window frame, cutting out the lock. Raindrops sizzled on the glowing blade. The next two sergeants in his squad had already reached the house when he slipped inside. He pushed out a heavy breath from his lungs, the nearest he could get to a sigh. Actually out of the rain. Its impact was diminished to a dull drum roll on the roof. Choma splashed down into the thin mire beside him. "Hell, that's better." Affinity made Sinon aware of the rest of the squad. 2 of them were in the neighbouring houses, while the rest had started to spread out along the street. "My ELINT's still clear," he said. Choma looked up at the ceiling, pointing his machine gun at it cautiously. "Yes, I'm pretty sure there's nobody up there, but we still got to check." Sinon made his way out into the hall, machine gun held ready. "How can you be sure? You don't know what's up there." "Instinct." "Crazy." He put his foot on the first step, sandal sole making a squelching sound against the sodden carpet. "We've barely got imagination operating inside these neural arrays, let alone an intuitive function. Then I suggest you work one up fast. You're going to need it." Sinon turned so he could cover the landing as he ascended. Nothing moved except for the unending water, glistening as it ran down the walls, curdling across carpets and tile floors, dripping from furniture. He reached the main bedroom, its door ajar. His foot kicked it hard, dinting the wood. The door slammed back amid a shower of droplets. Choma was right. It was empty. In every room, the signs of panicked departure. Drawers ransacked, clothes scattered about. "Nobody here," Sinon reported to the squad when they cleared the front bedroom. Other house searches across the town were also proving negative as the squads moved in. "Ghost town," Choma said, chortling. "I think you could find a better phrase." He looked down through the window, seeing squad members scuttling along the road outside. They were going against the flow of mud, their legs churning up deep eddies. Things were trundling along the street, carried along by the relentless current. Bulges in the smooth mud. There was no way of telling if there were stones or crumpled twigs. All of them moved at the same speed. He held up a sensor block, panning it round in search of anomalous hotspots. The image was overlapping his actual field of view, which meant he was looking straight at the house on the other side of the street when it exploded. A sergeant had cut through the lock on a side door and crept cautiously inside, machine gun held ready. The ground floor must have been clear, because a second sergeant followed him in. 30 seconds later, 4 explosions detonated simultaneously. They were carefully placed, one at each corner of the house. Long flakes of concrete and lumps of stone shot out of the billowing flame. The whole house trembled. Then, its crucial support destroyed, it collapsed vertically. Windows all along the street blew out under the impact of the blast wave. Sinon just managed to twist away in time, allowing his backpack to take the brunt of the flying shards. The affinity bond boiled with hard, frantic thoughts. Both sergeants in the house were hammered by the explosions, their bodies wrecked. But the tough exoskeleton withstood the searing pressure for a few moments, long enough for the controlling personalities to instinctively begin the transfer. One of the orbiting Voidhawks accepted their thoughts. Then the house descended on their already weakened skulls. "Shit!" Sinon yelled. He was curled up on the bedroom floor, aware of something being wrong with his left forearm. When he brought it up to his face, the exoskeleton was cracked in a small star pattern. Blood was seeping out of the center. Rain lashed in through the empty window, washing the crimson stain away. "Are you all right?" Choma asked. Yes, I think so. What happened?" He stood up, peering down circumspectly onto the street. The mud and rain had swallowed almost all the immediate signs of the explosion. There was no smoke, no dust cloud, just a pancake of rubble where the house had stood moments before. The tide of mud was already frothing round it, bubbling eagerly into cracks. Choma pointed his machine gun along the street, radiating satisfaction that the squad had merged with the scenery. He knew where they were, but they weren't easily visible. "Where are they? Did anyone see where the white fire came from?" He was answered with a chorus of no's. "I don't think it was white fire," Sinon said. He ordered his block to replay the memory. The gouts of flame spearing out of each corner were orange, and they came from inside the house. "Sabotage?" Choma said. "Could be. They were perfectly placed for demolition." They were on their way down the stairs when the second house exploded. It was on the far side of town, being examined by one of the other squads. One sergeant was killed. Another 2 were injured beyond any field medic's ability to patch up. They needed immediate evacuation. The rest of Sinon's squad stood back as he clambered up over the mound of stone and girders which had been the house. When he was clear of the mud, he ran a sensor pad over the exposed rubble, close to one of the corners. The rain was washing the mess clean, but the chemical analysis still had enough residual molecules to work with. "Not good," he announced. "This wasn't white fire. There's a definite trace of trinitrotoluene here." "Sod it!" Choma exclaimed. "The bastards have booby-trapped the whole town." "Parts of it. I doubt they've got the resources to rig every building. But you can bet they've done the critical ones, as well as picking on houses at random," he said grudgingly. "It's what I would have done." "If you're right, We're going to have to treat each building as potentially hazardous, and we don't even know what the trigger is. I doubt it'll be electronic. Our sensors would spot active processes, and the possessed wouldn't be able to set them up in the first place. We'll have to get some of the marine engineers in here to find out what kind of mechanism they're employing." Sinon's response was lost amid a burst of anguish within the communal affinity band. Both of them instinctively turned to the west. The death of another 2 sergeants was all too clear. A warehouse in a town called Holywell had just exploded. "It's not just here," Choma said. "Ekelund's people have been busy." Confirmation that most major towns around the periphery of Mortonridge were booby-trapped came into the ops room throughout the afternoon. Ralph sat in his office, accessing the reports in a state of weary disbelief. Progress schematics were being revised on a 15-minute basis by the AI. Their original timetable was constantly rearranged, targets being pushed further and further back. "Truly amazing," he told Princess Kirsten during the evening's briefing. "We're 15 hours in, and already 20 behind schedule." "Conditions are pretty foul under there," Admiral Farquhar said. "I don't see Ekelund's people having a better time of it." "How would we know? 15 hours, and we haven't had a single encounter with a live possessed. Christ, I mean, I know no battle plan survives contact with the enemy, but no one ever said anything about it disintegrating before we even catch sight of them." "General Hilch," the princess said sharply, "I'd like you to give me some positive factors, please. Have all the possessed simply vanished into this other realm they long for?" "We don't think so, no, ma'am. Pulling back from the coast and the firebreak is a logical move. They obviously worked it out in advance, hence the booby traps." "There's circumstantial evidence that they're still in the center of Mortonridge," Diana said. "Our satellite sensor scans are at their worst there. Radar and UV laser is beginning to break through the fringes, but when we try to probe the center, we get the same kind of hazing effect the possessed have always generated. QED? They're still there. That's something, I suppose. I also think the worst of the rain should be over by midday tomorrow. Results from the sensors we can rely on show us the cloud is thinning out. A lot of it is simply blowing out to sea now they're no longer containing it, and of course it's falling big time." "It certainly is," Acacia said. She shuddered at the on-the-ground impressions Affinity had delivered to her. "You're going to have real problems with Mortonridge's vegetation when this is all over. I doubt there's a tree standing on the whole peninsula. I didn't know rain like that could exist." "It can't, normally," Diana said. "The whole meteorology situation is highly artificial. The dispersal will influence the planet's weather patterns for the rest of the year. However, it certainly isn't sustainable. As I said, the heaviest falls will be over by midday tomorrow. After that, the sergeants will be able to make decent progress." "Over open country, possibly," Ralph said, "but we're going to have to vector in these booby traps." "Do we know what they are yet?" the princess asked. "The majority so far are good old-fashioned TNT," Ralph told her, "easily produced from the kind of chemicals available in most of our urban zones. We managed to get some marine engineers into the afflicted towns to examine what they could. There's no standard trigger mechanism, naturally enough. The possessed are using everything from tripwires to wired-up doorknobs. There's just no quick way to deal with them. The whole point of the frontline sergeants is to clear every meter of ground as they advance. Knowing you're in danger just by walking into a building is going to be very stressful for the entire army, I'm afraid. Doing the job properly is going to slow us down considerably." "So will the mud," Yana said. "We know where the roads are, but no one's actually seen a solid surface yet." "Progress down the M6 is slow," Cahill confirmed. "The major bridges are out. We expected that, of course. But the mechanoids are having a lot of trouble erecting the replacements the convoys are carrying. They're just not designed to operate in this kind of environment." "That situation should ease off tomorrow as well," Diana said. "The rain, yes, but the mud will still be there. We're going to have to learn to live with that, I'm afraid. It's here for the duration." "Did you know the original ethnic Eskimos on Earth had several dozen words for snow?" Sinon said. "Really?" Choma answered from the other side of the winding ravine they were following. Apparently so. Excuse me for having my neural array assembled in too much of a hurry, but I don't quite see the relevance to our current situation. I just thought it might be appropriate if we had an equal number of names for mud. Oh, right. Yes. Let's see. We could have real crappy mud, bloody awful mud, pain-in-the-ass mud, squeezes inside your exoskeleton and squelches a lot mud, and then there's always the ultimate, drowning in mud. You have a much higher emotional context than the rest of us, don't you? Your jest about neural array assembly might be an unintentional truism. You are what you bring to yourself. Quite. Sinon stepped over yet another fallen branch. It was mid-afternoon of the Liberation's second day. All the sergeants had received the revised schedule from the Fort Forward Ops Room. They were expected to move across the land at about half the speed originally intended. Very optimistic, Sinon thought. It had taken until 4 o'clock in the morning to secure Bilston. Now they knew they were dealing with TNT. The sensor blocks had been programmed to sniff it out. Given TNT's relatively unstable nature, there were usually enough molecules left floating round inside the building to provide a positive detection. The damp didn't help, but by and large the blocks protected them. Sinon himself had found 2 houses that were rigged. They'd learned to tie the blocks to the end of long poles and push them through windows and doors already forced open by the mud. Each time he designated the buildings, and they were left for the marine engineers to send mechanoids in at some later time. They'd still lost another 8 sergeants before the town was cleared. The landing boats had returned as a feeble dawn broke, carrying their supplies, more jeeps, and the first of the Marines' troops. The wind had calmed, although the rain was still as intense, and the big harbour basin was now clotting up with mud, hampering their manoeuvring as they docked. But by mid-morning, the quayside was thick with activity. A degree of confidence returned to the sergeants. They were getting back on track. With the Marines holding Bilston, the whole battalion began to deploy back out along the coast, ready for the push inland. True to Diana Tiernan's prediction, the rain did start to slacken by midday, or at least they convinced themselves it had. The light perforating the clouds was noticeably brighter. It did nothing to alleviate the misery of the mud. There had never been a landscape like it on any Terra-compatible Confederation world. Rover reporters stood on the edge of town, starkly silent as their enhanced retinas faithfully delivered the devastation back to the millions of citizens accessing the Liberation. Only the contours of the land remained stable. The mud had claimed everything else. There were no fields, or meadows, or scrubland, just a slick, piss-brown coating, undulating and gurgling as it crept inexorably along. Mortonridge had become a single quagmire, extending from the sea to the horizon. Sensors in orbit showed the stain around the coast was already 10 kilometers wide, and still spreading in cursive fingers hungrily into the calm turquoise ocean. Along with the rest of his squad, Sinon trudged through the forest, scrambling over the fallen trunks and their even more troublesome roots. Nothing had been left standing upright, although the tide of mud lacked the force to carry the trees with it. Superficially, the area resembled a bayou, although here the fractured wood was razor-sharp, lacking the worn rottenness of plants growing in genuine swampland. Real bayous didn't have so many dead animals, either. Like the vegetation, Mortonridge's indigenous creatures had taken a dreadful punishment. Birds and ground animals had drowned in their millions. Their corpses, too, were part of the loose detritus carried along by the mud as it slid downwards into the ocean. Except in the forest, where the branches and root webs acted like nets, they were clustered round each tree, anonymous lumps, distending as they started to decompose. Heavy bubbles swelled across them like clumps of inflatable fungus as body gases forced a way out. His battalion had been arranged in a line 80 kilometers wide, centered around Bilston and its flanks merging with other battalions. This was the time when the army was stretched to its absolute maximum, completely encircling the entire peninsula. The AI had spaced the sergeants 50 meters apart, right along the coast, planning on them yomping forwards together in a giant, contracting sweep maneuver. If a possessed did try to hide out in the countryside, they would never be more than 25 meters away from one of the sergeants. A combination of eyesight, infrared, SD satellite observation, and ELINT blocks ought to be able to locate them. Jeeps, trucks, and reserve squads trailed behind the front line in columns 1 kilometre apart, ready to reinforce any section of the line that came under heavy attack. Mustered behind them were the prisoner-handling details. When the gigantic formation was complete, the sergeants paused, reaffirming their commitment to the liberation, celebrating the unity and accomplishment. Mortonridge was sealed off ahead of them, and now they were physically in place. After all that had befallen, success appeared tangible. Doubt was banished. "Go," Ralph ordered. The pattern started to waver as soon as the sergeants left the coast behind. Mountain roads and tracks had vanished altogether. Valley floors were now deep rivers of mud. No vehicles could plough through the broken remains of the forests. The AI began to guide them round obstacles, always keeping the reserves within optimum distance of the front line, slowing some sections of the advance, directing extra sergeants to expand the line over steep terrain. They had their first encounter with the possessed 76 minutes after they started. Sinon watched through another set of eyes as the sergeant, up near the firebreak, fired its machine gun at a heat corona coming from behind an upturned car. Sparkling bullets ripped straight through the composite bodywork. Tendrils of enraged white fire curved over the top in retaliation. Another sergeant opened fire. The entire line halted, waiting to see what would happen. For a moment there was no effect. Then the white fire faded, turning translucent before the rain smothered it, drops steaming as they fell through. A man staggered out from behind the wrecked car, hands waving madly as the bullets thudded into him. Ripples of purple light blazed out from every impact, swathing his body in a wondrous pyrotechnic display. The sergeant upped the fire rate. "Stop it!" the man screamed. He crashed to his knees, hands batting feebly to ward off the machine gun. "Stop it, for fuck's sake! I surrender, goddammit!" The sergeant eased off the trigger and walked forwards. "Lie down flat. Put your hands behind your head. Do not attempt to move or apply your energistic power." "Fuck you!" the man snarled through clenched teeth. His body was shaking badly. "Down! Now!" All right." He lowered himself into the mud. "Mind if I don't go any further? Even we can't breathe mud." The sergeant took its holding stick from its belt, a dull silver cylinder 1/2 metre long. It telescoped out 2 metres, and a pincer clamp at one end opened wide. "What the hell?" the man grunted as the sergeant closed the clamp round his neck. "This restraint has a dead man function. If I let go, or am made to let go, it will fire 10,000 volts into you. If you resist or refuse to obey any instruction, I will shove a current into you and keep turning it up until your energistic ability is neutralized. Do you understand?" "You're going to die one day. You're going to join us." The sergeant switched on a 200-volt current. "Jesus wept!" the man squealed. "Do you understand?" Yes, fuck! Turn it off! Off!" "Very well. You will now leave this body." "Or what, asshole? If you zap me too hard, we both die. Me and my host." "If you do not leave of your own volition, you will be placed in Zero Tau." "Fuck! I can't go back there." He started sobbing. "Don't you understand? I can't. Not there. Please. Please. If you've got an ounce of humanity in you, don't do this. I'm begging you." "I'm sorry. That is not an option. Leave now." "I can't." The sergeant pulled on the holding stick, forcing the possessed to his feet. "This way." "What now?" "Zero Tau." The cheering in the ops room was deafening. Ralph actually grinned out at them from his office, the image of the captured, possessed, being led away lingering in his mind. It might work, he thought. It just might. He remembered walking out of Exnall, the girl crying limply in his arms, Ekelund's mocking laughter in the air. "Enjoy your victory with the girl," she'd sneered, his only personal success in that entire frightful night. 2 down, Ralph whispered. 2 million to go. The fish were dying. Stephanie thought that the oddest thing. This rain should be their chance to take over the whole world. Instead, the ever-thickening mud was clogging up their gills, preventing them from breathing. They lay on the surface, being pushed along by the leisurely waves of water, their bodies flapping madly.
"We should, hollow out some logs, man. Use them as canoes. That's what our ancestors used to do, and those cats were, really in tune with nature,"
Cochrane suggested when they cleared the end of the valley. They'd only just made it. The sluggish river was leaking over the top of the track. At times it seemed as if the whole surface of the valley was on the move. They stood above the gurgling edge of the flow and watched the gargantuan outpouring spread out to surge on across the lowlands.
"Fat lot of use that would be,"
Franklin muttered grimly.
"Everything's heading down to the coast, and that's where they are.
Besides," he gestured round extravagantly at the denuded valley, "what trees!"
"You are such a downer. I want some wheels, man. I have totally had it with tramping through the shit."
"I thought cars were spawned by the capitalist establishment to promote our greed and distance us from nature," Rana said sweetly. "I'm sure I heard somebody say that recently." Cochrane kicked at the fish flopping about round his feet.
"Get off my back, prickly sister. Okay? I'm thinking of Moyo. He can't handle this."
"Just quiet," Stephanie said. Even she was waspish, fed up with the pettiness they were all displaying. The ordeal of the bus and then the track had stretched everyone's nerves. "How are you?" she asked Moyo. His face had returned to normal, the illusion swallowing his bandage and shielding his scabbed tissue from sight. Even his eyeballs appeared to dart about naturally, but he'd taken a lot of cajoling and encouragement to walk along the track. His thoughts had contracted, gathering round a centre of sullen self-pity.
"I'll be okay,"
he mumbled. "Just get me out of this rain. I hate it."
"Amen to that,"
Cochrane chirped. Stephanie looked round the shabby landscape. Visibility was still pretty ropey on the other side of their protective umbrella, though it was definitely lighter now. It was hard to believe this eternal, featureless mire was the same vigorous green countryside they'd travelled across in the karmic crusader. "Well, we can't go that way." She gestured at the cataract of muddy water rumbling away into the distance. "So I guess we'll have to stick to this side. Anyone remember roughly where the road is?"
"Along there, I think,"
McPhee said. Neither voice or mind tone suggested much confidence in the claim. "There's definitely a flat ledge. See? The carbon concrete must have held up."
"Till the foundation gets washed out from under it,"
Franklin said. Stephanie couldn't honestly see any difference in the mud where he was pointing. "All right, we'll go for it." "How far?" Tina demanded querulously. "And how long will it take to get there?"
"Depends where you're heading, babe,"
Cochrane said. "Well, I don't know, do I? I wouldn't ask if I did." "Any kind of building will do," Stephanie said. "We can reinforce it against the weather ourselves. I just want out of this. We can think what to do next when we've rested up. Come on." Stephanie gripped Moyo's hand and began to walk in the direction the road was supposed to be. Fishtails slapped pitifully at her Wellingtons.
"Oh, man, it won't make no difference what we decide. We know what's, gonna happen."
"Then stay here and let it," Rana told the miserable hippie. She started off after Stephanie.
"I didn't say I was in a rush."
The edge of the invisible shield moved towards Cochrane, and he scrambled after them. "There was a village called Ketton on this road," McPhee said. "I remember going through it before we turned off up to the farm." "How far?" Tina asked, her voice rising in hope. Cochrane smiled happily.
"Miles and miles. It'll probably take us about 10-20 days."
A ferocious jet of white fire squirted into the wall 2 meters above Sinon's head. He flattened himself into the mud below as paint ignited and carbon concrete blistered. Coming from the shops, 70 meters right. It was hard to see with all the smoke mingling with the rain, but his retinas had a long purple afterimage scorched across them. "Got it," Carriol answered. The white fire expanded into a thin circular sheet. Rivulets trickled down, their tips wriggling purposefully towards Sinon. Shit! If he stayed, the fire would get him. If he moved, he'd lose the cover which the wall provided. and there must be several of them in the shops. 2 other sergeants were under attack as well. Ayres was a nothing village in the guidance block's memory, a cluster of houses clumped round a road junction, its population mostly employed by the local marble quarry. Who would expect the possessed to make a stand here? Expect the unexpected, Choma had chanted happily when the white fireballs burst open amid the squad. Sinon saw Kerial swing himself into position, bringing his machine gun to bear on the shops in the middle of the village. Bullet crater slammed across the brickwork in front of him. Then his body was flung back, nerve channels shutting down. Blackness. Kerial's memories arose from his neural array to be absorbed by an orbiting voidhawk. "They've got guns!" Sinon broadcast. "Yes," Choma said. "I saw." "Where did they get them from?" "This is the countryside. Hunting is a sport here. Besides, did you think we had a monopoly?" The white fire rivulets had reached the ground. Steam roared up as they floated sinuously along the top of the mud towards Sinon. He scrambled to his feet and jumped forward. The white fire behind him vanished. Another, brighter spear lanced out of a shop's fractured window. He hit the mud, rolling desperately as he brought his grenade launcher to bear. "You'll kill them," Choma warned. Sinon's right leg went dead as the white fire engulfed it. He slam-fired the launcher, hand-pumping the mechanism with cyborg intent. Grenades thudded into the upper roof of the shop, detonating instantly. The ceiling split open, hurling down a torrent of rubble as the roof caved in. 3 radiant lines of machine gun fire poured through the ground-floor windows and into the tumult inside. The white fire evaporated into tiny violet wisps, splattering off Sinon's leg. He scrambled up and pushed himself hard for the buildings dead ahead, dragging his useless leg along, crashing through the first door to land in a deserted bar. "Clever," Choma said. "I think that's got them cold." The white fire had gone out everywhere. Sergeants converged on the little row of prim shops, walking forwards steadily, firing their machine guns continually. The squad had responded to the possessed like antibodies reacting to an incursive virus, flowing in towards the village from both sides, the reserve squad racing forward. A miniature version of the noose contracting around Mortonridge. They had it encircled within minutes, then began their advance. 17 of them walked through the smoke that whirled along Main Street, impervious to the flames roaring out of the buildings all around. Their gunfire was concentrated on the shops, aiming their vivid bullets through any gap they could find. Weird lights flickered inside, as if someone had activated a nightclub hologram rig. Steam fountained out through windows and cracks in the wall. "All right, enough! Enough! God damn it! We're through!" The ring of sergeants held their places 10 meters from the central shop, feet apart, shuddering in time to the roaring guns. "Enough! We surrender!" The machine guns fell silent. Lumps of stone stirred on the mound of rubble which had been the shop's upper floor, spinning down to splash into the ubiquitous mire. Limbs began to emerge amid a welter of coughing. 6 possessed squirmed free, holding up their hands and blinking uncomfortably. More sergeants moved forwards to clamp their necks with holding sticks. Elana Duncan reached Ayres 2 hours later. The fires were out by then, extinguished by the rain. She whistled appreciatively as she climbed out of the truck, a sound violent enough to make the Marines wince. "Must have been a hell of a fight," she said in envy. The trucks had halted in the village's main street. Over half of the buildings around her had been flattened into small hillocks of debris. Of those that remained, few were left with roofs. Naked, heat-twisted girders skewered up into the gloomy sky. Black soot stains smeared over entire walls were already dissolving under the rain to reveal deep bullet pocks. Marines began jumping down from the other trucks in the convoy. It was a familiar routine by now. Urban zones, whatever the size, were occupied by a garrison. They served as emergency reserves and staging post. Also a transitory field hospital a lot of the time. The possessed weren't giving up without a fight. The Marine lieutenant in charge started shouting orders, and the troops fanned out to secure the perimeter. Elana and the other mercs began unloading their truck with the help of 5 mud-caked mechanoids. First off was a programmable multipurpose silicon hall, an oval 25 meters long, with open archways along the sides. It was a standard Kulu Royal Marine Corps issue, designed for tropical climates, with an overhang in anticipation of heavy showers, and allowing a constant breeze to filter through. Ordinarily ideal for a place like Mortonridge. Now they were having to direct the mechanoids to bulldoze up a base from soil and stone, which they then sealed over with fast-set polymer. It was the only way to keep the hall's floor above mud level. Once that was up, they started moving the Zero Tau pods in. A double file of sergeants marched down the main street, escorting 3 possessed. Ilana splashed out to greet them. She enjoyed this part of her duty. One of the possessed had given up, a man in his late 60s. She'd seen that before. Filthy, torn clothes, not bothering to heal his wounds. Even the rain was allowed to soak him. The other 2 were more typical. Dignity intact, clothes immaculate, not a scratch on them. The rain bounced off as if they had a frictionless coating. Ilana gave one of them a long look. A woman in a prim antique blue suit, white blouse with a lace collar and pearl necklace. Her hair was a solid bottle blonde coiffure that could have been carved from rock for all the wind affected it. She gave Ilana a single, distasteful glance, defiantly arrogant. Ilana nodded affably at the sergeant guarding her, whose leg was wrapped in a medical package tube. She's the 3rd one of these today, and I thought that woman was unique.
Excuse me?
The sergeant asked. They enjoy historical figures. I've been accessing my encyclopedia's history files ever since this campaign started, trying to place them. Hitler's are quite popular, so's Napoleon and Richard Saldana. Then there's Cleopatra. Somebody called Ellen Ripley is a big favourite with the women, too, but none of my search programs have managed to track her down yet. The blue-suited woman looked dead ahead and smiled a secret smile. Okay, Ilana said. Bring them in. The mercenaries were hooking the Zero Tau pods up to their power cells, datavising diagnostics through the management processors. Ilana's Elint block gave a warning bleep. She rounded on the 3 prisoners, pulling a high-voltage shock rod from her belt. Her voice boomed out from her facial grill, echoing round the hall. "Cut that out, shitbrains! You lost, and this is the end of the line. Too late to argue about it now. The sergeants might be too honourable and decent to fry your bodies, but I'm not, and this is my part of the operation. Got that?" The Elint block quietened. Good. Then we'll get along just fine in your final minutes in this universe. Any last-minute cigarettes? You can indulge yourselves. Otherwise, just keep quiet. I see you have found an occupation which obviously suits you. Huh? She glanced down at the sergeant with the injured leg. We met at Fort Forward, just after arriving. I am Sinon. Her 3 claws snapped together with a loud click. Oh, yes. The cannon fodder guy. Sorry, you all look alike to me. We are identical. Glad to see you survived, though God knows how you managed it. Trying to storm ashore through that weather was the dumbest military decision since the Trojans took a shine to that horse. I think you're being unduly cynical. Don't give me that crap. You must have a decent dose of it too, if you've survived this long. Remember the oldest military rule, my friend? Never volunteer for anything. Generals always fuck up bad. The first Zero Tau pod opened. Ilana pointed her shock rod at the blue-suited woman. Okay, Prime Minister. You first. Sinon kept the holding stick round her neck as she backed in. Metal manacles closed round her limbs, and Ilana switched on a mild current. The woman glared out, her face drawn back with the effort of fighting the electricity. Just in case, Ilana told Sinon. We had a few try to break free once they finally realized their numbers up. You can take the holding stick off now. The clamp sprang open, and Sinon stood clear. You're going to leave all nice and voluntarily? Ilana asked. The front of the Zero Tau pod was already swinging shut. The woman spat weakly. Didn't think so. Not you. The Zero Tau pod turned midnight black. Elana heard a hiss of breath from one of the waiting possessed, but didn't say anything. "How long do you leave them in there?" Sinon asked. "Cook them for about 15 minutes. Then we open up to see if they're done. If not, it's just back in for progressively longer periods. I've had one hold out for about 10 hours before, but that was the limit."
"That sounds suspiciously like enjoyment to me."
Elana waved the next possessed into his pod.
"Nothing suspicious about it. General Hilch, God fuck him, says I'm not allowed in the front line. So this is the second best duty as far as I'm concerned. I don't take marine discipline too good. Sitting with a bunch of those pansy asses in a place like this, counting raindrops, would have me thrown off planet inside of a day. So, as I'm technologically competent, me and my friends requested this placement. It works out fine. Army's short of skilled techs who can also handle the noise if the possessed start to panic. We fit the bill, and this way I get to see the bastards booted out of their bodies. I know it's happening."
The second possessed was put in a 0 Tau pod. He didn't resist. Then the third 0 Tau pod was activated. Elana aimed the shock rod at the last possessed, the apathetic one.
"Hey, cheer up. This is your lucky day. Looks like the reserves got called out. You're on, kid."
He gave her a broken look and grimaced. His features melted, shrinking back to reveal a wizened face with anemically pale skin.
"Catch him!"
Elana yelled. The man's legs buckled. He pitched forward into her arms.
"Thought that one might quit,"
she said in satisfaction. Choma removed the holding stick's clamp from around his neck. Elana eased him down onto the floor, calling for blankets and some pillows.
"Damn it, we haven't had time to unpack the medical gear yet," she said, "and we're going to need it. Those bastards."
"What's the matter?" Sinon asked. Elana's claw sliced through the man's raggedy shirt, exposing his chest. There were strange ridges swelling out of his skin, mimicking the lines of muscle a healthy 20-year-old mesomorph might have. When she prodded one with the tip of a claw, it sagged like a sack of jelly.
"They always go for perfection,"
she explained to Sinon and Choma.
"Assholes. I don't know what that energistic power is, but it screws up their flesh real bad under the illusion. Sometimes you get fat deposits building up. That's pretty harmless. But 9 times out of 10, it's tumours."
"All of them?" Sinon asked.
"Yep. Never satisfied with what they've got. I'm sure it's a metaphor for something, but I'm buggered if I can figure out what. We're having to ship everyone who gets depossessed back to Tsingu and into one of the major hospitals. They're overflowing already, and they don't have enough mnemonic packages to go around. Another week of this, and the entire Ombe system is going to go into medical meltdown. And that's not taking you guys into account. You're not exactly emerging unscathed from the liberation."
"Can we help?"
"Not a thing you can do. Sorry. Now, if you could clear out, I've got to try and organize some sort of transport for this batch. Hell, I wish we had hovercraft. They're the only things that can travel properly over this swamp. That dickhead Hilch won't allow any planes in under the cloud yet."
Sinon and Choma left her and another couple of mercenaries running medical scanners over the unconscious man.
"All of them?"
Sinon repeated gloomily. The prospect kindled a sensation of alarm, in itself a worrying development. He hadn't configured himself to be waylaid by impulsive emotions.
"Do you know what that means?"
"Trouble," Choma declared.
"Real bad trouble."
8. The vac trains were an excellent solution to Earth's transport problem in the age of the arcologies. There were no aircraft anymore. The Armada storms had finished off air travel in the same way they made people abandon their cars. One of the late 21st century's most enduring news cable images was of a farmer's pickup truck rammed through the 19th floor window of the Sears Tower in the wake of a storm. As the planet's population flowed into cities and began strengthening them against the weather, so they turned to trains as the only practical method of transport between urban conglomerations. Heavy and stolid, tornadoes couldn't fling them about so easily. Of course, they still took a battering from the wind if they were caught out in the open,
So the next logical stage was to protect the tracks in the same way the domes were going up to shield the city centres. The first real example was the Channel Tunnel, which was extended to cover the whole journey between London and Paris. Once that proved viable, the global rail network was rapidly expanded. As with any macro-infrastructure project, awash with government money, the technology advanced swiftly. By the time Louise and Genevieve arrived on Earth, the VAC trains were a highly mature system, travelling at considerable speed between stations. Common wisdom had the tunnels drilled kilometres deep in the safety of the bedrock. Not so. A lot of the time they didn't even qualify as tunnels. Giant tubes were laid over the abandoned land and buried just below the surface. It was much easier to maintain the vacuum inside that kind of factory-manufactured subway than in a rock tunnel. Tectonics played havoc with rigid lava walls that had been melted by a flame of fusion plasma. Experience showed they fractured easily, and on a couple of occasions actually sheared. So tunnels were only used to thread the tubes through mountains and plunge deeper under arcologies. Even transoceanic routes were laid in trenches and anchored in place. With no air to create friction, the trains were free to accelerate hard. On the longer trans-Pacific runs, they touched Mach 15. Powered by linear motors, they were quick, smooth, silent, and efficient. The trip from Mount Kenya Station to London's King Cross took Louise and Genevieve 45 minutes, with one stop at Gibraltar. Airlocks at both ends of their carriage matched up with platform hatches and popped open. "All passengers for London, please disembark," the sparkling AV pillars on the carriage ceiling announced. "This train will depart for Oslo in 4 minutes." The girls collected their big shoulder bags and hurried out onto the platform. They emerged into a long rectangular chamber, its ornately sculpted walls harking back to long-distant imperial grandeur. The line of 20 hatches connecting to the train appeared to be made of black wrought iron, Victorian-era space technology. On the opposite side, 3 large archways led to broad wave escalators that spiraled upwards with impressive curves. Genevieve stayed close behind her big sister as she negotiated their way across the platform. At least this time they managed to avoid barging into people. Excitement was powering a smile that would not fade. An Earth arcology, London, where we all came from originally. Home, sort of. How utterly stupendous. It was the complete opposite of the nightmare that had been Norfolk by the time they left. This world had massive defences, and its people could do whatever they wanted, with lots of fabulous machines to help them. She held Louise's hand tightly as they stepped onto the wave elevator. "Where next?" "Don't know," Louise said. For some reason she was completely calm. "Let's see what's up there, shall we?" The wave escalator brought them onto the floor of a huge hemispherical cavern. It was like the arrivals hall of Mount Kenya Station, only larger. The base of the wall was pierced by tunnel entrances radiating out to lift shafts and platforms for the local train network, while the floor was broken by concentric rows of wave elevators to the VAC trains. Bright informational spheres formed tightly packed streamers, 5 meters above the heads of the thronging passengers, weaving around each other with serpentine grace. Right in the centre was a single flared spire of rock that rose up to eventually merge into the roof's apex. "It's just another station," Genevieve said in mild disappointment. "We're still underground." "Looks like it." Louise squinted up. Black flecks were zipping through the strata of informationals, as if they were suffering from static. She smiled, pointing. "Birds! Look!" Genevieve twirled round, following their erratic flight. There were all sorts, from pert brown sparrows to emerald and turquoise parrots. "We'd better find a hotel, I suppose," Louise said. She pulled her shoulder bag round to take the processor block out. Genevieve tugged at her arm. "Oh, please, Louise. Can't we go up to the surface first? I just want to look. I'll be good, I promise. Please?" Louise tucked the shoulder bag back. "I wouldn't mind a peek myself." She studied the informationals, catching sight of one that seemed promising. "Come on." She caught Jen's hand. "This way." They took a lift up to the surface. It brought them out in a mock Hellenic temple at the middle of a wide plaza full of statues and fenced in by huge oaks. A small commemorative plaque on a worn pillar marked the passing of the station's old surface structures and iron rail tracks. Louise walked out from the shade of the temple, wandering aimlessly for a few yards, until she simply stopped. It was as if the arcology was appearing in segments before her, slowly. As soon as her mind acknowledged one part, another would flip up behind that, demanding recognition. Though she didn't know it, King's Cross was the geographical heart of the tremendous Westminster Dome, which at 30 kilometres in diameter enclosed most of the original city, from Ealing in the west to Woolwich in the east. Ever since the first small protective domes went up over London, a meagre 4 kilometres wide to start with, the best 21st century materials technology could manage, preservation orders had been slapped on every building of historical or architectural significance, which the conservationists basically defined as anything not built from concrete. By the time the Westminster Dome was constructed over that initial cluster of aging weather shields, the outlying districts had undergone significant changes, but any Londoner from the mid-19th century onwards would have been able to find their way around the central portion without too much trouble. It was essentially one of the largest lived-in museums on the planet. The 9 smaller domes circling round outside the Westminster, however, were a different matter. London didn't have the mega towers of New York, but the arcology still housed 250 million people beneath its geodesic crystal roofs. The outer domes were purpose-built, 400 square kilometres apiece of thoroughly modern arcology, with only tiny little zones of original buildings left as curios amid the gleaming condos, skyscrapers, and malls. Louise wasn't aware of them at all. She could see on the other side of the oaks that the plaza was encircled by a wide road, jammed with sleek vehicles, all driving so close together you couldn't walk between them. The vehicles merged in and out of the giant roundabout from wide streets that radiated away between the beautiful ancient grey stone buildings surrounding the plaza. When she raised her gaze above the blue slate roofs and their elaborate chimney stacks, she could see even grander and taller buildings behind them. Then beyond those, it was as though she were standing at the bottom of a mighty crater, whose walls were made entirely from buildings. Around the plaza they were elegant and unique, with each one somehow merging cleanly into its neighbours to form compact, refined streets, but they grew from that to plainer, larger skyscrapers, spaced further apart. The tower's artistry came from the overall shape, rather than detailed embellishments, moulded to suggest Gothic, Roman, Art Deco, and Alpine Bavarian influences, among others. And gathering all those disparate architectural siblings within its sheltering embrace was the external wall, a single redoubtable cliff of windows, a mosaic of panes so dense it blended into a seamless band of glass, blazing gold under the noonday sun. Out of that rose the dome itself, an artificial sky of crystal. Louise sat down heavily on the plaza's stone slabs and let out a whoosh of breath. Jen sat beside her, arms folded protectively round her shoulder bag. London's pedestrians flowed round them, eyes consummately averted.
"It's very big, isn't it?"
Jen said quietly.
"Certainly is."
All those buildings, so many people. Despite feeling light-headed, a weight of worry was threatening to sink her again. How in heaven's name am I going to find a single person amid this multitude, especially when they probably don't want to be found?
"Fletcher would really love this."
Louise looked at her sister.
"Yes, I think he would. Do you suppose he'd recognize any of it?
There may be bits left over from his time. Some of these buildings look quite old. We'll have to look it up in the local library memory." She broke off and smiled.
"That's it. Everything you ever need to know is in the processor memories. Bannath will be listed somewhere. I just have to program in the right search."
"Come on, hotel first, then we'll get something to eat. How does that sound?"
"Jolly nice. What hotel are we going to?"
"Give me a moment." She took her processor block out and started querying the arcology's General Information Centre. Category Visitors, subsection Residential, Central and Civilized. They'd wind up paying more for a classy hotel, but at least they'd be safe. Louise knew there were parts of Earth's arcologies that were terribly crime-ridden, and besides,
Kavanaghs never stay anywhere that doesn't have a 4-star rating, Daddy had said once.
Information slid down the screen. They didn't seem to have star ratings here, so she just went by price. Central London hotels apparently cost as much to run as starships. At least the beds will be a lot more comfortable. "The Ritz," she said finally. That just left getting there. With Genevieve getting progressively more impatient, as evidenced by overloud sighs and shuffling feet, Louise requested surface transport options from King's Cross to the Ritz. After 10 minutes struggling with horribly complicated maps and London Metro timetables that kept flashing up, she realized she wasn't quite as adept at operating the block as she thought she was. However, the screen did tell her there were taxis available. "We'll take a cab." Under Jen's ungenerously sceptical look, she picked her shoulder bag up and started off towards the oaks at the rim of the plaza. Flocks of parakeets and budgerigars pecking at the stone slabs stampeded out of her way. Most of the subway entrances had the name of the streets they led to, but a few had the London Transport symbol on top, blue circle cut by a red line, with a crown in the middle. Louise went down one to find herself in a short passage that opened out into a narrow parking bay. 5 identical silver-blue taxicars were waiting silently, streamlined bubbles with very fat tires. "Now what?" Genevieve said. Louise consulted the block. She walked up to the first taxi and keyed the Commence Journey icon on the block's screen. The door hissed out 5 centimetres, then slid back along the body. "We get in," she told her sister smugly. "Oh, very clever. What happens if you don't have a block to do that for you?" "I don't know." She couldn't see a handle anywhere. "I suppose everyone on this world is taught how to use things like this. Most of them have neural mnemonics, after all." There wasn't much room inside, enough for 4 seats with deep curving backs. Louise shoved her bag in the storage bin underneath and studied the screen again. The block was interfacing with the taxi's control processor, which made life a lot simpler for her. The whole activation procedure was presented to her as a simple, easy-to-understand menu. She fed in their destination and the door slid shut. The taxi told the block what their fee was, as much as the VAC train fare from Mount Kenya, and explained how to use the seat straps. "Ready?" she asked Jen, when they'd fastened themselves in. "Yes." The little girl couldn't hide her enthusiasm. Louise held her Jovian bank disc up to the small panel on the taxi's central column and transferred the money over. They started to roll forward. The taxi took them up a steep ramp, accelerating fast enough to press the sisters back into their seat cushioning. The reason was simple enough. They emerged right in the middle of the traffic racing round the King's Cross Plaza, slotting in without the slightest fuss. Genevieve laughed excitedly as they zipped across several lanes, then slowed slightly to turn off down one of the broad streets. "Golly, this is better than the aero ambulance." The little girl grinned. Louise rolled her eyes. Though once she accepted the fact that the control processor did know how to drive, she began to breathe normally again. The buildings rushing past were old and sombre, which gave them a dignity all of their own. On the other side of the pavement barrier, pedestrians jostled their way along in a permanent scrum. "I never knew there were so many people," Jen said. "London must have more than live on the whole of Norfolk." "Probably," Louise agreed. The taxi took them a third of the way round the expressway, then turned off, heading back down to ground level. There were parks on both sides of the road when they started their descent, then buildings rose up to their left, and they were back on one of the ancient streets again. The pavements here didn't seem so crowded. They slowed drastically, pulling over to the right alongside a large cube of white-grey stone with tall windows, lined by iron railings and a steep slate roof. An open arcade ran along the front, supported by wide arches. The taxi stopped level with a gate in the roadside barrier, which a doorman opened smartly. He was dressed in a dark blue coat and top hat. A double row of brass buttons gleamed down his chest. At last, Louise felt at home. This was something she could deal with. If the doorman was surprised at who climbed out of the taxi, he never showed it. "Are you staying here, miss?" he asked. "I hope so, yes." He nodded politely, and ushered them under the arcade towards the main entrance. Genevieve eyed the front of the stolid building sceptically.
"It looks dreadfully gloomy."
The lobby inside was white and gold, with chandeliers resembling frost-encrusted branches that had dazzling stars at the tip of each twig. Arches along the long central aisle opened into big rooms that were full of prim white tables where people were sitting having tea. Waiters in long black tailcoats bustled about, carrying trays with silver teapots and very tempting cakes. Louise marched confidently over to the gleaming oak reception desk.
"A twin room, please?"
The young woman standing behind smiled professionally.
"Yes, madam. How long for?"
A week, to start with."
"Of course. I'll need your ident, Fleck, please, to register, and there is a deposit." "Oh, we haven't got an ident, Fleck." "We're from Norfolk,"
Jen said eagerly. The receptionist's composure flickered.
"Really?"
She cleared her throat.
"If you're from off-world, your passports will be satisfactory."
Louise handed the passports over, thinking briefly of Endron again, and wondering how much trouble the Martian was in right now. The receptionist scanned the passports in a block and took the deposit from Louise. A bellboy came forward and relieved the sisters of their bags before showing them into a lift. Their room was on the 4th floor, with a large window overlooking the park. The decor was so reminiscent of the kind Norfolk landowners worshipped, it gave Louise a sense of déjà vu. Regal purple wallpaper and furniture so old the wood was virtually black beneath the polish. Her feet sank into a carpet well over an inch thick.
"Where are we?"
Jen asked the bellboy. She was pressed up against the window, staring out.
"I mean, what's that park called?"
"That's Green Park, miss."
"So, are we near anywhere famous?"
"Buckingham Palace is on the other side of the park."
"Gosh!"
He showed Louise the room's processor block, which was built into the dresser. "Any information you need on the city for your stay should be in here. It has a comprehensive tourist section," he said. She tipped him a couple of Fuso dollars when he left. He'd been holding his own credit disc, casually visible through fingers splayed wide. Genevieve waited until the doors shut.
"What's Buckingham Palace?"
The AI was alert to the glitch within 100th of a second. 2 ticket dispenser processors and an informational projector. It brought additional analysis programs online and ran an immediate verification sweep of every electronic circuit in Grand Central Station. Half a second. The response to a general acknowledgement datavise from 5 sets of neural mnemonics was incorrect. All of them were within a 7-meter zone, which also incorporated the failing ticket dispensers. 2 seconds. Security sensors in Grand Central's concourse focused on the suspect area. The AI datavised to B7's North American supervisor the fact it had located a possessed-type glitch in New York. He had just framed his query in reply when the sensors observed Bud Johnson go cartwheeling over someone in a black robe crouched on the floor. 3.5 seconds. There was a visual discontinuity. None of the sensor short-term memory buffers had registered the black-clad figure before. It was as if he'd just materialized out of nowhere. If he had neural mnemonics, then they were not responding to the ident request datavise. 4 seconds. The North American supervisor took direct control of the situation in conjunction with the AI. A datavised warning went out to the rest of the supervisors. 6 seconds. The full B7 complement of supervisors was online, observing. The AI's visual characteristics program locked on to the shadowed face inside the black robe's hood. Quinn Dexter rose to his feet. South Pacific.
"Nuke him now!"
Western Europe.
"Don't be absurd."
Halo.
"SD platforms armed. Do you want ground strike?"
North America.
No.
It's completely impractical. Grand Central Station's concourse is 150 meters below ground, and that's spread out below 3 skyscrapers. There isn't an X-ray laser built that could reach it. South Pacific.
Then use a real nuke. A combat wasp can be down there in 2 minutes.
Asian Pacific.
I second that.
Western Europe.
No, damn it! Will you morons control yourselves?
North America.
Thank you.
I'm not going to blast Dome 1 into oblivion. There are 20 million people living in there. Even Leighton didn't kill that many.
North Europe. You can't let him go. We have to exterminate him. Western Europe. How? North Europe. South Pacific's right. Nuke the shit. I'm sorry about the other inhabitants, but it's the only way we can resolve the situation. Western Europe. Observe, please. 11 seconds. Bud Johnson's face had turned purple. He scrabbled feebly at his chest, then pitched over onto the floor. People clustered round him. Quinn Dexter became translucent and quickly faded from view. The AI reported all the processors had come back online. Military intelligence.
Oh, shit.
Western Europe. Will a nuke kill him now, do you think? Wherever he is? South Pacific. One way to find out. Western Europe. I cannot permit that. We exist primarily to protect Earth. Even with our prerogatives, you cannot exterminate 20 million people in the hope that you kill one terrorist. Halo. The boy's right, I'm afraid. I'm standing down the SD platforms. South Pacific. Terrorist demon, more like. Western Europe. I'm not arguing definitions. All this does is confirm I was right the first time. We have got to be extremely careful how we deal with Dexter. North Pacific. Well, at least shut down New York's vac trains. Central America. Yes. Isolate him in New York. You can creep up on him there. Western Europe. I'm going to have to say no again. North Pacific. In Allah's name, why? We know where he is. That gives us a tremendous advantage. Western Europe. It's psychology. He knows we know he's here. He's not stupid. He'll realize we'll find out about him appearing in Grand Central Station. The question is, how long does it take us to find out? If we stop the vac trains now, it shows him we are right up to speed and deeply worried by him, and also that we'll go all out to stop him. That's not good. That puts him on guard. Central America. So, he's on guard? If he's trapped in one place, it won't do him any good. He'll still be on death row. He knows it's coming, and there's nothing he can do about it. Western Europe. First thing he'll do is mobilize New York to defend himself, and we'll be back to one option of having to nuke the place. Don't you see? Our arcologies are even more vulnerable than asteroid settlements. They are utterly dependent on technology, not just to protect us from the weather, but to feed us and condition our air. If you can find 300 million possessed inside one, every single chunk of machinery will break down. The domes will shatter in the first storm that comes along, and the population will either starve or turn cannibal. Central America. I'm prepared to sacrifice one arcology to save the rest, if that's what it takes. Western Europe. But we don't have to sacrifice one. Certainly not yet. You're being abysmally premature. Right now, Dexter will be skipping round arcologies, establishing small groups of possessed who'll keep their heads down until he gives the word. While he's doing that, we've got a chance. There will only be small groups in each arcology, which we really ought to be able to find. If other worlds can track them, so can we. Dexter is our problem, not the ordinary possessed. Asian Pacific. Put it to the vote. Western Europe. How wonderfully democratic. Very well. 6 supervisors voted for closing down New York's vac trains right away. 10 voted to keep them open. Western Europe. Thank you so much for your confidence. Southern Africa. You have the ball for now, but if you haven't dealt with Dexter in another 10 days, I shall be voting to isolate him wherever he is, and then we'll see if he can hide from a nuke as well as he can from a sensor. The conference dissolved. Western Europe asked North America, military intelligence, and Halo to remain online. Natural allies in the eternal war zone of B7's internal politics, they obliged. His sense-vice overlay program positioning and dressing them around his drawing room as though they were weekend guests just come in from a stroll round the grounds. It'll go against you eventually, Halo warned. They're happy for you to take responsibility for the chase, as long as Dexter hasn't caused any noticeable damage. But the minute he gets noisy, they'll revert.
That little crap artist South Pacific, North America complained, telling me to nuke New York. Who the hell does she think she is?
She always favors the blunt approach, Western Europe said. We all know that. That's why I like her so much. Makes one feel constantly superior.
Inferior or not, she'll carry the day eventually, military intelligence said.
Western Europe walked over to the tall glass panel door and let his 2 Labradors in. I know. That's why I found today encouraging.
Encouraging? North America asked, astonished. Are you kidding? I've got that Dexter bastard running round loose in New York.
Yes, exactly. Something went wrong for him. He was on his knees when he appeared, and he vanished within seconds. He was glitched. Another factor in our favor. Maybe, Halo said. He sounded very dubious.
All right, North America said. So what now?
You need to do 2 things. In 40 minutes, I want you to close down all New York's VAC trains.
40 minutes? He'll be long gone.
Yes, as I said. He knows we know he's here. We have to play along with that, but make him think we're lumbering along 5 steps behind him. So close the VAC trains. He won't be in New York, so it doesn't matter.
You hope.
I know. Once he'd been exposed there, he had no option but to leave. New York is closed to him now, out of the equation. To do whatever he wants to do, he has to maintain his mobility. He probably took the shortest ride out there is, figuring the police would close down the VAC trains pretty fast. But that's beside the point.
Okay. How long do you want them shut down for?
That's the second thing. We have to work on the assumption he was leaving. Therefore, he's more than likely left a group of possessed behind him. You have to find them and eliminate them. Keep the arcology sealed up until you do. In fact, keeping the individual domes isolated might be a good idea, if you can manage it.
You really think that's what he's doing?
Yes. He wants to inflict maximum devastation on this planet. He'll seed as many arcologies as possible with his followers. And when he gives the word, they'll hit the streets, and we'll be faced with the exponential curve again.
The AI is monitoring the arcology's electronics, anyway.
Yes, I'm sure that's effective on Kulu and other modern worlds, but you and I know it can never access everything. Not here, not in the old areas. There's over 500 years' worth of electronic junk plugged together out there. We're dealing with millions of old systems, quirky one-offs and non-standard patch-ups. The AI is a good sentry, but don't make the mistake of becoming dependent. The best source we'll have is probably the sects.
The sects?
Certainly. The one set of idiots who'll support the possessed without having to be forced. Dexter knows that. They're the ones he'll go to.
All right. I'll get on to it.
So what are you going to be doing? Halo asked Western Europe. Same as before. Engineer an encounter. We have to get our people close to him while he's visible, and therefore vulnerable. Vulnerable to what? If he's out in the open, an SD strike. Or, if our contact is through an agent, we can try for electrocution or a memory scramble. Memory scramble?
Yes, said military intelligence. The CNIS believes they can kill souls by firing some kind of mentalic virus at the possessed. It's the opposite of a didactic imprint. They're researching it now.
Western Europe started making a fuss of one of the dogs, scratching its belly as it rolled around on the carpet. Do try and stay up to date, he chided Halo.
It won't be available before the end of the week, military intelligence warned.
I know. I doubt I'll manage to arrange an interception by then anyway. How's that angle coming along? Halo asked. The Bannoth connection is just about covered. I'm not sure about the Kavanagh girls. They're a long shot, and a pretty random one at that. But I'm working on it.
Louise spent an hour using the room's desktop processor block and got nowhere. The directory provided her with enough entries under Baneth, 173,364, once she'd removed the deceased, but no matter how she tried to cross-reference that with Quinn Dexter, the result was always negative. She racked her brains to remember everything Dexter had said back in the hangar at Bennett Field. Baneth was female, she remembered that for certain, and Dexter said she'd hurt him. That was about it, really. Somewhere, somehow, those facts should link up. She was sure they did, but finding the connection was beyond her woeful programming ability. The idea that had begun back when they got in the taxi was becoming more and more attractive, if she dared. Why not? She thought. There's nothing dangerous about neural mnemonics, not physically. The rest of the Confederation uses them. Joshua has a set. It's only Norfolk which doesn't allow them. She raised her arm and looked at the discreet medical mnemonic package bracelet, also banned on Norfolk, yet it was helping her pregnancy. That settled it. She grinned, emboldened by her decision. I have to take responsibility for myself now. If I need neural mnemonics to help me on Earth, then I will get myself a set. They hadn't left the room since arriving at the hotel. Lunch had been a snack delivered by room service. Genevieve had flopped on her bed in weary disgust at the inactivity and activated her own block. She was smothered by a laser haze of gridlines and feisty fantasy beasts, which leapt about enthusiastically at every excitable shouted command. "Jen!" The projection shrank. Genevieve blinked up at her, trying to focus. Louise was sure that being immersed in the projection so much was bad for her little sister's eyesight. "What?" "We're going out. I can't get the hang of the desktop block, so I'm going to buy some neural mnemonics instead." There. She'd said it out loud. There'd be no backing down now. Genevieve stared at her in astonishment. "Oh, Louise, don't tease so. We're not allowed." "We weren't allowed. We're on Earth now, remember? You can do anything you want here as long as you've got money." Genevieve cocked her head to one side. Then the most charming smile graced her face. It didn't fool Louise for a second. "Please, Louise, can I have one too? You know I'll never be allowed once we get home." "I'm sorry. You're not old enough." "I am!" "Jen, you're not. And you know you're not." She stamped her foot, little fists clenched in outrage. "That's not fair. It's not. It's not. You always pick on me 'cause I'm the youngest. You're a bully." "I'm not picking on you. You just can't have one. Your brain is still growing. They can't connect it. I checked. It's not legal, and it'll do a lot of damage to your brain cells. I only just scrape in if you measure my age in Earth years." "I hate being small." Louise put her arms round the girl, reflecting on how much she'd done so since leaving home. They never used to hug much before. "You'll be bigger one day," she whispered into her sister's fluffed-up hair, "and things are going to be different when we get home. You think so?" "Oh, yes." The receptionist seemed rather amused at being asked, in a lofty sort of way, but she was helpful enough, telling Louise that Oxford Street and New Bond Street were probably their best bet for clothes, while Tottenham Court Road was where they would find any conceivable kind of electronics. The sisters were also assured these areas were safe for girls to walk through by themselves, and the hotel runs a courtesy collection service for any items that you purchase. She handed over an authorization disc, keyed to Louise's bioelectric pattern. Louise loaded a comprehensive street map into her block, taken from the hotel's memory, and combined it with the guidance program. "Ready?" she asked Jen. "Let's go spend the family fortune." Aubrey Earle had spoken the truth on the lift capsule when he told them arcology dwellers would always respect their privacy. Out on the street, Louise couldn't quite work out how people always slid to one side at the last second. She was constantly scanning bodies all round to try and find a way through the gaps, while locals moved as smoothly as the automated traffic without ever once glancing in her direction. Some of the pedestrians quite literally glided past, people their own age wearing calf-high boots, with soles that seemed to flow over the pavement slabs without any resistance. Genevieve watched their effortless progress with admiration and longing. "I want some boots like that," she said. A subwalk got them under Piccadilly and into New Bond Street. It turned out to be a dainty little pedestrian lane, lined with enchanting boutiques whose marble frontage was embossed with brass lettering, saying when they'd been established. None of them were under 3 centuries old, while some claimed to be over 7. The labels on show meant nothing to either of them, but judging by the prices, they must have been admiring the most exclusive designer garments on the planet.
"It's gorgeous,"
Louise sighed longingly at a shimmering scarlet and turquoise evening gown, sort of like an all-over mermaid's tale, except it wasn't all over. Nowhere near. It was the kind of thing she would love to wear at a summer ball on Norfolk. The planet had never seen its like before.
"Then buy it." "No, we've got to be sensible. Just everyday clothes that we need to get about in the arcology. Remember, one day I'll have to explain the entire bill to Daddy."
The evening gown was just the start of New Bond Street's provocative temptations. They trailed past window displays she could have bought en masse.
"We'll have to have supper in the hotel dining room,"
Genevieve suggested artfully.
"I bet they won't let us unless we dress up."
It was an insidious suggestion.
"Okay, one dress, that's all."
They dashed across the threshold of the boutique in front of them. Privacy didn't apply inside the shop. 3 assistants swooped eagerly. Louise explained what they wanted, and then spent the next 45 minutes ricocheting in and out of a changing room. She and Jen would look at each other, comment, and go back for the next trial. She learned a lot in the process. The assistants were very complimentary about the sisters' hair, except on Earth it was fashionable to have actives woven among the strands. Their one-piece suits with big pockets were current, but not that a la mode. Yes, Oxford Street stores were perfect for buying street fashion clothes, and we recommend these. Louise could have sworn she heard the block's memory creaking under the load of names they entered. She used her Jovian bank credit disc with only a momentary twinge of guilt. Out on the street again, they laughed at each other. Jen had wound up with a scarlet dress and deep purple jacket, while Louise had bought herself a full-length gown of deepest blue that was made from a material crossed between velvet and suede. There was also a short ginger-coloured waistcoat to go with it, which complemented its square-cut neck.
"It's true,"
Louise said happily.
"Retail therapy actually works."
They didn't get directly to Oxford Street. There was a stop at a salon at the top of New Bond Street first. The beauticians made an incredible fuss over them, delighted with so much raw material to work on. The owner himself came over to direct the operation, once their credit rating had been verified. After 2 hours, several cups of tea, and enthralling the staff with an edited version of their travels, Louise had the wrap taken off. She stared in the mirror, not believing she'd spent her life tolerating unmanaged hair. Norfolk's simplistic regime of washing, conditioners, and sturdy brushing was barbaric ineptitude. Under the salon's professional auspices, her hair had become lustrous, individual strands conducting a little starlight shimmer of light along their length, and it flowed. Every day of her life she'd held that thick mane in place with clips and ribbons, sometimes getting the maid to braid fanciful bands. Flexitives made all that irrelevant. Of its own accord, her hair fell back over her shoulders, always keeping itself tidy and together in one large tress. It also rippled subtly, as if she was engulfed in her own permanent private breeze.
"You look beautiful, Louise,"
Genevieve said, suddenly shy.
"Thank you."
Jen's hair had been straightened, darkened, and glossed, its hem curling inwards slightly. Again it held its shape no matter what. Stalls were lined up against the road barriers, filled with brassy, cheaper items than those in the shops. Genevieve saw one with pairs of the magical boots hanging from the awning. Slipstream boots, the cheerful owner told her as he found some her size. Popular with the under-15s because you didn't need neural mnemonics to switch the directed, frictionless soles on or off. Louise bought them on the condition Jen waited until they got back to the hotel before she tried them out. She also got a duster bracelet. When Jen clamped the trinket round her wrist and waved it round, it sprayed out a fine powder, which emitted a fiery sparkle as it fell to earth. Holding her arm up and pirouetting, a spiral of twinkling starlight spun around her. Quinn sat on one of the benches along the banks of the Seine, opening his mind to the demented screeching reverberating through the beyond. It had taken him 2.5 hours to reach the Paris arcologies since being struck by that inexplicable wave of emotional torment that had swept through the beyond. The first thing, obviously, was to get the fuck out of New York. It wouldn't take the cops long to review the memories of sensors covering the concourse and identify him. He'd gone straight down to a platform and taken a vac train to Washington. A short ride, not quite 15 minutes. He'd kept within the ghost realm for the whole trip, apprehensive that the vac train would be halted and returned to New York. But it arrived at Washington on time, and he switched to the first intercontinental ride available. Paris. Even then he'd remained invisible as it streaked along the bottom of the North Atlantic, still anxious that another of those waves would surge up and expose him. If it had done during the journey under the ocean, he knew he'd be finished. He couldn't believe God's brother would allow that to happen. But the first time was causing all sorts of doubts. It wasn't until he was out of the Paris terminus and walking through one of the old city's parks that he had allowed himself to fully emerge. He clothed himself in an ordinary shirt and trousers, hating the way his white skin tingled in the bright sun shining through the colossal crystal dome. But it meant he was safe. There were no processors in the middle of the park to glitch at his appearance, nobody near enough to see that he'd appeared from nowhere rather than walked round the ancient tree. He stood there for a minute, scanning the nearby mines for any sign of alarm. Only then did he relax and make his way down to the river. Parisians strolled along behind him as they had for centuries. Lovers, artists, business executives, bureaucrats, none of them paying attention to the solitary, downcast youth. Nor did any of them avail themselves to the space left on his bench. Some subliminal warning steered them along past, frowning slightly at the unaccountable chill. Slowly, Quinn started to gather the strands together, faint images and hoarse, wailing voices filling in the story. He saw clouds, which surprised even him, an arcology born. Rain cascaded down on huddled bodies, so thick it was almost solid. Terrifying blasts of lightning ripping through the darkness, the encircling forces radiating their stern, non-human determination, closing in. Mortonridge was not a place where a possessed should be caught outside today, and 2 million of them had been. Something had struck at them, tearing away their protective covering of cloud. Some technological devilry. The signal for the liberation to commence. A one-off, a unique act in response to a unique situation, not some miracle wrought by the light-bringer's great rival. Quinn lifted his head and smiled a contemptuous smile. Such a shock was extremely unlikely to occur again. There was no unknown threat. He was perfectly safe. Night could still dawn. He stood up and turned slowly, examining his surroundings properly for the first time. The celebrated Napoleonic heart of the city was encompassed by a range of splendid white, silver, and gold towers. Their burnished surfaces hurt his eyes, as their grandeur hurt his sensibility. But somewhere among all this cleanliness and vitality, the waster kids would be grubbing through dank refuse, hurting each other and unwary civilians for no reason they understood. Finding them would be as easy here as it had been in New York. Just walk in the direction everyone else was coming from, his heartland, where his words would bring its denizens purpose. He completed his turn. Right ahead of him, the Eiffel Tower stood guard at the end of a broad, immaculate park, with sightseers wandering round its base. Even in Edmonton, Quinn had heard of this structure, a proud symbol of Gallic forbearance through all the centuries of Gov Central's pallid uniformity, its very endurance reflecting the strengths and determination of the people who regarded it as their own, precious to the world, and now so terribly fragile with age. Quinn started to chuckle greedily. Andy Behu fell in love. It was instantaneous. She walked in through the door of Jude's E-World, kicking off a cascade of datavized alarms, and he was utterly smitten. Terminal babe. Taller than him by a good 10 centimeters, with the most gorgeous cloak of hair, a face with soft features so delicate as to be way beyond anything cosmetic adapter packages could achieve, a natural beauty. She wore a white sleeveless T-shirt and showed off a hot figure without revealing anything, and a scarlet skirt that didn't reach her knees. But it was the way she carried herself that clinched it for him, perfectly composed, yet she still looked round the shop with childlike curiosity. The rest of the staff were all giving her clandestine glances as the doorway scanners datavised their findings. Then the smaller girl entered behind her, and the scanners gave out an almost duplicate alert. How weird. They couldn't possibly be a cop-grab operation. Too obvious. Besides, the manager was pretty regular when it came to slipping the shop's bung to the district station. Andy told the customer he was dealing with, "Look it over and have a think about it. You won't find a better deal in London," then left them to scoot over to the girl before any of his so-called colleagues could reach her. If the floor manager had seen, he'd probably lose his job. Abandoning a customer before the sale is sealed. Capital crime.
"Hi, I'm Andy. I'm your cell rat. Anything you want, it's my job to push the more expensive model on you."
He grinned broadly.
"You're my what?"
Louise asked. Her expression was half puzzlement, half smile. Her accent did strange things along Andy's spine, making him shiver. The ultimate in class, and foreign exotic, too. He scanned his enhanced retinas across her face, desperate to capture her image. Even if she walked out of his life now, she would never be entirely lost. Andy had certain male-orientated software packages that could superimpose her into sense-environ recordings. He felt shabby, even as he recorded her.
"Cell rat. That's what the public calls customer interactivity officers round these parts." "Oh,"
the smaller girl sighed dismissively.
"He's just a shop boy, Louise."
Andy's neural mnemonics had to reinforce his smile. Why do they always come in pairs, and why always one obnoxious one? He clicked his fingers and pointed both index fingers at the smaller girl.
"That's me. Try not to be too disappointed. I really am here to help."
"I'd like to buy some neural mnemonics," Louise said.
"Is it very difficult?"
The request startled Andy. Her clothes alone must have cost more than twice his weekly pay. Why didn't she have a set already? Beautiful and enigmatic. He smiled up at her.
"Not at all. What were you looking for?"
She sucked her lower lip.
"I'm really not very sure. The best I can afford, I suppose." "We don't have them on Norfolk," Genevieve said. "That's where we're from."
Louise tried not to frown.
"Jen, we don't have to give our history to everyone we meet."
Rich foreigners. Andy's conscience struggled against temptation. Conscience won out, backed up by infatuation. I can't sell her a pirate set. Not her.
"OK, your lucky day. We've got some top-of-the-range sets in stock. I can fix a reasonable deal for them, too, so there's no need to get sweaty about the money. This way."
He led them over to his section of the counter, managing to get her name on the way. His neural mnemonics faithfully recorded the way she walked, her body movements, even her speech pattern. Like most 19-year-olds who'd grown up in London's manky Islington district, with its history of low-income employment, Andy Beehoo fancied himself as a prospective net don. It combined the goal of fringe legal work, also his heritage, with very little actual effort. He'd taken didactic memory courses on electronics, mnemonics, and software every month since he'd passed his 14th birthday. His two-room flat was stocked to the ceiling with ancient processor blocks and every redundant peripheral he'd managed to scrounge or steal. Everyone in his tenement knew Andy was the guy to visit when you had a technical problem. As to why such an embryonic, data-smart prince of darkness was working as a cell rat in Jude's E-World, he had to get the money to finance his revolutionary schemes from somewhere, or maybe even go to college. And the shop always employed tech-nerd teenagers as their out-front sales force. They were the only ones who kept up to date on upgrades and new marks that would work on minimum wage weeks. The wall behind the counter was made up entirely from boxes of consumer electronics. All of them had colourful logos and names. Louise read a few of the contents labels, not understanding a word. Genevieve was already bored. looking round at other parts of the slightly shabby shop, one of seemingly hundreds of near-identical outlets along Tottenham Court Road. The inside was a maze formed by counters and walls of boxes, with old company posters and holomorph stickers stuck up on every available surface. Holographic screens flashed out enticing pictures of products in action. The section opposite Andy Beehoo had a big games sign above it, and Louise had promised. Andy began pulling boxes down and lining them up on the counter. They were rectangular, the size of his hand, wrapped in translucent foil, with the manufacturer's guarantee seal on the front. "OK," Andy said with familiar confidence. "What we have here, the Press-On 050, is a basic neural mnemonic set. Everything you need to survive daily arcology life. Data vises, mid-res neuro-iconic display, enhanced memory retrieval, axon block. It's pre-formatted to NAS 2600 standard, which means it can handle just about every software package on the market. There's a company-supplied didactic operations imprint that comes with it, but we do sell alternative operations courses." "That sounds very comprehensive," Louise said. "How much?" "How are you paying?" "Few so dollars." She showed him her Jovian bank disc. "OK, good move. I can give you a favourable rate on that. So, we're looking at about $3,500, for which we'll throw in 5 free Quantum Soft supplement packages from their BCD30 range. Your choice of functions. I can arrange finance for you if you want. Better percentage than any Sol System bank." "I see. Then we've got—" His hand moved on to the next box. "Andy, what's the top of the range, please?" "OK, good question." He disappeared behind the counter for a moment, returning with a fresh box and a suitably awed tone. "Kulu Corporation, ANI 5000. The King himself uses this model. We've only got 3 left because of the Starflight quarantine. These are most wanted items all over town right now. But I can still give you level retail." "And that's better than the first one?" "Yes, indeedy. Runs NAS 2600, of course, with parallel upgrade potential for when the 2615 comes out." What's this NAS number you keep saying?" "Neural Augmentation Software. It's the operating system for the whole filament network. And the number is the version. 2600 was introduced turn of the century, and boy was it a bug feist when it came out. But it's a smooth-proved system now, and the supplement packages are just about unlimited. Every software house in the Confederation publishes compatible products. If you're going serious professional, you can add physiological monitors, Encyclopedia Galactica, employment Waldoing, SII suit control, weapons integration, linguistic translation, news informant, starship astrogation, net search, the full Monty. Then there's games applications as well. I can't even list them, you have so many." He patted the box with reverence. "No fooling, Louise. This set gives you the full interface range. Nerve overrides to control your body, sense amplification, sight-equivalent neuro-iconic generation, complete reality sense environ, implant command, total indexed memory recall." "I'll take it." "Got to warn you. Not cheap. 17,000 Fuso dollars." He held up his hands in placation. "Sorry." "Daddy will kill me," Louise thought, "but it has to be done. I promised Fletcher, and that horrid Brent Roy never really believed me." "All right." Andy smiled in admiration. "Talk about power choosing. That's impressive, Louise. But hey, I can lighten the burden. For a 5,000 set, we'll throw in 25 software supplements and give you 20% discount on the next 25 you buy from us." "That sounds like a jolly good deal," she said inanely, swept along by his enthusiasm. "How long does it take to get a set?" "For one this complex, 90 minutes. I can give you the operating didactic at the same time." "What's one of those?" Andy's breezy ebullience faltered in the face of such an astonishing question. He started to access his encyclopedia's file on Norfolk and put a news search in primary mode for good measure. "You don't have them on your planet?" "No. Our constitution is pastoral. We don't have much technology. Or weapons." Defending Norfolk yet again.
No weapons, eh? Good policy. Didactic imprints are sort of like the instruction manual, but it gets written directly inside your brain, and you never forget it. Well, if I'm going to spend this much money, I certainly need to know how to work it, don't I?
Andy laughed heartily, then stopped quickly when he caught sight of Genevieve's expression. How come nobody ever produced a suavity program he could load? Talking to and impressing girls would be so much easier. The floor supervisor was datavising questions about his oddball customer and the door sensor alert, which he answered briefly. Then the Norfolk information started to emerge. "We have a preparation room," Andy gestured to the back of the shop. "Louise, I want to look round," Genevieve said winningly. "There might be something for me." "All right, but if you see something, just ask. Don't touch anything. That's all right, isn't it?" she asked Andy. "Sure thing." Andy winked at Genevieve and gave her a thumbs up. Her sneer could have withered an oak tree. Louise followed Andy into the small preparation room, a cube space whose walls were fashioned from dark panelling, with various electronic units poking out. It was furnished with just a glass cubicle, like a shower, but without any visible nozzle, and a low padded bench similar to a doctor's examination table. The attention Andy showed her was somewhat amusing. She thought possibly it wasn't entirely due to her high-spending customer status. Most of the young gentlemen, and others, slightly older, on Norfolk, had shown a similar, if less blatant, interest over the last couple of years. Now, of course, she was wearing what amounted to little more than an exhibitionist's costume, though by Earth standards it was tame. But the top and skirt made her look so damn good in the department store's mirror. She could hold her own against London girls in this. For the first time in her life she was sassy, and free to enjoy it, and loving it. The glass door slid shut with a definitive click behind her. She shot Andy a suspicious glance. "Bugger!" Western Europe muttered, as his linkages with Louise were cut. He switched to Genevieve, which was about as useless. The little girl was investigating a Gothic fantasy, standing in a castle courtyard as a column of priestess warriors rode off to battle on their unicorns. Western Europe had wanted Louise to discover the bugs at some stage. He just hadn't planned on it being quite so early in the operation. But then, buying neural mnemonics wasn't what he expected of a girl from Norfolk either. She was quite a remarkable little thing, really. Andy Beehoo scratched at his arm awkwardly. "You do know you've been stung, don't you?" he asked. "Stung?" Louise took a guess. "You're not talking about insects, are you?" "No. The door sensors spotted it as soon as you and your sister came in. There are mnemonic bugs in your skin. Like miniature radios, I guess you'd call them. They transmit all sorts of information about where you are and what's going on around you. There are 4 on you. Genevieve has 3. That we can detect, anyway." She drew in a shocked breath. How stupid. Of course Brent Roy wouldn't let her walk round freely. Not someone who'd tried to sneak a possessed down to earth. He was bound to want to see what she did next. "Oh, sweet Jesus. I reckon Gov Central must be nervous about foreigners right now, especially as you come from Norfolk," Andy said, "what with the possessed and all. Don't worry. This room is screened. They can't hear us now." His cell-rat swagger had diminished as he tried to reassure her. In fact, he'd become almost sheepish, which made him actually quite pleasant, she thought. "Thank you for telling me, Andy. Do you scan all your customers?" "Oh, yes, mainly for dodgy implants. There's quite a few gangs try to siphon our software flex. Then we do sell bugs ourselves, see, so sometimes we get cops coming in and trying to find out who those customers are. Jude's eWorld has a strong neutrality policy, which we enforce. We have to, or we'd never sell anything." "Can you get them off me?" "All part of our customer service. I can give you a more detailed scan, too. See if there are any others." She followed his instructions, standing in the cubicle, which gave her a comprehensive body scan down to a subcellular level. "So now someone else knows I'm pregnant," she acknowledged in resignation. "No wonder Earth's population value their privacy so. They don't get very much of it." The body scan located another 2 bugs. Andy applied a small rectangular patch, similar to a medical package. Same technology, he said, to her arms and leg. Then she pulled up her T-shirt so he could press it against her back.
"Is there any way of knowing if the police sting me again?" she asked.
"An electronic warfare block should tell you. We had a shipment of frontline equipment in from Valisk a couple of months back. I think there's still some left. Good stuff.
I think you'd better put one of those removal patches on the list as well."
Louise called Genevieve into the room and explained what had happened. Thankfully, her sister was more curious than outraged. She peered at her skin after Andy took the mnemonic package away, fascinated by the removal process.
"It doesn't look any different," she complained.
"They're too small to see," Andy said, "which makes them too small to feel. They shouldn't call it getting stung, really. More like being feathered." When Genevieve scooted back into the shop to continue her appraisal of consumer goodies, Andy handed over the box of Kulu Corporation neural mnemonics to Louise. "You need to check the seal," he said. "Make sure it hasn't been broken, and see that the wrapping hasn't been tampered with as well. You can tell that by the colour. If someone tries to cut or tear it, the stress turns it red." She turned it over obediently.
"Why do I have to do this?"
"Neural mnemonics connect directly into your brain, Louise. If someone changes the filaments or subverts the NAS codes, they could get into your memories, or manipulate your body like a puppet. This guarantees the set hasn't been tampered with since it left the factory, and you have the Kulu Corporation's assurance that their design won't sequestrate you." Louise gave the box a closer examination. The foil seemed intact and clear.
"Sorry, didn't mean to scare you,"
he said quickly. "It's a standard speech. We implant 50 of these a day. I mean, think what would happen to the shop or the manufacturer if anything like that did ever happen. We'd be lynched. It's in our interest to make sure everything's kosher for you. Another reason we have sensors at the door."
"Okay, I suppose."
She handed the box back. Andy broke the seal in front of her and took out a small black capsule a couple of centimetres long. He slotted that into the back of a specialist medical implant package. The only other item in the box was a fleck. "This is the operating didactic, which is standard, but it also contains the first-time access code specific to this set," he told her. "Basically, it allows you to activate the neural mnemonics. After that, you change the code by just thinking of a new one. So even if someone got hold of your fleck afterwards, it wouldn't do them any good. Don't worry. It's all explained in the didactic." She lay face down on the cushioned bench, with a pair of collar wings holding her neck steady. Andy pushed her hair to one side, ready to apply the medical package to the nape of her neck. There was already a tiny, nearly healed scar on her skin. He knew exactly what it was. He'd seen it 1,000 times before, every time the implant package was taken off.
"Is everything all right?"
Louise asked.
"Yes. No problem. It just takes a minute to line this up right."
He datavised the body scan cubicle's processor. Its memory file of her scan confirmed there was absolutely no foreign matter in her brain. Andy took the coward's way out and said nothing, mainly because he didn't want to alarm her. But something here was desperately wrong. Either she was lying to him, which he couldn't believe, or he couldn't quite decide what the other options were. He was trespassing deep in Gov Central territory. All that did was enhance her mystery up to the level of pure enchantment. A babe in distress, right out of the Sense Vice dramas, in his shop.
"Here we go,"
he said lightly, and put the package over her existing scar. Now there would never be any proof. Louise tensed slightly.
"It's gone numb. That's okay. It's supposed to."
All the medical package did was open a passage through to the base of the skull and ease the capsule containing the densely pleated neural mnemonics into place. Then the filaments began to unwind from each other and porrect forward, their probing tips slowly winding their way round cells as they sought out synapses. There were millions of them, active molecular strings obeying their AI-formatted protocol, instructions determined by their own structure of spiraling atoms. They formed a wondrously intricate filigree around the medulla oblongata, branching to connect with the nerve strands inside, while the main filaments seeped further into the brain to complete their interface. With the implant package in place, Andy fetched the didactic imprinter. Louise thought it looked like a pair of burnished stainless steel ski glasses. He put the fleck in a small slot at the side and placed it carefully on her face. "This works in pulses," he said. "You'll get a warning flash of green, then you'll see a violet light for about 15 seconds. Try not to blink. It should happen 8 times. That's it." The edges of the imprinter had stuck to her skin, leaving her in total blackness. "Yep, not so bad, is it? And this is the way everyone on Earth learns things. Yes, the information is encoded within the light, and your optic nerve passes it straight into your brain. Simple explanation, but that's the principle." Louise saw a flicker of green and held her breath. The violet light came on, an otherwise uniform sheen broken by that unique monotone sparkle which a laser leaves on the retina. She managed not to blink until it went off. "Your children don't go to school?" she asked. "Nah, kids go to day clubs. Keeps them busy and you make friends there, that's all." She was silent for some time, considering the implications. "The hours, years of my life I have sat in classrooms, listening to teachers and reading books, and all the time this way of learning, of discovery, existed. One of the demonic technologies that will ruin our way of life, banned without question. That's nothing to do with keeping Norfolk pastoral. That's denying people opportunity, stunting their lives. It's worse than Cousin Gideon's arm." She clenched her teeth together, suddenly very, very angry. "Hey, are you all right?" Andy asked timidly. The violet light came on again. "Yes," she snapped primly. "I'm fine, thank you." Andy didn't say anything else until the didactic imprinter finished. Too scared he'd say the wrong thing again and annoy her further. He hadn't got a clue why her mood had swung so fast. When the imprinter did come off, it revealed a very pensive expression. "Could you do me a favour?" Louise said. A knowing smile licked along her lips. "Keep an eye on Genevieve for me. I promised I'd buy her something from here, so if you could steer her to some kind of gadget that's relatively harmless, I'd be grateful." "Sure, my pleasure. Consider her guarded from any possible digital grief." Andy had to use a nerve override impulse to prevent her from seeing how crushing that request was. He'd been counting on using the time it took to implant their neural mnemonics to talk to her. Yet again, "Andy blows out," he raged silently. "Just once, I'd like to score with a major babe. Once." The game section wasn't nearly as exciting as Genevieve had expected. Jude's eWorld was actively promoting 1,000 games through its display screen catalogues, with direct access to 10 times that many over-encrypted links to publishers, covering the whole genre from interactive roles to strategy general's command. But as she flipped through them, she could see they were all variants of each other. Everybody promised newer, hotter graphics, unrivaled world-building, tax-stim activants, ingenious puzzles, more terrifying adversaries, slicker music. Always greater than before, never different. She sampled 4 or 5, standing inside a projection cone beamed out from high-wattage AV lens on the ceiling. Boring. In truth, she'd begun to tire of them back on the Jamrana, like spending a whole day eating chocolate cake, really. There didn't seem to be much else in Jude's eWorld that was interesting. Their main market was neural mnemonics and associated software, or else no-fun processor blocks with strange peripherals. "Hi, how's it going there? Are you hyping cool yet?" Genevieve turned to see the gruesomely oiky little shop boy, Andy, smiling ingratiatingly at her. One of his front teeth was crooked. She'd never seen that on someone his age before. "I'm having a lovely time. Thank you so much for caring." It was the tone that would earn her a sharp slap from her mother or Mrs. Charlesworth. "Uh-huh," Andy grunted, fully flustered. I thought perhaps I could show you what we've got to offer for kids the kind of blocks and software you might enjoy." "Oh, whoopie-doo." His arms rearranged themselves chaotically, indicating the section of the shop he wanted her to move towards. "Please?" he asked desperately. With an overlong sigh and slouched shoulders, Genevieve shuffled along despondently. Why does Louise always attract the wrong type? She wondered, which sparked an idea. "She's got a fiancé, you know." "Huh?" a modest smile at his horror.
Louise. She's engaged to be married. They announced the banns at our estate's chapel.
Married? Andy yelped. He flinched, looking round the shop to see if any of his colleagues were paying attention. This was fun.
Yes, to a starship, Captain. That's why we're on Earth. We're waiting for him to arrive.
When's he due?
Do you know? A couple of weeks, I think. He's very rich. He owns his starship.
She glanced round in suspicion, then leaned in towards the boy.
Don't tell anyone I said this, but I think the only reason Daddy gave his permission was because of the money. Our estate is very big, and it takes a lot to keep it running.
She's marrying for money.
Has to be. I mean, he's so old. Louise said he's 30 years older than she is. I think she was fibbing, so it didn't sound so bad. If you ask me, it's more like 45.
Oh, my God.
That's disgusting. It looks so awful when he kisses her. I mean, he's actually bald and hideously fat. She says she hates him to touch her. But what can she do about it? He's her future husband.
Andy stared down at her, his face stricken.
Why does your father allow this? All marriages are arranged on Norfolk. It's just our way. If it makes you feel any better, I think he really likes Louise.
She'd have to stop now, crying shame, but it was getting really difficult to keep a straight face.
He keeps on saying he wants to have a big family with her. He says she expects her to bear him at least 7 children.
Jackpot. Andy had started trembling with indignation, or worse. Her day-maid, Genevieve, gently took his hand in hers and smiled up trustfully.
Can we see the hyper-cool electronics now, please?
Understanding arrived within Louise's mind like a solstice sunrise, quietly irresistible, bringing with it a fresh perspective on the world. A new season of life begun. She knew precisely how to utilize the augmented mentality opening up within her brain as the filaments connected with her neurons, controlling the expanded potential with an instinct that could have been a genetic heritage, it was so deep-seated. Audio discrimination, analyzing the murmur of sounds resonating through the door from the shop. Visual memory indexing, saving and storing what she saw. Pattern analysis. A test datavise, requesting an update from the medical package on her wrist. And the neuro-iconic display. Sight without eyes, moulding raw data into colour. It left her giddy and sweating from excitement. The sense of achievement was extraordinary.
I'm equal to everybody else now, or I will be when I've learned how to use all the applications properly.
She datavised the implant package on her neck for a status check. A procedural menu sprang up inside her skull, and she ran a comparison. It confirmed the implantation process was complete. She instructed the package to disengage, withdrawing the empty capsule from which the filaments had sprouted and knitting the cells together behind it.
Steady on, Andy said. That's supposed to be my job.
Louise grinned at him as she climbed off the bench and stretched extravagantly, flexing the stiffness out of limbs held still for too long.
Oh, come on, she teased. All your clients must do that. It's the first taste of freedom we get. Having neural mnemonics must be like being allowed to vote. You've become a full member of society. Aren't they wonderful gadgets?
Yeah. He got her to lean forwards and peeled the implant package from her neck.
You can actually become a full citizen, you know.
The strangely hopeful tone earned him an inquisitive look.
What do you mean? You could apply for residential citizenship, if you wanted, or check the Gov Central Legal Memory Corps. It's no problem. You just need a Gov Central citizen to sponsor you, and $100 fee. You can datavise them for an application. I've got the address. That's, very kind, Andy, but I don't really plan on staying here for long.
She smiled, trying to let him down gently.
I have a fiancé, you see. He's going to come and take me away. But Norfolk laws wouldn't apply to you, Andy blurted desperately. Not here. Not if you're an Earth citizen. You'd be safe. I'm sure I am, anyway. Thank you.
She smiled again, slightly more firm this time, and slipped past him out into the shop.
Louise, I want this,
Genevieve shrieked. The little girl was standing in the middle of the shop, arms held rigid at her side as she turned round and round. There was a small block clipped onto her belt with demonstrator printed in blue on its top. Louise hadn't seen her smile like that in a long time. "What have you got, Jen?" "I gave her a pair of real-view lenses to try," Andy said quietly. "Like contact lenses, but they receive a datavised from the block which overlays a fantasy-scape on what you're seeing." He datavised a code to her. "That'll let you view direct from the block." Louise datavised the code, marvelling at how smoothly she did it, and closed her eyes. The world started to spin around her. A very strange world. It had the same dimensions as the inside of Jude's E-world, but this was a cave of onyx, where every surface corresponded to walls and counters. Fat stalagmites had replaced the Fleck sail bins. People had become hulking black and chrome cyborgs, whose limbs were clusters of yellow pistons. "Isn't it fabulous?" Jen whooped. "It changes whatever you look at." "Yes, Jen, it's good." She saw the mouth of one of the cyborgs clank apart to speak her own words, and smiled. The cyborg's mouth froze open. Louise cancelled her reception from the real-view block. "You can get about 50 different imagery programs for it," Andy said. "This one's Metal Punk Wasteland. Quite popular. There's an audio plug peripheral to change the voices." "Please, Louise, this one." All right. Andy datavised an off code to the demonstrator block. Genevieve pouted as the cave melted back into the shop. Andy started piling boxes and small Fleck cases up on the counter. "What supplements do you want?" he asked. Louise consulted the market menu already included in the NAS 2600. "Newshound, Global eDress Directory Search, People Tracker, the pregnancy supplement for my physiological monitor, Universal Message Script. I think that's it." "You're entitled to another 20. "I know. Do I have to collect them all today? I'm not really sure what else I'll need." "Take as much time as you need to choose, and drop in whenever you want. But I'd recommend Net A. That'll give you your own e-dress. You've got to pay an annual fee to the link company, but nobody will be able to contact you without one. Oh, and StreetNav too, if you're going to stay in London. Shows you the shortcuts and how to use public transport." "OK, fine. Put them on." More Fleck cases began to appear on the counter. "And that electronic warfare block we talked about?" "Sure thing." When he slapped it down, it didn't look much different to her ordinary processor block. Same anonymous oblong of dark grey plastic. "Who buys bugs and things like that from you?" she asked. "Could be anyone. Girl wanting to find out if her boyfriend's cheating on her. Manager who needs to know which of his staff are ripping him off. Voyeur perverts. Mostly, though, it's private detectives. Regular spooks convention at times, this place." Louise didn't approve of that notion that just anybody could come along and spy on their friends and enemies. There ought to be some restrictions on who could buy such items. But then regulation was one thing Earth didn't seem to have much of. Andy handed over the shop's account block with an apologetic smile. Louise tried not to shiver as she transferred the money over from her Jovian bank disk. She gave the real-view block and a packet of disposable lenses to Genevieve, who promptly tore the wrapping off with a gleeful "Yes." "I'll see you when you come back for the rest of your software?" Andy asked. "And if you change your mind about the other thing, I'll be happy to sponsor your application. I'm entitled to do that. I'm an adult citizen." "Right," she said gingerly. There was something very odd about the way he'd latched on to the idea. She was debating whether to quiz him further when she caught the glint of devilment in Jen's eye. The little girl spun round quickly. "You've been very kind, Andy," Louise said. "Please don't worry about me." She leant over the counter and gave him a light kiss. "Thanks." Genevieve was already making for the door, giggling wildly. Louise snatched up the carrier bag full of Flecks and chased after her. Louise lay back on her bed as the brilliant sun finally sank away below Green Park. Genevieve was sleeping on the bed next to her, exhausted by the very long day. "Terrible child," Louise thought fondly. "I must make sure she gets a set of neural mnemonics when she turns 16. She closed her own eyes and put the Newshound program into primary mode. The room's net processor acknowledged her datavice, and she began asking for general items on the possessed. That was when she had her crash course on using Newshound's filter program accessories and designating more refined search parameters. It took an hour, but she was eventually able to slot the myriad events reported by Earth's news agencies into an overall picture. The arrival of Mount Delta was a weird one. The way its crewman had been shredded hinted strongly at Quinn Dexter, to her mind. New York's abrupt isolation was the principal current topic for the agencies. In fact, it was just about their only topic. GovCentral's North American commissioner appeared before the reporters to assure everyone that it was just a precaution and they were investigating a possessed type incident in Dome 1 as a matter of procedure. No schedule was given for opening the vac trains. Police squads, reinforced with riot control mechanoids, were out in force on the streets as the arcology residents became highly restless. Then there was the event which caused Louise to jerk upright on the bed, opening her eyes wide in surprise and delight. Tranquility's arrival at Jupiter. Joshua was here, in this star system. She sank back onto the pillows, shaking with excitement. The universal message script was hurriedly brought into primary mode. She composed a file for him which she really hoped didn't sound too desperate and pathetic, and datavised it triumphantly into the communication net. Her neural mnemonics told her that Jupiter was 550 million miles away, so the signal would take about 40 minutes to reach it. She might have a reply within 2 hours. Western Europe, who was monitoring her net connection, instructed the AI to block the message. The last thing he needed right now was some dunderhead boyfriend charging to the rescue, especially one as famous as Lagrange Calvert. 9. The party was a good one, though the guy with only one arm was kind of weird. Lyle knew he was staring, and loaded a mild protocol reminder into his neural mnemonics. It was just that he'd never seen anything like that before. Didn't seem to affect the guy's balance out on the dance floor, and the girl he was with obviously didn't mind. Or perhaps she enjoyed the novelty value. Knowing the girls in this habitat, that was a strong option. Come to that, maybe the missing arm was an obscure fashion statement. Not impossible. Lyle headed for the buffet table, picking his way through the crowd. Just about everyone smiled and said hello as they jostled together. He replied to most of them, their names familiar now without having to access a memory file. Plutocrat princes and princesses, with media celebrities jumbled in for variety. They tended to work hard during the day, expanding corporate empires, starting new dynasties, never taking their wealth for granted, especially in these times. Tranquility's change of location was causing them unique problems in sustaining their traditional markets, but there were fabulous benefits to be had from being placed in the Confederation's wealthiest star system. They'd set about exploiting that as ruthlessly and gleefully as only they could. But nights were given over to a single giant fun time. Parties, restaurants, shows, clubs. Tranquility boasted the best of them all in profusion. He wasn't even sure who his host was. The apartment was as expensively anonymous as all the others he'd been in over the last few days, a hospitality showcase. Everything selected by designers to demonstrate their talent and taste, bitched over by other designers. Just another party. No doubt he and Dominique would grace 2 or 3 more before the night was out. The social set he'd belonged to in Ayacucho had never been shy of a good time, and were wealthy enough to indulge themselves. But compared to this mob, they were jejune provincials. They were fascinated that he was Joshua's brother, smiled indulgently when he told them he had his own business back in Ayacucho. But he could reveal little about Lady Mac's last flight, so conversation tended to dry up fast after that. He really didn't know much about Confederation politics, or the money shifts in multi-stellar markets, or hot entertainment items. Jezebella was Capone's girl. Oh, come on! And he certainly didn't relish discussing the possessed, and how the crisis was developing. He took a plate along the long table of canapes, deliberately picking the more bizarre-looking items. Jupiter was rising across the window behind the table, so he munched and stared, as overwhelmed by the spectacle as any hick farm boy. Not quite the reaction of a sophisticated starship crewman about the galaxy. The aspiration he'd cherished for himself since first hearing Lady Mac was supposedly his rightful inheritance. Now he'd flown in Lady Mac, actually getting to pilot her. He'd seen new star systems, even fought in an orbital war, and, ironically implausible, saved the Confederation, or at least alleviated some of the Navy's burden. After the pinnacle, there was always the journey back down again. He would never, ever be as good a pilot as Joshua. The manoeuvres his brother had flown during the Beesling encounter had made that quite obvious, and the Confederation wasn't such a fun place to roam through anymore. Neither was life, now the beyond waited. A reflection in the window made him turn. Joshua and Ione were mingling among the guests, talking with ease, laughing. A good-looking couple, Josh in a formal black jacket, her in a flowing green evening dress. He was about to go over when Joshua led Ione out onto the dance floor. "Yoo-hoo!" Dominique waved from across the room. People struggled to get out of the way as she cut a line straight for him. Lyle was granted the knowledge of what it must be like for a planet to face an invading fleet. Her hand grasped his arm, and she rubbed her nose against his. "I missed you," she murmured with silky reproach. "I was hungry. Me too." The resentment snapped off, replaced with bountiful mischief. She plucked one of the canapes from his plate and popped it straight into her mouth. "Eek! Sungwort seaweed, and they coated it in coriander." "It was interesting," he apologized meekly. She was as adorable as she was terrifying. By far the most beautiful girl in the room. Dominique favoured a more natural look than her contemporaries, a gypsy girl among the glossy mannequins. Her black evening gown was full length, but that somehow didn't stop it from displaying a huge quantity of strategic flesh. Her broad lips curved up into a delighted smile. She dabbed her finger on his nose. "I just love your innocence," a quality of which he had very little left. Sex with Dominique was narcotic, ruining you with pleasure. She held his gaze for a moment, face enraptured by devotion. He wanted to turn and flee. "Someone I'd like you to meet," she said neutrally, as if divining his response. A finger beckoned. There was a slim girl standing behind her, completely blocked by Dominique's broad, healthy physique. She had a prim oriental face, with hair several shades fairer than Dominique. "This is Neomene." "Hi." Neomene darted forward and kissed him, then swayed back, blushing, looking very pleased with herself. "Hi." He didn't quite know what to make of her. She was in her late teens, wearing a slinky silk dress that revealed an almost androgynous figure, all ribcage and stringy muscle. Thrilled and nervous at the same time, she kept giving Dominique worshipful glances. "Neomene is training to be a ballerina," Dominique purred. "I've never been to a ballet," Lyle admitted. "We've had troops visit Ayacucho, but I didn't think it would be quite me. Sorry." Neomene giggled. "Ballet is for everyone." "You should dance with him," Dominique told her. "Let him see there's nothing to be scared of from cultural elitism." She cocked an eye at Lyle. "Neomene's quite a fan of yours, you know." He grinned, slightly awkward. "Oh? Why's that?" "You flew in the Lady Meg," the girl said breathlessly. "Everyone knows Joshua was on a secret mission." "If you know, then it can't be that secret, can it?" "Told you he was a modest hero," Dominique said. "In public, anyway." Lyle managed to keep smiling valiantly. Maybe he had bragged a little. That was the nature of the Starflight business. "You know how it is," he shrugged. Neomene's giggles were unstoppable. "Not yet," she said, "but I'm going to find out tonight." The beach glowed a pale silver under the light tube's lunar radiance. Joshua took his shoes off to walk along it, holding Ione's hand. The sand was warm and soft, flowing over his toes like grainy liquid. Tiny fluorescent fish darted about just under the sea's surface, as if a shower of pink and azure sparks were tumbling horizontally through the water. Somebody had made a row of small, melted-looking mounds just above the shoreline, meandering away into the distance. Ione sighed contentedly and leaned into him. "I know it's silly, but I keep coming back. She loved playing on this beach. I suppose I'm expecting to find her here." "Jay?" "Yes." She paused. "And Hailey. I hope she's all right." "The Keent say she is. They wouldn't lie about that. Many things, but not the welfare of a child.
She must be so lonely.
I only sat down with her back to one of the small dunes. She slid her silk scarf from her neck.
I don't see why they won't let us bring her back from Jobis. Starships are still going there.
Bloody mystics.
Joshua sat beside her. Probably not in their horoscopes.
You're starting to sound like dear old Parker Higgins.
Joshua laughed. I can't believe that old duffer is coming with us. And Getchell as well.
They're the best I've got.
Thanks for asking me to go. I need to be flying. I'm no good to anybody just sitting around.
Joshua?
She reached over to trace the stark line of his jawbone.
I'm pregnant again. You're the father.
His mouth flopped open. She smiled and kissed him gently.
Sorry. Bad timing. Again. I'm very good at that.
No, he said with weak defiance. No, that's not bad timing at all.
I thought you should know before you left.
Even in the twilight she could see the shock and wonder in his eyes. There was something absolutely gorgeous about him when he looked so vulnerable.
It means he cares, I suppose.
She touched his face again.
When?
He asked.
Before you went to Norfolk, remember?
He grinned, almost shy. We'll never know the exact time then. There's an awful lot to choose from.
If I had a choice, I think I'd make it the one in Adil Nopal's apartment.
Oh, Jesus, yes. The middle of his dinner party. He flopped down onto the sand and grinned up.
Yeah, that would be fitting.
And Joshua? It was very deliberate. I'm not in this state by accident.
Right. Thanks for consulting me. I mean, I thought we'd already established the next Lord of Ruin with Marcus.
Just say no.
He put his hand round her head and pulled her down, kissing her. I think we've already confirmed I can't.
You're not angry with me?
No. Worried, maybe. More about the future than anything. But then the kid won't have it any different to the rest of the human race when he dies. We can't fear for that, or we'd be utterly paralyzed. The Keent found a solution, the Laymill too. For all it's inapplicable, we damn well can.
Thank you, Joshua.
I'd like to know why, though. I mean, we already have the next Lord of Ruin established. She closed her eyes, shutting out his gentle curiosity.
Because you're perfect, she whispered.
For me.
Great body, good genes.
Little Miss Romantic.
And a wonderful lover.
Yeah, I know that bit. I carry the burden well, though. She laughed spryly. Then she was crying helplessly.
Hey! No!
He cradled her, hugging lightly.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
She wiped a hand across her eyes.
Joshua, please. I don't love you. I can't love you.
He flinched, but didn't recoil. I see.
Oh, God damn it. Now I've gone and hurt you. And I didn't want that. I never wanted that.
What the hell do you want, Ione? I don't understand. Don't tell me this was convenience, that I was the male easily to hand when you happened to make your mind up. You wanted my baby, and now you've told me about it. If you hate me so much, you wouldn't have done that.
I don't hate you.
She gripped him tighter.
I don't.
Then what? He made an effort not to shout. Every emotion in his head was free-falling. Thought was almost impossible. Only instinct. Blind response. Jesus Christ! Do you have any idea what you're doing to me?
Well, what do you want out of this, Joshua? Do you want to be a part of this child's life?
Yes. Jesus, how can you question that?
What part?
A father.
How will you be a father?
In the same way you're a mother. She took both his hands in hers, quelling the trembling. He shook her loose angrily.
You can't be, she said. I have an affinity bond with the baby. So does tranquility.
Jesus, I can get symbionts. I can be equal to you and this bloody habitat. Why are you trying to block me out of this?
Joshua, listen to me. What would you do all day? Even if you were my consort, officially my husband, what would you do? You can't run tranquility. That's me. That's what I do. And then it'll be the job of our first child.
I don't know. I'll find something. I'm versatile.
There is nothing. There can never be anything for you in tranquility, not permanently. I keep telling you this. You are a starship captain. This is your port, not your home. If you stay here, you'll become like your father.
Leave my father out of this.
No, Joshua, I won't. He was the same as you, a great captain. And he stayed here in tranquility. He never flew after you were born. That's what wrecked him.
Wrong.
I know he didn't fly again.
Joshua looked at her. For all his instinct, his experience, that beautiful face defeated him every time. What went on inside her head could never be known.
"All right," he said abruptly. "I'll tell you. He had it all and lost it. That's why he never flew again. Staying here didn't break his heart. It was broken before that."
"Had what?"
"Everything. What all us owner-captains fly for. The big strike. A flight that kills the banks. And I had it with Norfolk. I was this close, Ione, and loving it. That myopia exchange deal could have earned me hundreds of millions. I would have become one of the plutocrats that infest this bloody habitat. Then I would have been your equal. I would have had my empire to run. I could have bought a fleet of ships just like Paris Vasilkovsky. That's what I'd do during the day. And we'd be able to get married, and none of this question about how worthy I am would ever arise."
"It's not about being worthy, Joshua. Don't say that. Don't ever. You stopped the alchemist from being used, for heaven's sake. You think I look down on you for that? How could some dusty desk-bound company president compare to what you are? Joshua, I am so proud of you it hurts. That's why I wanted you as the baby's father, because there is nobody better. Not just your genes or your intuition. There can be no heritage finer than yours. And if I thought for 1 second there was a single chance you would be happy staying here with me as my husband or my partner, or just fitting me in as one of your harem, then I would have Lady Mac flung into a recycling plant to stop you leaving. But you won't be happy. You know that. And you'd end up blaming me, or yourself, or worse, the child, for keeping you here. I couldn't stand that, knowing I was responsible for your misery. Joshua, you're 22 and untamed, and that's beautiful. That's how it should be. That's your destiny as much as ruling tranquility is mine. Our lives have touched, and I thank God they have. We've both been rewarded with 2 children by it. But that's all. That's all we can ever be. Ships that pass in the night."
Joshua searched round for the anger that had blazed so bright just a moment ago, but it had gone. There was mostly numbness, and a little shame. "I ought to fight her, make her see I'm necessary. I hate you for being right."
"I wish I wasn't,"
she said tenderly.
"I just hope you can forgive me for being so selfish. I suppose that's my heritage. Saldanas always get their way, and to hell with the human fallout."
"Do you want me to come back?" Her shoulders slumped wearily.
"Joshua, I'm going to drag you back. I'm not forbidding you anything. I'm not saying you can't be a father. And if you want to stay in tranquility and make a go of it, then nobody will help and support that decision more than me. But I don't believe it will work. I'm sorry, but I really don't. It might for years. But eventually you'd look round and see how much you'd lost, and that would creep into our lives, and our child would grow up in an emotional war zone. I couldn't stand that. Haven't you listened to anything I've said? You're going to be the joy of your child's life. He's going to ache for you when you visit and bring presents and stories. The times you'll spend together will be magical. It's you and I that cannot be inseparable, one of history's great love affairs. That's the convention of fatherhood you'll be missing, nothing more."
Life never used to be this complicated. The sympathy she felt for him was close to a physical suffering.
"I don't suppose it was before I came along. Fate's a real bitch, isn't she?"
"Yeah."
"Cheer up. You get joy without responsibility. The male dream.
Don't. He held up a warning finger. Don't make a joke of this. You've altered my life. Fair enough. Encounters always result in some kind of change. That's what makes life so wonderful. Especially mine with the opportunities I have. You're quite right about my wanderlust. But encounters are chance. Natural. You did this quite deliberately. So just don't try and make light of it. They sat with their backs resting on the dune for some time, saying nothing. Even tranquillity was silent, sensing Ione's reluctance to discuss what had been said. Eventually they wound up leaning against each other. Joshua put his arm around her shoulder and she started crying again. A sharing, if not of sorrow for what had been done, then reluctant acceptance.
"Don't leave me alone tonight,"
Ione said.
"I will never understand you."
Preparing to go to bed took on the quality of a religious ceremony. The bedroom's window, overlooking the underwater vista, was opaqued, and the lights reduced to the smallest glimmer. All they could see was each other. They undressed and walked slowly down the steps into the deep spa, hand in hand. Bathing was accomplished with scented sponges, graduating into erotic massage. Their love-making, which followed, was deliberately extreme, ranging from aching tenderness to a passion that bordered brutality, each body responding perfectly to the demands of the other, an exploitation that only their complete familiarity with one another could achieve. The one aspect they could never recapture was the emotional connection they'd experienced in the previous few days. This sex was a reversion to their very first time, fun, physically enjoyable, but essentially meaningless, because they didn't mean the same to each other. The attraction was almost as strong as before, but of the devotion there was little evidence. Joshua finally conceded she was right. They'd come full circle. He wound up lying across the bed, cushions in disarray around him, and Ione sprawled over his chest. Her cheek stroked his pectoral muscles, rejoicing in the touch.
"I thought the Lords of Ruin sent their children off to be atomists," he said.
"Fathers and grandfathers' children became atomists, yes. I've decided mine won't. Not unless that's what they decide they want to become, anyway. I want to bring them up properly, whatever that is."
"How about that? A revolution from the top."
"Every other part of our lives is changing. This particular little ripple won't be noticed amid the storm, but having a family, in whatever form, will move me closer to my human heritage. The Lords of Ruin have been terribly isolated figures before."
"Will you marry, then?"
"That really is stuck in your brain, isn't it? I have no idea. If I meet someone special, and we both want to, and we're in a position to, then of course I will. But I am going to have a great many lovers, and I'll have even more friends, and the children will have their friends to play with in the parkland. Maybe even Hailey will come back and join in the fun."
"That sounds like the kind of Neverland I'd want to grow up in. Question is, now, will it ever happen? We have to survive this crisis first."
"We will. There's a solution out there somewhere. You said, and I agree."
He ran his fingers along her spine, enjoying the happy sighs it incited. "Yeah, well, let's see if this Terathcan god can offer any hints."
"You're really looking forward to the flight, aren't you? I told you. This is what you are."
She snuggled up closer, one hand stroking his thigh.
"What about you?
Will you marry? I'm sure Sarha would be interested."
"No."
"Okay. Strike Sarha. Oh, of course. There's always that farm girl on Norfolk. You know, what's her name now?"
Joshua laughed and rolled her over, pinning her arms above her head. "Her name, as you very well know, is Louise. And you're still jealous, aren't you?" Ione stuck her tongue out at him.
"No."
"If I can't hack it as a consort for you, I hardly think a life tilling the fields is going to enthrall me."
"True."
She lifted her head and gave him a fast, jocose kiss. He still didn't let go of her arms.
"Joshua."
He groaned in dismay and collapsed back onto the mattress beside her, which sent out slow waves to flip the cushions. "I hate that tone. I always hear it right before I wind up in deep shit.
I was only going to ask, what did happen to your father that last flight? Lady Mac got back here with a lot of fuselage heat damage and 2 jump nodes fused. That couldn't be pirates, or a secret mission for the Emperor of Oshenko, or rescuing a lost ship from the Meridian Fleet that was caught in a neutron star's gravity well, or any of the other explanations you've come up with over the years.
Ye of little faith.
She rolled on to her side and propped her head on one hand. So what was it?
Okay, if you must know.
Dad found a Xenoc shipwreck with technology inside that was worth a fortune. They had gravity generators, a direct mass energy converter, industrial-scale molecular synthesis extruders. Amazing stuff. Centuries in advance of Confederation science. He was rich, Ione. He and the crew could have altered the entire Confederation economy with those gadgets. Why didn't they? The people who'd hired Lady Mac to prospect for gold asteroids turned out to be terrorists, and he had to escape down a time warp in the center of the Xenoc wreck. Ione stared at him for a second, then burst out laughing. Her hand slapped his shoulder. God, you're impossible! Joshua shifted round to give her a hurt look. What? She put her arms round him and moulded her body contentedly to his, closing her eyes. Don't forget to tell that one to the children. Tranquility observed Joshua's expression sink to mild exasperation. Elaborate thought routines operating within the vast neural strata briefly examined the possibility that he was telling the truth, but in the end decided against. Harky's bar was having a modest resurgence in fortune, relative to the absolute downtime endured during the quarantine when its space industry clientele were careful with their money. This was a positive boom. Not back up to pre-crisis levels yet, but the ships were returning to Tranquility's giant counter-rotating spaceport. Admittedly, they were mundane inter-orbit vessels rather than starships, but nonetheless they brought new cargoes and crews with heavy credit discs and paid the service companies for maintenance and support. The masters of commerce and finance, living in the Starscraper penthouses, were already making deals with the awesome Edenist industrial establishment, in whose midst they had so fortuitously materialized. It wouldn't be long before all the dormitory starships were powered up and started traveling to Earth, and Saturn, and Mars, and the asteroid settlements. Best of all, the buzz was back among the tables and booths. Industry gossip was hot and hectic. Such confidence did wonders for liberating anticipation and credit discs. Sarha, Ashley, Dahibai, and Bullier had claimed their usual booth, as requested by Joshua, who told them he wanted a meeting. They didn't have any trouble. At 8:45 in the morning, there were only a dozen other people in the place. Dahibai sniffed at his coffee after the waitress had departed. Even their skirts were longer at this time of day.
It's not natural, drinking coffee in here.
This time isn't natural, Ashley complained. He poured some milk into his cup and added the tea. Sarah tisked at him. She always mixed it the other way round. Are we flying? Dahibai asked.
Looks like it,
Bullier said. The captain authorized the service engineering crew to remove the hull plates over Lady Mac's damaged node. The only reason to do that is to replace it. Not cheap, Ashley muttered. He stirred his tea thoughtfully. Joshua pulled the spare seat out and sat down. Who's not cheap? He asked briskly. Replacement nodes, Sarha said. Oh, them. Joshua stuck up a finger and a waitress popped up at his side. Tea, croissants, and orange juice, he ordered. She gave him a friendly smile and hurried off. Dahibai frowned. Her skirt was short. I'm flying Lady Mac tomorrow, Joshua told them, just as soon as the Anoni returns from the O'Neill halo with my new nodes. Does the First Admiral know? Sarha inquired lightly. No, but Consensus does. This is not a cargo flight. We'll be leaving with Admiral Saldana's squadron. We? Yes, that's why you're here. I'm not going to press gang you this time. You get consulted. I can promise a long and very interesting trip, which means I need a good crew. I'm in, Captain, Bullier said quickly. Dahibai sipped some coffee and grinned. Yes.
Joshua looked at Sarha and Ashley.
"Where are we going?"
she asked. "To the Tarathka sleeping god, so we can ask it how to solve the possession crisis. Ione and the consensus believe it's on the other side of the Orion Nebula." Sarha deliberately looked away, studying Ashley's face. The pilot was lost in stupefaction. Joshua's simple words were the perfect bewitchment for a man who'd given up normal life to witness as much of eternity as he could. And Joshua knew that, Sarha thought.
"Monkey and a banana," she muttered. "All right, Joshua. Of course we're with you."
Ashley nodded dumbly. "Thanks," Joshua told them all. "I appreciate it." "Who's handling fusion?" Dahibai asked.
"Ah!"
Joshua produced an uncomfortable expression.
"The not-so-good news is that our friend Dr. Alkad Mzu is coming with us."
They started to protest. "Among others," he said loudly. "We're carrying quite a few specialists with us this trip. She's the official exotic physics expert."
"Exotic physics?"
Sarha sounded amused. "Nobody knows what this god thing actually is, so we're covering all the disciplines. It won't be like the alchemist mission. We're not on our own this time."
"Okay, but who do you want as fusion officer?"
Dahibai repeated. "Well, Mzu's specialist field at the Laymill project was fusion systems. I could ask her. I didn't know how you'd all feel about that."
"Badly,"
Bullier said. Joshua blinked. He'd never heard the Cosmonic express a definite opinion before. Not about people.
"Joshua,"
Sarha said firmly,
"just go and ask Lyle. All right? If he says no, fine. We'll get someone else. If he says yes, it'll be with the understanding that you're the captain. And you know he's up to the job. He deserves the chance. And I don't just mean the crew."
Joshua looked round the other three, receiving their encouragement. "Suppose there's no harm in asking," he admitted. The crews were starting to refer to themselves as the Death Kiss Squadron. On several occasions the phrase had almost slipped from Rear Admiral Meredith Saldana's own mouth as well. Discipline had kept it from being spoken, rather than neuronemonic prohibitions, but he sympathized with his personnel. The Sol system news companies were hailing Tranquility's appearance in Jupiter orbit as a huge victory over the possessed, and Capone in particular. Meredith didn't see it quite that way. It was the second time the squadron had gone up against the possessed, and the second time they'd been forced to retreat. This time they owed their lives entirely to luck, and his own rebel ancestors' foresight. He wasn't entirely sure if the universe was being ironic or contemptuous towards him. The only certainty in his life these days was the squadron's morale, which was close to non-existent. His day cabin's processor dativized an admission request, which he granted. Commander Krieber and Lieutenant Rhesus air-swam through the open hatch. They secured their feet on a stick pad and saluted. "At ease," Meredith told them. "What have you got for me?" "Our assignment orders, sir," Rhesus said. "They're from the Jovian consensus." Meredith gave Commander Krieber a brief glance. They'd been waiting for new orders from the Second Fleet headquarters in the O'Neill Halo. "Go ahead, Lieutenant." "Sir, it's a secure operation. CNIS has located an antimatter production station. They asked Jupiter to eliminate it." "Could have been worse," Meredith said. For all it was rare, an assault on an antimatter station was a standard procedure. A straightforward mission like this was just what the crews needed to restore confidence in themselves. Then he noticed the reservation in Rhesus's expression. "Continue." "A supplementary order has been added by the Jovian Security Sub-Consensus. The station is to be captured intact." Meredith hardened his expression, knowing Consensus would be observing his disapproval through Rhesus's eyes. "I really do hope that you're not going to suggest we start arming ourselves with that abomination." If anything, Rhesus seemed rather relieved. "No, sir, absolutely not." "Then what are we capturing it for?" "Sir, it's to be used for fueling the Lady Macbeth's antimatter drive unit. Consensus is sending a pair of ships beyond the Orion Nebula." The statement was so extraordinary, Meredith initially didn't know what to make of it. Though that ship's name— "Oh, yes, of course, Lagrange Calvert, and there was also the matter of a ludicrously ballsy manoeuvre through Lalonde's upper atmosphere. "Why?" he asked mildly. "It's a contact mission with the non-Confederation Terethka. We believe they may have information relevant to possession." Meredith knew he was being judged by consensus, an Adamist, a Saldana, being asked by Edenists to break the very law the Confederation was formed to enforce. At the least, I should query Second Fleet headquarters, but in the end it comes down to trust. Consensus would never initiate such a mission without a good reason. "We live in interesting times, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir. Unfortunately, we do." "Then let's hope we outlive them." "Very well, Commander Kreber. Squadron to stand by for assault duties." "Consensus has designated 15 Voidhawks to join us, sir," Risa said. "Weapons loading for the frigates has been given full priority." "When do we leave?" "The Lady Macbeth is undergoing some essential maintenance. She should be ready to join the squadron in another 12 hours. "I hope this Lagrange Calvert character can stay in formation," Meredith said. "Consensus has every confidence in Captain Calvert, sir." The two of them sat at a table by the window in Harky's bar. Glittering stars chased a shallow arc behind them as their drinks were delivered. 2 slender crystal flutes of Norfolk tears. The waitress thought that wonderfully romantic. They were both captains, he in crumpled overalls, but still with the silver star on his shoulder, she in an immaculate Edenist blue satin ship tunic. A handsome couple. Syrinx picked her glass up and smiled. "We really shouldn't be drinking. We're flying in 7 hours." "Absolutely," Joshua agreed. He touched his glass to hers. "Cheers." They both sipped, relishing the drink's delectable impact. "Norfolk was such a lovely world," Syrinx said. "I was planning on going back next midsummer." "Me too. I'd got this amazing deal lined up. And there was a girl." She took another sip. "Now there's a surprise." "You've changed. Not so uptight.
And you're not so irresponsible."
Here's to the sustainable middle ground." They touched glasses again.
"How's the refit coming on?"
Syrinx asked. "On schedule so far. We've got the new reaction mass tanks installed in Lady Mac's cargo holds. I left the engineering team plumbing them in. Dahibai is running integration protocols through the new node. There's some kind of software disparity with the rest of them. But then there always is a problem with new units. The manufacturers can never resist trying to improve something that works perfectly well already. He'll have it debugged, ready for departure time."
"Sounds like you have a good crew."
"The best." "How's Enoni?"
"Fine. The supplement fusion generators are standard items.
We already had the attachment points for them in the cargo cradles. Looks like we're running out of excuses then."
"Yeah, but I bet the view from that side of the nebula is quite something."
"It will be." He hesitated for a moment. "Are you all right?"
Syrinx studied him over the top of the flute.
Her ability to read Adamist emotions was quite adroit these days, so she considered. His genuine concern gladdened her.
"I am now. Bit of a basket case for a while, after Pernick, but the doctors and my friends helped put me back together again."
"Good friends."
"The best."
"So why this flight?"
"Mainly Enoni and I are flying because we think this is how we can contribute best. If that sounds superior, I apologize. But it's what I feel."
"It's the only reason I'm here. You know, you and I are pretty unique. There's not many of us who've come face to face with the possessed and survived. That does tend to focus the mind somewhat."
"I know what you mean."
"I've never been so scared before. Death is always so difficult for us. Most people just ignore it. Then when you start to see your last days drifting away, you content yourself that you've had a good life, that it hasn't been for nothing. And, hey, there might be an afterlife after all, which is good, because deep down you've convinced yourself you did your best. So the plus column is always going to be in the black when it comes to Judgment Day. Only there isn't a Judgment Day. The universe doesn't care."
"Leighton worked it out. That's what gets me. I've retrieved that last message of his time and again, and he really believed Edenists won't be trapped in the beyond. Not even 1 in a billion of us, he said. Why, Joshua? We're not that different, not really.
What does consensus think? There's no opinion yet. We're trying to ascertain the general nature of the possessed and compare it to our own psychological profile. Leighton said that would provide us with an insight. The Mortonridge liberation ought to generate a great deal of raw data. I'm not sure how helpful that'll be. Every era has a different outlook. What's thoroughly normal behaviour for a 17th century potter is going to be utterly different from you. I always think Ashley's ridiculously old-fashioned on some things. He's horrified by the way kids today can access STEM programs. So am I. But you can't restrict access. Not in a universal data culture like ours. You have to educate society about what's acceptable and what isn't. A little adolescent experimentation isn't harmful, in moderation. We have to concentrate on pushing the moderation aspect, help people come to terms with what's out there. The alternative is censorship, which the communication nets will defeat every time. That's defeatism. I'm not saying people shouldn't be educated about the problems of STEM programs, but if you made the effort, atomist culture could abolish them. Knowledge can't be destroyed. It has to be absorbed and accommodated. He glanced dolefully out at Jupiter, as I tried to argue with the First Admiral. He wasn't terribly impressed either. I'm not surprised. The fact we're going to use antimatter on this flight is restricted information. Rightly so. That's different. Joshua began, then grunted. Looks like I'm not going to make it past the beyond. Don't think like an hedonist. No, that's not right. This is just a difference in beliefs. We both agree STEM addiction is a dreadful blight. We just differ on how to treat it. We still think the same way. I don't understand this. Damn it. Let's hope the sleeping god can show us the difference. He gave her a tentative look. Can I ask a personal question? She rubbed the tip of her index finger round the rim of the flute, then sucked on it. Joshua Calvert, I have a devoted lover. Thank you. Actually, I was wondering if you had any children. Oh, she said, and promptly blushed. No, I don't. Not yet, anyway. My sister Pomona has 3. It makes me wonder what I've been doing with my time. When you do have children, how do you raise them? Voidhawk captains, I mean. You don't have them on board, do you? No, we don't. Shipboard life is for adults, even aboard a Voidhawk. So how do they grow up? What do you mean? It was a strange question, especially from him, but she could see it was important. They haven't got you there as a mother. Oh, I see. It doesn't matter. For them, anyway. Voidhawk captains tend to have fairly large extended families. I must take you to see my mother sometime. Then you'll see firsthand. Any children I have while I'm still flying with Anoni will be taken care of by my army of relatives, and the habitat as well. I'm not propagandizing, but Edenism is one giant family. There's no such thing as an orphan among us. Of course, it's hard on us captains, having to kiss goodbye to our babies for months at a time. But that's been the fate of sailors for millennia now. And, of course, we do get to make up for it at the end. When Anoni's eggs are birthed, I wind up at 90 years old in a house with a dozen screaming infants. Imagine that. Are they happy, those other children? The ones you have to leave behind? Yes, they're happy. I know you think we're terribly formal and mannered, but we're not mechanoids, Joshua. We love our children. She reached over and squeezed his hand. You okay? Oh, yeah, I'm okay. He concentrated on his flute. Syrinx, you can count on me during the flight. I know that, Joshua. I reviewed the Marora memory a few times, and I've spoken to Samuel, too. He gestured out at the starfield. The real answer lies out there somewhere. Consensus has known that all along, and as the Keent wouldn't tell me, and I'm not smart enough to help the research professors. They smiled. Here's to the flight, Syrinx said, soaring where angels fear to fly. They downed the remainder of their Norfolk tears. Syrinx blew heavily and blinked the moisture away from her eyes. Then she frowned at the figure standing at the bar. Jesus, Joshua, I didn't know there was 2 of you. The enjoyable surprise of hearing an Edenist swear in such a fashion was quelled with pique when he saw who she was talking about. He stuck his hand up and waved Lyle over. Delighted to meet you. Lyle said when Joshua introduced them. He polished up the Calvert grin for her benefit and kissed her hand. Syrinx laughed and stood up. "Sorry, Lyle. I'm afraid I had my inoculation some time ago." Joshua was chuckling. "I'll leave the pair of you to it," she said, and gave Joshua a light kiss. "Don't be late." "Got her address?" Lyle asked from the side of his mouth as he watched her walk away. "Lyle, that's a Void Hawk ship tunic. Syrinx doesn't have an address. So, how are you?" "Absolutely fine." Lyle reversed a chair and straddled it, arms resting on the back. "This is Party City for me, all right. I think I'll move quantum serendipity here after the crisis." "Right. Haven't seen much of you since we docked." "Well, hey, no surprise there. That Dominique, hell of a girl." He lowered his voice to a throaty, gloating growl. "Game on, 5, 6 times a night. Every position I know. Then some that's got to be just for Xenox. Wow. Last night, you know what? Threesome. Neomany joined in. No shit. You record a sense vice." Lyle put both hands down on the table and stared at his brother. "Josh?" "Yep. For Christ's sake, take me with you." Kerry was the first planet, the test. Catholic Irish ethnic to the bedrock, its inhabitants gave the priests of the Unified Church a very hard time. Stubbornly suspicious of technology, it took them a half a century longer than the development company projected to reach full techno-industrial independence. When they did achieve it, their economic index never matched the acceleration curve of the more driven Western Christian work ethic planets. They were comfortably off, favoured large families, traded modestly with nearby star systems, contributed grudgingly to the Confederation Assembly and Navy, and went to church regularly. There were no aspirations to become a galactic player like Kulu, Oshanko, and Edenism. Quiet people getting on with their lives, until the possession crisis arrived. The planet was 7 light-years from New California, and worried. Their strategic defense network was the absolute minimum for a developed world, and combat wasp stocks were never kept very high. Maintenance budgets were also subject to political trimming. Since the crisis began, and especially post-Arnstadt, Kerry had been desperately trying to upgrade. Unfortunately, their industrial stations weren't geared towards churning out military hardware, nor were they closely allied to Kulu or Earth, who did produce an abundance of such items. The Edenists of the Kerry system, orbiting Rathdrum, lent what support they could, but they had their own defences to enhance first. Still, whence the hope and reasoning, that's the benefit of being galactic small fry. Capone isn't going to bother with us. When it came to the effort of mounting a full-scale invasion along the lines of Arnstadt, they were absolutely right, which is why Al's sudden change of policy caught them woefully unprepared. 12 Hellhawks emerged 5,500 kilometres above Kerry's atmosphere, and fired a salvo of 10 fusion-powered combat wasps each. The Bitech craft immediately started accelerating at 6 Gs, flying away from each other in an expanding globe formation. Their combat wasps raced on ahead of them, ejecting multiple sub-munitions. Space was infected by electronic warfare impulses and thermal decoys, a rapidly growing blind spot in Kerry's sensor coverage. Sub-munitions began to target sensor satellites, inter-orbit ships, spaceplanes, and low-orbit SD platforms. A volley of fusion bombs detonated, creating a further maelstrom of electromagnetic chaos. Kerry's SD network controllers, surprised by the vehemence of the attack and fearing an Arnstadt-style assault, did their best to counter. Platforms launched counter-salvos of combat wasps. Electron beams and X-ray lasers stabbed out, slashing across the vacuum to punch sub-munitions into bloating haze balls of ions. Electronic warfare generators on the platforms began pumping out their own disruption. After 4 seconds spent analyzing the attack mode, the network's coordinating AI determined their Hellhawks were engaged in a safe clearance operation. It was right. 10 frontline organization frigates emerged into the calm center of the combat wasp deluge. Fusion drives ignited, driving them down towards the planet at 8 Gs. Combat wasps slid out of their launch tubes, and their drives came on. The AI had switched all available sensor satellites to scanning the frigates. Radars and laser radars were essentially useless in the face of New California's superior electronic warfare technology. The network's visual pattern sensors were being pummeled by the nuclear explosions and deception impulse lasers, but they did manage to distinguish the unique superhot energy output of antimatter drives, the ultimate horror unchained above Kerry's beautiful, vulnerable atmosphere. Unlike ordinary combat wasps, a kill strike didn't eliminate the problem. Hit a fusion bomb with a laser or kinetic bullet, and there is no nuclear explosion. It simply disintegrates into its component molecules. But knock out an antimatter combat wasp, and the drive's confinement spheres will detonate into multi-megaton fury, as well as the warheads. As soon as the launch was verified, the AI's total priority was preventing the antimatter combat wasps from getting within 1,000 kilometers of the stratosphere. Starships, communication platforms, port stations, and industrial stations were reclassified expendable and left to take their chances. Every SD resource was concentrated on eliminating the antimatter drones. Weapons were realigned away from the Hellhawks and frigates and brought to bear solely on the searing light points racing over the delicate continents. Defending combat wasps performed drastic realignment maneuvers. Platform-mounted railguns pumped out a cascade of inert kinetic missiles along projected vectors. Patrolling starships accelerated down at high Gs, bringing their combat wasps and energy beam weapons in range. The Hellhawks fired another barrage of combat wasps, sending them streaking away from the nebulous clot of plasma which the initial drone battle had smeared across the sky. They were aimed at the remaining low-orbit SD platforms, shielding the continent below. Apart from activating the platform's close defense weapons, there was little the network controllers could do. Hurtling towards the planet, the frigates began to diverge, curving away from each other. Nothing challenged their approach. The continent was completely open to whatever they chose to throw at it. As the antimatter exploded overhead in a pattern that created an umbrella of solid incandescent radiation 3,000 kilometers across, they made a strange selection. 200 kilometers above the atmosphere, each warship flung out a batch of inactive ovoids, measuring a mere 3 meters high. Their task complete, the frigates curved up, striving for altitude with an 8G acceleration. A second, smaller salvo of antimatter combat wasps was fired, providing the same kind of diversionary cover as they'd enjoyed during their descent. This time, the invaders didn't have it all their own way. The number of weapons focused on and active within the small zone where the frigates and Hellhawks were concentrated began to take effect. Even Kerry's second-rate hardware had the odds tilting in its favour. A nuclear-tipped submunition exploded against one of the frigates. Its entire stock of antimatter detonated instantaneously. The radiation blaze wiped out every chunk of hardware within a 500-kilometre radius. Outside the kill zone, ships and drones spun away inertly, molting charred flakes of null foam. Exposed fuselages shone like small suns under the equally intense photonic energy release. To those on the planet unlucky enough to be looking up at the silent, glorious blossoms of light during the first stage of the battle, it was as though the noon sun had suddenly quadrupled in vigour. Then their optic nerves burnt out. 2 of the Hellhawks were crippled in the explosion, their polyp penetrated by lethal quantities of gamma radiation. One of the frigates was unable to handle the massive energy impact. The dissipation web beneath its hexagonal fuselage plates turned crimson and melted. The patterning nodes facing the massive explosion flash suffered catastrophic failures as the radiation smashed delicate molecular junctions into slag. The fusion drives failed. Plumes of hot vapour squirted angrily out of emergency vent nozzles. Inside, the crew charged through their contingency procedures, desperate to sustain the integrity of the antimatter confinement spheres in their remaining combat wasps. None of their organization colleagues went back for them. As soon as the 8 remaining frigates reached a 5,000-kilometre altitude, they jumped out system. The Hellhawks followed within seconds, leaving Kerry's population wondering what the hell had happened. Behind the shrinking wormhole interstices, the black eggs thundered earthwards with total impunity. SD sensors never found them amid the electronic disorder. People on the planet couldn't see their laser-like contrails against the dazzling aftermath of the orbital explosions. They fell fast, before decelerating at excruciatingly high Gs in the lower atmosphere. Sonic booms rocked across the sleepy farmland, the first indication that anything was wrong. When the rural folk started to scan the sky in mild alarm, all that was to be seen were chunks of flaming debris streaking down from the battle. To be expected, claimed those who knew something of such things. The eggs reached subsonic speed a kilometre above the land. Petals flipped out from the lower half, presenting a wider surface area to the air, doubling the drag coefficient. At 400 metres, the drogue chute shot up. 200 metres saw the main chute deployment. 250 of the black eggs thudded to ground at random across an area measuring over 300,000 square kilometres. The petals failed on 8, while a further 9 suffered chute failure. The remaining 233 produced a bone-rattler landing for their passengers, bouncing and rolling for several metres before they came to a halt. Their sides split open with a loud crack, and the possessed stepped forth to admire the verdant green land they had volunteered to infiltrate. The Hellhawks arrived back at New California 30 hours later. They didn't even get a hero's welcome. The organization already knew the seeding flight had been a success. Information from the infiltrators had already squirmed its way back through the beyond. Al was jubilant. He ordered Emmett and Leroy to put together another 5 seeding flights immediately. The fleet crews and asteroids cooperated enthusiastically. The success was nothing like as momentous as the Arnstadt victory, but it kicked in a resurgence of confidence throughout the organization. "We're a power again," was the shared opinion. Beefs and recalcitrants sloped away. The Varad discarded its fantasy starship image as it approached Monterey. It slid over the docking ledge pedestal and slowly sank down, radiating a desultory relief.
"You did well,"
Hudson Proctor told Pransu, the Hellhawk's resident soul.
"Kira says she's pleased with you."
"Commerce nutrient fluid pumping,"
Pransu said flatly.
"Sure thing. Here it comes. Enjoy."
Hudson Proctor gave a short command, and the fluid surged along the pipes and into the Hellhawk's internal reserve bladders.
2 of us were exterminated,"
Pransu announced to the other Hellhawks.
"Linsky and Maranthis. They were irradiated when Kerry's SD network took out the Dorbane. It was awful. I felt their structure withering."
"Price we pay for victory," Etchell said swiftly. 2 of us against an entire Confederation planet taken out.
"Yeah,"
said Felix, who possessed the Kerashal.
"Kerry had me real worried. When it comes to drinking contests and pub brawls, they'd got us beat every time."
"Keep your goddamn pinko loser opinions to yourself," Etchell sneered back. "This was a concept-proving mission. What the fuck do you know about overall strategy? We're the hard edge of operations, the cosmic shock troops."
"Give it a rest, you boring little prat, and don't pretend you were ever in an army. Even armies have a minimum IQ requirement."
"Oh, yeah? What you know? I killed 15 men when I was in combat."
"Yeah, he was a nurse. Couldn't read the label on the medicine bottle."
"Careful, shit for brains."
"Or what?"
"I'm sure Kira would be interested to know about this sedition you're spreading. See what a little fasting does to your attitude."
"Shut the fuck up, you bollock-brained Nazi redneck moron."
The General Affinity Band fell silent for quite some time.
"Were you listening to all that?"
Pransu asked Rossio on singular engagement.
"I heard,"
the Mindori's possessor replied.
"I think things might be starting to slide our way. Could be. I'm sure each of us can do simple maths. 2 of us per soft target planet. When we start hitting hard targets, Kira's going to have a full-scale strike on her hands. Which she'll win unless we can provide everyone with an alternative food source. Yeah? How's it going? I have been tracking the Lucky Loghorn. They're almost back at Almaden. You think this D-Bank guy will go for our pitch? He was the first to offer us a deal. At least he'll listen to what I suggest."
The First Admiral had stayed away from the CNIS Secure Laboratory ever since the incident in Court 3. Maynard Khanna had been a damn fine officer, not to mention young and personable. The boy would have gone a long way in the Confederation Navy. So Samuel Alexandrovich had always told himself, with or without my patronage. Now he was dead. The funeral ceremony in Trafalgar's multi-denominational church had been short and simple, dignified, as was fitting. A flag-draped coffin, the enduring image of military service for centuries, placed reverently on a pedestal before the altar by the Marine Dress Guard. It was intended as a focus for their honour, but Samuel had thought it looked more like a sacrificial offering. Standing in the front pew, mouthing the words of a hymn, he suddenly wondered if Khanna was actually watching them. Information gleaned from captured possessed indicated those ensnared in the beyond were aware of events inside the real universe. It was a moment of profound spookiness. He even lowered his hymn book to stare at the coffin in suspicion. Was this why the whole funeral ritual had started, back in prehistory times? It was one of the most common cross-cultural events, a ceremony to mark the passing of life. The deceased's friends and relatives coming to pay homage, to wish them well on their way. It would be reassuring for a soul, otherwise so naked and alone, to gain the knowledge that so many considered their life to be worthwhile. The remnants of Maynard Khanna's body mocked the notion of a fulfilled existence. Young, tortured to death, his ending had been neither swift nor noble. Samuel Alexandrovich had raised his hymn book again and sung with a vigour which surprised the other officers. Perhaps Khanna would witness the mark of devotion from his superior officer, and draw some comfort from the fact. If it made a difference, the effort should be made. Now Samuel Alexandrovich was having to confront the cause of his regret. Jacqueline Couture was still possessing her stolen body, immune from the usual laws that would deliver justice upon such a treacherous, multiple murderess. He was accompanied by May Ortlieb and Jita Anwar from the Assembly President's staff, as well as Admiral Lalwani and Maynard Khanna's replacement, Captain Amra al-Sahaf. The presence of the two presidential aides he found mildly annoying, an indication of how his decisions and prerogatives were increasingly coming under political scrutiny. Alton Hacker had that right, Samuel acknowledged, but it was being wielded with less subtlety as the crisis drew out. For the first time he was actually thankful for the Mortonridge liberation. Positive physical action on such a massive scale had diverted the attention of both the Assembly and the media companies from Navy activities. The politicians, he conceded grimly, might have been right about the psychological impact such a campaign would create. He'd even accessed a few rover reporter-sense visors himself to see how the sergeants were doing. My God, the mud. Dr. Gilmore and Eoru greeted the small elite delegation with little sign of nerves. A good omen, Samuel thought. His spirits lifted further when Gilmore started to lead them along to the physics and electronics laboratory section, away from the demon trap. Bitech Laboratory 13 was almost the same as any standard electronic research facility. A long room, lined with benches, several morgue-like slabs arranged up and down the centre, and glass-walled clean rooms at one end. Tall stacks of experimental equipment were standing like modern megaliths on every surface, alongside ultra-high-resolution scanners and powerful desktop blocks. The only distinguishing items the First Admiral could see were the clone vats, those you normally wouldn't find outside an Edenist establishment. "Exactly what are you demonstrating for us?" Jita Anwar asked. "The prototype anti-memory," Eoru said. "It was surprisingly easy to assemble. Of course, we do have a great many thoughtware weapons on file, which we've studied, and the neural mechanisms behind memory retention are well understood. If that's the case, I'm surprised no one has ever designed one before." "It's a question of application," Gilmore said. "As the First Admiral pointed out once, the more complex a weapon is, the more impractical it becomes, especially in the field. In order for the anti-memory to work, the brain must be subjected to quite a long sequence of imprint pulses. You couldn't just fire it at your opponent the same way you do a bullet. They have to be looking straight into the beam, and a sharp movement, or even an inappropriately timed blink, will nullify the whole process. And if it was known to be in use,
Retinal implants could be programmed to recognize it and block it out. However, once you hold a captive, application becomes extremely simple. Mattox was waiting for them by the last clean room, looking through the glass with the air of a proud parent. "Testing has been our greatest stalling point," he explained. "Ordinary biotech processors are completely useless in this respect. We had to design a system which duplicates a typical human neuron structure in its entirety."
"You mean you cloned a brain?"
May Ortlieb asked, a blatant note of disapproval in her voice. "The structural array is copied from a brain," Mattox said defensively, "but the construct itself is made purely from biotech. There was no cloning involved." He indicated the clean room. The delegation moved closer. The room was almost empty, containing a single table which held a burnished metal cylinder. Slim tubes of nutrient fluid snaked out of the base to link it with a squat protein cycler mechanism. A small box protruded from the side of the cylinder, halfway up. Made of translucent amber plastic, it contained a solitary dark sphere of some denser material, set near the surface. The First Admiral upped the magnification on his enhanced retinas.
"That's an eye,"
he said. "Yes, sir," Mattox said. "We're trying to make this as realistic as possible. Genuine application will require the anti-memory to be conducted down an optic nerve." A black electronic module was suspended centimetres from the biotech eye, held in place by a crude metal clamp. Fibre-optic cables trailed away from it, to plug into the clean room's utility data sockets.
"What sort of routines are you running inside the construct?"
May Ortlieb asked.
"Mine," Eoru said. "We connected the cortex to an affinity-capable processor, and I transferred a copy of my personality and memories into it."
She flinched, looking from the Edonist to the metal cylinder.
"Isn't that somewhat unusual?"
"Not relative to this situation," he replied with a smile. "We are attempting to create the most realistic environment we can. For that, we need a human mind. If you would care to give it a simple Turing test." He touched a processor block on the wall beside the clean room. Its AV lens sparkled.
"Who are you?"
May Ortlieb asked, with some self-consciousness.
"I suppose I ought to call myself Eoru too,"
the AV lens replied. "But then Eoru has transferred his personality into a neural simulacrum 12 times already, to assist with the anti-memory evaluation."
"Then you should be Eoru 13.
Just call me Junior. It's simpler."
"And do you believe you've retained your human faculties?"
"I don't have affinity, of course, which I regard as distressing. However, as I won't be in existence for very long, its absence is tolerable. Apart from that, I am fully human."
"Volunteering for a suicide isn't a very healthy human trait, and certainly not for an Edonist."
"Nonetheless, it's what I committed myself to."
"Your original self did. What about you? Have you no independence?"
"Possibly if you left me to develop by myself for several months, I would become reluctant. At the moment, I am Eoru Senior's mind twin, and as such this experiment is quite acceptable to me." The First Admiral frowned, troubled by what he was witnessing. He hadn't known Gilmore's team had reached quite this level. He gave Eoru a sidelong glance.
"I'm given to understand that a soul is formed by impressing coherent sentient thought on the beyond-type energy which is present in this universe. Therefore, as you are a sentient entity, you will now have your own soul."
"I would assume so, Admiral," Eoru Jr. replied. "It is logical."
"Which means you have the potential to become an immortal entity in your own right. Yet this trial will eliminate you forever. This is an alarming prospect, for me, if not for you. I'm not sure we have the moral right to continue."
"I understand what you're saying, Admiral. However, my identity is more important to me than my soul, or souls. I know that when I am erased from this construct, I, Eoru, will continue to exist. The sum of whatever I am goes on. This is the knowledge which rewards all Edonists throughout their lives. Whereas I now exist for one reason, to protect that continuity for my culture. Human beings have died to protect their homes and ideals for all of history, even though they never knew for certain they had souls. I am no different to any of them. I quite plainly choose to undergo the anti-memories so that our race can overcome this crisis."
"Quite a Turing test," May Ortlieb said sardonically. "I bet the old man never envisaged this kind of conversation with a machine trying to prove its own intelligence." "If there's nothing else," Gilmore said quickly. The First Admiral looked in at the cylinder again, contemplating a refusal. He knew such an instruction would never be allowed to stand by the President. "And I don't need that kind of interventionism in Navy affairs right now." "Very well," he said reluctantly. Gilmore and Mattox exchanged a mildly guilty look. Mattox datavised an instruction to the cleanroom's control processor, and the glass turned opaque. "Just to protect you from any possible spillback," he said. "If you'd like to access the internal camera, you can observe the process in full. Not that there will be anything much to see. I assure you the spectrum we're using to transmit the anti-memory has been blocked from the sensor." True to his word, the image the delegation received when they accessed the sensor was pallid, the colour almost non-existent. All they saw was a small blank disk slide out of the electronic module, positioning itself over the encapsulated eye. Some iconic overlay digits twisted past, meaningless. "That's it," Mattox announced. The First Admiral cancelled his channel with the processor. The cleanroom's window turned transparent again, in time to catch the disk retract back into the electronic module. Gilmore faced the AV lens. "Junior, can you hear me?" The lens's diminutive sparkle remained constant. Mattox received a datavise from the construct's monitoring probes. "Brainwave functions have collapsed," he said, "and the synaptic discharges are completely randomized." "What about memory retention?" Gilmore queried. "Probably around 30 to 35%. I'll run a complete neurological capacity scan once it's stabilized." The CNIS science team members smiled round at each other. "That's good," Gilmore said. "That's damn good. Best percentage yet." "Meaning?" the First Admiral asked. "There are no operative thought patterns left in there. Junior has stopped thinking. The Bitek is just a store for memory fragments." "Impressive," May Ortlieb said reflectively. "So what's your next stage?" "We're not sure," Gilmore said. "I have to admit, the potential for this thing is frightening. Our idea is to use it as a threat to force the souls away from their interface with this universe." "If it works on souls themselves," Jita Anwar pointed out. "That prospect is bringing about a whole range of new problems," Gilmore conceded cheerlessly. "Let me guess," Samuel said. "If anti-memory is used on a possessed, you will also erase the host's memories and destroy their soul." "It seems likely," Eoru said. "We know our host's mind is still contained within their brain while the possessing soul retains control of the body. The host's reappearance after zero-tau immersion forces the possessor out, proves that. So anti-memory cannot be used on an individual basis. Not without killing the host's soul as well, no sir." "Will this version work in the Beyond?" Samuel asked sharply. "I doubt it would ever get through to the Beyond," Mattox said. "At present, it's too slow and inefficient. It managed to dissipate Junior's thought processes, but as you saw, it didn't get all the memories. The areas of the mind which are not employed when the anti-memory strikes are likely to be insulated from it as the thought channels which would ordinarily connect them are nullified. If you analogize the mind with a city, you're destroying the roads and leaving the buildings intact. Given that the connection a possessing soul has with the Beyond is tenuous at best, there is no guarantee the anti-memory would manage to pass through in its current form. We must develop a much faster version." "But you don't know for sure?" "No, sir. These are estimations and theories. We won't know if a version works until after it's proved successful. The trouble with that is, a successful anti-memory would exterminate every soul in the Beyond," Eoru said quietly. "Is that true?" "Yes, sir," Gilmore said. "That's our dilemma. There can be no small-scale test or demonstration.
Anti-memory is effectively a doomsday weapon. You'll never get the souls to believe that, Lalwani said. In fact, given what we know of conditions in the beyond, you wouldn't even get many of them to pay attention to the warning.
I cannot conceivably permit the use of a weapon which will exterminate billions of human entities, the First Admiral said. You have to provide me with alternative options.
But Admiral—
No, I'm sorry, Doctor. I know you've worked hard on this, and I appreciate the effort you and your team have made. Nobody is more aware than myself of just how extreme the threat which the possessed present. But even that cannot justify such a response.
Admiral, we've explored every option we can think of. Every theorist I've got in every scientific discipline there is has been working on ideas and wild theories. We've even tried an exorcism after that priest on Alond claimed his worked. Nothing else has come close to being viable. This is the only progress we have made.
Doctor, I'm not denigrating your work or your commitment, but surely you can see this is completely unacceptable. Morally, ethically, it is wrong. It cannot be anything other than wrong. What you are suggesting is racial genocide. I will tell you this. The authorization to use such a monstrosity will never come from my lips, nor, I suspect, and hope, would any other Navy officer issue it. Now find me another solution. This project is terminated.
The First Admiral's staff ran a quiet sweepstake to see how long it would be before President Harker datavised for a conference. The winner called it in at 97 minutes. They sat facing each other across the oval table in a security level 1 sense environ bubble room. Both kept their generated faces neutral and intonations level. "Samuel, you can't cancel the anti-memory project," the President opened with. "It's all we've got." In his office, Samuel Alexandrovich smiled at the way Harker used his first name. The man always did that when he was going to adopt the totally intransigent line. "Apart from the Mortonridge liberation, you mean?" He could imagine the tight lips drawn at that jibe. "As you so kindly pointed out earlier, the liberation is not a solution to the overall problem. Anti-memory is."
"Undoubtedly. Too final. Look, I don't know if May and Jita explained this fully to you, but the research team believe it would exterminate every soul in the beyond. You can't seriously consider that."
"Samuel, those souls you're so concerned about are attempting to enslave every one of us. I have to say I'm surprised by your attitude. You're a military man. You know that war is the result of total irrationality combined with conflict of interest. This crisis is the supreme example of both. The souls desperately want to return, and we cannot allow them to. They will extinguish the human race if they succeed.
They will ruin almost everything we have accomplished. But total life extinction? No. I don't even believe they can possess all of us. The Edenists have proved remarkably resistant, and the spread has all but stopped. Yes, thanks to your quarantine. It's been a successful policy, I won't deny that. But so far we've been unable to offer anything that can reverse what's happened, and that's what the vast majority of the Confederation population want. Actually, that's what they insist upon. The spread might have slowed, but it hasn't stopped. You know that as well as I do, and the quarantine is difficult to enforce. You really don't understand what you're proposing, do you? There are billions of souls there. Billions. And they are living in torment. For whatever reason, they cannot move on, as this latent character claimed is possible. Don't you think they'd welcome true death? Some of them might. I probably would. But neither you nor I have the right to decide that for them. They forced us into this position. They're the ones invading us. That does not give us the right to exterminate them. We have to find a way to help them. By doing that, we help ourselves. Can you not see that?" The President abandoned his image's impartiality and leant forwards, his voice becoming earnest. "Of course I can see that. Don't try to portray me as some kind of intransigent villain here. I've supported you, Samuel, because I know nobody can command the Navy better than you, and I've been rewarded by that support. So far we've kept on top of the political situation, kept the hotheads in line.
but it can't last forever. Sometime, somehow, a solution is going to have to be presented to the Confederation as a whole. And all we've got so far is one solitary possible answer, the anti-memory. I cannot permit you to abandon that, Samuel. These are very desperate times. We have to consider everything, however horrific it appears. I will never permit such a thing to be used. For all they are different, the souls are human. I am sworn to protect life throughout the Confederation. The order to use it would not be yours to give. A weapon like that never falls within the prerogative of the military. It belongs to us, the politicians you despise, disapprove of. Occasionally, the First Admiral permitted a slight smile to show. Keep on searching, Samuel. Bully Gilmore and his people into finding a decent solution, a humanitarian one. I want that as much as you do, but they are to continue to develop the anti-memory in parallel. There was a pause. Samuel knew that to refuse now would mean Harker issuing an official request through his office, which in turn would make his position as First Admiral untenable. That was the stark choice on offer. Of course, Mr. President. President Harker gave a tight smile, and datavised his processor to cancel the meeting, safe in the knowledge that their oh-so-diplomatic clash would be known to no one. The encryption techniques which provided a Security Level 1 conference were, after all, known to be unbreakable. The most common statistic quoted by security experts was that every AI in the Confederation, running in parallel, would be unable to crack the code in less than 5 times the life of the universe. It would, therefore, have proved quite distressing to the CNIS, Secure Communications Division, as well as their ESA and B7 equivalents, among others, to know that a perfect replica of a 27-inch 1980s Sony Trinitron color television was currently showing the image of the First Admiral and the Assembly President to an audience of 15 attentive duo-millenarians and one highly inattentive 10-year-old girl. Tracy Dean sighed in frustration as the picture vanished to a tiny phosphor dot in the middle of the screen. "Well, that's gone and put the cat amongst the pigeons, and no mistake." Jay was swinging her feet about while she sat on a too-high stool. As well as being their main social centre, the clubhouse catered for the retired Keent observers who weren't quite up to living by themselves in a chalet anymore. A huge, airy building with wide corridors and broad archways opening into sunlit rooms that all seemed to resemble hotel lounges. The walls were white plaster, with dark red tile floors laid everywhere. Big clay pots growing tall palms were a favourite. Tiny birds with bright gold and scarlet bodies and turquoise membrane wings flitted in and out through the open windows, dodging the purple provider globes. The whole theme of the clubhouse was based around comfort. There were no stairs or steps, only ramps. Chairs were deeply cushioned. Even the food extruded by the universal providers, no matter what type, was soft, requiring little effort to chew. The first 5 minutes walking through the building had been interesting. Tracy showed her round, introducing her to the other residents, all of whom were quite spry despite their frail appearance. Of course, they were all very happy to see her, making a fuss, patting her head, winking fondly, telling her how nice her new dress was, suggesting strangely named biscuits, sweets and ice creams they thought she'd enjoy. They didn't move much from their lounge chairs, contenting themselves with watching events around the Confederation and nostalgic programs from centuries past. Jay and Tracy wound up in the lounge with the big TV for half the afternoon, while the residents argued over what channel to watch. They flipped through real-time secret governmental and military conferences, alternating those with a show called Happy Days, which they all cackled along to in synchronization with the brash laughter track. Even the original commercial breaks were showing. Jay smiled in confusion at the archaic, unfunny characters, and kept sneaking glances out of the window. For the last 3 days she'd played on the beach with the games the universal providers had extruded, swam, gone for long walks along the sand and through the peaceful jungle behind the beach. The meals had easily been as good as the ones in Tranquility. Tracy had even got her a processor block with an AV lens that was able to pick up Confederation entertainment shows, which she watched for a few hours every evening.
and Richard Keaton had popped in a couple of times to see how she was getting on. But, basically, she was fed up. Those planets hanging so invitingly in the sky above were a permanent temptation, a reminder that things in the Keent home system were a bit more active than the human beach. Tracy caught her wistful gaze once and patted her hand. "Cultural differences," she said confidentially, as the mortified Fonz received his army draft papers. "You have to understand the decade before you understand the humour." Jay nodded wisely, and wondered just when she'd be allowed to see Hailey again. Hailey was a lot more fun than the Fonz. Then they'd flicked stations to the First Admiral and the President. "Corpus will have to intervene now," one of the other residents said, a lady called Saska. "That anti-memory could seep outside the human spectrum. Then there'd be trouble." "Corpus won't," Tracy replied. "It never does. What is, remember?" "Check your references," another woman said. "Plenty of races considered deploying similar weapons when they encountered the beyond. We've got records of 18 being used." "That's awful. What happened?" "They didn't work very well. Only a moderate percentage of the inverse transcendent population were eliminated. There's too much pattern distortion among the inverses to conduct an anti-memory properly. No species has ever developed one that operates fast enough to be effective. Such things cannot be considered a final solution by any means."
"Yes, but that idiot Harker won't know that until after it's been tried," Gallic, one of the men, complained. "We can't possibly allow a human to die, not even an inverse. No human has ever died." "We've suffered a lot, though," a resentful voice muttered. "And they'll start dying on the removed world soon enough."
"I tell you, Corpus won't intervene."
"We could appeal," Tracy said. "At the very least, we could ask for an insertion at the Anti-Memory Project to monitor its development. After all, if anyone's going to come up with an anti-memory fast enough to devastate the beyond, it'll be our weapons-mad race."
"All right,"
Saska said, "but we'll need a quorum before we can even get the appeal up to an executive level."
"As if that'll be a problem,"
Gallic said. Tracy smiled mischievously. "And I know of someone who's perfectly suited to this particular insertion." Several groans were issued across the lounge.
"Him?
Far too smart for his own good, if you ask me.
No discipline."
"We never ran observer operations like that. Cocky little bugger."
"Nonsense," Tracy said briskly. She put her arm round Jay. "Jay likes him, don't you, Jay?"
"Who?"
"Richard."
"Oh."
Jay held up Prince Dell. For some unexplainable reason, she hadn't managed to abandon the bear in her room. "He gave me this," she announced to the lounge at large. Tracy laughed. "There you go, then. Arnie, you prepare the appeal. You're best acquainted with the minutiae of Corpus Protocol procedures."
"All right."
One of the men raised his hands in gruff submission.
"I suppose I can spare the time."
The TV was switched back on, playing the signature tune for I Love Lucy. Tracy pulled a face and took Jay's hand. "Come on, pop it. I think you're quite bored enough already."
"Who's the Corpus?"
Jay asked, as they walked through the front entrance and into the sharp sunlight. There was a black iron penny-farthing bicycle mounted on a stone pedestal just outside. The first time Jay had seen it, she'd taken an age to work out how people were supposed to ride it. "Corpus isn't a who, exactly," Tracy said. "It's more like a Keent version of an Edenist consensus, except it's sort of a philosophy as well as a government. I'm sorry, that's not a very good explanation, is it?"
"It's in charge, you mean?"
Tracy's hesitation was barely noticeable. "Yes, that's right. We have to obey its laws, and the strongest of all is non-intervention, the one which Hailey broke to bring you here."
"And you're worried about this anti-memory weapon thing?"
"Badly worried, though everyone is trying not to share it. That thing could cause havoc if it gets released into the beyond. We really can't allow that to happen, Poppet, which is why I want Richard sent to Trafalgar."
"Why?"
"You heard what they were saying. He lacks discipline." She winked. Tracy led her back to the circle of ebony marble above the beach. Jay had seen several of them dotted around the cluster of chalets, including a couple in the clubhouse itself. A few times she'd even seen the black spheres blink into existence and deposit somebody. Once she'd actually scampered onto a circle herself, closing her eyes and holding her breath, but nothing had happened. She guessed you needed to datavise whatever control processor they used. Tracy stopped at the edge of the circle and held up a finger to Jay.
"Someone to see you," she said.
A black sphere materialised. Then Hailey was standing there, half-formed arms waving uncertainly.
"Friend Jay, much gladness."
Jay squealed excitedly and rushed forward to throw her arms around her friend's neck.
"Where have you been? I missed you."
There was plenty of hurt in the voice.
"I have had time learning much."
"Like what?" A tractomorphic arm curled round Jay's waist.
"How things work."
"What things?"
"The corpus."
Hailey's tone was slightly awed. Jay rubbed the top of the baby Keent's head.
"Oh, that.
Everyone here's really annoyed with it."
"With corpus?"
"That cannot be. It won't help humans with possession. Not big help like we need, anyway. Don't worry, Tracy's going to lodge an appeal. Everything will be all right eventually."
"This is goodness. Corpus is most wise."
"Yeah?" She patted Hailey's front leg, and the Keent obediently bent her knee. Jay scrambled up quickly to sit astride Hailey's neck.
"Does it know any good sandcastle designs?"
Hailey lumbered off the ebony circle.
"Corpus has no knowledge concerning the building of castles from sand."
Jay grinned smugly.
"Now you two be good,"
Tracy said sternly. "You can swim, but you're not to go out of your depth in the water. I know the providers will help if you get into trouble, but that's not the point. You have to learn to take responsibility for yourselves. Understood?"
"Yes, Tracy."
"I have comprehension." "All right, go on then. Have fun. And Jay, you're not to stuff yourself with sweets. I'm cooking supper for us tonight, and I shall be very cross if you don't eat anything."
"Yes, Tracy."
She squeezed her knees into Hailey's flanks, and the Keent started moving forwards, taking them quickly away from the old woman.
"Did you get into lots of trouble for rescuing me?"
Jay asked anxiously after they'd left Tracy behind.
"Corpus has much understanding and provides forgiveness."
"Oh, good.
But I am not to do it again."
Jay scratched her friend's shoulders fondly as they hurried down towards the water.
"Hey, you're getting lots better at walking."
The rest of the afternoon was a delight, like old times back in Tranquillity's Cove. They swam, and the attendant universal provider extruded a sponge and a brush so Hailey could be scrubbed. They built some sandcastles, though this fine loose sand wasn't terribly good for it. Jay risked asking for a couple of chocolate almond ice creams, and was pretty sure the provider would tell Tracy if she had any more. They swatted an inflated beach ball to and fro, and once they'd tired themselves out, they talked about the Keent home system. Hailey didn't know much more than Tracy had already explained, but whatever new question Jay asked, the Keent just consulted Corpus for an answer. The information was rather intriguing. For a start, the cluster of retirement chalets were one of 3 such human establishments on an otherwise uninhabited island 50 kilometres across. It was called the Village.
"The island's called the Village?"
Jay asked in puzzlement.
"Yes, the retired human observers insisted this be so. Corpus suggests there is much irony in the naming. I know not about irony."
"Cultural difference," Jay said loftily. The Village was one of a vast archipelago of islands, home to the observers of 800 different sentient xenoc races. Jay looked longingly at the yacht anchored offshore. How fabulous it would be to sail this sea, where every port would be home to a new species.
"Are there any Tarathka here?" "Some. It is difficult for Corpus to insert into their society. They occupy many worlds, more than your Confederation. Corpus says they are insular. This has troubled Corpus recently."
Hailey told her of the world she was living on now, called Rhaenine. Nung and Laeria had selected a home in one of the big cities, a parkland continent studded with domes and towers and other colossi. There were hundreds of millions of Keent living there, and Hailey had met lots of youngsters her own age.
I have many new friends now. That's nice. She tried not to feel jealous. Ryanine was invisible from the village. It was a long way around the arc, almost behind the dazzling sun. One of the capital planets, where flocks of Xenox starships arrived from worlds clear across the galaxy, forming a spiraling silver nebula above the atmosphere. "Take me there," Jay pleaded. She ached to see such a wonder. "I want to meet your new friends and see the city." "Corpus does not want you alarmed. There is strangeness to be had there." "Oh, please, please. I'll simply die if I don't. It's so unfair to come all this way and not see the best bit. Please, Hailey, ask Corpus for me, please." "Friend Jay, please have calmness. I will appeal, I promise." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She jumped up and danced around Hailey, who snaked out slender tractomorphic arms to try and catch her.
"Hey there!" a voice called. "Looks like the two of you are having a good time."
Jay stopped, breathless and flushed. She squinted at the figure walking across the glaring sand. "Richard?" He smiled.
"I came to say goodbye."
"Oh."
She let out a heavy breath. Everything in her life was so temporary these days. People, places. She tilted her head.
"You look different."
He was wearing a deep blue uniform, clean and creased, with shining black boots. A peaked cap was tucked under his arm, and the ponytail was gone, his hair trimmed down to a centimetre-high crop. "Senior Lieutenant Keaton, Confederation Navy, reporting for duty, ma'am." He saluted. Jay giggled. "This is my friend, Hailey."
"Hello, Hailey."
"Greetings, Richard Keaton."
Richard tugged at his jacket, shifting his shoulders.
"So what do you think? How do I look?"
"It's very smart."
"Ah, I knew it. It's true. All the girls love a uniform."
"Do you really have to go?"
"Yep. Got drafted by our friend Tracy. I'm off to Trafalgar to save the universe from the wicked Dr. Gilmore. Not that he knows he's being wicked. That's part of the problem, I'm afraid. Ignorance is a tragic part of life."
"How long for?"
She hadn't quite realized things would move so fast. Tracy had only talked about the insertion a few hours ago, and now here it was, about to happen. "Not sure. That's why I wanted to make sure I saw you before I left. Tell you not to worry. Tracy and all her cronies mean well, but they get panicked too easily. I want you to know the human race is a lot smarter and resilient than those wonderful old coots think we are. They've seen too much of us at the wrong end of history. I know what we are now, and this is the time that counts. We stand a damn good chance, Jay. I promise you that." She put her arms round him.
"I'll look after Prince Del for you."
"Thanks." He looked about with theatrical slyness and lowered his voice. "When you get the chance, ask the provider for a surfboard and a jet ski, and that was your idea, okay?" She nodded extravagantly.
"Okay."
This refit hadn't been on quite the scale as the last two she'd undergone, but there was no doubt about it. The Lady Macbeth was an honoured source of income to the service and engineering companies that operated in Tranquility's counter-rotating spaceport. Several of her life support capsule fittings had collapsed under the incredible acceleration of the antimatter drive. Then there were the additional reaction mass tanks to install in the cargo bays, a whole new specialist sensor suite wired in for Kempster-Getchell, as well as loading a fleet of small survey satellites. Hull plates had been removed to allow the replacement energy patterning node to be installed. When Ione floated into the docking bay's control center, the null foam spray nozzles were folding back against the sides of the bay. Lady Mac glistened a pristine silver-grey under the ring of lights at the top of the steep metal crater. Joshua was talking to some of the staff operating the consoles in front of the windows, discussing color and style for the name and registration. A spindly Waldo arm was already sliding out under the direction of one operator, its ion jet painter head rotating into position.
"You're supposed to be launching in 28 minutes,
Ione said. Joshua glanced across and smiled. He left the control center staff and glided over to her. They kissed. Plenty of time, and you can't fly without a name on the fuselage. Besides, the CAB inspectors have already cleared us for flight.
Did Dahibai sort out the new node?"
"Yeah, eventually.
We had to get him some help. A Voidhawk actually went and collected 2 of the manufacturer's software team from the Halo for us. They solved the synchronization glitch. Jesus, I love ultra-priority projects. Good. We just have to load the combat wasps, and Ashley's flying a new MSV over from the Dassault service bay. Your science team is already on board. We got Kempster and Renato, along with Mizzou and the agents. Parker Higgins insisted on travelling in the Ione with Osikatsura and her assistants.
Don't be offended,
Ione said. Poor Parker gets dreadfully space-sick. Joshua gave her a blank look, as if she'd come out with a non sequitur. And we've got the sergeants in Zero Tau as well. Lady Max hauling a much bigger load than Ione.
It's not a contest, Joshua.
He grinned lopsidedly and pulled her close. I know. Lyle erupted through the hatchway.
Josh, there you are. Look, we can't—
Oh.
Hello, Lyle,
Ione said sweetly. So have you been enjoying yourself in tranquility?
Yeah, it's great. Thanks.
You made a big impression on Dominique.
She can't stop talking about you.
Lyle grimaced, appealing silently to Joshua.
I don't think you've said goodbye to her yet, have you?
Ione asked. Lyle's blush was beyond the ability of any neural mnemonic override to control.
I've been very busy helping Josh. Hey, perhaps you could do it for me. Yes, Lyle.
She struggled against a laugh.
I'll let her know you've gone. Thanks, Ione. I owe you one. Josh, we really need you on board now.
Ione and Joshua both started chuckling after he vanished back out of the hatch.
You take care,
she told him after a while. Always do. The ride back to her apartment took a long time, or perhaps it was because she suddenly felt so lonely.
He took it all very well,
Tranquility said.
You think so? He hurts a lot inside. There's a lot to be said for ignorance being bliss. But then again, he would have guessed eventually. I wouldn't have been doing either of us any favours, not in the long run.
I am proud of your integrity.
Not much compensation for a broken heart? Sorry, that was bitchy of me. Hormones again. Do you love him? You're always asking that, and each time you give me a different answer. I have very strong feelings for him. You know that. God, having 2 children with a man shows something. He's absolutely adorable. But love, I don't know. I think I love what he is, not him. If I truly loved him, I would have tried to make him stay. We could have found something worthwhile for him to do here. Then again, maybe it's me. Maybe I can never love anyone that way. Not when I have you.
She closed her eyes on the empty tube carriage and watched the docking cradle slide Lady Mac up out of the bay. The starship's thermodump panels unfolded, and the umbilicals, jacked into sockets around her lower hull section, disengaged. A cloud of gas and silver dust blew away. Bright blue ion flames burned around the starship's equator, and she lifted smoothly. 10,000 kilometers away, Meredith Saldana's squadron was coming together in formation. The Ione lifted cleanly from its pedestal and swept out to join Lady Mac. The 2 very different starships matched velocities and headed towards the squadron.
I am no substitute for a human,
Tranquility said gently.
I would never claim you. I know, but you're my first love, and you always will be my love. That's strong competition for a man. Voidhawk captains succeed. You're thinking of Syrinx, and all her kind. But they're Edenists. They have it different. Perhaps you should get to know some while we're here. They at least would not be intimidated by me. Good idea. But I don't know if it's because I'm a Saldana, but I just don't feel right about embracing Edenism as the solution to all my problems. It's a wonderful culture, but if we stayed here, if I had an Edenist for a partner, we'd wind up becoming absorbed.
We have no future returning to Mirchusko. The Lamil are no longer a mystery.
I know, but I'm still not converting to Edenism. We're unique, you and I. We might have been created for one purpose, but we've evolved beyond that now. We have our own lives to live. We have the right to choose our own future. If the possessed don't do that for us, they won't. Joshua's flight is only one of 100 different explorations into this problem. The human race will surmount this. Not without change. Edenism will change. They will surely have to rethink their attitude to religion. I doubt it. They'll see the beyond as justifying their stance that spirituality is a null concept. Everything has a natural explanation, however bizarre. Leighton telling them they won't be caught in the beyond will simply reinforce their position. Then what do you propose? I'm not sure. Perhaps nothing except for a clean start in a new star system. After that, we'll see what happens. Ah, now I think I understand the urge for you to have and keep this child. You intend to found a new culture, a people who have affinity, but outside the context of Edenism. That's very grand. Founding a culture. I'm not sure my ambition extends to that. You are a Saldana. Your family has done this once already. Yes, but I've only got one womb. I can hardly birth an entire race. There are ways. Exo-wombs. People who might like to try something new. Look how many youngsters flocked to Kira Salter's call, false though it was, and new habitats can be germinated. I only smiled. This excites you, doesn't it? I've never known you quite so enthusiastic before. I am intrigued, yes. I had never given the future much consideration. My life has been spent running human affairs and dealing with the Laymill project. Well, we'll have to wait until the immediate crisis is over before we consider our options. But it would be something, wouldn't it? Creating the first post-possession culture, one that overthrows this ridiculous Adamist prejudice against Bitech. We could incorporate the best of both cultures. Now you talk like a true Saldana. Luca Coma reined in his horse at the end of the drive and dismounted to wait. It was near to midday, and people were drifting in from the fields to take a break. He didn't begrudge them that. The sticky heat was quite something. Bloody unnatural for Norfolk. But it was the community's choice. Every day's weather was a constant summer optimum, with bright light and warm breezes, while the nightly rains doused the land. Such a combination produced a vicious humidity. He was worried it might start to affect the aboriginal plants. Late summer was normally a period of gradually increasing rain and reducing heat. There was also the question of how they'd react to missing Duchess's crimson light. So far there was no visible malaise, but he felt uneasy about it. But these conditions seemed to be doing wonders for the new cereal crops. He'd never seen them so advanced. It was going to be a great harvest. Things are getting back to normal. You could tell the world was at rights just from the general mood. There was a heartiness that had been missing before. Individual homes were being taken care of, kept properly clean and tidy, not just wished presentable. People paid attention to their clothes and general appearance. And there'd been no sign of Bruce Spanton and his motley crew for a while now, though Luca had heard from other community leaders he was down at the southern end of Kesteven, giving decent folk a hard time. Apart from the odd problem like that, this was becoming a good life, gentle and unhurried, satisfying. Oh, really? You'll live it for a quintillion years, will you? Luca shook his head, clearing it to open his perception wide. He'd sensed her approaching early this morning, a solitary figure making her way across the wolds, and not in the uniformity of thought enveloping the county. Unhurried, untroubled, not a threat like Spanton, but certainly a curiosity. Something about her was slightly out of kilter. He didn't have a clue what. So just before Cricklade's lunch bell was rung, Luca had told Johann he would go and investigate the stranger. They still had newcomers drift in. Anyone prepared to work was given a place in the community. The stranger was half a mile away now, dawdling along the main road in some kind of vehicle. Luca frowned. That's a Romany caravan. The sight was a pleasing one, bringing up the old memories. Young girls pleased with his attentions, the coquettish and blatant, their bodies yielding willingly, in fields of tall corn, secluded glades, darkened caravans. Year after year I proved my sexuality with them. I? He wrapped his horse's reins around one of the spikes on the huge wrought-iron gate, feet shuffling impatiently. The caravan's driver must have been aware of his mood, yet her horse's plodding gait never altered. It was a big, sturdy horse,
Luca saw, while it was on the last couple of 100 yards, its piebald coat muddied and a wild mane in long tangles. He got the impression that it could have hauled the caravan right round the world without pausing. It kept on coming, and Luca twitched slightly, knowing his nerve was being tested. He refused to give ground as the huge beast lumbered inexorably towards him. At the last minute, the woman sitting on the driver's bench clucked softly and pulled back on her slender reins. The caravan halted, rocking slightly on its lightweight, spoke-sprung wheels. Carmitha applied the brake and hopped down. She studied the man edging cautiously round Olivier. The horse whinnied at him. "Greetings," he said, then gave a sudden start as he found himself staring into the twin barrels of her shotgun. Not for the first time, she regretted giving Louise Kavanagh her pump-action weapon.
"My name is Carmitha.
I am not one of you. I am not a possessor. Is that a problem?" "None. Good. Believe me, I will know if it becomes one. I do have some of your powers." She concentrated, and the seat of Luca's trousers became very hot indeed. He twisted about, frantically slapping at the fabric with his hands before it started smouldering. "Bloody hell!" Carmitha smiled artfully. His thoughts were equally agitated, pastel walls of colour that hung just outside her physical sight. "I can read them," she told herself happily, along with the rest of the magic. The heat gone, Luca squared himself, recovering some dignity. "How did you—" His jaw moved silently. "Carmitha? Carmitha?" She shouldered the shotgun and brushed some loose strands of hair from her face. "I see part of you remembers. Then no man would ever forget an afternoon in my bed." "Hey!" Luca blushed. The memories were certainly strong and colourful, with her vital flesh hot beneath his hands, the smell of her sweat, rapturous grunting. He felt the stirrings of an erection. "Town boy," she murmured laconically. "What do you call yourself these days?" "Luca Coma." "I see. At the town they said you were the one in charge up here. Nice irony, that. But then you're all reverting." "I am not reverting," he said indignantly. "Of course not. Have you got our powers?" "I've no idea. It must be something to do with this place you've taken us to. After all, you don't have any contact with the beyond anymore, do you?" "No, thank God. So it must be the way everybody's thoughts impinge on reality here. Congratulations. You made us all equal in the end. Grant must be real pissed about that." "If you say so," he said disdainfully. Carmitha had a throaty chuckle at the umbrage on show. "Never mind. Just as long as you lot realize you can't turn me into a host for one of your own anymore, we'll get along okay." "What do you mean, get along?" "It's very simple. I hate what you've done to these people. Don't be under any illusion about that. But there's nothing I can do about it, nor you, now. So I might as well try and live with it, especially as you're reverting and re-establishing everything that's gone before." "We are not reverting," he insisted. Yet there was the nagging worry about just how much of Grant Kavanagh's personality he was employing these days. I must stop being so dependent on him. Treat him as encyclopedia, nothing more. "Okay, you're not reverting. You're mellowing out. Call it whatever you want to salvage your dignity. I don't care. Now, I've spent the last few weeks hiding out in the woods, and I'm getting very sick of cold rabbit for breakfast. I also haven't had a hot bath for a while either, as you're probably aware. So I'm looking for a place to stay over for a while. I'll pull my weight, cooking, cleaning, pruning, whatever you like. It's what I always do." Luca pulled thoughtfully at his lower lip. "You shouldn't have been able to hide from us before. We're aware of the whole world. My people still have the Earth lore your kind, both of you, have forgotten. When you brought magic back into the world, you made the old enchantments strong again, no longer just words mumbled by crazed old women. Interesting. Are there any more of you? You know how many caravans are here for the midsummer collection? You tell me. I don't suppose it matters. Even if all the Romanis survived, you don't have the power to take us back to the universe we escaped from. That idea really frightens you, doesn't it? Terrifies, actually.
But then you can see that, if you have got our ability.
So, do I get to stay?
He deliberately let his gaze meander over her leather jerkin, remembering the full breasts and flat belly which lay beneath. Oh, I think I can find room for you.
Ha! Well, don't even think about that.
Who? Me? I'm not Grant any more. He walked back to his horse and took the reins off the gate. Carmitha slid her shotgun into the leather holster beside the seat and started to lead Olivier along the drive with Luca. The caravan wheels crunched loudly on the gravel.
Damn this humidity.
She wiped a hand across her brow, mussing her hair again.
We are going to have a winter, aren't we?
I expect so. I'll certainly make sure we have it on Kesteven, anyway. The land needs a winter.
Make sure.
My God, what arrogance.
I prefer to call it practicality. We know what we need, and we make it happen. That's one of the joys of this new life. There's no fate anymore. We control destiny now.
Right.
She looked round the grounds of the big stone manor house as they approached it, surprised by how little had changed. But then the possessed tendency to establish glorious facades over everything they occupied was nullified here. When you already live in what was essentially a palace, you don't need gaudy, energistic trinkets to enhance your status. For some reason, the sight of the well-maintained fields was comforting. The normality, I suppose, what we all crave. Luca led her into the courtyard at the side of the house. The solid stone walls of the manor and the stable wings magnified the clatter which the hooves and caravan wheels made on the cobblestones. It was hotter in the confines of the courtyard too, something Carmitha's small energistic ability could do little about. She took off her jerkin, ignoring the way Luca openly looked at the way her thin dress stuck to her skin. One of the stables was a burnt-out hulk, with long soot marks lashing up over the stone above each empty window. The centre of its slate roof had collapsed inwards. Carmitha whistled silently. Louise hadn't been lying. Several groups of field labourers were sheltering from the radiant sky in open doorways. They were munching on big sandwiches and baguettes, passing bottles round. Carmitha could feel every pair of eyes on her as Luca took her over to the remaining stable. "You can put Olivier in here," he said. "I think the stalls are big enough. And there's oats in the sacks at the far end. The hose is working as well if you want to wash him down first." It was something of which he seemed quite proud. Carmitha could well imagine Grant Kavanagh's reaction if the hose hadn't been working.
"Thank you. I'll do that."
"Okay. Are you going to sleep in the caravan?"
"I think that's for the best, don't you?"
"Sure. When you're ready, go into the kitchen and ask for Susanna. She'll find something for you to do." He started to walk away.
Luca."
"Yeah." Carmitha held her hand out. Light sparked sharply off the diamond ring.
"She gave it to me."
Luca stared at it in shocked recognition and took a couple of fast paces towards her. He grabbed her hand and brought it up in front of his face.
"Where are they?"
he demanded hotly. "Damn it, where did they go? Are they safe?"
"Louise told me about the last time she saw you,"
Carmitha said coolly. She glanced pointedly at the burnt-out stable. Luca clenched his fists, his face contorted in anguish. Every thought in his head was suffused with shame. I wasn't. Oh, shit! God damn it! Where are they? I promise you, I swear, I am not going to hurt them. Just tell me."
"I know.
It was a crazy time. You're ashamed and sorry now, and you'd never harm a hair on their heads."
"Yes."
He made an effort to regain control. "Look, we did terrible things, brutal, inhuman things, to people, women, children. I know it was wrong. I knew the whole time I was doing it, and I still kept on doing them. But you don't understand what was driving me, driving all of us." He shook an accusing finger, shouting, "You've never died! You've never been that insanely fucking desperate! Lucifer's deal would have been the most blessed relief from that place we were imprisoned. I would have done that. I would have walked right through the gates of hell and begged to be let in if I'd just been given the chance. But we never were." He crumpled, energy withering from his body. "Damn it! Please, I just want to know if they're all right. Look,
We've got some other non-possessed here, kids, and there's more in town. We look after them. We're not total monsters." Carmitha looked round the courtyard, almost embarrassed. "Are you letting Grant know all this?" "Yes. Yes, I am. I promise." "Okay. I don't know exactly where they are. I left the pair of them at Bytham. They took the aero ambulance. I saw it fly away." "Aero ambulance?" "Yes. It was Genevieve's idea. They were trying to reach Norwich. They thought they'd be safe there." "Oh." He held his horse tightly, almost as though he would fall without its support. His face brimmed with regret. "It would take me months to reach the city. That's if there's a ship that'll take me. Damn." She put a tentative hand on his arm. "Sorry I'm not much more help, but that Louise is one tough kettle. If anyone is going to avoid possession, it'll be her." He stared at her incredulously, then gave a bitter laugh. "My Louise? Tough? She can't even sugar her own grapefruit for breakfast. God, what a stupid bloody way to bring up children! Why did you do that? Why don't you let them see the world for what it really is? Because they're born to be ladies. Our society protects them. I protect them, as every father should. I give them everything that's right and decent in the world. Your society is shit, worthless, irrelevant. It doesn't even qualify as a society. You're playing out a medieval pageant, not living. Being pathetic and insignificant isn't a way of defending yourself and everyone you love. People have to face up to what's outside their own horizon. Nothing was outside, not until you demon freaks came and ruined the universe. We have lived here for centuries and made ourselves a good, respectable home. And you scum ruined that. Ruined? You stole it from us, and now you're trying to rebuild everything you say you hate. You're not even bloody savages. You're below that. No wonder hell didn't want you. Hey!" Carmitha shook him hard. "Hey! Snap out of it!" "Don't touch me!" he screamed. His whole body was trembling violently. "Oh, God!" He sank to his knees, hands pressed into his face. A wretched voice burbled out between clawed fingers. "I'm him. I'm him. There's no difference anymore. This isn't what we wanted. Don't you understand? This isn't how life's supposed to be here. This was meant to be paradise." "No such place." She rubbed the top of his spine, trying to ease some of the badly knotted muscles. "You've just got to make the best of it, like everybody else." His head bobbed weakly in what Carmitha supposed was acknowledgement. She decided this probably wasn't the best time to tell him his dear, precious Louise was pregnant. 10. Mortonridge was bleeding away into the ocean, a prolonged and arduous death. It was as though all the pain, the torment, the misery from a conflict that could never be anything other than excruciatingly bitter had manifested itself as mud. Slimy, insidious, limitless, it rotted the resolve of both sides in the same way it ravaged their physical environment. The peninsula's living skin of topsoil had torn along the spine of the central mountain range, to slither relentlessly downslope into the coastal shallows. All the rich black loam built up over millennia, as the rainforests regenerated themselves, upon the decayed trunks of time-lost past generations, was sluiced away within 2 days by the unnatural rain. Reduced to super-saturated sludge, the precious upper few meters containing abundant nitrates, bacteria, and aboriginal earthworm analogues had become an unstoppable landslip. Hill-sized moraines of mire were pushed along valleys, bulldozed by the intolerable pressure exerted by cubic kilometers of more ooze behind. The mud tide scoured every valley, incline and hollow, exposing the denser substrata, a compacted mix of gravel and clay, as sterile as asteroid regolith. There were no seeds or spores or eggs hidden tenaciously in its clefts to sprout anew, and precious few nutrients to succour and support them even if there had been. Ralph used the SD sensors to watch the thick black stain expanding out across the sea. The mouth of the Julif had produced a similar discoloration in the Lons Sea, he remembered, but that was just one small blemish. This was an ecological blight unmatched since the worst of Earth's dystopic 21st century. Marine creatures were dying in the plague of unnatural dark waters, choking beneath the uncountable corpses of their mammalian cousins. "She was right, you know," he told Cahill at the end of the Liberation's first week. "Who?" "Annette Ekeland. Remember when we met her at the Firebreak roadblock? She said we'd have to destroy the village in order to save it, and I stood there and told her that I'd do whatever I had to, whatever it took. Dear God." He slumped back in the thickly cushioned chair behind his desk. If it hadn't been for the staff in the ops room on the other side of the glass wall, he would probably have put his head in his hands. Cahill glanced into the sparkling light of the desktop AV pillar. The unhealthy smear around Mortonridge's coast had grown almost as a counterbalance to the shrinking cloud. It was still raining over the peninsula, of course, but not constantly. The cloud had almost reverted to a natural weather formation. There were actual gaps amid the thick, dark swirls now. "Chief, they did it to themselves. You've got to stop punishing yourself over this. No one who's been depossessed in Zero Tau is blaming you for anything. They're gonna give you a fucking medal once this is over." Medals, ennoblement, promotions. They'd all been mentioned. Ralph hadn't paid a lot of attention. Such things were the trappings of state, government trinkets of no practical value whatsoever. Saving people was what really counted. Everything else was just an acknowledgement, a method of reinforcing memory. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted that. Mortonridge would never recover, would never grow back to what it was. Maybe that was the best memorial. A decimated land was something that could never be overlooked and ignored by future generations. A truth that remained unsusceptible to the historical revisionists. The liberation, he had decided some while ago, wasn't a victory over Ekeland. At best, he'd scored a few points off her. She'd be back for the next match. Acacia rapped lightly on the open door and walked in, followed by Yanapama. Ralph waved at them to sit, and dativized a code lock at the door. The sense-environ bubble room closed about them. Princess Kirsten and Admiral Farquhar were waiting around the oval table for the daily progress review. Mortonridge itself formed a three-dimensional relief map on the tabletop, small blinking symbols sketching in the state of the campaign. The number of purple triangles, indicating clusters of possessed, had increased dramatically over the last 10 days, as the cloud attenuated, allowing the SD sensors to scan the ground. Invading forces were green hexagons, an unbroken line mimicking the coastline, 65 kilometers inland. Admiral Farquhar leant forwards, studying the situation with a despondent expression. "Less than 10 kilometers a day," he said somberly. "I'd hoped we would be a little further along by now." "You wouldn't see that if you'd tried walking through that devilsome mud," Acacia said. "The sergeants are making excellent progress." "It wasn't a criticism," the Admiral said hastily. "Given the circumstances, they've performed marvellously. I simply wish we could have one piece of luck on our side. Everything about these conditions seems to swing in Ekeland's favour." "It's starting to swing back," Cal said. "The rain and the mud have triggered just about every booby trap they've left in wait for us, and we've got their locations locked down now. They can't escape." "I can see the actual campaign is advancing well on the ground," Princess Kirsten said. "I have no complaint about the way you're handling that. However, I do have a problem with the number of casualties we're incurring, on both sides." The relevant figures stood in gold columns at the top of the table. Ralph had done his best to ignore them. Not that he could forget. "The suicide rate among the possessed is increasing at an alarming rate," he conceded, today's side reaching 8%, and there's very little we can do about it. They're doing it quite deliberately. It's an inhibiting tactic. After all, what have they got to lose? The whole purpose of the campaign is to free the bodies they've captured. If they can deny us that opportunity, then they will weaken our resolve, both on the ground and in the political arena. "If that's their reasoning, then they're badly mistaken," Princess Kirsten said. "One of the main reasons for the kingdom's strength is because my family can take tough decisions when the need arises. This liberation continues until the sergeants meet up on Mortonridge's central mountain. However, I would like some options on how to reduce casualties." "There's only one," Ralph said, "and it's by no means perfect. We slow the front line's advance and use the time to concentrate our forces around the possessed. At the moment, we're using almost the minimum number of sergeants against each nest of them we encounter. That means the sergeants have to use a lot of gunfire to subdue them. When the possessed realize they've lost, they stop resisting the bullets. Bang. We lose. Another of our people dies, and the lost souls in the beyond have another recruit. If we increase the number of sergeants for each encounter, what sort of reduction do you expect us to be looking at? At the moment, we try to have at least 30% more sergeants than possessed. If we could reach double, then we think we can hold the suicide rate down to a maximum of 15% each time. Of course, the ratio will improve naturally as the length of the front line contracts and the numbers of possessed decreases, Admiral Farquhar said. It's just that right now we're about at maximum stretch. The sergeants haven't got far enough inland to decrease the length of the front line appreciably, yet they're encountering a lot of possessed. That entire situation is going to change over the next 3 to 4 days, Cahill said. Almost all the possessed are on the move. They're retreating from the front line as fast as they can wade. The advance is going to speed up considerably, so the length will reduce anyway.
They're running for now, Yana Palmer said, but there's a lot of heavy concentrations of them 50 kilometres in from the front line. If they've got any sense, they'll regroup. The more of them there are, the stronger they get, and the more difficult they'll be to subdue, especially in light of the suicides, Acacia said. I've had the AI drawing up an SD strike pattern to halt their movements. I don't think they should be allowed to retreat any further. We're worried that we'll wind up with a solid core at the centre which will be just about impossible to crack without large-scale casualties. I really don't want to wait 3 to 4 days for an improvement, Princess Kirsten said. Ralph, what do you think?
Denying them the ability to congregate is my primary concern, ma'am. They've already got a lot of people in Shalton, Ketton, and Cawley. I do not want to see that increase any further. But if we prevent them from moving from their present locations and then switch our tactics to a slower advance, you're looking at almost doubling the estimated time of the campaign.
But with significantly reduced casualties?
The princess asked. Ralph looked over at Acacia. Only among the people who've been possessed. Trying to subdue them with a larger number of sergeants, using less firepower, will significantly increase the risk to the sergeants.
We volunteered for this knowing the risks would be great, Acacia said, and we are prepared for that. However, I feel I should tell you that a significant number of sergeants are suffering from what I can only describe as low morale. It's not something we were expecting. The animating personalities were supposed to be fairly simple thought routines with basic personalities. It would appear they are evolving into quite high-order mentalities. Unfortunately, they lack the kind of sophistication which would allow them to appreciate their full hedonist heritage. Normally, we can mitigate one person's burden by sharing and sympathizing. However, here the number of suffering is far in excess of the rest of us, which actually places quite a strain on us. We haven't known a scale of suffering like this since Jantrit.
You mean they're becoming real people? Yana Palmer asked.
Not yet, nor do we believe they ever will be. Ultimately, they are limited by the capacity of the Sergeant processor array after all. What I am telling you is that they're progressing slightly beyond simplistic bitech servitors. Do not expect machine levels of efficiency in future. There are human factors involved which will now need to be taken into account.
Such as?
The princess asked. They will probably need time to recuperate between assaults. Duties will have to be rotated between platoons. I'm sorry, she said to Ralph. It adds considerable complications to the planning, especially if you want them to prevent the possessed suicides.
I'm sure the AI can cope, he said.
It looks like the campaign is going to take a lot longer, whatever option we go for, Admiral Farquhar said. That does have one small benefit, Yana Palmer said. I'd love to hear it, the princess told her. Reducing the flow of depossessed is going to alleviate some of the pressure on our medical facilities.
Back in her private office, Kirsten shuddered, a movement not reproduced inside the bubble room. That, out of all the other horrors revealed by the liberation, had upset her the most. Cancers were such a rarity in this day and age that to see several bulging from a person's skin like inflated blisters was a profound shock. and there were very few depossessed who didn't suffer from them. To inflict such an incapacitating disease for what was apparently little more than vanity was hubris at an obscene level. That it might also be simple blind ignorance was almost as bad. "I have requested aid from the kingdom and our allies as a matter of urgency," she said. "We should start to receive shipments of medical mnemonic packages over the next few days. Every hospital and clinic on the planet is being used, and civilian ships are being deployed to fly people out to asteroid settlements in the system. Not that they have many beds or staff, but every little helps. I just wish we could ferry people out system, but at the moment I can't break the quarantine for that. In any event, my foreign minister has cautioned me that there would be some reservation from other star systems about accepting our medical cases. They're worried about infiltration by the possessed, and I can't say I blame them." "Capone's new lunacy doesn't help ease the paranoia," Admiral Farquhar grunted. "Damn that bastard." "So you would prefer the slow-down scenario?" Kirsten asked. "Very much so, ma'am," Yana Palmer said. "It's not just a question of providing medical support. There are transport bottlenecks as well. It's improved slightly, now we can land aircraft at the coastal ports, but we have to get the depossessed there first, and they need care which my occupation forces really aren't geared up to provide." "General Hilch, what do you favour?" "I don't like slowing down the advance, ma'am. With all respect to Admiral Farquhar's SD officers, I don't think they'll be able to prevent the possessed from congregating. Slow their movements, maybe, but halt them, no. And once that happens, we'll be in a real mess. The kind of firepower we're going to need to break open Ketten at the moment is way in excess of any assault so far. We have to prevent it from turning into a runaway situation. At the moment, we're dictating the pace of events to them. I'd hate to abandon that level of control. It's our one big advantage." "I see. Very well. You'll have my decision before dawn, local time." The Sensenviren ended with its usual abruptness, and Kirsten blinked irritably, allowing her eyes to register the familiar office. Touching base with normality. Necessary now. These nightly reviews were becoming a considerable drain. Not even the Privy Council Grand Policy conclaves back in the Apollo Palace had quite the same impact. They implemented policies that would take decades to mature. The liberation was all so now, something the Saldanas were not accustomed to. In any modern crisis, the major decision would be whether or not to dispatch a fleet. After that, everything was down to the admiral in charge. "I make political decisions, not military ones." But the liberation had changed all that, blurring the distinction badly. Military decisions were political ones. She stood up, stretching, then went over to Ali's bust. Her hand touched his familiar, reassuringly sober features. "What would you do?" she murmured. Not that she would ever be accused of making the wrong choice. Whatever it was, the family would support her. Her equerry, Sylvester Garay, scrambled to his feet in the reception room, the chair legs scraping loudly on the tushwood floor, as Kirsten came out of her office. "Tired?" she asked lightly. "No, ma'am." "Yes, you are. I'm going back to my quarters for a few hours. I won't need you before 7 o'clock. Have a sleep, or at least a rest." "Thank you, ma'am." He bowed deeply as she walked out. There were a few staff about in the private apartments, which was how she liked them. With the rooms all dark and quiet, it was almost how she imagined a normal home would be late in the evening. An assistant nanny and a maid were on duty, sitting up chatting quietly in the lounge next to the children's bedrooms. Kirsten stood outside for a moment, listening. The nanny's fiancé was in the Royal Navy, and hadn't called her for a couple of days. The maid was sympathizing. Everyone, Kirsten thought, this has touched and involved every one of us. And the liberation is only the beginning. So far the Church had been noticeably unsuccessful in quelling people's fears of the beyond, though Atherstone's bishop reported that attendance was high in every parish on the planet, greater than Christmas Eve, he'd said almost in indignation. She opened the door to Edward's study without knocking, only realizing her mistake once she was well inside. There was a girl with him on the leather settee, his current mistress. Kirsten remembered the security file Yannicka Dermot had provided. Minor nobility, her father owned an estate and some kind of transport company. Pretty young thing, in her early 20s, with classic delicate bonework. Tall, with very long legs, as they all invariably were with Edward. She stared at Kirsten in utter consternation, then frantically tried to adjust her evening dress to a more modest position. Not that she could achieve much modesty with so little fabric, Kirsten thought in amusement. The girl's wine-glass went flying from trembling fingers. Kirsten frowned at that. The antique carpet was Turkish, a beautiful red and blue weave. She'd given it to Edward as a birthday present 15 years ago.
"Mom,"
the girl squeaked. Kirsten merely gave her a mildly inquiring glance.
"Come along, my dear,"
Edward said calmly. He took her arm and escorted her to the door. "Affairs of state. I'll call you in the morning." She managed a strangled whimper in response. A butler, responding to Edward's datavise, appeared and gestured politely to the by now thoroughly frightened and bewildered girl. Edward shut the study door behind her and sighed. Kirsten started laughing, then put her hand over her mouth.
"Oh, Edward, I'm sorry. I should have let you know I was coming."
He spread his hands wide. "C'est la vie."
Poor thing looked terrified.
She knelt down and picked the wine-glass up, dabbing at the carpet.
"Look what she did. I'd better get a valet mechanoid or it'll stain."
She datavised the study's processor.
"It's a rather good Chablis, actually."
He picked the bottle out of its walnut cooler jacket.
"Shame to waste it. Would you like some?"
"Lovely, thank you. It's been a very bad day at the office."
"Ah."
He went over to the cabinet and brought her a fresh glass. Kirsten sniffed at the bouquet after he'd poured.
"She was jolly gorgeous. Slightly young, though. Wicked of you."
She brushed at imaginary dust on his lapel.
"Then again, I can see why she's so obliging. You always did look rather splendid in uniform."
Edward glanced down at his Royal Navy tunic. There were no royal crests, just 3 discreet medal ribbons, earned long ago.
"I'm just doing my bit, though they are all depressingly young at the base. I think they regard me as some kind of mascot."
"Oh, poor Edward. The indignity. But not to worry. Zandra and Emmeline are terribly impressed."
He sat on the leather settee and patted the cushion.
"Come on, sit down and tell me what's wrong."
"Thank you."
She stepped round the small mechanoid that was sniffing at the wine stain, and sat beside him, welcoming his arm around her shoulders. The secret of a successful royal marriage: don't have secrets. They were both intelligent people, which had allowed them to work out the grounds of a sustainable domestic arrangement a long time ago. In public and in private, he was the perfect companion, a friend and confidant. All she required was loyalty, which he supplied admirably. In return, he was free to gather whatever perks his position presented. And it wasn't just girls. He was an avid art collector and bon viveur. They even still slept together occasionally.
"The liberation is not progressing as well as could be," he said. "That much is obvious, and the net is overloading with speculation."
Kirsten sipped some of the Chablis.
"Progress is the key word, yes."
She told him about the decision she was faced with. After she'd finished, he poured some more wine for himself before answering.
"The sergeant's developing advanced personalities. Oh, how intriguing. I wonder if they'll refuse to go back into their habitat multiplicities when the campaign is over."
"I have no idea.
Acacia never ventured an opinion, and to be honest, that part is not my problem."
"It might be if they all start applying for citizenship afterwards."
"Oh, God."
She snuggled up closer.
"No, I'm not even going to consider that right now."
"Wise lady. You want my opinion?"
"That's why I'm here."
"You can't ignore the sergeant situation. We are utterly dependent on them to liberate Mortonridge, and there's a hell of a way to go yet. 180,000 people depossessed, 17,000 dead so far. That leaves us with 1.8 million left to save."
"Exactly. And we're about to enter the phase which will see the heaviest fighting. If they keep advancing at their current rate, the front line will reach the first areas where the possessed are concentrated the day after tomorrow. If you slow them now, the sergeants are going to start taking heavy losses just before that. Not good.
I'd say keep things as they are until the front line hits those concentrations, then shift to General Hilch's outnumbering tactics. That's a very logical solution. She stared at the wine. If only all I had to consider were numbers. But they're depending on me, Edward. Who? The people who've been possessed. Even locked away in their own bodies. They know the liberation is coming now. A practical salvation from this obscenity. They have faith in me. They trust me to deliver them from this evil, and I have a duty to them. That duty is one of the few true burdens placed on the family by our people. Now I know there is a way of reducing the number of my subjects killed. I cannot in all conscience ignore it for tactical convenience. That would be a betrayal of trust, not to mention an abdication of duty.
The two impossibles for a Saldana.
Yes, we have had it easy for an awful long time, haven't we?
Shall we say moderately difficult?
Yet if I want to reduce the death rate, I'm going to have to ask the Edenists to take it on the chin for us. You know what bothers me most about that? People will expect it. I'm a Saldana. They're Edenists. What could be simpler?
The sergeants aren't quite Edenists.
We don't know what the hell they are, not anymore. Acacia was hedging her bets very thoroughly. If they're worried enough to bring the problem to me, then it has to be a substantial factor, one I cannot discount from the humanist equation. Damn it! They were supposed to be automatons.
The liberation is a very rushed venture. I'm sure if Jupiter's geneticists had been given enough time to design a dedicated soldier construct, then this would never have arisen. But we had to borrow from the Lord of Ruin. Look, General Hilch was given overall command of the liberation. Let him make the decision. It's what he's paid for.
Get thee behind me, she muttered. No, Edward, not this time. I'm the one who insisted on reducing the fatalities. It's my responsibility.
You'll be setting a precedent.
Hardly one that's likely to be repeated. All of us are sailing into new and very stormy territory. That requires proper leadership. If I cannot provide that now, then the family will ultimately have failed. We have spent 400 years engineering ourselves into this position of statesmanship, and I will not duck the issue when it really counts. It stinks of cowardice, and that is one thing I will never allow the Saldanas to stand accused of.
He kissed her on the side of her head. Well, you know you have my support. If I could make one final observation, the personalities in the sergeants are all volunteers. They came here knowing what their probable fate would be. That purpose remains at their core. In that, they are like every pre-21st century army, reluctant, frightened even, but committed. So give them the time they need to gather their nerve and resolution, and then use them for the purpose for which they were created, saving genuine human lives. If they are truly capable of emotion, then their only hope of gaining satisfaction will come from achieving that. Ralph was eating a cold snack in Fort Forward's command complex canteen when he received the data device.
Slow the assault, Princess Kirsten told him. I want that suicide figure reduced as low as you can practically achieve.
Yes, ma'am. I'll see to it. And thank you.
This is what you wanted?
We're not here to recapture land, ma'am. The liberation is about people.
I know that. I hope Acacia will forgive us.
I'm sure she will, ma'am. The Edenists understand us pretty well.
Good, because I also want the sergeant platoons given as much breathing space between assaults as they require.
That will reduce the rate of advance even further.
I know, but it can't be helped. Don't worry about political and technical support, General. I'll ensure you get that right to the bitter end.
Yes, ma'am. The data device ended. He looked round at the senior staff eating with him and gave a slow smile. We got it. High above the air, cold technological eyes stared downwards, unblinking. Their multi-spectrum vision could penetrate clean through Mortonridge's thinning strands of puffy white cloud to reveal the small group of warm figures trekking across the mud. But that was where the observation failed. Objects around them were perfectly clear, the dendritic tangle of roots flaring from fallen trees, a pulverized four-wheel drive rover almost devoured by the blue-grey mud, even the shape of large stones ploughed up and rolled along by thick runnels of sludge. In contrast, the figures were hazed by shimmering air, infrared blobs no more substantial than candle flames. No matter which combination of discrimination filters it applied to the sensor image, the AI was unable to determine their exact number. Best estimate, taken from the width of the distortion and measuring the thermal imprint of the disturbed mud they left behind, was between 4 and 9. Stephanie could feel the necklace of prying satellites as they slid relentlessly along their arc from horizon to horizon. Not so much their physical existence. That kind of knowledge had vanished along with the cloud and the possessed's mental unity. But their avaricious intent was forever there, intruding upon the world's intrinsic harmonies. It acted as a reminder for her to keep her guard up. The others were the same, messing with the sight on a level which equated to waving a hand at persistent flies. Not that satellites were their problem. A far larger note of discord resonated from the sergeants, now just a couple of miles away, and coming closer, always closer, machine-like in their determination. At first Stephanie had ignored them, employing a kind of bravado that was almost entirely alien to her. Everybody had, once they'd reached the shelter and dryness of the barn. The building didn't amount to much, set on a gentle hillock, with a low wall of stone acting as a base for composite panelling walls and a shallow roof. They'd stumbled across it 5 horrendous hours after setting out from the end of the valley. McPhee claimed that proved they were following the road. By then, nobody was arguing with him. In fact, nobody was speaking at all. Their limbs were trembling from exertion. Not even reinforcing them with energistic strength helped much. They'd long since discovered such augmentation had to be paid for by the body in the long run. The barn had come pretty much at the end of their endurance. There'd been no discussion about using it. As soon as they saw its dark, bleak outline through the pounding rain, they'd trudged grimly towards it. Inside, there was little respite from the weather at first. The wind had torn innumerable panels off the carbotanium frame, and the concrete floor was lost beneath a foot of mud. That didn't matter. In their state, it was pure salvation. Their energistic power renovated it. Mud flowed up the walls, sealing over the lost panels and turning to stone. The rain was repelled, and the howl of the wind muted. Relief united them again, banishing the misery of the retreat from the valley. It was an emotion which produced an overreaction of confidence and defiance. Now they found it possible to ignore the occasional mind scream of anguish as another soul was wrenched from its possessed body by the peril of zero tau. They cooperated gamely in searching round outside for food, adopting a campfire jollity as they cleaned and cooked the dead fish and mud-smeared vegetables. Then the rain eased off, and the sergeants crunched forwards remorselessly. Food became very scarce. A week after the liberation began, they left the barn, tramping along the melted contour line which McPhee still insisted was the road. Even living through the deluge under a flimsy roof hadn't prepared them for the scale of devastation wrought by the water. Valleys were completely impassable. Huge rivers of mud slithered along, murmuring and burbling incessantly as they sucked down and devoured anything that protruded into their course. Progress was slow, even though they'd now fashioned themselves sturdy hiking attire. Even Tina wore strong leather boots. 2 days spent trying to navigate through the buckled, decrepit landscape. They kept to the high ground, where swaths of dark green aboriginal grass were the only relief from the overlapping shades of brown. There was no map, and no recognizable features to apply one against. So many promising ridges ended in sharp dips down into the mud, forcing them to backtrack, losing hours. But they always knew which way to travel. It was simple, away from the sergeants. It was also becoming very difficult to stay ahead. The front line seemed to move at a constant pace, unfazed by the valleys and impossible terrain, while Stephanie and her group spent their whole time zigzagging about. What had begun 48 hours ago as a 9-mile gap was down to about 2, and closing steadily.
"Oh, hey, you cats," Cochrane called. "You, want the good news or the bad news first?"
He had taken point duty, striding out ahead of the others. Now he stood atop a dune of battered reeds, looking down the other side in excitement. "The bad," Stephanie said automatically.
"The Legion of the Black Hats is speeding up, and there's this stupendously huge amount of them."
"What's the good?" Tina squealed.
They're speeding up because there's like a road down here, a real one with tarmac and stuff.
The others didn't exactly increase their pace to reach the bedraggled hippie, but there was a certain eagerness in their stride that had been missing for some time. They clambered up the incline of the dune and halted level with him.
"What's there?"
Moyo asked. His face was perfect, the scars and blisters gone, eyes solid and bright. He was even able to smile again, doing so frequently during the last few days they'd spent in the barn. That he could smile, yet still refused to let them see what lay beneath the illusory eyeballs, worried Stephanie enormously. A bad form of denial. He was acting the role of himself, and it was a very thin performance.
"It's a valley,"
she told him. He groaned.
"Oh, hell, not again. No, this is different."
The dune was actually the top of a steepish slope which swept down several 100 yards to the floor of Catmos Vale, a valley that was at least 20 miles wide. Drizzle and mist made the far side difficult to see. The floor below was a broad flat expanse, whose size had actually managed to defeat the massive discharges of mud. Its width had absorbed the surges that coursed out of the narrower ravines along either side, spreading them wide and robbing them of their destructive power. The wide, boggy river channel which meandered along the centre had siphoned the bulk of the tide away, without giving it a chance to amass in dangerously unstable colloidal waves. Vast low-lying sections of the floor had turned directly into quagmire from the rain and overspill. Entire forests had subsided, their trunks keeling over to lean against each other. Now they were slowly sinking deeper and deeper as the rapidly expanding subsurface water level gnawed away at the stability of the loam. Watched over the period of a day or two, it was almost as if they were melting away. Small hillocks and knolls formed the vast archipelago of olive-green islands amid the ochre sea. Hundreds of distressed and emaciated aboriginal animals scurried about over each of them, herds of colfrans, a deer analogue, and packs of the small canine ferangs were trampling the surviving blades of grass into a sticky pulp. Birds scuttled among them, their feathers too slick with mud for them to fly. Many of the islands just below the foot of the slope had sections of road threaded across them. The eye could stitch them together into a single strand leading along the valley. It led towards a small town, just visible through the drizzle. Most of it had been built on raised land, leaving its buildings clear of the mud, as if the entire valley had become its moat. There was a church near the centre, its classic grey stone spire standing defiantly proud. Some kind of scarlet symbols had been painted around the middle.
"That's got to be kitten,"
Franklin said.
"Can you sense them?"
"Yes," Stephanie said uncomfortably. "There's a lot of us down there." It would explain the condition of the buildings. There wasn't a tile missing from the neat houses, no sign of damage. Even the little park was devoid of puddles.
"I guess that's why these guys are, so anxious to reach it."
Cochrane jerked a thumb back down the valley. It was the first time they'd actually seen the Liberation Army. 20 jeeps formed a convoy along the road. Whenever the carbon concrete surface left the islands to dip under the mud, they slowed slightly, cautiously testing the way. The mud couldn't have been very deep or thick, barely coming over the wheels. A V-shaped phalanx of sergeants followed on behind the jeeps, big dark figures, lumbering along quite quickly, considering none of them was on the road. On one side of the carbon concrete strip, their line stretched out almost to the central river of mud. On the other it extended up the side of Catmos Vale's wall. A second train of vehicles, larger than the jeeps, was turning into the valley several miles behind the front line.
"Holy shit," Franklin groaned. "We can't make that sort of speed, not over this terrain."
McPhee was studying the rugged land behind them.
"I cannot see them up here."
"They'll be there," Rana said. "They're on the other side of the river as well. Look, that line is kept level. There's no break in it. They're scooping us up like horseshit.
If we stay up here, we'll be nailed before sunset."
"If we go down, we can keep ahead of them on the road," Stephanie said. "But we'll have to go through the town. I have a bad feeling about that. The possessed there know the sergeants are coming, yet they're staying put, and there's a lot of them."
"They're going to make a stand,"
Moyo said. Stephanie glanced back at the ominous line moving towards them.
"They'll lose,"
she said morosely.
Nothing can resist that.
We've no food left, McPhee said. Cochrane used an index finger to prod his purple sunglasses up along the bridge of his nose.
Plenty of water, though, man.
There's nothing to eat up here,
Rana said.
We have to go down.
The town will hold them off for a while at least, Stephanie said. She resisted glancing at Moyo, though he was now her principal concern.
We could use the time to take a break. Rest up.
Then what? Moyo grunted.
Then we move on. We keep ahead of them.
Why bother?
Don't,
she said softly.
We try and live life as we always wanted to, remember?
Well, I don't want to live like this. And there might be something different up ahead, because there certainly isn't anything behind. As long as we keep going, there's hope. His face compressed to a melancholic expression. He held one arm out, moving his hand round to try and find her. She gripped his fingers tightly, and he hugged her against him.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right,
she murmured.
Hey, you know what?
The way we're heading, it takes us right up to the central mountain range. You can show me what mountain gliding is like. Moyo laughed gruffly, his shoulders trembling.
Look, guys, I hate to fuck up my karma anymore by breaking up your major love-in scene here, but we have to decide where we're, going. Now. This is one army that doesn't take time out, you dig?
It has to be down to Ketton, Stephanie said briskly. She eyed the long slope below. It would be slippery, but with their energistic power they ought to cope.
We can get there ahead of the army.
Only just ahead, Franklin said. We'll be trapped in the town. If we stay up here, we can still keep ahead of them. Not by much, McPhee said. And you'll not have time to gather any food, Rana said. I don't know about you, but I know I can't keep this pace up for much longer without eating a full meal. We must consider the practicalities of the situation. My calorie intake has been very low over the last couple of days.
It's a permanent downer, Cochrane said. Your practical problem is that you don't eat properly anyway.
She glared at him. I really hope you aren't going to suggest I should eat dead flesh.
Brother.
He raised his arms heavenwards.
Here we go again. Check it out. No meat, no smoking, no gambling, no sex, no loud music, no bright lights, no dancing, no fucking fun.
I'm going down to Ketton, Stephanie said, overriding the pair of them. She started to walk down the slope, her hand holding on to Moyo's fingers. If anyone else wants to come, you'd better do it now.
I'm with you,
Moyo said. He moved his feet along cautiously. Rana shrugged lightly and started to follow. A reefer slid up out of Cochrane's fist, and the tip ignited. He stuck it in his mouth and went after Rana.
Sod it,
Franklin said wretchedly. All right, but we're giving up by going down there. There'll be no way out of that town. You can't keep ahead of them up here, McPhee said. Look at the bastards. It's like they can walk on mud. All right, all right. Tina gave Rana a desperate look. Darling, those things will simply demolish the town, and we'll be in it. Maybe. Who knows? The military always makes ludicrously extravagant propaganda claims about their macho prowess. Reality invariably lags behind.
Yo, Tina,
Cochrane proffered the reefer.
Come with us, babe. You and me. We could, have our last night on this world together. Fucking A way to go, huh?
Tina shuddered at the grinning hippie.
I'd rather be captured by those beastly things.
That's a no, is it?
No, it is not. I don't want us to split up. You're my friends.
Stephanie had turned to watch the little scene.
Tina, make up your mind.
She started off down the slope again, leading Moyo.
Oh, heavens,
Tina said. You simply never give me the time to decide anything. It's so unfair.
Bye, doll,
Cochrane said. Don't go so fast. I can't keep up. Stephanie made a deliberate effort to expel the woman's whining from her mind, concentrating solely on navigating her way down the slope. She had to take quite a shallow angle, constantly reinforcing the slippery soil below her boot soles with energistic power. Even then her progress was marked by long skid marks.
I can sense a lot of possessed below us,
Moyo said when they were 100 yards above the quagmires of the valley floor. "Where?" Stephanie asked without thinking. She hadn't been paying attention to what waited below. Traversing the tricky slope required her complete attention. Now she looked up. She could see the convoy of jeeps was barely a mile behind them. The sight gave her heart a cold squeeze. "Not far." His free hand pointed out across the valley. "Over there." Stephanie couldn't see anyone, but now she scrutinized the mental whispers around the edge of her perception. She was aware of rising anticipation in many minds.
"Hey, Maya, man, good call."
Cochrane was scanning the valley.
"Those cats are like low in the mud. I can't see anyone."
"Come on," Stephanie said. "Let's find out what's happening." The last section of the slope started to flatten out, allowing them to increase their speed. Stephanie was tempted just to keep to the undulating foothills that ran along the valley wall. They could certainly make good time on the reasonably dry ground, except it curved gradually away from Ketton. One of the visible sections of road was about 300 yards away across a perfectly flat expanse of slough. Stephanie stood on the edge, mud oozing round her ankles. Her boots kept her feet dry, but as a precaution she made the leather creep up her shins towards her knees. The silence down here was unnerving. It was as if the mud had some kind of anti-sound property. "I don't think it's very deep," she ventured.
"One way to find out,"
McPhee said vigorously. He struck out for the road with confident strides. Mud sloshed away slowly from his legs as he ploughed across.
"Come on, you great bunch of woofters! It's not like we can drown."
Cochrane and Vrana gave each other a reluctant glance, then started in. "It's going to be all right," Stephanie said. She kept the tight grip on Moyo's hand, and they waded in together. Tina held on to Franklin's hand as they went in. The action drew a lecherous grin from Cochrane. Stephanie was right about it not being particularly deep, but the mud was soon up to her knees. After a couple of attempts to clear a trench through it with her energistic power, she gave up. The mud responded so sluggishly it would have taken at least an hour for them to reach the road by such a method. This had to be crossed the hard way, and the level of exertion needed to keep going placed a terrible strain on already fatigued muscles. All of them diverted their energistic power to force recalcitrant legs forward against mud that seemed to exert an equal pressure against them. Their efforts were given an extra edge by the onward march of the army. They were travelling almost at right angles to the front line, losing pressure separation distance with every minute. Stephanie kept telling herself that as soon as they made the road they'd be able to build it back up again. But even using the road, there was a lot of mud to surmount before Ketton, and her body was already approaching its physical limit. She could hear Cochrane wheezing loudly, a sound which carried a long way over the quagmire. "They're right ahead of us now," Moyo said. He opened the front of his oilskin jacket in an attempt to cool himself. The drizzle was seeping through his energistic barrier, combining with sweat to soak his shirt. "Two of them, and they're not happy with us." Stephanie glanced up, trying to distinguish the source of the animus thoughts. The slight rise carrying the road was 70 yards in front. Badly mangled grass and a few straggly bushes gleaming dully in the grisly skin of rainwater. Dozens of ferangs were pelting about excitedly, running together in packs of 6 or 7. Their cohesive motion reminded her of fish schools, every moment enacted in unison.
"I can't see anyone,"
McPhee grunted. "Here, shitheads!" he shouted. "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Groovy," Cochrane said. "Way to go, dude. That'll make them real friendly. I mean, it's not like we're in cosmically deep shit at this point and need help or anything."
Tina let out a miserable gasp as she slipped. "I hate this fucking mud."
"You tell it as it is, babe."
Franklin helped her up, and the two of them leant against each other as they forced their way onwards. Stephanie glanced back down the length of Katma's Vale and sucked in a fast breath. The jeeps were barely half a mile away, 50 yards to solid ground. "We're not going to make it." "What?" Moyo asked. "We're not going to make it." She was panting heavily now, not bothering with clothes, appearance, any energistic frippery. Even the satellites would be able to see her now. She didn't care. All that mattered was maintaining the integrity of her boots and shoving near-useless legs one in front of the other. Muscle spasms were shaking her calves and thighs. Rana stumbled, falling to her knees. Mud squelched obscenely as it closed over her legs. She blew heavily, her face radiant, glistening with sweat. Cochrane sloshed over and put his arm under her shoulders, dragging her up. The glutinous mud was reluctant to let go.
"Hey, man! Give me a hand here!" he yelled at the land ahead. "Come on, you guys! Quit fooling around! This is like big-time serious!"
The Farang packs dodged round each other as they wheeled about aimlessly. Whoever the people were up ahead, they chose not to reveal themselves. A slight single-tone mechanical whine was becoming audible. The jeep engines.
"Get me to her,"
Moyo hissed. He and Stephanie staggered over to the faltering couple. McPhee had come to a halt 20 yards from the land, staring back at them.
"Keep going," Stephanie yelled at him. "Go on! Somebody's got to get out of this!"
With her help, Moyo took some of Rana's weight from Cochrane. They slung her between them and kicked their way forward again.
"My legs," Rana groaned miserably. "I can't keep them going. They're like fire. God damn it, this shouldn't happen. I can move mountains with my mind."
"No matter,"
Cochrane said through gritted teeth.
"We got you now, sister."
The three of them stumbled forwards. McPhee had reached the land, standing just above the mud to urge them on. Tina and Franklin were almost there. The pair of them were plainly exhausted. Only the big Scot seemed to have any stamina left. Stephanie brought up the rear. The jeeps were 700 yards away now, on a stretch of dry road, picking up speed.
"Shit," she whispered. "Oh, shit! Oh, shit!"
Even if McPhee started sprinting right now, he'd never make it to Ketton. They'd overhaul him easily. Perhaps if the rest of them started flinging white fire at the sergeants. What a ridiculous thought, she told herself. And I don't have any to spare. I must focus on channeling my energistic power. 10 yards to go. I won't put up a fight. It wouldn't be the slightest good, and it might damage the body. I owe her that much. At the heart of her mind, she could feel the captive host stirring in anticipation. All 4 of them staggered up out of the mud and simply collapsed on the soggy ground next to Tina and Franklin, and she still couldn't see the owners of the 2 mines impinging so strongly on her perception.
"Stephanie Ash,"
a woman's voice said from the empty air.
"I see your timing is as fucking atrocious as always."
"Any second now,"
an unseen man announced. Both of their minds were hot with eagerness. Somewhere nearby, the slow-motion wheeze of bagpipes started up, swirling to a level, piercing tone. Stephanie raised her head. Halfway between her and the jeeps, a lone Scottish piper stood facing the vehicles. Dressed in a kilt of Douglas tartan, black leather boots shining, he seemed totally oblivious to the mortal foe riding towards him. His fingers moved sedately as he played Amazing Grace. One of the sergeants in the front vehicle was standing up to get a clear look in over the mud-caked windscreen.
"I like it,"
McPhee hooted. "A call to arms," the concealed man replied. "It has a certain je ne sais quoi, no?" Stephanie glanced round urgently, trying to pin down the voice.
"Call to arms."
An explosion sounded in the distance, rumbling fast over the quagmires and stagnant pools smothering Catmus Vale. A mine had detonated under the leading jeep, punching the front of the chassis into the air. It crashed down, spilling sergeants across the road. Blue-white smoke billowed out from the crater in the concrete. Lumps of debris rained down. The other jeeps barked sharply. Sergeants froze all along the front line, crouching down. The piper finished and bowed solemnly at his enemies. There was a dull, potent thock, loud enough to quiver Stephanie's gullet. Then another. A whole barrage started up, the individual thumps merging into a single sound wave. Tina squealed in fright.
"Oh, shit," Cochrane growled. "Those are mortars."
"Well done," said the woman. "Now keep down."
It was, the Liberation's coordinating AI acknowledged, a classic ambush, and executed perfectly. The jeeps were confined to one of the narrowest strips of land in the valley, unable to veer away. A sleet of mortar shells fell upon them, ranged precisely. High explosives detonated in a near-constant bombardment, pulverizing the stalled vehicles and shredding the sergeants riding them. Smoke, flame, and spumes of superfine mud belched out, obliterating the carnage from view. The AI could do absolutely nothing to prevent it. Radar pulses from the SD sensor satellite swept the length of the valley, but they required several seconds to acquire lock-on. The first bombardment lasted for 90 seconds. Then the mortar operators switched to airburst shells and changed elevation. Dense black clouds burst open above the line of sergeants as they toiled desperately through the quagmire. Broad circles of mud erupted into cyclones of beige foam as the shrapnel slashed down, obliterating the struggling figures. Only then did the SD radars finish backtracking the mortar trajectories. The AI launched its counterstrike. Incandescent scarlet beams stabbed down in retaliation, vaporizing the possessed and their weapons in microseconds. Over a dozen patches of dry land were targeted. Supersonic torrents of steam flared out from the base of each impact. When they gusted away, the mortar sites had been reduced to shallow craters of hard-baked clay, their centers still radiant. They chittered softly as the drizzle fell, prizing open millions of tiny heat-stress fractures. The empty silence returned. Swirls of smoke drifted over the valley floor, dissipating slowly to reveal the burning wrecks of the jeeps. Spread out across the quagmire, the ruptured bodies of the sergeants were gradually claimed by the mud's tireless embrace. Within an hour, there would be little left to hint at the conflict. Stephanie found herself clawing into the soft soil, every muscle locked solid to resist the laser pulse. It never came. She let out a wretched sob, surrendering to the severe shaking that claimed her limbs. Two of the Farang packs crept towards Stephanie and her friends. They dissolved into a pair of human figures dressed in dark grey and green combat fatigues. Annette Ekeland and Soy Hun looked down at them with anger and contempt. "You idiots could have got us blown back into the beyond by blundering about like that," Annette said. "What if dear Ralph considered you to be part of this operation? They would have zeroed this patch of ground for sure." Cochrane lifted his head, mud dribbling down his face to saturate his wild beard. His dead reefer was squashed against his lips. He spat it out.
"Well, fuck me gently with a chainsaw, sister. I'm real sorry to cause you any inconvenience."
Not even Lalonde's oppressive climate prepared Ralph for the awesome humidity when he stepped out of the Royal Marine hypersonic transport plane. It prickled his skin at the same time as it siphoned away vital body energies. Just breathing it in was exhausting. With the last strands of cloud at last gusting out to sea, the tropical sun could finally exert its full strength against poor, malaised Mortonridge. Thousands of square kilometres of mud began to effervesce, thickening the air with hot, cloying vapour. Looking round from the top of the air stair, Ralph could see long ribbons of tenuous white cloud flowing with oily tenacity around the hummocks and foothills of the broad valley. More mist was percolating up from the highlands on either side, with long snow-white streamers spilling out through clefts in the valley walls, to slither down the slope like slow-motion waterfalls. He sniffed at the air. Threaded through the blanket of clean moisture were the traces of corruption. The peninsula's dead biomass was starting to rot and ferment. In another few days, the stench would be formidable, and no doubt extremely unhealthy. One more factor to consider, though it was a long way down on the priority list. Ralph hurried down the aluminium stairs, with Brigadier Palmer and Cahill just behind him. For once there was no marine detail waiting to guard him. They'd landed outside the staging camp established in the mouth of Catmos Vale. Hundreds of programmable silicon igloos had sprung up in rows, like giant powder-blue mushrooms, a miniature recreation of Fort Forward. The only people here were sergeants, occupation troops, and medical case depossessed, plus a handful of rover reporters, all officially authorized liberation correspondents, with a pair of Royal Marine information officers shepherding them. When he looked up the valley, the loose smears of mist blurred into a single, featureless, white sheet carpeting the floor. His enhanced retinas zoomed in on the only visible feature, the slim greyish spire of Ketton's church rising out of the mist. Just by looking at it, Ralph could sense the possessed mustering in the town, a replay of the gentle mental pressure they'd all known in the days of the Red Cloud.
"She's here," he murmured. "The Ekeland woman. She's in Ketton."
"Are you sure?" Cahill asked. "I can feel her, just like before. In any case, She's one of their leaders, and this bunch are well organized." Cahill gave the distant spire a dubious glance. The camp's commander, Colonel Anton Longhurst, was waiting at the bottom of the air stairs. He saluted Ralph. "Welcome to Katmos Vale, sir." "Thank you, Colonel. Looks like you've got yourself an interesting command here." "Yes, sir. I'll show you round. That's after—" He indicated the reporters. "Ah, yes." Ralph kept his ire under control. They'd probably all be using audio discrimination programs. The bastards never missed a trick. The information officers signalled the all clear, and the rover reporters closed in. "General Hilch, Hugh Rossler with Data Axis, can you please tell us why the front line has stalled?" Ralph gave a wan, knowing smile to the plain-looking man in a check shirt and sleeveless jacket who'd asked the question. An in-your-face transmission of the cordial public persona he'd developed and deployed for the last few weeks. "Oh, come on, guys. We're consolidating the ground we've already recovered. There's a lot more to the liberation than just rushing forward at breakneck pace. We have to be sure, and I mean absolutely sure, that none of the possessed has managed to sneak through. Don't forget, it was just one possessed who got into Mortonridge that was responsible for this in the first place. You don't want a repeat of that, do you?" "General Timbeard, Collins, is it true the sergeant simply can't hack it anymore now that the possessed have started to put up real resistance?" "No, it is categorically not true. And if you show me the person who said that, I'll give them a personal and private demonstration of my contempt for such a remark. I flew in here today, and you people drove in from the coast." He waved a hand back at the mud-covered land. "They walked the whole way from the beaches, engaged in tens of thousands of separate combat incidents, and on the way they have rescued nearly 300,000 people from possession. Now, does that really sound as though they can't hack it to you? Because it doesn't to me." "So why isn't the front line continuing its advance?" "Because we've reached a new stage of the campaign. Forgive me for not broadcasting our game plan before, but this kind of reinforcement maneuver was inevitable. As you can see, we've reached Ketton, which has a large number of well-organized and hostile possessed in residence, and this is just one of several such assemblies around Mortonridge. The army is simply redeploying accordingly. When we have sufficient resources assembled, then the sergeants will take the town, but I have no intention of committing them until I'm convinced such an operation can be achieved with the minimum of loss on both sides. Thank you." He started to walk forwards. "General, Elizabeth Mitchell, Time Warner. One final question, please." Her voice was authoritative and insistent, impossible to ignore. "Have you got any comment about the defeat in the valley?" Trust the owner of that voice to ask something he'd really rather avoid, Ralph thought. "Yes, I have. In hindsight, advancing down Katmos Vale so fast was a tactical error, a very bad one, and I take full responsibility for that. Although we knew the possessed are equipped with hunting rifles, we weren't expecting them to have artillery. Mortars are about the crudest kind of artillery it's possible to build, but even so, very effective given certain situations. This was one of them. Now we know what the possessed are capable of. It won't happen again. Every time they use a new weapon or tactic against us, we can analyze it and guard against it in the future, and there are only a very limited number of those moves they can play." He moved on again, more determined this time. A fast date advised to the two information officers, and there were no more shouted questions. "Sorry about them," Colonel Longhurst said. "Not a problem for me," Ralph replied. "You shouldn't play up to scenes like that," Cahill said in annoyance, as they made their way to the camp's headquarters. "It's undignified. At least you could hold a proper press conference with vetted questions." "This is as much propaganda as it is physical war, Cahill," Ralph said. "Besides, you're still thinking like an ESA officer. Tell nobody and tell them nothing. The public wants to see authority in action on this campaign. We have to provide that." Convoys of supply trucks were still arriving at the camp, Colonel Longford explained as he took them on an inspection tour. The Royal Marine Engineering squads had little trouble securing the programmable silicon igloos. This section of land was several meters above the mud of the valley floor, but there were logistics problems with supplying the troops. "It's taking the trucks 15 hours to get here from the coast," he said. "The engineers have virtually had to rebuild the damn road as they went along. Even now there are some sections that are just lines of marker beacons in the mud.
I can't do anything about the mud, Ralph said. Believe me, we've tried. Solidifying chemicals, ST lasers to bake it, they're no good on the kind of scale we're dealing with here. What we really need is air support. You flew out here?
This was the first inland flight, Yana Palmer said, and your landing field could barely accommodate the hypersonic. You'll never be able to handle cargo planes.
There's plenty of clear high ground nearby. We can build a link road. I'll look into authorizing it, Ralph said. We should certainly consider flying in the sergeants, ready for the assault on the town. Appreciate that, the colonel said. Things out here are a little different than the AI says they should be. That's one of the reasons I'm here, to see how you're coping. We are, now. It was bedlam the first day. Could certainly have done with the planes to evac the injured and the depossessed out. That ride back to the coast isn't doing them any good. They came to the big oval hall where Alana Duncan and her team had set up shop. The massive boosted mercenary greeted Ralph with a casual salute of her arm, clicking her claws together.
"Not much ceremony in here, General," she said. "We're rather too crowded for that right now. Go see whatever you want, but don't bother my people, please. They're kind of busy right now."
10 Zero Tau pods were lined up down the center of the hall, all of them active. The big machines, with their thick power cables and compact mosaic of components, looked strangely out of place. Or it could be out of era, Ralph acknowledged. The rest of the hall was given over to cots for the sergeants, a field hospital whose primitiveness dismayed him. Ilana's mercenaries were carrying large plastic bottles and rolls of disposable paper towels, doing their rounds along the dark bi-tech constructs. There was a strong chemical smell in the air which Ralph couldn't place. He had some distant memory of it, but certainly not one indexed by his neural mnemonics, nor a didactic memory, although they were notoriously inaccurate when it came to imparting smells. Ralph went over to the first sergeant. The construct was sucking quietly at the tube of a clear polythene bag containing its nutrient syrup, a liquid like thin honey. "Did you get hit by the mortars?" "No, General," Sinon said. "I wasn't here for the Katmos Vale incident. I am, I believe, one of the lucky ones. I have participated in 6 assaults which resulted in a possessed being captured, and received only minor injuries during the course of those actions. Unfortunately, that means I have walked the whole way here from the coast." "So what happened?" "Moisture exposure, General. Impossible to avoid, I'm afraid. As I said, I was slightly injured previously, resulting in small cracks within my exoskeleton, although they are not in themselves dangerous. Such hairline fissures are ideal anchorages for several varieties of aboriginal fungal spores." He indicated his legs. Now that he knew what he was looking for, Ralph could see the long, lead-grey blotches crisscrossing round the sergeant's lower limbs. They were slightly fuzzy, like thin velvet. When he glanced along the row of cots, he could see some sergeants where the fungus was full-grown, smothering their legs in a thick furry carpet, like soggy coral. "My God! Does that hurt?" Sinon inquired. "Oh, no. Please don't be concerned, General. I don't feel pain as such. I am aware of the fungus's presence, of course. It does itch rather unpleasantly. The major problem is derived from its effect on my blood chemistry. If left unchecked, the fungus would extrude a quantity of toxins that my organs will be unable to filter out." "Is there a treatment?" "Funnily enough, yes. An alcohol rub to eradicate the bulk of the fungus, followed with iodine, appears to be effective in eliminating the growth. Of course, further exposure to these conditions will probably reintroduce the spores, especially as they appear to thrive in this current humidity." "Iodine," Ralph said. "I thought I knew that smell. Some of the church clinics on the Land used the stuff." The incongruity of the situation was starting to nag at him. He could hardly be playing the role of older officer, giving comfort to a young trooper. If Sinon followed usual Edenist lines, he must have been at least 150 when he died, older than Ralph's grandfather. "Ah, Lalonde. I never visited. I used to be a Void Hawk crew member." "You were lucky. I was posted there for years." Somebody started wailing, a piteous, gasping cry of bitterness. Ralph looked up to see a couple of the boosted mercenaries helping a man out of a Zero Tau pod. He was wrapped in tattered grey clothes,
almost indistinguishable from the folds of pale, vein-laced flesh drooping from his frame. It was as if his skin had started to melt off him.
"Ah, shit!" Ilana Duncan snapped. "Excuse me, General. Looks like we've got another crash course anorexic." She hurried over to help her colleagues. "Okay, let's get some protein infusers on him pronto." The depossessed man was puking a thin greenish liquid on the floor, an action which was almost choking him.
"Come on," Ralph said. "We're just in the way here."
He led the others out of the hall, ashamed that the most helpful thing he personally could do was run away. Stephanie went out onto the narrow balcony and sat in one of the cushioned deck chairs next to Moyo. From there she could look both ways along Ketton's High Street, where squads of Ekelund's guerrilla army marched about. All signs of the mud deluge had been ruthlessly eradicated from the town, producing a pristine vision of urban prosperity. Even the tall, scarlet trees lining the streets and Central Park were in good health, sprouting a thick frost of topaz flowers. They had been billeted in a lovely mock Georgian townhouse, with orange brick walls and carved white stone window lintels. The iron-railed balcony ran along the front, woven with branches of blue and white wisteria. It was one of a whole terrace of beautiful buildings just outside the central retail sector. They shared it with a couple of army squads. Not quite house arrest, but they were certainly discouraged from wandering round and interfering, much to Cochrane's disgust. But Ekelund and her ultra-loyalists controlled the town's diminishing food supply, and with that came the power to write the rules.
"I hate it here,"
Moyo said. He was slumped down almost horizontally in his chair, sipping a margarita. 4 empty glasses were already lined up on the low table beside him, their salt rims melting in the condensation.
"The whole place is wrong. A phony. Can't you sense the atmosphere?" "I know what you mean." She watched the men and women thronging the road below. It was the same story all over Ketton, the army gearing up to defend the town from the sergeants massing outside. Fortifications were first conceived as ghostly sketches in the air, and then made real by an application of energistic strength. Small factories around the outskirts had been placed under Delvan's command. He had his engineers working round the clock to churn out weapons. Everybody here moved with a purpose, and by doing so, they gave each other confidence in their joint cause. "This is fascist efficiency," she said, "everybody beavering away as they're told for her benefit, not their own. There's going to be so much destruction here when the sergeants come in, and it's all so pointless." His hand wavered in the air until he found her arm. Then he gripped tight. "It's human nature, darling. They're afraid, and she's tapped into that. The alternative to putting up a fight is total surrender. They're not going to go for that. We didn't go for that. But the only reason they're in this position is because of her. And we weren't going to fight. I wasn't." He took a large drink. "Forget about it. Another 24 hours and it won't matter anymore." Stephanie plucked a margarita from his hand and set it down on the table. "Enough of that. We've rested here quite long enough. Time we were moving on."
"Ha! You must be drunker than me. We're surrounded. I know that, and I'm fucking blind. There's no way out.
Come on."
She took his hand and pulled him up from the chair. Muttering and complaining, Moyo allowed himself to be led inside. McPhee and Rana were in the lounge, sitting round a circular walnut table with a chess game in front of them. Cochrane was sprawled along a settee, surrounded by a haze of smoke from his reefer. A set of bulky black and gold headphones were clamped over his ears, buzzing loudly as he listened to a Grateful Dead album. Tina and Franklin came in from one of the bedrooms when they were called. Cochrane chortled delightedly at the sight of Franklin tucking his shirt in. He only stopped at that because Stephanie caught his eye.
"I'm going to try and get out," Stephanie told them.
"Interesting objective," Rana said. "Unfortunately, La Ekelund is holding all the cards, not to mention the food. She's hardly given us enough to live on, let alone build our strength back to a level where we can contemplate hiking through the mud again."
"I know that. But if we stay in the town, we're going to get captured by the sergeants for sure. That's if we survive the assault. Both sides are upping their weapons hardware by an alarming degree." "I told you this would happen," Tina said. "I said we should have stayed above the valley, but none of you listened."
"So what's the plan?" Franklin asked.
"I haven't got one," Stephanie said. "I just want to change the odds, that's all. The sergeants are about 5 miles away from the outskirts.
That leaves a lot of land between us and them. So, McPhee asked, we can use that space. It certainly improves our chances from staying here. Maybe we can sneak through the line in all the confusion when they advance. We could try disguising ourselves as call friends, or we could hide out somewhere until they pass by us. It's got to be worth a try.
A non-aggressive evasion policy, Rana said thoughtfully. I'm certainly with you on that. No way, McPhee said. Look, I'm sorry, Stephanie, but we've seen the way the sergeants move forwards. You couldn't slide a gnat between them, and that was before the mortar attack. They're wise to us using the Phalanx as camouflage now. If we go out there, we're just going to be the first to be depossessed.
No, wait a minute,
Cochrane said. He swung his feet off the settee and walked over to the table.
Our funky sister might be onto something here.
Thanks,
Stephanie grunted sarcastically.
Listen, you cats. The black hats and their UFOs are like scoping the ground out with microscopes, right? So, if we, cooperate with each other and dig ourselves a nice cozy bunker out in the wilderness, we could sit tight down there until they've invaded the town and moved off.
Several surprised looks were passed round.
It could work, Franklin said.
Hot damn!
Hey, am I like the man or what?
Tina sneered.
Definitely a what?
I keep expecting to be asked for my ident disc, Rana said as the seven of them walked down Ketton's main street. They were the only people not wearing military fatigues. Ekelund's army gave them suspicious glances as they passed by. Cochrane's tinkling bells and cheery, insulting waves didn't contribute to making them inconspicuous. When they walked out of the house, Stephanie considered junking her dress and adopting the same jungle combat gear style. Then she thought, to hell with that. I'm not hiding my true self any more. Not after what I've been through. I have a right to be me. Near the outskirts, the road led between two rows of houses, nothing as elaborate as the Georgian townhouse, but comfortably middle class. The barrier between town and country was drawn by a deep, vertical-walled ditch, with thick iron spikes driven into the soil along the top. Some kind of sludge trickled along the bottom of the trench, stinking of petrol. The arrangement wasn't terribly practical. It was more a statement than a physical danger. Annette Ekelund was waiting for them, lounging casually against one of the big spikes. Several dozen of her army were ranged beside her. Stephanie was quite sure the hulking guns they had slung over their shoulders would be impossible to lift without energistic power fortifying their muscles. 3-day stubble seemed compulsory for the men, and everyone wore ragged sweatbands.
You know, I'm getting a bad case of déjà vu here,
Annette said with ersatz pleasantry.
Except this time you haven't got a good cause to tug my heartstrings. In fact, this is pretty close to treachery.
You're not a government, Stephanie said.
We don't have loyalties. Wrong. I am the authority here, and you do have obligations. I saved your pathetic little arse, and all of these sad bunch of losers you have trailing round with you. I took you in, protected you, and fed you. Now I think that entitles me to a little loyalty, don't you? I'm not going to argue this with you. We don't want to fight. We won't fight. That gives you 3 choices. You either kill us here on the spot, imprison us, which will take up valuable manpower, or let us go free. That's the only issue, here. Well, that's actually only 2 choices then, isn't it? Because I'm not diverting anybody from their assigned duty to watch over ingrate shits like you. Fine. Then make your choice.
Annette shook her head, genuinely puzzled.
I don't get you, Stephanie. I really don't. I mean, where the fuck do you think you're going to go? They do have us surrounded, you know. An hour walking down that road and you're straight into Zero Tower. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, and you will never, ever get out of jail again for the rest of time. We might be able to dodge them in open ground. That's it. That's your whole game plan. Stephanie, that's pitiful even for you.
Stephanie pressed closer to Moyo, unnerved by the level of animosity running free in Annette's thoughts.
So what's your alternative? We fight for our right to exist. It's what people have been doing for a very long time. If you weren't such a small-town imbecile, you'd see that nothing easy ever comes free. Life is cash on delivery. I'm sure it is. But you haven't answered my question. You know you're going to lose. What's the point in fighting?
Let me explain, Soy Han said. Annette flashed him a look of pure anger, then nodded permission. The purpose of our action is to inflict unacceptable losses on the enemy, Soy Han said. The sergeants are almost unstoppable here on the ground, but the political structure behind them is susceptible to a great many forces. We might not win this battle, but our cause will ultimately triumph. The triumph will come sooner once the Confederation leadership is forced to retreat from ventures like this absurd liberation. Their victory must be as costly as we can make it. I ask you to reconsider your decision to leave us. With your help, the time we have to spend in the beyond will be reduced by a considerable margin. Just think, the sergeant you exterminate today may well be the one that breaks the camel's back. You lived before Edenism matured, didn't you? Moyo asked. The habitat Eden was germinated while I was alive. I didn't survive long after that. Then I have to tell you, what you're talking is total bullshit. The political ideologies you're basing your justifications on are centuries out of date, just like all of us. Edenism has a resolution which is frightening in its totality. All human resolve can be broken in the end. Moyo turned his perfect, unseeing eyes to Stephanie and twisted his lips in a humble grimace. We're doomed. You can't reason with a psychopath and a demented ideologue. You should tell your boyfriend to watch his lip, Annette said. Oh, what? Moyo laughed. You said it, Psycho Mama. You told Ralph Hilch all those weeks ago. The possessed don't lose. It doesn't matter how many bodies of mine you blast away. I will always be back. Learn to live with me, because you can never escape. For all of eternity you have to listen to me whining on and on and on and on. How do you like that, you dumb motherfucker? Enough. Stephanie patted his shoulder in warning. He couldn't see Annette's expression, but he'd be able to sense her darkening thoughts. Look, we're just going to go, all right? Annette turned and spat into the trench. You know what's down there? It's something called napalm. Soy Han told us about it, and Milne made up the formula. There's tons of the stuff, lying down there in squirt bombs loaded into flamethrowers. So when the sergeants come over, it's going to be barbecue time. And that's just this section. We've got a shitload of grief rigged up for them around this town. Every street they walk down is going to cost them in bodies. Hell, we're even running a sweepstake. See how many we can take with us. I hope you win. The point is, Stephanie, if you leave now, you don't come back. I mean that. If you desert us, your own kind, then you're our enemy just as much as the non-possessed are. You're going to be trapped out there between the sergeants and me. They'll shove you into Zero Tau. I'll have you strung up on a crucifix and fried. So you see, it's not me that makes the choices. In the end, it's down to you. Stephanie gave her a sad smile. I choose to leave. You stupid bitch. For a moment, Stephanie thought the woman was going to launch a bolt of white fire straight at her. Annette was fighting very hard to control her fury. Okay, she snapped. Get out. Now. Praying that Cochrane would keep his mouth shut, Stephanie tugged Moyo gently. Use one of the spikes, she murmured to McPhee and Rana. They both began to concentrate. The nearest spike started to droop, lowering itself like a drawbridge across a moat. When its tip touched the other side, the metal flattened out, producing a narrow walkway. Tina was over first, shaking and subdued at the naked hostility radiating from Ekeland and imitated by her troops. Franklin guided Moyo over. Stephanie waited until the other three were on the far side before using it herself. When she turned round, Annette was already marching back down the road into Ketton. Soy Han and a couple of others walked behind her, taking care not to come too close. The remaining troops stared hard over the trench. Several of them primed the pump-action mechanism on their guns.
Yeah, no problem, dudes, Cochrane crooned anxiously. We're out of here. Like yesterday?
It was midday. The sun blazed down on them like a visible X-ray laser, and the mist had gone long ago. 3 miles ahead, the rumpled foothills of the valley wall rose up out of the sluggish quagmires. The sergeants were strung out across the slopes, forming a solid line of dark blobs standing almost shoulder to shoulder. Larger groups were arranged at intervals behind the front line, reserves ready to assist with any sign of resistance. A couple of miles behind, the air shimmered silver, twisting light beams giddily around Ketton. Dry mud creaked and crumbled under their feet as they tramped along the gently undulating road. They weren't going particularly fast. It wasn't just hunger draining their bodies. Apathy was coming on strong.
"Oh, hell,"
Stephanie said abruptly.
"Look, I'm sorry."
"What for?" McPhee asked. There was bravado in his voice, but not in his thoughts.
"Oh, come on!"
She stopped and flung her arms out, turning full circle on a heel.
"I was wrong. Look at this place. We're snowflakes heading straight for hell."
McPhee gave a grudging look around the flat, featureless valley floor. During the few days they'd rested in Ketton, the mud had claimed just about every fallen tree and bush. Even the long pools between the quagmires were evaporating away. "Not much in the way of ground cover, granted." She gave the big Scot an admonitory stare. "You're very sweet, and I'm really glad that you're with me. But I goofed. There's no way we can avoid the sergeants out here, and I do think Ekelund was serious when she said we wouldn't be allowed back in."
"Yeah," Cochrane said. "That's the impression I got, too. You know, that bug is shoved so far up, it's going to be flapping its way out of her mouth any day now."
"I don't understand,"
Tina said miserably.
"Why don't we just stick to Cochrane's original idea and dig in?"
"The satellites can see us, lass," McPhee said. "Aye, they don't know how many of us there are, exactly, or what we're doing, but they know where we are. If we stop moving and suddenly vanish, then the sergeants will come and investigate. They'll realize what we've done and excavate us." "We could split up," Franklin said. "If we walk about at random and keep crossing each other's tracks, then one or two of us could vanish without them realizing. It'd be like a giant-sized version of the shell game."
"But I don't want us to split up,"
Tina said. "We're not splitting up," Stephanie told her. "We've been through too much together for that. I say we face them together with dignity and pride. We have nothing to be ashamed of. They're the ones who have failed. That huge, wonderful society with all its resources, and all it can do is fall back on violence instead of trying to find an equitable solution for all of us. They've lost, not us." Tina sniffed and dabbed at her eyes with a small handkerchief.
"You say the most beautiful things."
"Certainly do, sister."
"I'll face the sergeants with you, Stephanie," McPhee said, "but it might be a good idea to get off this road first. I'll give you good odds our friends behind have got it in their mortar sights." Ralph waited until there were 23,000 sergeants deployed at Cadmus Vale before giving the go-ahead to take the town. The AI estimated at least 8,000 possessed were trapped inside Ketton. He wasn't going to be responsible for unleashing a massacre. There would be enough sergeants to overcome whatever lay ahead. As soon as the first mortar attack had finished, the AI had pulled the front line back. Then the flanks, up in the high ground above the valley, had been directed forwards again. By the time the sun fell, Ketton was surrounded. To start with, the circle was simply there to prevent individual possessed from trying to sneak out. Any large group that tried their luck would be warned off with SD lasers in a repeat of the firebreak protocol across the neck of the peninsula. Very few did attempt to run the gauntlet. Whatever method of discipline Ekelund was using to keep her people in check, it was impressive. The perimeter was progressively reinforced as planes and trucks brought in fresh squads. Occupation forces were also assembled and dispatched around the front line, ready to handle the captured possessed. Medical facilities were organized to cope with the predicted influx of new, unhealthy bodies, though shortages of equipment and qualified personnel were still acute. The AI had exhaustively analyzed every possible weapon from history which the possessed could have constructed, and computed appropriate countermeasures. Ralph was quietly pleased to see that the simplest policy was amongst the oldest. The best defense is a good offense. He might not be able to employ saturation bombardment against the town, or melt it down into the bedrock, but he could certainly rattle the doors of Ekelund's precious sanctum, a quite severe rattling, in fact. "Quake them," he datavised. 2,000 kilometres above Ombe, a lone Voidhawk began its deployment swoop. Ralph waited beside the rectangular headquarters building with Acacia and Yanapama standing beside him. They all stared along Katmos Vale at the sliver of dense, mangled air at the far end which marked the town. Maybe he should have been back at the Fort Forward Ops Room, but after visiting the camp, he realized how restricted and isolated he was, sitting in his office. Out here, at least he had the illusion of being involved. It was one of the larger patches of land above the lagoons and mires that cluttered the valley floor. Plenty of aboriginal grass poked up through the solidifying cloak of mud, as yet untrampled by animals. There were even some trees surviving near the centre. They'd fallen down, their lower branches stabbing into the soft ground, but the trunks were held off the ground, and their battered leaves were slowly twisting to face the sky. Stephanie made her way over to them, putting the road 1/4 of a mile behind her. The ground around the sagging boughs was deeply wrinkled, producing dozens of small meandering pools of brackish water. She threaded her way through them, into the small dapple of shade thrown by the leaves, and sank down with a heavy sigh. The others sat down around her, equally relieved to be off their feet. "I'm amazed we didn't step on a mine," Moyo said. "Ekelund must have rigged that road. It's too tempting not to."
"Hey, guys, let's, turn her into an un-person, please," Cochrane said. "I don't want to spend my last remaining hours in this body talking about that bitch."
Rana leant back against a tree trunk, closed her eyes and smiled.
Well, we finally agree on something.
"I wonder if we get a chance to talk to the reporters," McPhee said. "There's bound to be some covering the attack."
"Peculiar last wish," Rana said. "Any particular reason?"
"I still have some family left alive on Orkney. 3 kids. I'd like to, I don't know, tell them I'm all right, I suppose. What I'd really like to do is see them again."
"Nice thought," Franklin said. "Maybe the sergeants will let you record a message, especially if we cooperate with them."
"What about you?"
Stephanie asked. "I'd go traditional," Franklin said. "A meal. You see, I used to like eating, trying new stuff, but I never really had much money. So I've done most everything else I want to. I'd have the best delicacies the universe can offer, cooked by the finest chef in the Confederation, and Norfolk tours to go with it."
"Mine's easy," Cochrane said. "That's, apart from the obvious. I want to relive Woodstock, only this time I'd listen to the music more. Man, I can, only remember about 5 hours of it. Can you dig that? What a bummer."
"I want to be on the stage," Tina said breathlessly, "a classical actress in my early 20s, while I'm so beautiful that poets swoon at the sight of me. And when my new play opens, it would be the event of the year, and all the society people in the world are fighting to buy tickets."
"I'd like to walk through Elysia Woods again," Rana said.
She gave Cochrane a suspect look, but he was listening politely.
"It was on the edge of my town when I was growing up, and the sundown flowers grew there. They had chromotactile petals. If you touched one, it would change colour. When the breeze blew through the trees, it was like standing inside a kaleidoscope. I used to spend hours walking along the paths. Then the developers came and cleared the site to make room for a factory park. It didn't matter what I said to anyone, how many petitions I organised. The mayor, the local senator, they didn't care how beautiful the woods were and how much people enjoyed them. Money and industry won every time." "I think I'd just say sorry to my parents," Moyo said. "My life was such a waste." "The children," Stephanie said. She grinned knowingly at McPhee. "I want to see my children again."
They fell silent then, content to daydream what could never be. The sky suddenly brightened. Everyone apart from Moyo looked up, and he caught their agitation. 10 kinetic harpoons were descending, drawing their distinctive, dazzling plasma contrails behind them. It was a conical formation, gradually expanding. A second batch of 10 harpoons appeared above the first. Sunglasses automatically materialized on Stephanie's face.
"Oh, shit," McPhee groaned. "It's yon kinetic harpoons again."
"They're coming down all around, Captain."
"Strange pattern," Franklin said. "Why not fire them down all at once?"
"Does it matter?"
Rana said.
"It's obviously the signal to start the attack."
McPhee was eyeing the harpoons dubiously. The first formation was still expanding, while the blazing, ruptured air around their nose cones was growing in intensity.
"I think we'd better get down,"
Stephanie said. She rolled over and imagined a sheet of air hardening protectively above her. The others followed her example. The harpoons Ralph had chosen to deploy against Ketton were different to the mark he'd used to smash Mortonridge's communication net at the start of the liberation. These were considerably heavier and longer, a design which helped focus their inertia forwards. On impact, they penetrated clean through the damp, unresisting soil. Only when they struck the bedrock below did their tremendous kinetic energy release its full destructive potential. The explosive blast slammed out through the soft soil. Directly above the impact point, the whole area heaved upwards, as if a new volcano was trying to tear its way skywards. But the major impetus of the shock waves radiated outwards. Then the second formation of harpoons hit. They formed the ring outside the first, with exactly the same devastating effect. Seen from above, the 20 separate shock waves spread out like ripples in a pond. But it was the one very specific interference pattern they formed as they intersected which was the goal of the bombardment. Colossal energies clashed and merged in peaks and troughs that mimicked the surface of a choppy sea, channeling the direction in which the force was expended. Outside the 2 strike rings, the newly formatted shock waves rushed off across the valley floor, becoming progressively weaker until they sank away to nothing more than a tremble which lapped against the foothills. Inside the rings, they merged into a single, contracting undulation, which swept in towards Ketton, building in height and vigour. Annette Ekelund and the troops manning the town's perimeter defences watched in stupefaction as the newborn hill thundered towards them from all directions. The surviving network of local roads leading away from the outskirts were ripped to shreds as the swelling slope flung them aside. Boulders went spinning through the air in long, lazy arcs. Mud foamed turbulently at the crest, while mires and pools avalanched down the sides, engulfing the frenzied herds of colfrans and ferangs. It grew higher and higher, a tsunami of soil. The leading edge reached Ketton's outlying buildings, trawling them up in its precarious, ever-shifting slope. Defence trenches either slammed shut or split wide as though they were geological fault lines, their napalm igniting in third-rate imitation of lava streams. People diverted every fraction of their energistic strength to reinforcing their bodies, leaving them to bounce and roll about like human tumbleweed, as the demented ground trampolined beneath them. Without the possessed to maintain them, the prim, restored houses and shops burst apart in scattergun showers of debris. Bricks, fragments of glass, vehicles and shattered timbers took flight to clot the air above the devastation. And still the quake raced on, hurtling into the centre of the town. Its contraction climaxed underneath the charming little church, culminating in a solid, conical geyser of ground 50 metres high. A grinding vortex of soil erupted from its pinnacle, propelling the entire church into the sky. The elegant structure hung poised above the cataclysm for several seconds, before gravity and sanity returned to claim it. It broke open like a ship on a reef, scattering pews and hymn books over the blitzed land below. Then, as the quake's pinnacle ebbed, shrinking down, the church tumbled over, walls disintegrating into a deluge of powdered bricks. Yet still, somehow, the spire remained almost intact. Twisting through 180 degrees, with its bell clanging madly, it plunged down to puncture the tormented crater of raw soil that now marked the quake's epicenter. Only then did its structural girders crumple, reducing it to a pile of ruined metal and fractured carbon concrete. Secondary tremors withdrew from the focal point, weaker than the incoming quake, but still resulting in substantial quivers amid the pulverized ruins. The quake's accompanying ultrasound retreated, only to echo back off the valley walls.
In 90 seconds, Ketton had been abolished from Mortonridge, leaving a 2-mile-wide smear of treacherously loose soil as its sole memorial. Spears made from building rafters jabbed up out of the rumpled black ground. Ragged lumps of concrete were interspersed with the mashed-up remnants of furniture, every fragment embedded deep into the loam. Rivulets of flaming napalm oozed along winding furrows, belching out black smoke. A curtain of dust, thick enough to blot out the sun, swirled overhead. Annette raised herself to her elbows, fighting the mud's suction, and swung her head slowly from side to side, examining the remains of her proud little empire. Her energistic strength had protected her body from broken bones and torn skin, though she knew that there was going to be heavy bruising just about everywhere. She remembered being about 10 meters in the air at one point, cartwheeling slowly as a single-story cafe did a neat somersault beneath her to land on its flat roof, power cables and plastic water pipes trailing from a wall to lash about like bullwhips. Strangely enough, through her numbness, she could admire the quake. There was a beautiful precision to it, strong enough to wreck the town, yet pitched at a level that enabled the possessed to protect themselves from its effects, as dear Ralph had known they would. Self-preservation is the strongest human instinct. Ketton's buildings and fortifications would be discarded instantly in the face of such a lethal threat. She laughed hysterically, choking on the filthy dust. "Ralph! I told you, Ralph, you had to destroy the village first. There was no need to take it so fucking literally, you shit." There was nothing left now to defend, no banner or cause around which she could rally her army. The sergeants were coming, unopposed, unstoppable. Annette flopped onto her back, expelling grit from her eyes and mouth. Her mouth puffed away, eager for much-needed oxygen. She had never been so utterly terrified before. It was an emotion shining at the core of every mind littered around her in that decimated town. Thousands of them, the one aspect they had left in common. The trees had stood up and danced during the quake. They left the cloying mud behind with loud sucking sounds and pirouetted about while the ground rearranged itself. It was probably an impressive sight, but only from a distance. Stephanie had screamed constantly as she wriggled frantically underneath the carouseling boughs, ducking the smaller branches that raked the ground. She'd been struck several times, slapped through the air as if by a giant bat. Only the energistic power binding her body cells together had saved her from being snapped in two. Tina hadn't been so fortunate. As the ground started to calm, one of the trees had fallen straight on top of her. It pushed her deep into the soaking loam, leaving only her head and an arm sticking out. She was whimpering softly as the others gathered round. "I can't feel anything," she whispered. "I can't make myself feel." "Just melt the wood away," McPhee said quickly, and pointed. "Here to here. Come on. Concentrate." They held hands, imagining the scarlet bark parting, the hard dark wood of the trunk flowing like water. A big chunk of the trunk turned to liquid and splattered down on the mud. Franklin and McPhee hurried forward and pulled Tina out from the mud. Her hips and legs were badly crushed. Blood was running out of several deep wounds. Splintered bones protruded through the skin. She looked down at her injuries and wailed in fear. "I'm going to die. I'm going to go back to the beyond."
"Nonsense, babe,"
Cochrane said. He knelt down beside her and passed his hand over one of the abdominal cuts. The torn flesh sealed over, melding together.
"See? Don't give me none of this Lizzie shit."
"There's too much damage."
"Come on, guys."
Cochrane looked up at the rest of the group.
"Together we can do it. Each take a wound."
Stephanie nodded quickly and sank down beside him. "It'll be all right," she promised Tina. The woman had lost an awful lot of blood, though. They circled her and laid on their hands. Power was exerted, transmuted by the wish to heal and cleanse. That was how Sinon's squad found them, kneeling as if in prayer around one of their own. Tina was smiling up placidly, her pale hand gripping Rana, their fingers entwined. Sinon and Choma approached cautiously through the jumbled trees and levelled their machine guns at the devout-seeming group. "I want all of you to lie down flat and put your hands behind your head now,"
Sinon said. "Do not attempt to move or apply your energistic power." Stephanie turned to face him.
"Tina's hurt. She can't move."
"I will accept that claim for the moment, providing you do not try to resist. Now, the rest of you, lie down." Moving slowly, they backed away from Tina and lowered themselves onto the mushy loam. "You can come forward," Sinon told the rest of the squad. They appeared to be compliant. 30 sergeants emerged from the tangle of branches and twigs, making remarkably little sound. Their machine guns were all trained on the prone figures. "You will now leave your captured bodies," Sinon said.
"We can't,"
Stephanie said. She could feel the misery and fear in her friends, the same as that found in her own mind. It was turning her voice to a piteous croak.
"You should know by now not to ask that of us."
"Very well." Sinon took his holding stick out.
"You don't have to use those things either," Stephanie said. "We'll go quietly."
"Sorry. Procedure."
"Look, I'm Stephanie Ash. I'm the one that brought the children out. That must count for something. Check with Lieutenant Anver of the Royal Kulu Marines. He'll confirm who I am."
Sinon paused and used his processor block to query Fort Forward's memory core. The image of the woman certainly appeared to match, and the man with flamboyant clothes and a mass of hair was unmistakable. "We can't rely on what they look like," Choma said. "They can forge any appearance they want. Providing they cooperate, there is no reason to use unnecessary force. So far they have obeyed, and they know they cannot escape. You're far too trusting." "You will get up one at a time when instructed," Sinon told them. "We will escort you back to our field camp where you will be placed in 0 Tau. 3 machine guns will be trained upon you at all times. If any order is refused, we use the holding sticks to neutralize your energistic ability. Do you understand?"
"That's very clear,"
Stephanie said.
"Thank you."
"Very well. You first." Stephanie climbed cautiously to her feet, making sure every motion was a slow one. Choma flicked the nozzle of his machine gun, indicating the small track through the collapsed trees. "Let's go." She started walking. Behind her, Sinon was telling Franklin to get up.
"Tina will need a stretcher," Stephanie said, "and someone will have to guide Moyo. He's damaged his eyes."
"Don't worry," Choma said gruffly. "We'll make sure you all get to the camp okay." They emerged from the trees. Stephanie looked at where Ketten had been. A dense cloud of dark grey dust churned over the annihilated town. Small fires burned underneath it, muted orange coronas shining weakly. 20 slender purple lines glowed faintly in the air above, linking the cloud with the top of the atmosphere. Streaks of lightning discharged along them intermittently.
"Bloody hell,"
she murmured. Thousands of sergeants were walking along the valley floor towards the silent, murky ruins. The possessed, cowering within, knew they were coming. Raw fear was spilling out of the dust cloud like gaseous adrenaline. Stephanie's heart started to beat faster. Cold shivers ran along her legs and up her chest. She faltered. Choma nudged her with his machine gun. "Keep going."
"Can't you feel it? They're frightened."
"Good."
"No, I mean really frightened. Look."
Glimmers of burgundy light were escaping through gaps in the dust cloud. Billowing tendril-like wisps around the edges were flattening out, becoming smooth and controlled. The shield against the open sky was returning. "I didn't think you were stupid enough to try that again," Choma said. "General Hilch won't permit you to hide." Even as he spoke, an SD electron beam stabbed down through the clear air. A blue-white pillar, 200 meters wide, that struck the apex of the seething roof of dust. It sprayed apart with a plangent boom, sending out broad lightning forks that roamed across the boiling surface to skewer into the mud. This time, the possessed resisted. 10,000 minds concentrated within a couple of square miles, all striving for the same effect, to be free. The random discharges of the SD beam were slowly tamed, jagged forks compressing into garish rivers of electrons that formed a writhing cage above the dust. Carmine light brightened underneath. Fear turned to rapture, followed swiftly by determination. Stephanie stared across at the clamorous spectacle, her mouth open in astonishment and pride.
Their old unity was back, and with it came a formidable sense of purpose, to achieve the safety that so many other possessed had obtained. To be gone. The red light in the cloud strengthened to a lambent glare, then began to stain the ground of the valley floor, a bright circular wave spreading out through the mud and sluggish water. "Run!" Stephanie told the confounded sergeants. "Get clear! Please, go!" She braced herself as the redness charged towards her. There was no physical sensation other than a near psychosomatic tingle. Then her body was glowing along with the ground, the air, her friends, and the hulking bodies of the sergeants.
"All right!"
Cochrane whooped. He punched the air.
"Let's go for it, you crazy-ass mothers!"
The earth trembled, dispatching all of them to their knees again. Sinon tried to keep his machine gun lined up on the nearest captive, but the ground shook again, more violently this time. He abandoned that procedure and flattened himself. All the sergeants in the Ketton assault linked their minds through general affinity, clinging to each other mentally with a determination that matched their grip on the ground.
"What is happening?" he bellowed.
"We're, out of here, man!"
Cochrane shouted back.
"You're on the last bus out of this universe!"
Ralph watched the red light inflate out of the dust cloud. Data vises from SD sensors and local occupation forces spread around Katmos Vale relayed the image from multiple angles, granting him complete 360-degree coverage. He knew what it looked like from the air, from the ground, even briefly, as it engulfed Marines who were following close behind the sergeants. But most of all, he just stared ahead as it poured out across the valley.
"Oh, my God,"
he breathed. It was going to be bad. He knew that. Very bad.
"Do you want a full SD strike?" Admiral Farquhar asked. "I don't know. It looks like it's slowing." "Confirmed. Roughly circular, 12 kilometers across, and they've got 2/3 of the sergeants in there." "Are they still alive?" Ralph asked Acacia. "Yes, General. Their electronics have collapsed completely, but they're alive and able to use affinity." "Then what—" The ground shifted abruptly below his feet. He landed painfully on his side. The programmable silicon buildings of the camp were jittering about. Everywhere, people were on their knees or spread-eagled. "Shit!" Acacia shouted. A sheer cliff was rising up vertically right across the valley floor, corresponding to the edge of the red light. Huge cascades of mud and boulders were tumbling down its face. The red light followed them down, pervading the rock, and growing brighter. Ralph refuted his instinct. What he was seeing was just too much, even though he knew they'd done this to entire planets. "They can't," he cried. "But they are, General," Acacia replied. "They're leaving." The cliff was still ascending, 200 meters now, lifting with increasing confidence and speed. It was becoming difficult to look at as the light turned scarlet, casting long shadows across the valley. 300 meters high, and Ralph's neural mnemonics had crashed in the backwash of the blossoming reality dysfunction. On the ground around him, the battered blades of grass were wriggling their way back upwards again, shedding their cloak of mud to turn the camp into a verdant parkland. Fallen trees bent their trunks, like the spine of an old man rising from his chair, cranking themselves upright again. The vivid red light began to diminish. When Ralph squinted against it, he could see the cliff retreating from him. It was 500 meters high, moving away with the majestic serenity of an iceberg. Except it wasn't moving, he realized. It was shrinking, the red light contracting in on itself, enveloping the island of rock which the possessed had uprooted from Mortonridge to sail away into another universe. As it left, he could see its entire shape, a flat-topped, inverted cone, wrapped with massive, curving stress ridges that spiraled down to its base, as if it had unscrewed itself from the peninsula. Air was roaring hard overhead, sucked into the space the island was vacating. It still hovered in the center of the valley, but now it was becoming insubstantial as well as small. The light around it turned a dazzling monochrome white, obliterating details. Within minutes it had evaporated down to a tiny star. Then it winked out. Ralph's neural mnemonics came back online. "Cancel the other 2 assaults,"
he datavised to the AI, "and halt the front line, now!" He scrambled cautiously to his feet. The reinvigorated grass was withering all around him, shrivelling back to dry brown flakes that crumbled away in the howling wind. Images from the SD sensors showed him the full extent of the massive crater. Its edges had already begun to subside. Mountain-sized landslides were skidding downwards, taking a very long time to reach the bottom. Waiting for them, 5 kilometres down, was a medieval orange glow that fluctuated in no comprehensible rhythm. He frowned at that, not understanding what it could be. Then the vivid area ruptured, and a vast fountain of radiant lava soared upwards.
"Whoever's left, get them back," he shouted desperately at Acacia. "Get them as far away from the lip as possible."
"They're already retreating," she said. "What about the others, the ones on the island? Can your affinity still reach them?" Her forlorn look was all the answer he needed. Stephanie and her friends looked at the sergeants, who stared back with equal uncertainty. For the first time in what her dazed thoughts insisted must have been hours, the ground had stopped oscillating beneath her. When she looked up, the sky was a starless, ultra-deep blue. White light flooded down from nowhere, she could see, but felt right, what she wanted. Her gaze tracked round to where the other side of the valley had been. The blank sky came right down to the ground, and the true size of their island became apparent. A tiny circle of land edged with a crinkled line of hillocks, adrift in its own eternal universe. "Oh no," she murmured in despair. "I think we screwed up." "Are we free?" Moyo asked. "For now." She started describing their new home to him. Sinon and the other sergeants used the general affinity band to call to each other. There were over 12,000 of them spread out around the island. Their guns worked. Their electronics and medical mnemonics didn't. Several had been injured in the waves of quakes. Affinity was unaffected, and there were new senses available, almost a derivative of affinity, allowing him to sense the minds of the possessed. And there was also the energistic power. He picked a stone from the mud and held it in his palm. It slowly turned transparent and began to sparkle. Not that a kilogram of diamond was a lot of use here.
"Could you dudes, give this heavy military scene a break now?" Cochrane asked. "It would appear our original purpose is invalid in this environment," Sinon told his comrades. He shouldered his machine gun. "Very well. What do you propose we do next?" he asked the hippie. "Wow, man, don't look at me. Stephanie's in charge around here."
"I'm not. And anyway, I haven't got a clue what happens now."
"Then why did you bring us here?"
Choma asked. "Because it's not Mortonridge," Moyo said. "That's all. Stephanie told you. We were frightened. And this is the result," Rana said. "You must now face the consequences of your physical aggression."
"We should regroup and pool our physical resources," Choma said. "It may even be possible for us to use the energistic power to return to the universe." Their minds flashed together into a mini-consensus and agreed to the proposal. An assembly area was designated. "We are going to join up with our comrades," Sinon told Stephanie. "You would be very welcome to come with us. I expect your views on the situation would prove valuable." The last image of Ekeland popped up annoyingly in Stephanie's mind. The woman had banished them from Ketten, but Ketten no longer existed. Surely they wouldn't be excluded now. Somehow she couldn't convince herself, and the only other alternative was staying by themselves, without food.
"Thank you," she said.
Wait, Cochrane said. "You guys have, got to be kidding. Look, the end of the world is maybe half a mile away. Aren't you even curious what's out there?"
Sinon looked to where the island's crumpled surface ended.
"That's a good suggestion." Cochrane grinned brightly.
"You cats'll have to get used to them if you're going to hang with me."
The breeze picked up considerably as they approached the edge of the island, blowing outward, which troubled the sergeants. Air had become a finite commodity. Long rivulets of mud were sliding gently to the edge and spilling over, dribbling down the cliff like ribbons of candle wax. There was nothing else to see. No break in the uniformity of the midnight blue boundary of the universe that might indicate another object, micro or macro. The realization they were on their own percolated through all of them, growing stronger as they approached the rim. It was only Cochrane who inched his way cautiously right up to the edge and peered down into the murky void of infinity which buoyed them along. He spread his arms wide and threw his head back, letting the breeze flowing over the island blow his hair around. Wahoo! His feet jigged about crazily as he cried out ecstatically, "I'm on a fucking flying island! Can you believe this? Here be dragons, Mom, and they're groovy!"
11. For some reason, the tangled strands of black mist which filled this dark continuum would always slide apart to allow Valisk through. Not one wisp had ever touched the polyp. The habitat personality still hadn't managed to determine the nature of movement outside its shell. Without valid reference points, there was no way of knowing if it was sailing along on some unknowable voyage, or the veils of darkness were simply gusting past. The identity, structure, and quantum signature of their new continuum remained a complete mystery. They didn't even know if the Ebony Nebula was made from matter. All they did know for certain was that a hard vacuum lay outside the shell. Rubra's uncorked brigade of descendants had devoted considerable effort into modifying spaceport MSVs into automated sensor platforms. 5 of the vehicles had already been launched, their chemical rockets burning steadily as they raced off into the void. Combustion, at least, remained an inter-universal constant. The same could not be said for their electronic components. Only the most basic of systems would function outside the protection of the shell, and even those decayed in proportion to the distance travelled. The power circuits themselves failed at about 100 kilometres, by which time the amount of information transmitted had fallen to near zero, which was information in itself. The continuum had an intrinsic damping effect on electromagnetic radiation, presumably accounting for the funereal nature of the nebula. Physicists and the personality speculated that such an effect might be influencing electron orbits, which in turn would explain some of the electrical and biochemical problems they were encountering. The gigantic web of ebony vapor wouldn't touch the probes either, denying them a sample return mission. Radar was utterly useless. Even laser radar could only just track the modified MSVs. 10 days after the axial light tube was powered up, they were floundering badly. No experiment or observation they'd run had resulted in the acquisition of hard data. Without that, they couldn't even start to theorize how to get back. By contrast, life inside the habitat was becoming more ordered, though not necessarily pleasant. Everybody who'd been possessed required medical treatment of some kind. Worst hit were the elderly, whose possessors had quite relentlessly twisted and moulded their flesh into the more vigorous contours sported by youthful bodies. Anyone who'd been overweight was also suffering, as were the thin, the short, anyone with different skin colour to their possessor, different hair, and without exception everyone's features had been morphed. That came as naturally as breathing to the possessed. Valisk didn't have anything like the number of medical mnemonic packages required to treat the population. Those packages that were available operated at a very low efficiency level. Medical staff, who could program them correctly, shared the same psychologically fragile demeanour as all the recently depossessed, and Rubra's descendants were tremendously busy just trying to keep the habitat supplied with power to give much assistance to the sick. Besides, the numbers were stacked hard and high against them. After the initial burst of optimism at the return of light, a grim resignation settled among the refugees as more and more of their circumstances were revealed to them. An exodus began. They started walking towards the caverns of the northern endcap. Long caravans of people wound their way out from the Starscraper lobby parks, trampling down the dainty parkland paths as they set off down the interior. In many cases, it took several days to walk the 20-kilometre length across the scrub desert. They were searching for a haven where the medical packages would work properly, where there was some kind of organized authority, a decent meal,
a place where the ghosts didn't lurk around the boundaries. That grail wasn't to be found amid the decrepit slums encircling the Starscraper lobbies.
"I don't know what the hell they expect me to do for them,"
the Habitat personality complained to Dariat, among others, as the first group set out.
"There's not enough food in the caverns for a start."
"Then you'd better work out how to get hold of some," Dariat replied, "because they've got the right idea. The Starscrapers can't support them anymore." Power within the towers was as erratic as it had been ever since they arrived in the dark continuum. The lifts didn't work. Food secretion organs extruded inedible sludge. Digestion organs were unable to process and flush the waste. Air circulation tubules spluttered and wheezed.
"If the Starscrapers can't sustain them, then the caverns certainly won't be able to,"
the personality replied.
"Nonsense. Half the trees in your interior are fruiting varieties. Barely a quarter. In any case, all the orchards are down at the southern end."
"Then get teams organized to pick the fruit and strip the remaining supplies from the Starscrapers. You'd have to do this anyway. You are the government here, remember. They'll do as you tell them. They always have. It'll be a comfort having the old authority figure take charge again."
All right. I don't need the psychology lectures."
Order of a kind was established. The caverns came to resemble a blend of nomad camps and field hospital triage wards. People slumped where they found a spare patch of ground, waiting to be told what to do next. The personality resumed its accustomed role and started issuing orders. Cancers and aggravated anorexias were assessed and prioritized, the medical packages distributed accordingly. Like the fusion generators and physics lab equipment, they worked best in the deeper caverns. Teams were formed from the healthiest and assigned to food procurement duties. There were also teams to strip the Starscrapers of equipment, clothes, blankets, a broad range of essentials. Transport had to be organized. The ghosts followed faithfully after their old hosts, of course, flittering across the desert during the twilight hours to skulk about in the hollows and crevices decorating the base of the northern endcap during the day. Naked hostility continued to act as an intangible buffer, preventing them from entering any of the subterranean passages. It also expelled Dariat. The refugees didn't distinguish between ghosts. In any case, had they discovered he was the architect of their current status, their antipathy would probably have wiped him out altogether. His one consolation was that the personality was now part self. It wouldn't disregard him and his needs as an annoying irritation. In part he was right, though the assumption of privilege was an arrogant one, the pure Dariat of old. However, in these strange, dire times, there were even useful jobs to be had for cooperative ghosts. The personality gave him Tolton as a partner, and detailed the pair of them to take an inventory of the Starscrapers. "Him!" Tolton had exclaimed in dismay when Erentz explained his new duties. She looked from the shocked and indignant street poet to the fat ghost with his mocking smile.
"You worked well together before," she ventured. "I'm proof of that."
"Yeah, but—"
"Okay. Most of that row needs seeing to."
She gestured at the long line of beds along the polyp wall. It was one of 8 similar rows in the vaulting cavern, made up from mattresses or clustered pillows hurriedly shoved into a loose kind of order. The ailing occupants were wrapped in dirty blankets like big, shivering pupas. They moaned and drooled and soiled themselves as the mnemonic packages sluggishly repaired their damaged cells. Their helpless state meant they needed constant nursing, and there were few enough people left over from the teams prospecting the habitat able to do that.
"Which Starscraper do we start with?"
Tolton asked. Each Starscraper took at least 3 days to inventory properly. They'd adopted a comfortable routine by the time they started on their 3rd, the Jerba. The tower had survived Valisk's recent calamities with minimal damage. Kira's wrecking teams hadn't got round to reclaiming it from Rubra's control. There had been few clashes between possessed and servitors inside before it was abandoned. That meant it should contain plenty of useful items. They just needed cataloguing. To send the work teams down on a see-grab brief was inefficient, especially as there were so few of them, and the personalities' thought routines had almost been banished from the habitat's extremities.
Its memories of room contents were unreliable at best. Mostly offices, Tolton decided as he waved a light stick around. He was holding one in his hand, with another two slung across his chest on improvised straps. Together, the 3 units provided almost as much illumination as one working at full efficiency. "Looks like it," Dariat said. They were on the 23rd floor vestibule, where the walls were broken by anonymously identical doors. Tall potted plants in big troughs were wilting. Deprived of light, their leaves were turning yellow-brown and falling onto the blue and white carpet. They moved down the vestibule, reading names on the doors. So far, offices had resulted in very few worthwhile finds. They'd learned that unless the company was a hardware or medical supplier, there was little point in going in and searching. Occasionally, the personality's localized memory would recall a useful item, but the neural strata was becoming more incapable with each floor they descended. 30 years, Tolton mused. That's a long time to hate. There hadn't been much else to do except swap life stories. Dariat smiled in recollection. You'd understand if you'd ever seen Anastasia. She was the most perfect girl ever to be born. Sounds like I'll have to write about her sometime. But I think your story is more interesting. Man, there's a lot of suffering in you. You died for her. You actually did it. Actually went and killed yourself. I thought that kind of thing really did only happen in poems and Russian novels. Don't be too impressed. I only did it after I knew for sure souls existed. Besides, he gestured down at his huge frame and grubby toga, I wasn't losing a lot. Yeah? Well, I'm no sense-wise star, but I'm hanging on to what I've got for as long as I can. Especially now I know there are souls. Don't worry about the beyond. You can leave it behind if you really want to. Tell that to the ghosts upstairs. In fact, I'm even keener to hang on to my body while we're in this continuum. Tolton stopped outside a Sense-Vice recording studio and gave Dariat a shrewd look. You're in touch with the personality? Is there any chance of us getting out of here? Too early to say. We really don't know very much about the dark continuum yet. Hey, this is me you're talking to. I survived the whole occupation, you know. Quit with the company line and level with me. I wasn't going to hold anything back. The one conjecture all my illustrious relatives are worried about is the lobster pot. Lobster pot? Once you get in, you can't get out. It's the energy levels, you see. Judging by the way our energy is being absorbed by this continuum's fabric, it doesn't have the same active energy state. We're louder and stronger than normal conditions here, and that strength is slowly being drained away, just by being here. It's an entropy equilibrium effect. Everything levels out in the end. So if we take height as a metaphor, we're at the bottom of a very deep hole, with our universe at the top, which means it's going to take a hell of a lot of an effort to lift ourselves out again. Logically, we need to escape through some kind of wormhole. But even if we knew how to align its terminus coordinates so that it opens inside our own universe, it's going to be incredibly difficult to generate one. Back in our universe, they took a lot of very precisely focused energy to open, and the nature of this continuum works against that. With this constant debilitation effect, it may not be possible to concentrate enough energy. It'll dissipate before it reaches critical distortion point. Shit. There's got to be something we can do. If those rules do apply, our best bet is to try and send a message out. That's what the personality and my relatives are working towards. If they know where we are, the Confederation might be able to open a wormhole to us from their side. Might be able? All new suggestions welcome, but as it stands, getting them to lower us a rope is the best we can come up with. Some rescue plan. The Confederation has its own problems right now. If they can learn how to grab us back, they'll be halfway to solving them. Sure. They reached the end of the vestibule and automatically turned round. Nothing here, Dariat reported. We're moving down to the 24th floor. All right, the personality replied. There's a hotel, the Bringnal, a couple of floors down from where you are now. Check its main linen store. We need more blankets. You're going to ask one of the teams to lug blankets up 25 floors. All the large hordes above that level have been used, and right now it's easier to find new ones than wash the old. Nobody's got enough energy for that."
"All right."
Dariad faced Tolton, taking care to exaggerate his speech.
"They want us to find blankets.
Sounds like a real priority job we got ourselves here." Tolton slithered through a partly open muscle membrane and into the stairwell. The quivering lips didn't bother him nearly so much now. Dariat followed him, taking care to use the gap. He could slip through solid surfaces, he'd found, if he really wanted to. It was like sinking through ice. One of the random power surges flowered around them. Electrophorescent cells shone brightly again, illuminating the stairs in stark, blue-tinged light. A jet of foggy air streamed out of a tubule vent, sounding like a sorrowful sigh. A thin film of grey water was slicking every surface. Tolton could see the breath in front of his face. He gripped the handrail tighter, fearful of slipping.
"We're not going to be able to salvage stuff from the star scrapers for much longer," Tolton said, wiping his hand against his leather jacket. "They're getting worse. You should see what kind of state the ducts and tubules are in." The street poet grunted in resentment. He was actually eating a lot better than most of the population. Inventory duties had a great many perks. The private apartments, with their small stocks of quality food and fashionable clothes, were his to pick over as he wished. The salvage teams were only interested in the larger stores that were in restaurants and bars. And now the endless succession of lightless floors no longer bothered him. He was glad to be away from the caverns with all their suffering and smell.
"Dariat!"
The startled tone made him halt.
"What?"
"There's something outside." Affinity made him aware of the consternation spreading through his relatives, most of whom were in the counter-rotating spaceport and the caverns.
"Show me."
One of the slow flares of red and blue phosphorescence was shimmering through the ebony nebula, 60 kilometers away from the southern end cap. As it dwindled, several more began to bloom in the distance, sending pastel waves of light washing across the gigantic habitat's shell. The personality didn't believe the sudden increase in frequency was a coincidence. It was busy concentrating on collecting the images from its external sensitive cells. Once again, Dariat was uncomfortably aware of the effort expended in what should be a simple observation routine. A speck of hoary grey flitted among the strands of blackness, snapping in and out of view. Following the smooth, curving motions put Dariat in mind of a skier. The thing's course was very much like a slalom run. Every turn brought it closer to Valisk.
"The nebula doesn't get out of its way,"
the personality remarked. "It's dodging the braids."
"That implies a controlling intelligence, or at least animal-level instinct."
"Absolutely." The initial consternation of Rubra's descendants had given way to a slick buzz of activity. Those out in the spaceport were activating systems, aligning them on the visitor. An MSV was powered up, ready for an inspection-interception flight.
"An MSV can't match that kind of maneuverability,"
Dariad said. The visitor performed a fast looping spiral around a grainy black curlicue, shooting off in a new direction parallel to Valisk's shell, 15 kilometers distant. Visual resolution was improving. The visitor was about 100 meters across, appearing like a disk of ragged petals.
"Even a Voidhawk would have trouble making rendezvous."
The visitor darted behind another frayed column of blackness. When it re-emerged, it was soaring almost at right angles to its original course. Its petals were bending and flexing.
"They look like sails to me,"
Dariad said. "Or wings, although I don't understand what it could be pushing against.
If this continuum has such a low energy state, how come it can move so fast?
Beats me." Several spaceport dishes started tracking the visitor. They began transmitting the standard CAB Xenoc interface communication protocol on a multi-spectrum sweep. Dariat allowed his affinity bond to decline to a background whisper.
"Come on," he told a frowning Tolton. "We've got to find a window."
The visitor didn't respond to the interface protocol, nor did it show any awareness of the radar pulses fired at it. That was perhaps understandable, given that they produced no return signal. The only noticeable change as it spun and danced ever closer was the way shadows congealed around it. Visually, it actually appeared to grow smaller, as though it were flying away from the habitat.
"That's like the optical distortion effect which the possessed use to protect themselves with,"
Dariat said. He and Tolton had found a snug bar called Horner's on the 25th floor. The two big oval windows were misted over inside, forcing Tolton to wipe them clean with one of the coarse tablecloths. His breath kept splashing against the icy glass, condensing immediately.
"Well, we did choose a realm suitable for ghosts," the personality said. "I've never heard of a ghost that looked like that."
The visitor was within 5 kilometers of the shell now, about where the filigree of nebula stands began. There was only empty space between it and the habitat now.
"Maybe it's scared to come any closer," the personality said. "I am considerably larger." "Have you tried an affinity call?" "Yes. It didn't respond." "Oh, well, just a thought."
The visitor left the convoluted weave of the nebula and flashed towards the vast bulk of the habitat. By now its deceptive glamour had reduced it to a rosette of oyster ribbons twirling gracelessly in the wake of a fluctuating warp point. The image of the nebula and its strange borealis storms fluxed and bent as the visitor traversed them, oscillating between iridescent scintillations and a black boundary deeper than an event horizon. Nothing about it remained stable. It streaked over to within 50 meters of the shell, then veered round to follow the curve, wriggling wildly from side to side. The quick serpentine orbit allowed it to cover a considerable portion of the habitat's exterior.
"It's searching," the personality said. "That implies a degree of organization. It has to be sentient." "Searching for what?" "A way in, I imagine, or something it can recognize, some method of establishing communication." "Do any of the spaceport defenses still work?" Dariat asked. "You have to be bloody joking. We need all the allies we can get. Before we fused, you used to be the mother of all suspicious neurotic bastards. I think that would be a preferable attitude for you right now." "Well, that's the effect of your mature, calming influence for you. So you've only got yourself to blame. But don't worry, I'm not going to send the MSV after it." "Thank Tarug for that."
"A visitor should be coming over your horizon any second now. Perhaps your eyes will do better than my sensitive cells."
"Wipe the glass again,"
Dariat told Tolton. The soaking tablecloth smeared the moisture in long streaks. Tiny flecks of frost were glistening dull white over the rest of the big oval. Tolton switched off 2 of his light sticks. Both of them peered forward. The visitor arched over the rim of the shell, lensing thin spires of vermilion and indigo light as it came. They wavered in the runnels of water, wobbling insubstantially, before sinking back down into the visitor's core. Now all that remained was a black knot in the continuum's fabric, racing over the dark, rust-coloured polyp. Tolton's weak grin was bloated with uncertainty. "Am I being paranoid? Or is that heading towards us?" In the earlier time and place, long ago and far away, they had called themselves the Orgathe. Now, names had lost all meaning and relevance, or perhaps they themselves had devolved into something else. Such was the way of this atrocious existence. There were many others adrift in the dark continuum, sharing their fate. Identity was no longer singular. A myriad of racial traits had blended and faded into a singleton over the eons. Purpose remained steadfast. The quest for light and strength, a return to the sweet heights from whence they had fallen. A dream sustained even within the melange. Few forms existed now outside of the melange. The process of diminution claimed every life to fall into these depths, but this one had risen yet again, buoyed up by the tides of chaotic chance that rioted within the melange, spat out to roam the murk for as long as it had strength. The free-flying state of such escapees was still that of the Orgathe, though the essence of many others rode upon its wings. Its chimerical shape was a tortured mockery of the once glorious avian lords who ruled the swift air currents of their home world. Ahead of it now drifted the exotic object. It was composed of a substance to be found only in the oldest of the Orgathe's memories, those that predated the dark continuum. How strange that it could barely recognize the antecedent of its own salvation. Matter. Solid, organized matter. Alive with a heat so fierce, it took the Orgathe some time to acclimatize to the radiance, elevating itself to a near ecstatic level of warmth. Incredibly, just within the scorching surface, a sheet of life energy burned bright and vigorous. The entire object was a single mighty entity, yet passive, vulnerable. This was a feast which would sustain a huge proportion of the melange for a long time. It might even trigger a total dispersal. The Orgathe slithered close to the object's surface, feeling the mind within follow its flight. Vast swirls of rich thought flowed underneath as it basked in the warmth, but there was no way to reach the abundant life energy through the hard surface. If the Orgathe attempted to claw its way through, it would surely incinerate itself. Contact with so much heat for so long could probably not be sustained, but the craving within itself from proximity to so much vital life energy was overwhelming. There must be some way in, some orifice or chink. The Orgathe coasted along over the object, heading for the spikes radiating out from the center. They were smaller, weaker than the rest of it, long hollow minarets, leaking their energy away into the dark continuum. The life energy was shallower here, the heat not so intense. Each of the structures was broken by thousands of dark ovals, curtained by cooler sheets of transparent matter. Light twinkled briefly through some of them, never lasting long, except one, a single oval burning steadily. The Orgathe glided eagerly towards it. Two flames of life energy gleamed behind the transparent sheet, one naked, the other clad in hot matter, both enraging the Orgathe's craving. It surged forward. "Fuck!" Tolton screamed. He dived to one side, scattering tables and chairs. Dariat jumped the other way just as the Orgathe hit the window. Frost blossomed like a living thing, strands of long, delicate crystals multiplying across the glass, then reaching out through the air. Shapes moved on the other side of the hoary fur, dark, indistinct serpents, thicker than a human torso, that could be tentacles or tongues scrabbling furiously at the outer surface. The unmistakable grinding shriek of deep score lines being ripped into the material penetrated the bar, drowning out Tolton's terrified cries. "Do something!" Dariat wailed. "You name it, I'll do it!" Tolton was scuttling backwards on his hands and legs, unable to take his eyes from the window. The serpent shapes were writhing with rabid aggression as they clawed their way through. A badly stressed snap sounded above the vicious squealing, corresponding to a thin, dark shadow materializing across the frosted window. Furniture was rattling, shaking its way erratically across the floor. Glasses and bottles abandoned on top of the marble bar juddered vigorously and tumbled off. "It's coming through!" Dariat cried. When he tried to clamber to his feet, he discovered he didn't have the strength. Fatigue was numbing every limb. "Kill it!" Tolton bellowed. "We can try and zap it," the personality said, "like we did the possessed. Just bloody do it! It might kill you as well. We don't know." "You're part me. Do you seriously think I want that to catch me?" "Very well." The personality began to reroute its patched-up power supply, diverting current away from the axial light tube and the caverns, pumping the precarious fusion generators up to their maximum output. Electricity poured back into the Jerba Starscraper's organic conductor grid. The first-floor windows blazed with golden light. Mechanical and electronic systems came alive in frantic chitters of movement and data emissions. Milliseconds later, the second floor sprang back to life. The third, fourth. Dazzling shafts of light sliced out from the Jerba's windows, piercing the gloom outside. They snapped downward, story by story, towards the beleaguered 24th floor. The personality gathered its major thought routines and plunged them down into the Starscraper, a sensation like diving into a pitch-black well shaft. Bitech networks were swiftly resurrected around its descending mentality. A dead zone was concentrated around Horner's window. The external polyp was so cold the personality could no longer calibrate it. Living cells deeper in had frozen solid. The personality could feel vibrations running through the floor as the Agathe pounded and scraped against the window. Junctions within the organic conductor web switched polarity. High-order subroutines cancelled the safety limiters. Every erg of power from the fusion generators was channeled into Horners. Ceiling strips of electrophorescent cells ignited, flooding the bar with searing white light. Organic conductors behind the walls fused, burning out long lines of polyp in a cascade of amber sparks. Incandescent arcs stormed through the air as a lethal charge of electrons was fired into the external wall. Coming on top of the heat and life energy, the electron hammer blow was just too much. The Agathe recoiled from the window, appendages flailing madly as the streams of alien energy churned within its body. There was a brief glimpse of sinuous chrome-black tendrils bristling with curving blades, coiling back protectively around a bulbous midsection. Ragged wing petals began to flex. Then the distortion smeared it with refracted scintillations from the gleaming starscraper, and it shot away at a bruising acceleration. Within seconds it was lost inside the nebula. Daria took his arm away from his face. The tremendous barrage of noise and light saturating the bar had faded. A few sparks were still popping out from the deep scorch marks in the walls. The glossy electrophorescent cells had shattered and shriveled to rain across the floor, their fragments curling up, puffing out licks of smoke. "You all right, my boy?" the personality inquired. Dariat looked down at himself. The feeble yellow glow from Tolton's remaining lightstick showed his spectral body unchanged, though possibly more translucent than usual. He still felt terribly weak. "I think so. I'm bloody cold, though. Could have been worse." "Yeah." Dariat felt the personality's major routines withdrawing from the starscraper. The lights were going off again in the upper floors, autonomic bitech functions shutting down. He struggled to his knees, shivering intensely. When he looked round, he could see ice encrusted on every surface, turning the bar into an Arctic grotto. The electrical discharge had melted very little of it. That was probably what had saved them. It was several centimetres thick over the window, and the fracture pattern in the glass underneath was unnervingly pronounced. Tolton was spasming on the floor, spittle flecking his lips. His hair was rimed with frost. Each shallow, panted breath was revealed in a cloud of white vapour. "Shit!" Dariat staggered over to him. Just in time he remembered not to try and touch the tormented body. "Get a medical team down here." "Oh, yeah, I'll get right on it. They should be with you in about 3 hours. "Shit." He knelt down next to Tolton and leaned right over, staring into delirious eyes. "Hey." Limpid fingers clicked right in front of Tolton's nose. "Hey, Tolton, can you hear me? Try and steady your breathing. Take a deep breath. Come on. You've got to calm your body down. Breathe." Tolton's teeth chittered. He gurgled, cheeks bulging. "That's it. Come on. Breathe. Deep. Suck that air down. Please." The street poet's lips compressed slightly, making a whistling sound. "Good, good. And again. Come on." It took several minutes for Tolton's bucking to subside. His erratic breathing reduced to sharp gasps. "Cold," he grunted. Dariat smiled down at him. "Oh, boy, you had me worried there. We really don't need any more ghosts floating around in here right now. Heart. My heart. God, I thought—" "It's okay. It's over." Tolton nodded roughly and tried to lever himself up. "Stop. You just lie there for another minute longer. There's no paramedic service anymore, remember? First thing we need is some proper food for you. I think there's a restaurant on this floor. Now wait. As soon as I can get up, we're leaving. No more starscrapers." Tolton coughed and started to glance round. "Jesus!" He scowled. "Are we safe?" "Sure. For now, anyway." "Did we kill it?" Dariat grimaced. "Not exactly, no. But we gave it a hell of a fright." "That lightning bolt didn't kill it?" "No. It flew off, though." "Shit. I nearly died." "Yeah. But you didn't. Concentrate on that." Tolton slowly eased himself into a sitting position, wincing at each tiny movement. Once he was propped up against a table leg, He reached out and caressed the ice which was engulfing a chair, fingers stroking curiously. He gave Dariet a grim look with badly bloodshot eyes.
"This isn't going to have a happy ending, is it?"
The 7 Hellhawks glided in towards Monterey, acknowledging the query from the SD network defense as the sensors locked on.
"The Severe SD network was a hell of a lot stronger than anything we were briefed about," they told Yul von Holger when he asked how the mission had gone. 7 frigates were lost, and we're all that's left of our squadron.
"Did the infiltration succeed?"
"We think over 100 got through."
"Excellent."
Neither side said anything more. Yul von Holger could sense the quiet rage of the surviving Hellhawks. He chose not to mention the fact to Emmett Morden. The Hellhawks were all Kira's problem.
"Go straight to the docking ledges," Hudson Proctor told the Hellhawks. "We've already cleared the pedestals. You'll be fed as soon as you land."
He focused on Kira's face. She smiled her brightest ingenue smile, pouring as much gratitude into her thoughts as possible for her deputy to relay.
"Well done. I know it's not easy, but believe me, there won't be many more of these ridiculous seeding missions."
She arched an eyebrow in query to Hudson.
"Was there a reply?"
He coloured slightly at the emotional backlash to her little speech that flooded the affinity band.
"No, they're pretty tired."
"I understand."
Her sweet expression hardened.
"End your contact."
Hudson Proctor nodded curtly, signalling it had been done.
"You hope there ain't gonna be many more seeding flights, you mean?"
Luigi said indolently. The 3 of them were sitting in one of the smaller, more private lounges above the asteroid's docking ledges, waiting for the last member of their group to arrive. Kira's small revolution had picked up a respectable degree of momentum over the last 10 days. The success of the seeding flights had bolstered Al's popularity and authority considerably, but that triumph came with a high price in terms of starships, and quite a few people were starting to acknowledge that the infiltration campaign was short-termism. Slowly, quietly, Kira had exploited that. Being able to see the dissatisfaction and worry in people's minds gave her a handy advantage when it came to spotting potential recruits. Silvano Richmond came in and took his seat around the coffee table. There was a cluster of bottles in the centre. He poured himself a shot of whiskey.
"The Severe flotilla is back," Kira told him. 7 frigates and 5 Hellhawks got zapped.
"Fuck."
Silvano shook his head in dismay.
"Al's putting together another 15 of these missions. He just doesn't see it."
"He sees it the way he wants to see it," Kira said. "They're successful in that they're landing infiltrators each time. The Confederation is going apeshit. We're knocking off 5 of their planets a day. It buys him complete respect and loyalty with the organization down on the planet."
"While my fleet gets chopped to shit," Luigi snapped. "That goddamn whore, Jezebella, she's got him by the balls."
"Not just your fleet," Kira said. "I'm losing Hellhawks fast. Much more of this and they'll leave."
"Where to?" Silvano asked. "They've got to stick with you. That was a neat sting you pulled on them with the food." "The Edenists keep making offers to try and lure them away," Hudson said. "Hatchels keeps us informed. The latest offer is that they'll actually accept the Black Hawk host personality enter their habitat neural strata, leaving our guys as the only soul in there. In exchange, they get all the food they want, providing they just cooperate with the Edenists, help them find out about our pars."
"Shit," Silvano muttered. "We got to stop this."
"I'd be mighty tempted by an offer that got rid of this body's host's soul."
"Wouldn't we all?"
Kira said. She sat back and sipped at her wine.
"Okay, the question is, how far are you prepared to go?"
"Pretty goddamn obvious for me," Luigi said. "I'll waste that shit Capone myself, busting me down to a fucking errand boy. Nobody could have handled tranquility any different."
"Silvano? He's got to go, but there's one condition for me signing up with you, and it ain't negotiable."
"What's that?" Kira asked, though she was fairly sure she knew. Silvano was feared as Al's chief enforcer, but he did have one major difference with his boss.
"After we do this, there are no more non-possessed in the organization. We take them all out. Understood?
Suits me, Kira said.
No way! Luigi shouted. I can't run my fucking fleet with just possessed crews. You know that. You're shitting on me here, man.
Yeah?
Who says there's going to be a fucking fleet after this? Right, Kira? We're doing this for our own safety. We're going to take New California out of here, out of this universe, just like all the other possessed have done. And for that, we can't afford no non-possessed to be around. Come on, Luigi, you know that. As long as there's one of them left, they're going to be plotting and scheming how to get rid of us. For Christ's sake, we steal their bodies from them. If you was alive right now, you wouldn't give jack shit about anything else other than getting them back from us. He slammed his tumbler back down on the table. We eliminate all the non-possessed, or there's no deal.
Then there's no fucking deal,
Luigi stormed. Kira held up her hands. Boys, this is how Al wins. You ever heard of divide and rule? All of us have different interests, and the only way we can hang on to them is if we're part of the organization. Only the organization needs a fleet, and hellhawks, and lieutenants that have to be kept in line. She shot Silvano a significant look. He's made it complicated so that we have to support him to keep our own places. What we've got to do is dismantle the organization, but rig whatever's next so that we three come out on top.
Like what?
Luigi asked suspiciously. Okay. You want the fleet back, right? Tell me why.
Because it's fucking mine, you dumb broad. I built that fleet up from nothing. I was here right from the start, the day Al walked into San Angelo City Hall.
Fair enough, but all the fleet did was make you a player. Do you really want to risk flying to Confederation planets and going up against their SD networks? They're getting wise to us now. These seeding flights are pissing them off bad. They're killing us out there, Luigi.
So, like I should care. I'm the Admiral. I don't have to go with them every time.
The whole fleet doesn't have to go anywhere, Luigi. That's the point. What you need is to exchange the fleet for something else that will keep you in the game. Right? Luigi eyed her cautiously.
Maybe.
That's what we've got to work out between the three of us. Right now, we can carry the organization if we eliminate Capone, but the organization's a dead end, dishing out tokens instead of money, for Christ's sake. If we take it over, we've got to use it to establish a new type of government, one that has us at the top.
Like what?
Silvano asked. The second New California leaves this universe, then nobody needs any kind of government. Says who? Kira sneered. You've seen the cities down there. Unless the organization keeps putting the squeeze on the farmers to supply food, they'd collapse overnight. If New California escapes this universe, everyone on it is going to have to turn into some kind of medieval peasant just to stay alive. And that's such bullshit. 5% of the population working in the fields can sustain the rest of us. Now, I don't know what kind of society we can build on the other side, but I'm damned if I'm going to live in a mud hut and spend my days walking behind a horse's ass to plough a field, especially when someone else can be made to do it for me.
So, what are you saying here?
Silvano asked. That we keep the farmers working while the rest of us live it up? Basically, yeah. It's just like what I've done with the Hellhawks, but on a much bigger scale. We have to keep the farmers farming, and we have to be in charge of distributing the food to the urban areas. Convert the organization into a giant supplier, and the only people who get supplied are the ones who we say.
You'd need a fucking army for that,
Luigi exclaimed. Kira gestured magnanimously. There you are, then. That's what you turn the fleet into. Find a portable weapon that's effective against the possessed. Something like those bastard sergeants use on Mortonridge. Manufacture it up here, and equip our supporters with it. Use the same chain of command network that's already in place, but with a land army to back it up, instead of the SD platforms.
That might work,
Silvano said. So if Luigi's got himself an army, what do I get? Communications are vital. Otherwise this whole thing will just collapse. And we'd need to be more subtle with the farmers than forcing them at gunpoint. That's an enforcer's job.
He poured himself another whiskey. Okay, let's talk about it. Western Europe always took his dogs for a walk himself. Dog ownership was a healthy reminder of responsibility. You either do it properly or not at all. There weren't many crises which could make him skip a day, though he suspected one of his staff was going to have to start substituting fairly soon. The formal lawns extended for over 300 meters from the back of the house. They were yards back in the days when he bought the estate, but even he had fallen to using that appalling modern French metric system now. A hedge of ancient yews marked the end, 10 meters high, laden with their squishy, dull red berries. He pushed through the gap marked by crumbling stone pillars that used to be gateposts, making a mental note to get a gardening construct to prune the twigs. The carpet of dry needles compressed beneath his brogues as the Labradors scampered round him. It was meadowland beyond, the shaggy grass thick with daisies and buttercups. A gentle slope led down to a long, still lake 800 meters away. He whistled softly and threw his stick. "Found them," North America dativized. "Who?" "The possessed Quinn Dexter left behind in New York. Just to make you more insufferable, you were right. He went for the Lightbringer sect." "Ah." The Labradors found the stick. One of them clamped it in his jaw. Western Europe slapped his hands on his thighs, and the dog started to bound back to him. "How bad is it?" "Not too bad, I believe. I lost the High Magus, of course. I guess he's suicided. But there are several actives left. 2 of them called me before the energistic effect glitched their neural mnemonics. They're taking over the covens one at a time. 8 down already, including the arcology headquarters in the Lester's skyscraper." "Numbers?" "That's the good news. About 10 possessed to each coven. The moron acolytes are actually welcoming them and doing as they're told. Their new masters are just sitting tight and holding some pretty gross orgies. They've made sure each coven's electronics are switched off. Not that many of their units were ever interfaced with the net anyway." "I knew it. They're moving with a purpose." "Definite infiltration tactics. They've got their foothold. Now they're waiting." "If they're spreading to each dome, then some of them must be on the move." "Yes, I know. And they've had it easy in all the confusion. With all those riots resulting from the vac train shutdown, there's been a lot of vandalism. That makes it tough for the AI to locate glitches." "So when are you going to hit the covens?" "Good question. I wanted your opinion on that. If I hit them now, then whoever's moving about will be warned and go to ground. That'll leave New York vulnerable." Western Europe took the stick from the Labrador and paused. "Yes, but if you wait until every coven is taken over, you'll have a lot of the bastards to deal with. Someone will inevitably get through the police cordons, and you'll be back in the same leaky boat. How many covens can you monitor in real time?" "All of them. That's already being done. Those I have no direct access to are being watched by agents." "Then you've got it covered. Wait until a group of possessed shows up at a new coven, then take them all out together." "And if there's more than one group moving round?" "I'm paranoid, but am I paranoid enough? What sort of assault were you planning?" "GISD tactical team with shoot-to-kill orders. Wipe each coven out. I don't want prisoners to interrogate. Fletcher is still cooperating with Halo's science teams." "Given the stakes here, I'd suggest using a gamma pulse against them first. You'll get peripheral casualties, but it'll be nothing like as bad as an SD strike. Send the tactical teams in to secure and mop up afterwards." "All right. I can live with that. We might even get a vote of confidence from our illustrious colleagues." "Not even this century's engineering can make pigs fly yet. I'll get the assault organized for 300 hours EST. If you need any help, just whistle." Western Europe smiled happily and slung the stick high into the air. Not even B7 could block news of events inside New York from spilling out across the global net. Speculation had been hot and intense ever since the arcologies vac trains had been shut down after the Dome 1 incident. Several riots had been captured by rover reporters, 2 of whom had been badly injured during the coverage, adding extra spice to the sense-vice. Then, 11 hours later, the North American commissioner had appeared before the press once more, to announce the investigation had been completed and confirmed the incident was not caused by the possessed. It was in fact a professional assassination carried out in Grand Central Station involving a sophisticated weapons implant and a chameleon suit. Business rivals of the deceased, Bud Johnson, were currently being sought for questioning. The vac trains had been reopened. The rioters and looters had cleared the streets. The police reinforcements had been stood down. Celebrity news presenters were given extended programs to cover the paranoia raging across the planet. The arrival of the Mounts Delta appeared to have acted as the trigger for a multitude of small events that were blamed on the possessed, culminating in the Grand Central Station disturbance, and Capone's recent switch in tactics to flying infiltration attacks against Confederation planets served to exacerbate people's fears. The Confederation Navy and local SD networks seemed unable to prevent the organization's strike flotillas. After the quarantine appeared to be preventing the spread, worlds were starting to fall again. Everyone, ran the feeling, was vulnerable. But the lifting of the vac train restrictions eased the tension a little, right up until 2:50 EST, when they were abruptly shut again. Frustrated commuters datavised the information to the news agencies within 10 seconds. New York's rover reporters, who had descended en masse into the arcologies bars after a hard day's sensationalizing, were hauled back out onto the concrete canyons by their editors. Agencies which datavised information requests to the arcology civic authority were met with blank puzzlement. Nobody had told the graveyard shift about the vac trains. The police precinct houses were equally baffled. Even the urgent requests to in-house sources produced a blank, at least in the 10 minutes that counted. With all of the B-7 supervisors online and observing, North America gave the order to launch the assault. The Internal Security Directorate tactical teams had been arriving in New York ever since the vac trains started running again. By the time the assault was launched, there were over 800 personnel deployed around the various sect covens. They were all armed with projectile weapons loaded with chemical or electric rounds. Complementing them were the gamma lasers. Intended for anti-terrorist interception situations, they were powerful enough to penetrate at least 5 meters of carbon concrete. Such a range would allow the teams to strike at targets holed up deep inside skyscrapers and megatowers. One would usually be sufficient to eliminate an entire room full of hostiles instantaneously. North America had ringed each coven with 9, while the Leicester skyscraper had 15 ranged against it. The supervisor's deepest worry was that the possessed, with their extended senses, would discover the preparations. To try and deny them any hint, engineering mechanoids had been used throughout the day to unpack and install the gamma lasers in surrounding buildings. Giveaway human supervision had been kept to an absolute minimum. As well as the gamma lasers, North America had the exits and service tunnels rigged to electrify anyone who scuttled down them. This was the most dangerous aspect of the work, but again, mechanoids with New York Civic Service emblem on their sides trundled along modifying wires and cables without drawing questions or interest. The tactical teams had assembled several blocks away to avoid attention. North America started to move them forward simultaneously with closing down the vac trains. He also closed down all road traffic and metro transit carriages inside the arcology and sealed the domes from each other, an aspect the news agencies didn't realize until a lot later. According to every asset and functional bug infiltrated into the covens, neither the possessed nor the acolytes were aware of their preparations. They didn't even know the tactical teams were advancing. The gamma-ray lasers fired at 2:55 EST. The 15 beams transfixing the Leicester skyscraper swept through the lower 8 stories, which made up the sect's headquarters. They used a scan pattern, switching between vertical and horizontal to cover every cubic centimeter. When the beams were aimed right through the core of the skyscraper, the energy was absorbed by the structure, while furnishings and composite walls ignited instantly under the intense radiation barrage. Thick, radiant orange lines were scratched across the carbon concrete support pillars and floors as the beams traversed the building. The air was superheated, dissolving into its component atoms. Windows detonated outward from the appalling pressure, showering the street below with daggers of glass. Fire sprinklers burst into life, only for their water to vaporize first into steam, then clouds of ions. Glaring blue and violet streamers jetted out of the smashed windows and fountained up the skyscraper's elevator shafts. Ruptured air-conditioning ducts provided secondary routes for the heat storm to pervade the building. The entire lower floors were engulfed in a dazzling fireball. Human bodies caught within the flexing three-dimensional mesh of beams burst apart from the terrible energy input. Their water content exploded into steam as the carbon combusted. When the beams reached the outer sections of the skyscraper, they were powerful enough to pierce clean through the walls. Surrounding skyscrapers were strafed with the radiation, resulting in vast tracts of damage. Then the sharp spires of ions exhaled by the Leicester played across their outer walls, igniting dozens of ordinary fires. The gamma-ray lasers switched off. The night was filled with the roar of flames and the screams of those being burnt alive. There was enough light thrown out from the fires to light the entire district. Unharmed residents of the nearby buildings, lucky enough to live on the lower floors, rushed onto the street, while those higher up could only stare out helplessly as the flames took hold. The images they relayed to the news agencies, which were distributed across the planet in real time, showed the GISD tactical teams marching down every approach road to the Leicester. Against the raging orange flames, their heat-proof flex armor suits appeared as matte black silhouettes. Weapons with long snouts were cradled casually on their arms as they walked into the conflagration with astounding nonchalance. 3 times, figures rushed out of the skyscraper's main entrance doors, making their bid for freedom. They were like fire monsters, flames shooting from every part of their bloated figures. The tactical team guns spat short pulses of turquoise flame with quiet efficiency, and the fiery creatures crumpled to burn unhindered on the wide sidewalk. It was those scenes of perfunctory extermination which finally convinced the world that the possessed had somehow penetrated the titanic defences of the Halo. The political fallout was considerable. A motion of impeachment was put before the Gov Central Grand Senate, condemning the President for not informing the Senatorial Defense Committee in advance. The President, who could hardly publicly admit to knowing nothing about the situation, fired the chiefs of GISD Bureaus 1 through 4 for gross insubordination and overreaching their authority. The GISD's New York chief was charged with reckless homicide and put under immediate arrest. Such machinations went almost unnoticed by the public, who were fed a continual stream of updates of the on-the-ground aftermath by the news agencies. Once the tactical teams had confirmed that there were no possessed left alive in any of the sect covens, they withdrew. Only then were the emergency services allowed in. It took 10 hours for the fire department mechanoids to extinguish the last fires. Paramedic crews followed them through the burnt-out floors. The arcology hospitals were swamped by casualties. Preliminary insurance damage estimates ran into hundreds of millions of G-dollars. Dome One's mayor, in conjunction with the other 14 mayors of the arcology, instigated an official day of mourning and opened a bereavement fund. Officially, 1,233 people died in the assault against the New York possessed, nearly half as a result of being hit by gamma radiation. The rest were either burned or asphyxiated. Over 9,000 needed hospital treatment for minor burns, shock, and other injuries. Double that number lost their homes, with several hundred businesses forced to try and relocate. The vac trains in and out of New York remained closed. "Well?" North Pacific asked. It was 5 hours after the tactical teams had finished their sweep of the covens, and B7 had reconvened to hear the genuine results. "We got 108 possessed. That's the best estimate I can provide. There wasn't a hell of a lot left for the forensic crew to analyze after the gamma lasers finished. I'm more interested in the ones you didn't eliminate. 8 of the electrocution traps we rigged along possible escape routes were triggered. The teams pulled 11 corpses out of various ducts and service tunnels." "Quit stalling," South America said. "Did any of them get out?" "Probably, yes. Forensics thinks maybe 3 or 4 people got past the electrocution traps. There's no way of telling if they were possessed or not, but it would take one inhumanly tough mother to survive what we threw at them." "Shit, we're right back where we started. You're going to have to initiate this kind of slaughter operation each time they regroup. Only now they don't have any convenient sects to flee back to." "Well, this time
I'm going to insist on keeping New York's vac trains shut," North Pacific said. "We can't let them get out of New York."
"I quite agree," Western Europe said.
"Only because you can't risk another vote."
"There's no need to get personal. We remain on top of the situation."
"Really? Where's Dexter, then?"
"When the time comes, I will eliminate him."
"You're so full of shit."
The K5 star had a catalogue number, but that was all. Only 3 planets were in orbit around it, 2 of them smaller than Mars, and a gas giant 50,000 kilometres in diameter. Undistinguished in astronomical terms, it lay 41 light-years outside the loose boundary of space claimed by the Confederation. There had been a single scout ship visit in 2530, which quickly established its worthlessness. As far as official records were concerned, that was the first and last time humans had visited the barren system. Certainly the Navy never bothered with it. Their patrols were stretched thinly enough as it was, searching for illegal activity within the Confederation and through the stars fringing the boundary. Although the surrounding wreath of stars was an obvious location for illegal operations, and several highly dubious independent colony ventures, 41 light-years was just too far away to justify the expense of regular inspection flights. Such a safeguard made it ideal for the Black Cartel. Their antimatter station orbited 5 million kilometres from the star's surface, a closeness which stretched human materials science to its limit. The radiation, heat, particle and magnetic forces it encountered were appalling. An approaching ship would see it as a simple black disk, sailing across the incandescent solar glare. 60 kilometres in diameter, it cast a significant cone-shaped umbra behind it, a zone insulated from the star's heat, the one place where hell's proverbial snowflake might just have survived. The surface facing the star was a radial concertina array of solid-state cells, absorbing the incredible blast of heat and converting it directly into electricity. At the back, they glowed a gentle pink, utilizing their own shade to radiate the immense thermal load away into space. In total, the array was capable of generating over 1.5 terawatts of electricity. The antimatter production system itself was housed in a cluster of boxy, silver-white industrial modules, right in the center of the array. The mundane method of churning out antimatter was essentially unchanged since the late 20th century, although the levels of scale and efficiency had risen considerably since the first few experimental antiprotons had been manufactured in high-energy physics laboratories. Production requires individual protons to be accelerated until their energy becomes greater than a giga-electron volt, at which point each one has more energy in its motion than its mass. Once that state has been achieved, they are collided with heavy nuclei, resulting in a spray of elementary particles that includes antiprotons, anti-electrons, and anti-neutrons. These are then separated, collected, cooled, and merged into anti-hydrogen. But it is that initial proton acceleration stage which absorbs the phenomenal amount of electricity produced by the solar array in its entirety. The whole operation was overseen by a crew of 25 technicians, stationed in a large, heavily shielded rotating carbotanium wheel that floated deep inside the array's umbra. They had now been joined by 8 members of the organization to keep them in line. Taking over the station had been absurdly easy. Because the Black Cartel took the elementary precaution of installing its own modified neural mnemonics in everyone who knew of the station's location, there could only ever be 2 kinds of visitor: the Confederation Navy on a search and destroy mission, or a legitimate buyer. The arrival of Capone's lieutenants came as a severe shock to the crew. The few hand weapons available were utterly useless against the possessed. Their only other option was to kamikaze. Once the organization's terms and conditions had been laid on the line, that was postponed indefinitely. The same kind of uneasy standoff balance between need and fear that had claimed New California settled across the station. After supplying the first organization convoy with every gram of antimatter held in storage, the station had been operating a full production schedule ever since, attempting to cope with Capone's desperate demands for more. Starships came from New California every 5 or 6 days for new supplies. Admiral Saldana's squadron made no attempt at stealth or subtlety when it jumped into the system, emerging 25 million kilometers from the star. Navy starships always had a tremendous advantage against the stations they hunted. Deep inside the star's gravity field, there could be no quick escape for the station's crew. Defensive weapons were almost useless. Not even antimatter propulsion and warheads could produce their usual overwhelming advantage. In such proximity to the star, combat wasp sensors were almost blind. Standard procedure for the Navy starships was to launch a volley of kinetic projectiles in a retrograde orbit. It was a tactic that would quickly exhaust the station's stock of drones, leaving them with beam weapons alone. Against a swarm of 10,000 harpoons, their chances of vaporizing every one before it hit was effectively nil. That was assuming the station sensors were even capable of locating the incoming missiles to begin with. In most cases, the hellish solar environment completely masked their approach, and the Navy vessels would never issue a warning. The station might never know of their presence until the first missile struck. All the attackers needed was a single strike against the production system. Any large explosion would inevitably set off a chain reaction within the antimatter storage chambers. The resulting blast could at times be 5 or 6 times the size of a planet buster, depending on how much of the substance was in store. This time it was going to have to be a little different. Meredith Saldana waited impatiently on the Arcara's bridge, while the Voidhawks deployed around the star in small swallow maneuvers. Each of them launched a pack of small sensor satellites to scan the huge magnetosphere in which they were all immersed. Locating the station was easy enough, though the sheer volume of space they were searching through made it a lengthy task. The Arcara's tactical situation computer started to receive data vises from the satellites, blending them into a harmonized picture of the whole near-solar environment. When the information was complete, it showed the star as a dark sphere, surrounded with graded shells of pale gold translucence. The innermost seethed like a restless sea as the magnetic forces fluxed and coiled. Above that, they smoothed out considerably. A tiny knot of twisted copper light was sliding along a circular 5-million-kilometer orbit. The squadron's comparative position was fed in, and Meredith began issuing orders. Because of their vulnerability to the star's heat and radiation, the Voidhawks maintained their orbits, enabling them to keep watch for any emerging starships. The Atomist starships flew inward. 8 frigates were vectored into high-inclination orbits, a location from which they could launch a kinetic assault on the station. The remaining starships, including Lady Macbeth, aligned themselves on an interception course and accelerated along it at 3 Gs. When they were 3 million kilometers away, the Arcara pointed her main communication dish on the station and boosted the signal to full strength. "This communique is directed to the station commander," Meredith datavised. "This is the Confederation Navy ship Arcara. Your illegal operation is now terminated. Ordinarily, you would be executed for your actions in producing antimatter, but I have been authorized to offer you transport to a Confederation penal colony planet if you cooperate with us. This offer is also applicable to any possessed who are resident at the station. I will require your answer within 1 hour. Failure to respond will be taken as a refusal to cooperate, and you will be destroyed." He datavised the flight computer to repeat the message, and the squadron waited. It took 10 minutes for a static-heavy signal to emerge from the station.
"This is Renko. I'm the guy Al left in charge around here, and I'm telling you to get the fuck out of here before we smear your pansy asses across the sun. You got that clear, pal?"
Meredith glanced across the bridge's acceleration couches to where Lieutenant Grease was lying. The intelligence officer managed to grin, despite the G-force. "That's a break," he said. "We got Capone's source, no matter what the outcome." "I believe the Navy is due a break," Meredith said, "especially our section of it. He'll have to stop those bloody infiltration flights now. His fleet will need all the antimatter they've got left to defend New California." Indeed. Meredith was almost cheerful when he ordered the computer to datavise a reply to the station. "Consult your crew, Renko. You're in the losing position here. All we have to do is launch a single missile once an hour. You have to fire 5 each time, just to make sure it doesn't get through. And we're in no hurry. We can keep shooting at you for a couple of weeks if we have to. There's just no way you can win. Now, are you going to accept my offer, or do you want to go back to the beyond?"
"Nice try, but you don't mean it."
Not for us, leastways. I know you guys. You'll slam us into 0 tau the second we put our hands up. For what it's worth, I am Rear Admiral Meredith Saldana, and you have my word that you will be given passage to an uninhabited world capable of supporting human life. Consider your alternatives. If we attack the station, you go back to the beyond. If I'm lying about transporting you to a planet, you go back. But there is the very strong possibility that I'm not lying. Can you really reject that hope?" Along with the rest of the squadron, Joshua had to wait another 20 minutes for the answer. Eventually, Renko agreed to surrender. "Looks like we're on," Joshua said. They were accelerating hard again, preventing him from smiling, but there was no hiding the rise of excitement in his labouring voice.
"Christ, the other side of the nebula,"
Lyle marvelled.
"What's the furthest anyone's ever been before?"
"A Voidhawk scout group travelled 680 light-years from Earth in 2570, Samuel replied. "Their course took them directly galactic north. Not in this direction."
"I missed that," Ashley complained. "Was there anything interesting out there?"
Samuel closed his eyes, questioning the Voidhawks racing along their orbits millions of kilometres away. Nothing unusual or dramatic. Stars with possible Terra-compatible planets, stars without. No sentient Xenox species.
"The Meridian flight went further,"
Bollier said. "Only according to legend," Dahibai countered. "Nobody knows where they vanished to. In any case, that was centuries ago. Logically, then, they must have gone a long way if no one's ever found them. Found the wreckage, more like."
"Such pessimism is bad for you."
"Really? Hey, Monica!" Dahibai lifted one hand to make an appeal before the acceleration made him lower it fast again. "Do your lot know where they went? It could be important if they're waiting out there for us." Monica stared stubbornly at the compartment ceiling, a headache building behind her compressed eyeballs that no program could rid her of. She really hated high G's.
"No,"
she datavised. Her throat was suffering along with the rest of her. Irritated, she couldn't put any emphasis into her digitalized speech. Not that snapping at the crew would endear her to them, but their relentless discussions of utter trivia were starting to chafe, and she'd probably got a month or more to go. The ESA was in its infancy back when the Meridian fleet was launched. Even today I doubt we'd bother planting assets in with a bunch of paradise-seeking fools. "I don't want to know what's there," Joshua said. "The whole point of this mission is discovery. We're real explorers going out on a limb. First for at least a century."
"Amen to that,"
Ashley said.
"Where we are now is new for most people," Lyle said. "Just look at that station."
"Standard industrial modules," Dahibai said. "Hardly exotic or inspiring." Lyle sighed sadly. "Okay, we're getting close to injection point," Joshua announced. "Systems review, please. How's our fuselage holding out?" The flight computer was datavising images from the localized sensors into his neural mnemonics. Lady Mac's thermodump panels were fully extended, constantly rotating to present their narrow edges towards the raging star. Their flat surfaces were glowing radiant pink as they expelled the ship's accumulated heat. He'd programmed the permanent spin into their vector, a 15-minute cycle to ensure the immense thermal input was distributed evenly across the fuselage. Fine manoeuvring was slow, given the additional reaction mass they were carrying, but the balance compensation programs were handling it, providing he kept tweaking them. "No hot spots yet," Saha reported. "That extra layer of null-therm foam is doing its job quite well, but it is picking up a lot of particle radiation, far more than we're used to. We'll have to watch that." "Should lose it when we get behind the shield," Lyle said. "Won't be long now."
"See,"
Bollier told Dahibai, "you are surrounded by optimists." The squadron's interception ships were sliding into an orbital slot, 3,000 kilometres behind the antimatter station. If Renko did decide to switch off the storage confinement chambers, the radiation impact from the blast would tax the shielding on the starships to an uncomfortable degree, but they should be safe. So far, he appeared to be cooperating. Commander Krieber was handling the negotiation on how the handover was to be accomplished. The civil starship already docked at the station was to depart with everyone on board. It would rendezvous with one of the squadron's marine cruisers. The possessed would disembark,
and proceed directly to the brig under heavily armed guard, where they would stay for the duration of the flight. Any indication of them using their energistic power, for whatever reason, would result in a 40,000-volt current being run through the brig. The cruiser, accompanied by 2 frigates, would fly directly to an uninhabited Terra-compatible world, currently in the middle of an ice age, where the possessed would be shot down to the tropical zone surface in one-way descent capsules, with a supply of survival equipment. There would be no further contact with that planet by the Confederation, apart from delivering any further possessed with whom similar exceptional deals had been made. Kreber's other offer, that they helped the CNIS with its research into energistic power until such time as a solution was found for possession, was summarily rejected. Once the possessed were safely incarcerated, another marine cruiser would rendezvous with the starship and take off the station's regular crew, ready to transport them to a penal planet. Complete control of the station's systems was to be handed over to the Navy technical crew, who would remote test their new domain. If total access was confirmed, a third marine cruiser would dock with the station itself and perform a boarding and securement maneuver. After some haggling, mainly over the contents of the survival equipment they could take with them down to the icy planet, Renko agreed to the arrangement. Lady Macbeth's crew watched the proceedings through the sensors. The handover went remarkably smoothly, taking just less than a day. A datavise from the first marine cruiser showed the possessed, dressed defiantly in double-breasted suits, laughing brashly as they were led into the brig. The station crew looked frankly relieved that they'd escaped with exile. They datavised over their access codes without a qualm. "You may proceed to docking, Captain Calvert," Admiral Saldanha datavised. "Lieutenant Grease informs me we are now in full command of the station. There is enough antimatter in storage for your requirements." "Thank you, sir," Joshua replied. He triggered the fusion drives. The simple course over to the station had been plotted for hours. Accelerate, flip, and decelerate. They were already inside the station's umbra and commencing final rendezvous maneuvers when the organization's convoy arrived. 11 of them, sir," Lieutenant Rhesus said. "Confirmed emergence 23 million miles out from the star, 89 million miles from the station." "Threat assessment?" the Admiral inquired. How typical, he thought, that something should come along to thwart the squadron's mission once again. "Minimal." The Edenist liaison officer appeared almost happy. "Alex and Denoni report there are 5 Hellhawks and 6 frigates in the enemy formation. Their Hellhawks can't swallow down to us, nor at this altitude, and even if we assume the frigates are armed with antimatter combat wasps, they would take hours to reach us, accelerating continually. I've never heard of a combat wasp that has an hour's fuel in it." "They'd have to be custom-built," Grease said, "which is unlikely for Capone, and even if they do exist, we can evade them easily at this distance." "Then Calvert can carry on?" the Admiral asked. "Yes, sir." "Very well. Kreber, inform the Lady Macbeth to proceed as planned. I'd appreciate it if the good captain didn't dawdle." "Aye, sir." Meredith reviewed the tactical display. The Anoni was barely 5 million kilometers from the cluster of organization ships. "Lieutenant Rhesus, Voidhawks to group together 25 million kilometers directly above the antimatter station. I don't want them isolated. It might give the Hellhawks ideas. Commander Kreber, move the rest of the squadron up to rendezvous with the Voidhawks, the frigates in high-inclination orbits to meet us there. 2 of our frigates to remain with the station until Lady Macbeth has completed her fueling. Once they're at a safe distance, the station is to be destroyed." "Aye, sir." Meredith instructed the tactical computer to compile options. The resulting assessment just about matched his own opinion. The 2 sides were evenly matched. He had more ships, but the organization was expected to be armed with antimatter combat wasps, and if he did order the squadron up to intercept, it would take hours to reach them. The organization ships could simply jump away, leaving only the Voidhawks to pursue them, who would then be outgunned. Effectively, it was a standoff. Neither side could do much to affect the other. "Yet I cannot allow them to go unchallenged," Meredith thought. "It sets a bad precedent." "Lieutenant Grizz, what do we know about the non-possessed crews on board organization ships? Just how much of a hold does Capone have on them?"
According to the debriefings we've conducted, they all have family being held captive on Monterey. Capone is very careful about who is given command authority over antimatter. So far, it's a strategy that's worked for him. A number of crews on ordinary organization starships have managed to eliminate their possessed officers and desert, but we've never had any indication of attempted mutiny on ships equipped with antimatter. Pity, Meredith grunted, as the Arcana started to accelerate up to the rendezvous with the Voidhawks. Nevertheless, I'll issue them with the same ultimatum as the station was given. Who knows? The opportunity to capitulate might be enough to spark a small rebellion. Etchells listened to the Admiral's message as it was beamed out to the convoy. Slippery, vague promises of pardons and safe passage. None of it was relevant to him. "We repeat Edenism's offer to you," the Voidhawks added. "You may transfer your host's personality over to us, and we will provide your nutrient fluid. All we ask in return is your help in finding a satisfactory resolution." "Don't any of you bastards even answer," Etchells warned his fellow Hellhawks. "They're running scared. They wouldn't make that kind of offer unless they were absolutely desperate." He could sense the uncertainty rumbling through their affinity bond, but none of them were brave enough to challenge him directly. Satisfied he'd kept them in line for now, Etchells asked the convoy's commander what he intended to do. "Withdraw," came the answer. "There's nothing else we can do." Etchells wasn't so sure. The Navy hadn't destroyed the station, and that went against everything the Confederation stood for. There had to be a phenomenal reason for such a change of policy. "We should stay," he told the convoy commander. "They cannot engage us for hours yet. That gives us a chance to discover what they are doing here. If they're going to start using antimatter against us, Capone should be told." Reluctantly, the commander agreed. However, he did order the Adamist ships to accelerate toward a new jump coordinate that would take them back to New California, leaving the Hellhawks to observe the station. It was difficult to look directly into that dangerous glare. Etchell's sensor blisters began to suffer from glare spots, similar to purple after images which plagued human eyes. He started to roll lazily, flicking his ebony wingtips to bank against the gusts of solar particles, switching the view between the blisters. Even then, concentrating on that tiny speck millions of kilometers away was inordinately stressful. A headache began to pound away inside his stolen neuron structure. None of the electronic sensors loaded into his cargo cradles were any use. They were mostly military systems, intended for close defense work, and his distortion field couldn't reach that far. The visual spectrum provided him with the greatest coverage. He could see the Navy's Adamist ships accelerating up out of the star's enormous gravity field, little sparks of light, actually brighter than the photosphere. After half an hour, 3 more fusion drives ignited around the station. 2 of them started to follow the Navy squadron. The last one took a different course altogether, curving round the star's southern hemisphere on a very high-inclination trajectory. Etchells opened his beak wide to let out an imaginary warble of success. Whatever it was doing, the lone starship had to be the reason behind the Navy's strange action. He issued a flurry of instructions to the other Hellhawks. Despite his brute boy attitude, Etchells had actually absorbed a great deal of information from his host's mentality. The facade of toughness was a deliberate ploy. Always let your opponents believe you're dumber than you are. Becoming Kira's most dependable and trusted Hellhawk made sure she wouldn't risk him on those mad seeding flights or any other dangerous actions. Convoy escort was about the safest duty to pull. Wasted decades spent bumming round pointless mercenary actions across the Confederation had taught him to disguise his true potential. Survival was dependent on intelligence and the lowest cunning, not worthy courage. And he knew for sure that surviving his current situation was going to take a great deal of ingenuity. Like Rossio in the Mindori, he had come to admire his new bi-tech form, finding it utterly superior to a human body. Quite how he could hang on to it was a question he'd been unable to resolve. There would be no place for Hellhawks in the place where possessed took their planets to escape the universe, he was sure, and the Confederation would never rest until they'd solved the problem of how to evict souls back into the beyond permanently.
So he bided his time, keeping a giant yellowing eye open for some opportunity to save his own ass, and to hell with his comrades. The Navy's unconventional behavior might just be the break he'd been looking for. When the last 3 starships were 30,000 kilometers from the antimatter station, it exploded with a violence which outshone the prominence arching through the chromosphere below. As if in acknowledgement of their defeat, the Hellhawks swallowed away. The Voidhawks analyzed the way their distortion fields applied energy against space-time to open a wormhole interstice. All 5 Hellhawks appeared to be heading back to New California.
"They have left the remaining frigates extremely vulnerable,"
Auster, Ilex's captain, reported to Rhesus.
"What are the Admiral's orders?"
"Hold your position. If you attack, they will just jump clear. We could harass them all the way home, but there is no tactical advantage to be gained from that. Our objective has been accomplished."
"Very well."
"Syrinx?" "Yes, Rhesus. Unoni is clear to rendezvous with the Lady Macbeth. The Admiral wishes you both bon voyage." "Thank you." Etchells didn't believe the Voidhawks would follow, certainly not instantaneously. The Hellhawks all swallowed 10 light-years clear of the star, then swallowed again 3 seconds later. Unless a Voidhawk had been with them to observe the second swallow, there was no way of knowing where they'd gone. 4 of them carried on back to New California. Etchells returned directly to the star, emerging 22 million kilometers above its south pole. With the Voidhawks all clustered together in their 25 million kilometer equatorial orbit, there was no way they could detect his wormhole terminus opening and closing. His position was ideal to observe the Navy starships flying out from their low orbit. His sensor blisters didn't have to focus against the overwhelming white blaze. Even his headache started to fade. He did keep a cursory watch on the Navy ships as they rose out of the gravity field, but it was the lone ship heading south that interested him. When it was 20 million kilometers from the star, its drive cut out. Etchells projected its course and started to check his captured spatial memories. Given its jump alignment, there were 20 possible Confederation systems it could be heading for. And one other, Hesperi LN, the Tarathka planet. 12. 15 minutes, Courtney sat up at the bar, waiting. 4 men offered to buy her a drink. Not as many as usual, but then there were very few civilians abroad these days. Even the Blue Orchid was suffering from the scare stories flashing across the net, its numbers well down. Normally it would be jammed at this time of night, the kind of not-quite-sleazy club where lower-middle management could hang out after work and not have to worry if someone else from the company saw them. Courtney had been in a lot worse than this. The doormen didn't give her any hassle, even though her ass was virtually hanging out of her cocktail dress. Courtney liked the dress, cool black fabric with straps on the front to hold her titties up high, and more cross straps down the cut-out back. It made her look hot, without being too cheap. Baneth said she looked good wearing it. Best thing the sect had ever done putting her in this dress. She'd never been so femme before. And it worked. There hadn't been a night she didn't deliver for them, sometimes twice. It was a good gig, taking the men back to one of the student rent hotels where the sect had squeezed the manager. Then, as soon as the Mark's pants were off, Billy Joe, Rav, and Julie would storm in and kick the shit out of him. Then, when he was unconscious, Billy Joe took a recording of his bioelectric pattern and emptied his credit disk. She'd done much the same thing for all of the last 3 years since her brother introduced her to the Lightbringer. Except, to start with, she'd attracted pedo-pervs, who mostly had their own dens to take her to, or just hauled her into the dark end of a downtown alley. Those days, it had been Quinn Dexter who pimped her. In a strange way, she'd always been safer with him in charge. No matter how big a sicko the man was, Quinn had always arrived in time. Now she was 15, and too big to pass for a juvenile anymore. Baneth had switched the hormones she took. This new batch didn't prevent her breasts from growing. Quite the opposite. They promoted development. She'd still got a skinny frame, but now she was huge with it. In the last 9 months her targets had changed completely. It wasn't the pervs who wanted her now, just the losers. Courtney reckoned she'd come out of the alteration okay. Big tits was one of the mildest modifications Bannath made to sect members. The fifth man to ask if she was all right, and did her glass need freshening, had what it took. Overweight, round face with perspiration on his brow, hair slicked back with gel, a good suit, cleaned too often. His expression was hesitant, ready for a slapdown. Courtney drained her glass and held it out to him, smiling. "Thanks." He was too fat to dance. That was a shame. She liked to dance. So that meant having to sit and listen to about an hour of bitching, his boss, his family, his apartment, how none of it was going right for him. The drone was so she'd see he was a real genuine guy who'd had a couple of bad breaks lately, hoping for the sympathy fuck. She made all the right sounds at the right places. After this time, working the arcologies clubs, she could probably have filled in his life story just by looking at him. Proof of that, she never chose wrong. They always had a loaded disc. After the hour and 3 drinks, he had enough nerve to make his innocent suggestion. To his utter surprise, the answer was a demure smile and a hurried nod. It wasn't far to the student hall, which was good. Courtney didn't like getting into a cab with them. There was too much chance Billy Joe might lose her. She didn't look to see if the 3 sect members were trailing after her down the street. They'd be there. This was a real smooth routine now. Twice, though, she thought she heard footsteps following. Real distinctive, regular thuds of someone using a lot of metal in their heels. Dumb idea. There was a whole bunch of people walking along the street. When she did snatch a look, there was no one she could see that looked like a cop. Just a bunch of civilians scurrying around, making out their stupid lives meant something. The cops were her only worry, even given the fact less than a quarter of the targets reported the assault and theft. It wouldn't take an AI to spot the pattern. But Bannath would know if there was any sort of operation being mounted. Bannath knew fucking everything going down in Edmonton. It was scary sometimes. Courtney knew some of the sect's acolytes didn't really believe in God's brother. They were just too shit-scared of Bannath to step out of line. "This is it," she told the man. They'd stopped outside the worn entrance of a 2-century-old skyscraper. A couple of genuine students were sitting on the steps, taking charges from a power inhaler. They looked at Courtney with glazed, uncaring eyes. She pulled the man past and into the foyer. In the elevator he made his first tentative move, going for a kiss, which she let him have. Tongue straight down her throat. He didn't have time for anything more. The room they'd hijacked for the night was on the 3rd floor. Its real owner lost somewhere in the arcology as the black stimulant program shorted out her neurons. "What are you studying?" he asked once they were inside. That caught her short. She didn't have a story in place for that. He wasn't supposed to care. Nothing to help here either. The room was a usual student's jumble, badly lit with flecks and clothes everywhere, a decades-old desktop block on the one shabby table. Courtney didn't read too good, so she couldn't tell what the tiny print on the fleck cases said. Easy way out. She shoved the shoulder straps down and let her tits bobble free. That shut him up. It took him about 30 seconds to push her down on the bed. Then one hand was up her skirt, while the other was squeezing a tit crudely. She groaned like it was good, hoping Billy Joe and the others got a fucking move on. Sometimes the shits waited and let the man fuck her. Watching the show through some sensor or peephole, getting off on the scene and laughing quietly. They always claimed it looked less like a setup if they came in afterwards. Bannath laughed too if she complained. The man's hand was tugging at her panties, mouth all hot and slobbering over her nipple. Courtney tried not to grimace. Then she was shivering, as if the conditioning duct had suddenly dumped a shitload of ice into the air. He gave out a single puzzled grunt, pulling his head back. They looked at each other for an instant, both equally bewildered. Then a white hand clamped over his gelled hair, yanking his head away from her. He yelled in shock and pain as he was pulled off her and flung over the room. His flabby body hit the opposite wall with a loud crash and crumpled to the floor. A figure in a black robe was standing at the side of the bed, blank hood tipped down towards Courtney. She drew in a breath to shriek, knowing fucking well this wasn't Billy Joe or any of the others. "Don't," the figure warned.
The darkness inside the hood withered to reveal the face.
"Quinn!"
Courtney squeaked. A smile flicked her lips.
"Quinn? God's brother, where the fuck did you come from? I thought you got transported."
"Long story. Tell you in a minute." He turned and went over to the quivering man, grabbed his head and pulled back viciously. The man's throat was exposed along its entire length, skin stretched tight.
"Quinn, what are you— Ah!"
Courtney watched in a kind of interested shock as a couple of sharp fangs slid out of Quinn's mouth. He winked at her as he lowered his head to bite the man's neck. She could see Quinn's Adam's apple bobbing as he sucked down the blood. Several drops dribbled past his lips. The man was whimpering in high-pitched terror.
"Oh, fuck! Quinn, that's disgusting!"
Quinn stood up, grinning, and wiped the back of his hand across his mouth, smearing the blood. "No, it's not. It's the final conquest. Blood is the best food a human can have. Think on it. Every nutrient you need, all nicely refined and cooked, ready for you. It's your right to take it from the followers of the false lord you defeat. Use them to make you strong, Courtney. Replenish your body." He looked down at the fat man who was clutching the neck wound desperately. Blood was pouring through his fingers. Courtney giggled at the feeble gurgling sounds the man was making.
"You've changed."
"So have you."
"Yeah."
She cupped her tits and lifted them.
"Grew these for a start. Good, aren't they?"
"God's brother, Courtney, you are a total slut." She straightened a leg and dangled her shoe from one toe.
"I like what I am, Quinn. That's my serpent beast, remember? Dignity is a weakness, along with all the other crap on the middle-class wish list."
"You did listen to the sermons."
"Sure did."
"So how's Bannoth?"
"Same, I guess."
"Not for long. I'm back now." He held out his hands, making simple gestures. The room began to change, the walls darkening, furniture turning to matte black cast iron. Manacles appeared on the metal railings at the head of the bed. Courtney looked round wildly at the manifestations and scrambled backwards over the crumpled duvet, cramming herself into a corner away from Quinn.
"Shit! You're a possessed!"
"Not me," he said softly. "I possess. I am the one God's brother has chosen as his Messiah. This power the returning souls have depends on the force of their will, and nobody believes in themselves more than me. That's how I regained control of my body, through the belief he gave me in myself. Now I'm stronger than 100 of those snivelling, lost dickheads." Courtney unfolded her legs and peered forward.
"It is you, isn't it? I mean, like, really you. You've got your own body and everything."
"You never were very quick, were you? But then it was never your brain the sect wanted."
"Were you in New York?"
she asked in quiet admiration.
"I saw the fighting on the AV. The police killed skyscrapers full of people. They were so scared."
"I was there a while back. I was also in Paris, Bombay and Johannesburg, which the police don't know about yet. Then I gave in to myself and came home."
"I'm glad you did."
Courtney bounded off the bed and flung her arms round him, licking from his ear to his mouth.
"Welcome back."
"You will follow me now, not Bannoth."
"Yes."
She slid her tongue over the tacky blood congealing on his chin, tasting its salt. "You will obey."
"Of course."
Quinn focused on the thought currents in her brain and knew that she was telling the truth. Not that he'd expected anything else from Courtney. He opened the door and let the other three in. Billy, Joe and Rav he knew from before. It hadn't taken much to cow them. 5 people standing made the little student room badly cramped, their breath helping to heat it up. Fast breathing which came from nerves and excitement. They were all eager to see what Quinn would do next. "I came back to Earth so I could bring down the night," he told them. "You'll play a big part in that, and so will the possessed. I'm going to leave a nest of you in every arcology, but Edmonton is special for me, because Bannoth's here."
"What you going to do to her?"
Billy Joe asked. Quinn patted the slender youth's wire-like arm.
"The worst I can imagine,"
he said, "and I've spent a lot of time imagining." Billy Joe's mouth split into an oafish grin. "All right." Quinn looked down at the fat man. He was gasping like a fish. Blood had formed an enormous puddle on the scuffed tile floor. "You're dying," Quinn said cheerfully. "Only one way to save you now." Fields of energy shifted at his command, exerting a specific pressure against reality. The cries of the souls began to filter out of the beyond. "Courtney, hurt him." She shrugged to the others and kicked the man hard in the crotch. He shivered, eyes bugging before the lids began to flutter uncontrollably. An extra squirt of blood pumped out of the wound. "And again," Quinn directed mildly. In his mind, he was dictating terms to the lost souls who clustered round the weak rent between universes, hearing the pleas of those who claimed they were worthy, making his judgment. Courtney did as she was told, watching in fascination as a soul, a real dead person, took control of the wretched man. The wound closed up. He started hissing in consternation. Tiny rivulets of lightning slithered along the creases of his blood-soaked suit fabric. "Give him something to drink," Quinn said. Billy Joe and Julie ransacked the cupboards for cans of soda, popping them and handing them down to the grateful possessed. "It'll take you a while to replace that much blood," Quinn said. "Just lie there and take it easy for a while. Enjoy the show." "Yes, Quinn," the possessed muttered weakly. He managed to roll onto his back, the effort coming close to making him faint. The iron manacles snapped open loudly. Courtney took one look at them and glanced back inquiringly at Quinn. His robe was already dissolving. "You know how to use them," he told her. She wriggled out of her dress and bent over the bed, placing her wrists in the manacles. They hinged shut and locked. Ilex emerged above Avon, radiating profound satisfaction and considerable hunger. Every Edenist within Trafalgar picked up the emotional emission and smiled simultaneously at the results Oster was declaring. Lalwani immediately declassified the strike mission against the antimatter station, and the Navy press office started relaying the information to the system's news companies. Everything happened so fast that the First Admiral's staff only just managed to officially brief Jita Anwar before the Presidential Office staff received it off the communication net. The Voidhawk's easy 2G flight to the naval base's docking ledges was considerably more relaxed than the last time it had burst out of Wormhole, close to Trafalgar. General Affinity hummed with a great many ironic comments pointing this out to its triumphant crew. 2 hours after Ilex's arrival, Captain Oster was escorted into the First Admiral's office by Lieutenant Keaton, the newest member of the Admiral's staff. Samuel Alexandrovich greeted the Edenist captain warmly and gestured to the sunken reception area. Lalwani and Coalhammer joined them on the leather couches, while the lieutenant served tea and coffee. As he was moving round with their china cups, the bulky AV cylinder at the apex of the ceiling shimmered brightly, and the images of President Harker and Jita Anwar materialized in the reception area. "My congratulations to the Navy, Admirals, Captain," Harker said. "The destruction of an antimatter station at this time is particularly satisfying." "Capone's antimatter station, Mr. President," Coalhammer said significantly. "That's a considerable bonus. Essentially, he will be unable to mount any more of these damnable infiltration missions against Confederation planets, let alone attempt another full-scale invasion along the lines of Oranjestadt," Samuel said. "That means he's been neutered. We shall now resume our harassment campaign and enhance it considerably this time around. That should wear down the Hellhawks and deplete his stock of antimatter in defense. Given its unstable social base, we expect the organization to collapse within a few weeks, 2 months at the most." "Unless he pulls another rabbit out of his capacious fedora," Harker said. "I don't mean to disparage your action against the antimatter station, Samuel, but in Allah's name, it was a long time coming, possibly too long. According to the latest report I have, nearly a third of Kerry's population is now possessed, and it's only a question of time until the remainder are taken over. On top of that, we know of 11 other worlds Capone has successfully managed to infiltrate. That means we'll lose them too. You know that as well as I do. And there will no doubt be starships currently en route, telling us of more infiltrations launched before the station was destroyed. Your pardon, but this success rings hollow indeed. What else would you have us do? You know very well. How is Dr. Gilmore's project progressing? Slowly, as May Ortlieb has been telling you.
Yes.
Hacker waved an irritable hand. Well, keep me informed of any further developments, preferably ahead of the media.
Yes, Mr. President.
The image of the president and his aide vanished.
Ungrateful old git,
Colhammer murmured.
It's understandable,
Lalwani said. The assembly is beginning to resemble a zoo these days. The ambassadors have realized that, for once, their magnificent speeches alone aren't going to solve this crisis. They're shouting for action, though of course they don't name a specific.
The antimatter ought to relieve a lot of pressure on the Navy,
Colhammer said.
We should be able to press individual governments to maintain the civil starflight quarantine.
There's still a lot of reticence there, Lalwani said. The smaller, more distant asteroids are suffering badly from the economic situation. To them, the conflict is a remote one. That justifies their clandestine flights.
It's only remote until their selfish idiocy allows a possessed into their settlement, Colhammer snapped.
We're making progress on identifying the principal offenders, Lalwani said. I'm getting a lot of cooperation from other intelligence agencies. Once we've confirmed the offense, the problem then becomes a diplomatic one.
And everything goes pear-shaped, Colhammer said. Bloody lawyers.
Samuel put his teacup down on the central rosewood table and turned directly to Auster.
You were with Meredith's squadron at Jupiter, I believe.
Yes, Admiral, Auster said.
Good. I accessed all of your report on the antimatter station mission while the Ilex was talking, and I'd like you to tell me directly why Consensus is sending 2 ships to the other side of the Orion Nebula. Specifically, why one of them is the Lady Macbeth. I simply could not make it plainer that I expected Captain Calvert and that despicable Nzu woman to remain in tranquility and incommunicado.
The Voidhawk captain gave a slight bow, his face respectfully grave. Despite all the mental bolstering which came from unity with other Edenists and his link with Ilex, facing the displeased First Admiral was quite an ordeal. I assure you, Consensus regards the alchemist problem with the utmost seriousness. However, there was some on-the-ground information available which required reassessing your proscription. Samuel Alexandrovich settled back in the leather upholstery, knowing he shouldn't enjoy playing inflexible tyrant. Sometimes it was hard to resist.
Go on.
The Lord of Ruin has discovered that the Tarathka religion may have some physical basis.
I didn't know they had a religion,
Colhammer said. His neural mnemonics were running a search through various encyclopedia files. That was also something of a revelation, Auster said. But they do, and their god would appear to be some kind of powerful artifact. They believe it capable of saving them from human-possessed.
So Consensus sent a pair of starships to investigate,
Samuel said. Yes. Given the distance involved, the only kind of Adamist ship that can get there is one that has an antimatter drive.
And such a flight also removes Calvert and Nzu from any possible contact with the possessed. How very convenient.
Consensus considered it so, Admiral? Samuel laughed dryly.
Lagrange Calvert, meeting a real, live god. What a spectacle. We should be able to see that clash of egos from this side of the nebula.
Lalwani and Auster grinned in unison.
Well, there are slimmer straws to grasp, I suppose, Samuel said. Thank you, Captain, and my congratulations to Alex on a successful mission.
The Edenist stood and bowed formally. Admiral. Lieutenant Keaton went with him to the door. Although he considered it faintly ridiculous, if not rude, Samuel waited until Auster was outside before speaking to the other 2 admirals. Privacy was a hard concept for him to abandon, and he knew Lalwani kept their secure sessions confidential as a matter of courtesy.
A god?
He asked Lalwani.
I don't know anything about it, she said, but consensus wouldn't embark on such a course unless it had a degree of confidence in the result.
Very well, Samuel said. I'd like to receive a complete briefing from the Jovian consensus, please. I'll see that we're updated. Until we are, we won't be including biblical salvation in our strategic planning sessions.
Yes, Admiral.
That just leaves us with our last current problem, Samuel said. Mortonridge.
Could have told you that was a waste of time, Callhammer retorted.
You did, frequently, as did I. But it is first and foremost a politically motivated campaign. However, we cannot ignore the fact it isn't going quite to plan. This latest development is unnerving, to say the least. It also looks as though our marine battalions are going to be tied up there for longer than we originally estimated.
Longer? Ha! Callhammer said in disgust. Have you accessed any of those sense vices? God, that's mad! The whole bloody liberation is completely stalled. It hasn't stalled. They're just encountering more problems than they anticipated, Lalwani said.
Callhammer chuckled and raised his coffee cup in salute.
I've always been a massive admirer of the Edenish ability to understate, but I think defining a chunk of land 15 kilometers across that suddenly takes flight and wanders off into another dimension as a little problem is possibly the best example yet.
I never said little. Keton's disappearance isn't my main concern, Samuel said. He received the surprised look which the others gave him with calm humor. I was thinking about the medical difficulties depossession is leaving us with. So far we've been fortunate the news companies have been playing it down. But that won't last. People will eventually wake up to the implications if we're ever successful in returning planets like Lalonde and Norfolk to this universe. There's been a commendable effort by the kingdom's allies to assist with fresh medical supplies, but the number of cancer-related deaths is still rising. He clicked his fingers at Keaton, who was hovering near the samovar.
Sir, the lieutenant stepped forward. Trafalgar's medical office have been examining the consequences of depossession. Frankly, we're lucky Mortonridge doesn't have a larger population. The kingdom and its allies should just manage to provide enough mnemonic packages to cope with 2 million cancer patients, though we're dubious about correct application. The number of experienced doctors is a critical factor. However, we estimate that an entire planet of depossessed, with an average population of 750 million, would essentially exhaust the entire Confederation's medical facilities. To our knowledge, the possessed have so far taken over 18 planets, with several hundred additional asteroid settlements, and we expect the planets Capone has infiltrated will soon join them. Ultimately, we could be dealing with as many as 30 planetary populations, possibly more than that.
Shit,
Callhammer exclaimed. He gave the youngish lieutenant a very worried frown.
So what's going to happen if we get them all back?
Given the development level of cancers we've seen on the depossessed so far, there will be a rapid and extremely high mortality rate among their respective populations if they remain untreated.
That's a very clinical way of putting it, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. You should also consider the possessing souls are either unaware of the damage they're inflicting on their hosts or are unable to cure it. Their energistic power is capable of repairing physical injury, but we haven't seen them deal with this kind of illness yet. It may be they can't.
What are you getting at?
Lalwani asked. Unless the biochemical environment on the planets they have removed from this universe is radically different in some way, then the possessed will all be suffering like this, no matter where they are, in which case, if they don't start to effect some kind of treatment, their host bodies might die. Lalwani's shock was so vehement, she couldn't prevent some of it from leaking into the general affinity band. Edenists in the asteroid automatically opened their minds, proffering emotional support. Reluctantly, Lalwani refused.
30 planetary populations?
She demanded, incredulous. She glanced from the lieutenant to the first admiral.
You knew? I accessed the report this morning, Samuel admitted, and I haven't informed the president yet. Let him get on top of the assembly again before we break news like this.
Dear God,
Callhammer muttered. If we pulled him back from wherever they've gone, we won't be able to save them, and if we leave them alone, they won't survive either." He gave Keaton a look that was almost a plea. "Did the medical office come up with any ideas?" "Yes, sir. They had two." "Finally! Someone with some bloody initiative. What are they?" "The first is fairly simple. We broadcast a warning to the possessed groups we know are still remaining in this universe. Ask them to stop trying to change the appearance of their host bodies. It should appeal to their own self-interest." "If they don't just ignore it as propaganda," Lalwani said, "by the time a tumor actually becomes noticeable, it's usually too late for primitive medical treatments." "Nonetheless, we will definitely proceed with that option," Samuel said. "And the second?" Colehammer asked. "We formally request the King's ambassador for help." Colehammer let out a disgusted breath. "Ha! Those bastards won't help us. They've already made that clear enough." Sir," Keaton said. He gave the First Admiral a glance, and received a nod of permission. "They said they wouldn't provide us with a solution to possession. In this case, we're just asking them for material aid. We know they have a more sophisticated technology than ours. Human companies have been buying upgrades and improvements for a variety of products ever since we made contact with them, and now, with the Tranquility incident, we know they haven't abandoned their manufacturing base as thoroughly as they claimed. They may well be able to produce the kind of medical systems we require in the quantities we'll need. After all, we'll only have a use for them if we solve the possession problem for ourselves. If the Kings are as sympathetic as they assure us they are, then there is a good chance they'll say yes." "Excellent analysis," Lalwani said. "We can't possibly ignore the option." "I wasn't planning to," Samuel said. "In fact, I've already requested a personal meeting with Ambassador Rulor. I'll sound him out about the prospect." "Good move," Colehammer said. "That's a commendable advisory team your medical office put together, Samuel." It felt strange to be back. Quinn stalked through the ghost realm, observing the sect's Edmonton headquarters. His peculiar, hazy perception of the real world from this shadowed existence might account for his new interpretation of the familiar rooms and corridors, or it could just be time and a very different attitude to when he was last here. This had been home for many years, a place of refuge and of terror. Now it was just a cluster of gloomy chambers, devoid of any appeal or memories. The routine of the place hadn't changed, though it was slowing down, much to the fury of the senior acolytes. He smiled as they shouted and brutalized the juniors. His fault. His word was spreading. All of Edmonton would soon be aware of his arrival. So far he'd taken over 8 covens, and was ready to visit the remainder. Those that had fallen under his thrall were now actively pursuing the will of God's brother. Over the last few days, he'd been dispatching several small groups to attack strategic sections of the arcologies infrastructure. Generators, water stations, transport junctions. They'd all been damaged to some degree. It was primitive stuff. Chemical explosives concocted from formulae loaded into public databanks centuries ago by freethink anarchists. The files replicated so many times they were impossible to erase. On Quinn's orders, the possessed would only supervise the missions, never actually venturing to the target themselves. That was left to the faithful, useful, disposable imbeciles. He couldn't risk the authorities discovering a possessed in Edmonton, not yet. So for now such destruction would appear to be the work of a breakaway sect faction, fanatics who had split away from their high magus. That way they would appear as sympathizers to the anarchist groups in Paris, Bombay and Johannesburg that were also bombing and terrorizing their fellow citizens. The authorities would discover who was behind it eventually, but by then he would have established enough cells of possessed to bring about the night. Quinn arrived at the temple and surveyed it slowly. A tall chamber, more elaborate than the smaller covens. Pictures of violent depravity alternated with runes and pentagons along the walls. A wreath of small yellow flames flickered weakly around the tarnished, inverted cross on the altar. He was drawn to the big slab as the memories of this place finally returned. There was the pain of his initiation, then more pain as he was used for further ceremonies. Each time, Baneth had smiled down serenely, a dark angel ministering to his body. Drugs and packages were applied, and an obscene variety of pleasure would be combined with his agony. Baneth's laugh would wrap around him, taking on the power of an indecent caress. She, he, it, that terrible androgynous, multi-sexed monster, conditioned him to respond to the torment in the way that generated the most enjoyment. For it. Eventually the two extremes of sensation merged, becoming one. A triumph, Baneth had declared, the creation of the perfect sect mentality, birthing the serpent beast. Quinn gave the altar a curious look, seeing himself bound to it, skin glistening with sweat and blood as he screamed. The pain and the images were real enough, but he couldn't recall anything before then. It was as if Baneth had created his flesh at the same time as his mind.
"Quinn? Is that you, Quinn?"
Quinn turned slowly, squinting at the ghostly figure sitting on the front pew, a face he was sure he knew, belonging to this place but from a long time ago. The figure stood, a hunched-up adolescent in a torn leather jacket and dirty jeans. He was pitifully insubstantial.
"It is you, isn't it? You remember me, Quinn? It's me. It's Erhard."
Erhard? He wasn't sure.
"Damn, we shoveled shit together for long enough. You must remember."
"Yes,
yes I do."
A novice acolyte who joined the sect around the same time as Quinn, one who lacked the strength to survive such a brotherhood. The same relentless battery of ordeals and punishments which had fortified Quinn had crushed Erhard. It had culminated in a ritual in the temple, one which Baneth had never intended Erhard to live through. There was rape and torture and drugs and burrowing parasites of Baneth's devising, atrocities performed to the hot chants and wild laughter of the entire headquarters coven. Erhard's final pleas had risen above their chorus, a thin wail of ultimate terror. Then Baneth had brought the jeweled sacrificial knife down in a fast slash. The joy Quinn had experienced that day was almost orgasmic. He'd been the one tasked to carry the knife for Baneth.
"It's not fair, Quinn. I don't belong here. I hate this place. I hate the sect."
"You never did feed your serpent beast," Quinn said contemptuously. "Now look at you. You're as much a loser now as you ever were."
"It's not fair," Erhard cried. "I didn't know what the sect was like. Not really. And then they killed me. You killed me, Quinn. You are one of them."
"You deserved it."
"Fuck you. I was 19. I had my life, and you took it away. You and that psycho fruit, Baneth. I want to kill Baneth. I swore I would."
"No," Quinn stormed. Erhard quailed, cowering back from the command. "Baneth does not die," Quinn said. "Not ever. Baneth belongs to me." The ghost edged forward, holding out a hand as though feeling the warmth thrown out by a fire.
"What are you?"
Quinn giggled quietly. "I don't know, but God's brother has shown me what I've got to do." He walked out of the temple, leaving the ghost behind. 3 figures were marching along the corridor, one of them with desperate reluctance. Quinn recognized him, acolyte Killian. They'd met a few days ago. All 3 frowned as they passed their invisible watcher, puzzled by why they suddenly felt so chilly. Quinn followed them. He knew where they were going. He'd taken this route himself enough times. Soon he would see it again. Baneth. That's all it would be, this time. Just a look, a reminder of that face. Nothing fast would happen to Baneth. It had taught Quinn well, in that respect. The most delectable punishments were the slowest ones, and when night came, it would be in tandem with eternity. Darkness has arrived. Even when the acolytes didn't whisper it, the phrase hung in the smoky air of the sect's Edmonton headquarters, a threat more menacing than any sadism the sergeant acolytes could bestow. Baneth knew what that meant. The AV projectors were broadcasting a constant coverage of the New York situation, which the entire headquarters coven was obsessed by. The arcologies' continuing isolation, rumors of free possessed, portents wherever you looked, and many of the coven looked very hard indeed. Their work suffered as a consequence. Income from the scams and hustling were well down in every coven across town. Even she, the High Magus, couldn't rack up much enthusiasm. What chance did the lesser Maguses have? When she did rage at the sergeant acolytes, they just shuffled their feet and muttered dourly that there was little point continuing their old activities. "Our time has come," they said. "God's brother is returning to earth. Who cares about knocking off dumbass civilians?" Given the creed of the Lightbringer sect, it wasn't an attitude she could effectively argue against. The irony of the situation didn't escape her. All she could do was keep listening to the rap from the street, hunting out clues. It was a thin source of information, especially now. Like a great many of Earth's arcologies, Edmonton was slowly shutting down as it spewed out its own fear. Commercial districts were reporting increasing absenteeism. People were calling in sick, taking holidays. Parks and arcades were nearly deserted. Football, baseball, ice hockey, and other game fixtures were played to small crowds. Parents kept their kids away from day clubs. For the first time in living memory, it was always possible to get a seat on metro buses and tube carriages. The VAC trains weren't shut. Keeping the routes open was a bravado example of GovCentral confidence, intended to reassure people that Earth was still safe. Passenger numbers were under 30%. Nobody wanted to do anything that brought them into contact with other people, especially strangers. Civic utility companies had to threaten employees with lawsuits to keep essential services going. Government workers were intimidated with the prospect of disciplinary proceedings if they didn't perform their duties as normal, especially the police. The mayors were desperate to provide the image of normality in the hope the public would follow their cue. A desperation that was taking on increasingly surreal dimensions in the face of such stubborn public reticence. Bannath kept dispatching sect members to wander through the eternal half-light gullies that were downtown streets, hunting any sign of a score. The usual broken inhabitants, shuffling along the sidewalks, would huddle away from them in sealed-up doorways, sniffing suspiciously as they strutted past. Cop cars swished along silently, creating whirlpools of silvery wrapping foils, the only vehicles moving at ground level. They slowed as they drew level with the sect gangs, examining the sullen faces through misty armoured glass, before tooting the siren and accelerating away. Forcing them to go out was a mostly futile exercise, but she had persevered while the world slowly choked on its own paranoia, and now it seemed as though she'd got lucky. Acolyte Killian was doing his level best not to shake as the sergeant acolytes hurriedly left him alone in Bannath's inner sanctum. The chamber was buried at the centre of the skyscraper which the sect used as its headquarters. As with the Lightbringer covens the world over, the original layout of rooms and corridors had been corroded and corrupted as acolytes burrowed their way through the walls and ducts like human maggots. Haphazard partitions were hammered and cemented up behind them, creating a bizarre onion-layer topology of chambers and cells that protected the core. Bannath had dwelt there for nearly 3.5 decades, without once ever venturing out. There was no need now. Everything necessary to make her life enjoyable was brought to her. Unlike several high maguses she was aware of, Bannath didn't go in for ostentation. Her senior acolytes were permitted whatever decadent luxuries they could steal and bribe for themselves. But they lived several floors above her, decorating their apartments with expensive, hedonistic amenities, and harems of beautiful youths and freakish supplicants. She indulged herself on somewhat different levels. When Killian started to look round, he found he was in a place that was way beyond the worst-case scenarios that acolytes whispered among themselves. Bannath's sanctum was an experimental surgery. Its mainstay was a broad bench desk with high-capacity processor blocks and shiny new medical equipment. 3 stainless steel tables were lined up in the middle of the floor, with discreet leather restraint straps placed strategically round the edges. Life support canisters were arranged around the walls, like huge glass pillars. Aquarium-style lighting caps shone brightly on their contents. Killian really wished they didn't. The things inside were enough to make him shit his pants. People, in a few of them, suspended by a white silk web in some thick clear fluid,
tubes going into their mouths and noses, those that still had mouths and noses, always with their eyes open, looking about. Acolytes he remembered from not so long back, with new appendages grafted on, others with parts removed, their incisions raw and open to reveal the missing organs. Then there were the less-than-human creatures, made worse by having very human pieces attached, clusters of organs bound together by a plexus of naked, pumping veins. Animals, game cats, and gorillas with the tops of their skull removed and no brain left inside. Pride of place on the wall above the work desk was taken by an ancient oil painting of a young woman in a dress with a stiff bodice and long skirt. Although Killian had never been in the sanctum before, it was the place where everyone came eventually, either for boosting or punishment. Bannath performed both types of operation herself. Now he stood as still as his trembling limbs would allow, as the High Magus walked briskly across the floor to him. Bannath's face had a male jawline, a blunt, protuberant blade of bone, but that was the only masculine feature. The eyes and mouth were soft, very feminine. A shaggy pelt of straw blonde hair completed the enigma. Killian glanced nervously at the white shirt Bannath wore. Everyone said the High Magus got aroused at the sight of fear. If her nips were jutting, then she was in the feminine stage of her cycle. Dark circles of skin were definitely tinting the cotton. Killian wondered if it really made a difference. Bannath was a hermaphrodite, by design, so rumour said. She looked as if she was about 20, either as a male or a female, though age was an easy enough cosmetic adaptation. Nobody knew how old she really was, nor even how long she had been High Magus. In fact, legend and rumour were all that existed about her past. Questions were discouraged.
"Thank you for coming to see me,"
Bannath said. Her hand stroked Killian's cheek, the cool skin of her knuckles drifting gently along his cheekbone. An appraisal by a gifted sculptor, finding his exact form. He quivered at the touch. Pink eyes with feline irises blinked in amusement at his reaction.
"Nervous, Killian?"
"I don't know what I've done, High Magus."
"That's true. But then a barely human grunt like you doesn't know much of anything, do you? Well, don't worry yourself too much. Actually, you've been quite useful to me."
"I have."
"Amazingly, yes. And as you know, I always reward the devout."
"Yes, High Magus."
"What can I do for you now, I wonder?"
She began to circle the apprehensive acolyte, grinning boyishly.
"You're how old now? 25, isn't it? So I ask myself, what does a nice young boy your age always want? And the answer's a much bigger cock, of course. That's pretty standard. I can do that, you know. I can snip off that pitiful rat-sized cock you've got now, and replace it with something much better. A cock that's as long as your forearm and as hard as steel. You would like me to do that, wouldn't you?"
"Please, High Magus,"
Killian whimpered. "Was that a yes, please, Killian? I just want to help you, however I can." She blew him a kiss, still prowling her circuit around him. "Good boy. I asked to see you because I'd like to know something. Do you believe in the teachings of the Light Bringer?" "Trick question," Killian screamed silently. "If I say no, she'll do whatever she wants as punishment. If I say yes, she'll ask me to prove it through endurance. All of it, High Magus, every word. I've found my serpent beast." "An excellent answer, Killian. Now tell me this. Do you welcome the coming darkness?"
"Yes, High Magus."
"Really? And how do you know it's coming?" Killian risked a glance over his shoulder, trying to follow the High Magus as she circled round him. But she was directly behind him now, and the only thing he really noticed was the way the eyes of the acolytes in the life-support containers were tracking her movements. "The possessed are here. He sent them, our Lord. They're going to bring his night to the whole world. So everyone says. The whole arcology is talking about nothing else.
Indeed, the whole planet has little else to say. But how do you know? You, Killian."
Bannath stopped in front of him, lips curved in a sympathetic, expectant smile.
"I'll have to tell the truth," Killian realized in horror, "but I don't know if that's what she wants to hear. Fuck! Oh, God's brother, what'll she do to me if it's wrong? What will she turn me into?" "Cat's got your tongue?" Bannath asked coyly.
The smile hardened slightly, becoming less playful. Her glance flicked to one of the life support canisters containing a puma.
"Of course, I can give the cat your tongue, Killian, but what would I fit in its place? What would be appropriate, do you think? I have so much material I don't really need any more. Some of it is long past its sell-by date. Ever felt flesh that started to decay, Killian? Necromorphology is a somewhat acquired taste. You never know, though. You might get to like it in time." "I saw one!" Killian shouted. "Oh, fuck, I saw one. I'm sorry, High Magus. I didn't tell my Sergeant Acolyte. She kissed his earlobe, shocking him into silence. "I understand," she whispered. "Really, I do. To understand the way people think, you must first understand the way they work. And I've made the workings of the human body my special area of study for a long time. Physiology begets psychology, you might say. Mightn't you, Killian?"
Killian hated it when the High Magus talked all this weird big word shit. He never knew how to answer. None of the acolytes did, not even the seniors.
"Yes, I saw him in the Vegreville Dome Covens Chapel," Killian said. He knew for sure now that the High Magus wanted to hear about the possessed. Maybe this would get him off the hook. Bannath stopped her pacing, standing directly in front of the woeful acolyte. There were no more smiles left on her androgynous face. "You didn't tell your Sergeant Acolyte, because you thought you'd wind up in deep shit. Because if the possessed are real, then the sect hierarchy that you've so devoutly been kissing ass to for the last 6 years will be replaced by them. By telling everyone what you'd seen, you would, in effect, be spreading sedition, though I doubt you would be able to rationalize it quite like that. To you, it was simple instinct. Your serpent beast looks after you. It puts you first, as indeed it should. In that respect, you've been loyal to yourself and God's brother. Of course, you couldn't resist telling a few people, could you? You should have known better, Killian. You know I reward acolytes who betray their friends to me." "Yes, High Magus," Killian mumbled. "Well, I'm glad that's settled then. Unfortunately, the golden rule of the sect is that I am to be told everything. I and I alone decide what is important and what is not."
Bannath walked over to one of the stainless steel tables and tapped a finger on it.
"Come over here, Killian. Lie down for me. Please, High Magus. Now."
If he'd thought running would have done him the slightest good, he would have run. Actually, he even had the wild thought that he could attack Bannath. The High Magus was physically weaker, but that idea was resolved in a second by a simple clash of wills. He was foolish enough to glance at her pink eyes.
"That's a very bad thought," Bannath said. "I don't like that at all."
Killian walked over to the table, taking the smallest steps possible. In the faintly violet light thrown out by the life support containers, he could see the scuffed silvery surface was sprinkled with small black flecks of dried blood.
"Remove your clothes first," Bannath told him. "They get in the way of what I want to do."
The initiation ceremonies, the punishments, the degradations he'd undergone for the sect, none of them prepared him for this. Simple pain he could endure. It was soon over, making him all the meaner, stronger for it. Each time his serpent beast would come away slightly larger, more dominant. None of that helped him now. Each garment he took off was another portion of himself sacrificed to her.
"In times gone by, they used to say the punishment should fit the crime," Bannath said.
Killian removed his jeans, and she smiled thinly at his flabby legs.
"An appropriate sentiment, I always thought. But now I believe it's more fitting that the body part should fit the crime." "Yes,"
Killian said thickly. That he needed no explanation for. He had spent hour after hour mucking out the pigs as part of his duty. All the acolytes had to do it. All of them detested the filthy, squealing animals. It was an insidious reminder of what fate ultimately greeted Edmonton's sect members, no matter you were being disciplined or rewarded. Bannath's herd was special, developed centuries ago when engineering was in its infancy. They were originally designed to provide organs for human transplants, a worthy project to help people with worn-out hearts or failed kidneys. Pig organs were the same size as human ones, and it was the first practical success of the geneticists to modify porcine cells so they didn't trigger a rejection by their new host's immune system. For a few brief years, at the start of the 21st century, the concept had flourished. Then medical science, genetics, and prosthetic technology had raced on ahead. Humanized pigs were abandoned and forgotten by everyone except medical historians and a few curious zoologists. Then Bannath had come across the obscure file in some long-outdated medical text. She had identified and traced descendants of the original pigs and began breeding them anew. Modern genetic improvements had been sequenced in, strengthening the bloodline. It was the raw primitiveness of the concept which appealed to her. The sect's use of modern technology was so much at odds with its basic gospel. Pigs and old-fashioned surgery were an ideal alternative. When an acolyte needed boosting, it wasn't AT muscle she implanted to enhance the original human ones. Like the rest of the porcine organs, the muscles wouldn't cause rejection. Pigskin, too, was thicker, sturdier than its human counterpart. Lately, she had begun to experiment with other animals. Grafted monkey feet turned an acolyte into an efficient acrobat, useful for gaining entry to upper-story floors. Lighter leg bones allowed them to outrun police mechanoids. Given time and research subjects, she knew she could match any modification used by cosmonics and the combat-booted mercenaries so prevalent out there among the Confederation worlds. The surgical techniques could also be used to rectify behavior. For example, an attempt to run away from the sect would be easily curtailed by replacing legs with trotters. In Killian's case, Bannath hadn't finalized on an effective lesson, though she did favor extending and rerouting his colon into the back of his throat so that every time he wanted to shit, he'd have to do it through his mouth. The extra tubing would give him a very thick neck. A nice irony, that. It would match his thick head. When he was naked, she made him lie face down on the table, then used the straps to secure him in place. Creative punishment would have to wait. Since he blurted confirmation about a possessed, only one thing had mattered to her. She smeared a big dollop of depilatory cream on the back of his neck and squirted it off with a cold water hose. It left his skin clean and bare, ready to receive the mnemonic implant package. Killian wasn't permitted an anesthetic or sedative. He groaned and whimpered continually as the personality debrief filaments pierced his brain, their brutal intrusion sparking cascades of aberrant nerve impulses that sent spasms rippling along his limbs. Bannath sat on one of the desk bench stools, sipping a chilled hand-mixed martini as she supervised the procedure, occasionally datavising new instructions into the package. After nearly 2 hours, the first erratic impulses started to flood back along the invading filaments. Bannath brought her AI online to analyze and interpret the confusing deluge of impulses. Visualizations that were nothing more than randomized detonations of color slowly calmed as the AI began to marshal Killian's synaptic discharges into ordered patterns. Once his thought patterns had been catalogued and correlated with his neural structure, his entire consciousness became controllable. The filaments could simply inject new impulses into the synaptic clefts they'd penetrated, superseding any natural thoughts he had. Killian was thinking about his family, such as it was. Mother and 2 younger half-brothers, living in a couple of dingy rooms in a downtown skyscraper over in the Edson Dome. Years ago now. Mother surviving on a GovCentral parent work pay scheme, never there during the day. All he had was the constant noise, the shouted arguments, fights, music, footsteps, metro line traffic. At the time he'd wanted nothing more than to escape. A bad decision.
Why?
Bannath asked. Killian flinched. He was sprawled on the sagging bed settee by the window, looking fondly at all the familiar old objects that had occupied his brief childhood. Now Bannath stood by the doorway, regarding him contemptuously. She was brighter than anything else in the room, more colourful.
Why?
She repeated. A spherical wave of pressure contracted through Killian's skull, squeezing his thoughts out through his mouth in an unstoppable stream.
Because I left this to join the sect, and I wish I hadn't. I hate my life. I fucking hate it. And now I'm on your table and you're gonna turn me into a dog or chop my dick off and give it to someone else to fuck me with. Some kind of crap like that. And it's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. I've always done whatever the sect asked. You can't do this to me. You can't. Please, God. You're not human. Everybody knows that. You're a fucking weirdo freak cannibal. Now there's gratitude. But who gives a fuck about this pathetic little comfort regression you're in? I want when you saw the possessed.
The pressure wave found another part of Killian's mind to crush. He screamed out loud as memories erupted like fountains of acid behind his eyes. Home was coldly scorched out of existence, huge great sections of it peeling away like rotten flesh, to reveal the Vegreville Chapel's temple. Killian had been there 3 days back, sent by his sergeant acolyte to pick up some package. He didn't know what was in it, just that Bannath wants it fast. The coven was different than before. There was a new atmosphere percolating through the dark nest of rooms. They regarded him as a joke. His urgency to complete the assignment, to get the package and leave, made them snigger and scoff. Every time he asked them to be quicker, they delighted in delaying. They were like frisky kids at a day club who'd found a new boy to taunt and bully. Eventually he'd been taken to the temple where the senior acolyte told him the package was waiting. The chamber walls were made from thousands of slim metal reinforcement rods, welded together, the inside of a bird's nest woven out of iron twigs. Its altar was a tight-packed mound of rusty spikes, their tips all shaved down to the same length. Twin flames rose out of the bristling metal at each end, long yellow tongues dancing in the gloom. Pews were composite roof planks nailed to a variety of pedestals. The sect's usual runes were still on the walls, but they were barely visible now. A single new slogan had been sprayed everywhere. Night is coming. On the walls, on the ceiling, even on the floor. Killian was made to enter alone, his little escort clustering round the thick doors behind him, giggling wildly. His annoyance dropped away as he walked quietly towards the altar, replaced by growing nervousness. 3 figures waited silently for him behind the altar, clad in black robes. These garments had none of the embellishments or pentagons usually favoured by senior sect members. If anything, it made them appear even more menacing than usual. Their faces were almost lost inside the large hoods. Flickering yellow beams from the candles would occasionally reveal a feature within 2 of the hoods: bloodshot eyes, hooked nose, wide mouth. The 3rd hood could have been empty for all that Killian saw. Even when he reached the altar, he could see nothing inside that night-like cavity of fabric. "The High Magus sent me," he stammered. "You've got a package for me, yeah?"
"We certainly have,"
a voice said from somewhere inside that veiled hood. Alert now, Bannath ran the voice through an analysis program, though ordinary memories of voices were a notoriously unreliable source for such verification programs. Nonetheless, it showed remarkable similarities to recordings of Dexter's voice. Killian trembled as the hidden figure slowly held out an arm. He was almost expecting a pistol nozzle to poke out at him, but it was just a snow-white hand that emerged from the voluminous sleeve. A small plastic container was dropped carelessly on the altar.
"Our gift to Bannath. I hope it is useful."
Killian scooped it up hurriedly.
"Right. Thanks."
All he wanted now was to get the fuck out of here. These guys were almost as creepy as Bannath.
"I am interested that the High Magus is carrying on as though nothing is happening."
Killian didn't know how to answer. He cast a glance over his shoulder, wondering if he should make a dash for it. Not that he could ever get out of the chapel unless he was allowed to. "Well, you know how it is?" He shrugged lamely.
"I certainly do."
"Sure. I'd better get this back to her, then."
"The night will fall."
"I know."
"Excellent. Then you will join us when the time comes."
"My serpent beast is strong." A head emerged from the hood, the darkness slowly washing backwards to expose more and more features.
"You'll need to be,"
Quinn said. Bannath froze the image. No doubt about it. Skin as white as snow, eyes infinite pools of black, though that could have just been emotion-aggravated exaggeration. But it was Quinn. The High Magus smiled thinly as the image hung in her mind. The fierceness which had once so animated him and fascinated her was gone. If anything, he looked rather stressed out. Crinkled lines radiated away from the corner of his eyes, while those sweet cheeks were rather sadly sunken. She concentrated her thoughts, focusing on the personality traits of one individual.
"Dexter's in Edmonton. One of my acolytes encountered him 3 days ago."
"Ah, thank you," Western Europe replied. The 10 ships in the convoy emerged above New California, immediately confirming who they were to Monterey's SD command. For once, the Hellhawks accompanying the frigates hadn't raced on ahead. They were quite content to let the convoy commander break the bad news they were carrying.
"Where's Etchells?"
Hudson Proctor asked, once the 4 remaining Hellhawks had checked in.
"We don't know,"
Pran Su said.
"He left us to scout round the antimatter station. He will probably emerge soon."
"You're sure the Confederation destroyed it?"
"The frigates were still there. They saw it explode."
A fact which the convoy commander was very reluctantly confirming to Monterey. The news was all around the asteroid within 30 minutes, and down to New California's cities in roughly the same timescale. Word spread across the countryside within a couple of days. The more remote organization asteroid settlements lagged behind by anything up to a week. The last ones actually got to hear about it from Confederation propaganda broadcasts, who damn well weren't going to miss that opportunity. This time Emmett Morden refused point-blank to be the one who had to tell Al. So the senior lieutenants decided that Leroy Octavius should be awarded the honor. Their unspoken thought, as they watched him waddle out of the asteroid's command center, was that he too would chicken out and simply tell Jezebella. A lifetime juggling temperamental personalities in the entertainment industry had left Leroy wise to that option. Knowing that Jezebella was the only guarantee his own precious body and soul remained intact, he simply couldn't permit her position to be weakened. Leroy gathered his courage and went down to the Nixon suite. Walking along the last few meters to the doors, his legs had more than a little wobble of apprehension. The 2 gangsters on guard outside picked up on his emotions and studiously avoided eye contact as they opened the big doors for him. Al and Jezebella were having breakfast in the conservatory, a long, narrow room with one wall made entirely of curving, enhanced sapphire, which gave a slightly bluish tint to the view of the planet and stars outside. The opposite wall had vanished beneath a trellis-work of flowering vines. Pillars running the length of the conservatory were transparent tubes, aquariums filled with the strange and beautiful fish from a dozen worlds. There was only one table, a broad wrought-iron oval, with a vase of orange lilies in the middle. Al and Jezebella sat next to each other, dressed in identical aquamarine bathrobes, and casually munching toast. Libby was limping round the table, pouring coffee. Al looked up as Leroy came in. His welcoming smile faded when he caught the anxiety in the obese manager's mind.
"You don't look too happy, Leroy, my boy. What's eating you?"
Jezebella glanced up from her history book. Leroy took a breath and plunged in.
"I have some news. It's not good." "Okay, Leroy. I ain't gonna bite you because those wise asses dumped a shitty job on you. What the fuck's happened?" "That last convoy we sent to the antimatter station just made it back. Thing is, the Navy was there waiting for them. They blew it up, Al. We're not going to get any more antimatter. Not ever." "Jesus H. Christ!"
Al's fist thumped the table, bouncing the crockery. 3 slim scars throbbed white on his cheek. "How the hell did they find out? Ain't nothing we do more careful than sending the convoy to the station. Did the last lot get followed?" "I don't know, Al. The frigates'll dock in another 90 minutes. Maybe the captains'll tell us more."
"They'd fucking better."
Al's fists clenched. He stared at the starfield outside the conservatory. Leroy hesitated, glancing at Jezebella. She inclined her head silently to the door. It was all the permission Leroy needed. He ducked his head at Al, and shifted himself the hell out of there as fast as his thick legs would allow. Jezebella waited patiently, not saying anything. By now she was well used to the cycle of Al's moods. After a minute, in which he could have been frozen, Al roared, "Fuck it!" and smashed a fist down on the table again. This time it had his energistic power behind the blow. The iron bent alarmingly. Plates, jam-pots, cups, and the vase went sliding down the new valley to crash together along the fold. He stood up fast as the boiling coffee splashed onto the floor with the lilies. His chair legs caught on the tiling. "Fuck!" Al spun round and kicked the chair, sending it flying into the curving sapphire window. Libby whimpered in fright, cradling the milk jug as if it alone could protect her. Jezebella sat back, holding on to the coffee cup she'd saved. Her expression was strictly neutral.
"Goddamn motherfucking shit-eating bastards! That was my goddamn station. Mine!"
He put both hands under the buckled table and shoved it upwards. The entire thing went somersaulting along the conservatory. Crockery tumbled away to smash against the floor. Libby cowered as one of the heavy metal legs flashed centimetres above the bun of her grey hair.
"Nobody takes my property away from me. Nobody. Don't they know who the fuck they're dealing with here? I'm not some chicken shit small-time loser pirate. I am hell, goddamn Capone. I've got a fleet that kicks the shit out of whole planets, for Christ's sake. Are they fucking insane? I'll blow that whole stinking penny-ass navy of theirs out of the goddamn water. That knucklehead Ruski admiral is gonna get a baseball rammed so far up his ass he'll be pitching it out of his mouth."
"Space," Jezebella said firmly.
"What?"
Al whirled round and bellowed at her.
"What did you fucking say to me?"
"You'll blow them out of space, not water. We're not on Earth now, Al."
He pulled the fist back. It shook violently as he held it over her. Then he swung round and punched one of the tall aquariums. The glass shattered. Water and a shoal of long purple fish poured out of the big hole, splattering the hem of his robe.
"Shit. Goddamn."
He danced backwards, trying to keep his house slippers out of the water. Jezebella calmly lifted her feet off the tiles as the tide swirled round her chair. Fish started wriggling frantically over the mosaic, their movements skidding them against the planters.
"Did you have antimatter when you started?"
Al was watching the fish in mild perplexity, as if he couldn't quite understand where they'd come from.
"What?"
he demanded.
"You heard."
She deliberately looked away from him and gave Libby a gracious smile.
"Go and fetch a bucket, or something. There's a dear."
"Yes,
pop it,"
Libby said nervously. She scurried away.
"You frightened her,"
Jezebella accused.
"Fuck her,"
Al said irritably.
"What did you say about antimatter?"
"First off, we've still got tons of the stuff. Think how many convoys got through."
"Tons?"
"All right, not tons, but certainly kilograms. Work it out if you don't believe me. 1 kilogram equals 2 1/5 pounds, so the fleet and the SD network still has more than enough to wipe the floor with any Confederation Navy task force stupid enough to try its luck against New California. Then there's Kingsley Pryor. You haven't forgotten him, have you?"
Al stopped his mental arithmetic. He was actually very good at it, a hangover from the days when he was working as an accountant in Baltimore. Jez was right again. They had got a healthy stash of the super bomb material. And no, he hadn't forgotten Kingsley, exactly. It was just a long time since they set him loose on his clandestine assignment.
"That flaky asshole. I've written him off. Christ's sake, it's been too long.
No, it hasn't. He's a courier, not a missile. He'll get there eventually.
Could be.
Will be. And then you've won. Once the Confederation's been broken, you don't have to worry about New California being hauled back here.
Could be. He sighed. But we ain't going to get any more antimatter. Hell, Jez, if they send 2 task forces, we're up shit creek.
They won't. Believe me. It's a political impossibility. So we're back to my original question. You didn't have antimatter when you started out, and you still managed to take over this planet. Antimatter was a beautiful bonus, Al, and you used it perfectly. You've not only got the Confederation public terrified of you, but with those infiltration flights, you've weakened them physically. 25 planets seeded. That's crippled their economies and leadership. They can't challenge you on your home ground. No way. And that's what really counts.
She extended her legs and rested her heels on one of the 2 remaining chairs.
We're never going to see Navy warships outside this window. Not now. You're secure, Al. You've made it clean. You've dug the moat to keep those bastards out. Now concentrate on cementing what you've conquered. Don't let those moaning weaklings who claim to be your friends chip away at the organization.
God damn, you're beautiful.
He splashed through the thin runnels of water to kiss her. She smiled up at him and used a forefinger to tickle under his chin.
The guys are going to go apeshit about losing the station.
They're going to be frightened, that's all, she said. Just show them they don't have to be, that you're in charge of the situation. They need that reassurance. They need you, Al. No one else can hold things together.
You're right. I'll call the senior lieutenants in, spin them some bullshit and kick ass.
Her hand curled round the back of his neck.
It can wait an hour.
Al buckled down on his disapproval when he arrived at the Chiefs of Staff office. No point in biting people's balls off before they'd even started the meeting. It was just, he couldn't help remembering what the plush office had looked like the first time they'd used it. Tidy and gleaming, with coffee served from a silver pot into elegant china. Now it was suffering from the general tide of crap washing through Monterey. Without mechanoids, nothing was being cleaned, let alone polished. There were plates and crumpled sachets on the table, dating back 3 or 4 meetings. Cups with mould growing in the bottom. No one could be bothered to take them back to the nearest canteen. It wasn't good. Not at all. Jez was right. He had to consolidate what he'd got, make things function smoothly again, like it all had at the start. Kira was last to arrive. That was getting to be a habit. Al couldn't work out if she was doing it to annoy him or to make everyone take notice of her. She took her place halfway down the side of the table, between Patricia and Leroy. Al performed his own theatre by getting up again and refilling his coffee cup from the wheezing espresso machine.
"Hey, Leroy, where's Webster?" Al asked suddenly. "He should be dishing this stuff out."
The manager broke off his murmured conversation with Patricia and glanced round the office in surprise.
"Kid's probably skiving off." "Yeah, I ain't seen him about for a while. How come?"
Now he thought about it, Al couldn't remember the last time the boy had been in attendance. It was goddamn typical of the sloppy way things were being run these days. No hostage was more important than Webster Pryor. He was the only person who could make Kingsley Pryor go through with the assignment. Leroy took out his pocket block and typed quickly, summoning up staff rotas. The results made him uneasy, which everyone was very aware of.
"He's down in the kitchens, I think. That was his last assignment, helping the chef. His supervisor hasn't reported back since."
Al sat down and stirred his coffee.
"Silvano, where's the kid?"
The morose lieutenant's scowl deepened.
"I don't fucking know."
"It's your job to fucking know. Jesus, I put you in charge of keeping people in order, and you can't even look after a brat. You know what's riding on keeping Webster in line? He's more important than all the other hostages put together."
"Sure, Al. I'll find him."
"You'd better. Fuck me. This is goddamn typical of how slack things are getting up here."
He took a sip of coffee, making sure his temper sank back.
"Okay.
Are you guys all up to speed on what's happened with the antimatter station?" By the way everyone mumbled and avoided his eye, he guessed they had. "Well, don't all make out like it's the end of the world. It ain't. We just about achieved what we set out to do. Dwight, how many planets have we screwed now?" The fleet commander flashed as everyone concentrated on him.
17 confirmed infiltrations there. We're waiting for another 2 flights to get big.
19 planets. Al grinned round the lieutenants. Plus Arnstadt. Not bad. Not bad at all. We've kicked so much shit into the Navy's face they can't even see us now. And if they do try a raid, what'll happen, Emmett? We still got what it takes to see them off. No problem, Al. The SD platforms are all armed with antimatter, along with half the fleet. The only Navy ships that'll visit New California for a rumble are the ones on a suicide mission.
Glad to hear it. You all hear that, too?
He searched round, trying to spot any major league dissenters with his ethereal senses, as they all swore they heard and approved. There was the obvious ones, Kira with her cool contempt. The rest were just jittery or, like Silvano, sullen and resentful. But so far he was carrying it.
Okay, so we've done what we set out to when we walked into City Hall. We got us an entire planet along with a haul of space factories. And the important thing is, we took out the nearest opposition. This planet is a fucking fortress now. That means we can ease up on watching our backs and get on with running this shebang properly. Leroy, how's the food situation down on the surface?
Nobody's starving, Al. The farms aren't producing as much as they did before, but they are producing. I think we can get them back up to the old levels if the lieutenants on the ground applied some pressure.
We need to motivate them.
Okay, so food is something we can improve if we have the time. Mickey, your boys jiving you, or are they marching round like a bunch of krauts whenever you give the word? Mickey Pileggi licked at the beads of sweat that had suddenly erupted on his upper lip. I got them under control, Al. Yeah, sure thing.
Mickey, you're full of crap.
This whole fucking joint is going down the pan. We've been humping away at the Confederation so bad we ain't noticed the rain coming in. That's what you wanted. Al stopped in full flow, hauling back on his anger. He'd just been getting nicely into his spiel.
Kira, stop being such a ball-buster. I did what I had to protect us. Ain't nobody here gonna argue with that.
I'm not arguing, Al. I'm saying the same thing as you. We are where we are, because this is where you've brought us.
You want to be somewhere else right now?
No.
Then shut the fuck up. I'm telling you, all of you, now is when we start getting things working properly again. You gotta start keeping tabs on the soldiers under your command, else everyone's gonna finish up going AWOL like Webster. And that way, we wind up in deep shit. We gotta have things working smoothly around here again. If you don't start exerting some proper discipline, then the whole organization's gonna fall apart. And if it goes down, then we go down with it.
Al, the organization is set up to keep the fleet working, Kira said.
Hey, fucking Lady Einstein, you just worked that out for yourself? Or did one of the kids from the gym explain it when he was banging you? Al chuckled loudly, encouraging the others to join in.
I've always known it. I just wondered if you did.
Al's humor faded out.
What are you getting at?
The only reason we need the fleet is if New California remains in this universe.
Ha, shit. Not this crap again. Don't you get it?
If we leave, then the Confederation longhairs are going to be free to dream up some way of snatching us back. We have to stay here. It's the only way we can see what's coming.
And if you see something like that coming at you, Al, what are you going to do about it? A technology powerful enough to pull a planet back from the other side of the beyond? Launch a combat wasp at it? Believe me, if the Confederation ever gets to be that powerful, then we don't stand a chance. But I don't think they'll ever learn how to do anything like that. We can do it, because we've got the devil's own power charging us up. No chunk of machinery can challenge that. If we leave, then I say we're going to be a hell of a lot safer than we are here.
There was an itch in Al's palm, running across his skin exactly where he gripped the handle of his baseball bat. He held off from making it real. Her talk about the devil being behind them made him uncomfortable. A Catholic by birth, he didn't like examining the implications of what he was now, nor why.
"We ain't pinning our future on what you think might be right, sister," he growled. "If we want the certainty, then we stay right here."
"The organization can be transported down to the planet," Kira said, as if Al hadn't even spoken. "We can use the SD network to keep our power base secure until we assume control of the cities. After that, we use ground troops to enforce order. Al was right about that. There's been too much slippage allowed recently. We know we have to keep the farms and a lot of the industries going if we want any kind of decent life on the other side. It'll take a strong, positive government to achieve that. And that's us."
"We can do all that crap and still stay here,"
Al said. His voice had become little more than a whisper. That worried those who had been with him the longest, though Kira didn't seem to notice the barely concealed danger.
"When I want someone else to tell me how to run my organization, I'll let you know. Got that, baby doll? Or do I need to make it real plain for you?"
"I hear what you say, Al." The tone was amused indolence.
"That's smart of you. Now I want the rest of you guys to start doing like I've said. We need to crack down like God's foot is stomping through the clouds. I want things up and jumping around here. Put the word out to your soldiers. As of now, you shape up or ship out, and out is where you don't want to be."
Al told Emmett and Silvano to stay behind after the others trooped out. He flicked a switch to turn the wall clear, and waited impatiently as transparent waves skidded about in front of him. With his mind all het up, it was hard to cool down his energistic power. Eventually the wall stabilized, giving him a view across the SD Tactical Operations Center. 5 people were sitting behind the long ranks of consoles, 2 of them playing cards.
"The bitch is good,"
Al said. He was surprised more than anything. "She used to be married to a politician," Silvano said. "Knows how to sound plausible."
"Certainly convinced me scooting our assets out of here is a good idea,"
Al muttered. He turned back to his 2 senior lieutenants.
"Emmett, is what she said right? Can we take the planet out of their reach? I mean, right away?"
Emmett wiped a hand across his forehead. "Al, I can make the machines we've got work for you, do a few repairs, make sure everything's plugged in where it ought to be. But shit, questions like that's out of my league, Al, way out. You need a theoretical physicist or a priest. But even if they can learn how to do that, it's not going to be tomorrow. We'd be safe there a long time. And could be we'd learn how to keep ourselves there. Shit, I just don't know, Al."
Huh.
Al sat himself down, annoyed by how badly he'd come out of the clash.
"And we don't get to find out neither. God damn that bitch. Now she's declared for the running away option. I've got to make my stand to stay here, and you can be certain she'll start shouting her idea about."
"Leaving this universe has a strong appeal to the possessed," Silvano said. "It's intrinsic. Perhaps you should bow to the inevitable, boss."
"You think I'm going to knuckle under to that whore?"
"Not to her, no. But she's backing a winning idea."
"I still need the Hellhawks a while," Al said. "Emmett, you done anything more about building another feeding trough for them?"
"Sorry, Al, haven't had time."
"You've got it now."
Baneth was making her preliminary preparations to Killian when one of the senior acolytes pounded on the door of her sanctum. Killian gurgled weakly as she eased the slim tube deeper inside him.
"I'll be back in a minute,"
Baneth promised him cheerfully, and fastened a clamp around the incision to stop the bleeding. She stripped the thin isolation gloves from her hands as she walked over to the door.
"A body, High Magus," the acolyte panted. "There's a body in the temple."
She frowned.
"Who?" "Acolyte Tilkia, High Magus. He was butchered. We didn't authorize it. Tilkia is one of the better ones."
"I see." Baneth datavized a code lock at her sanctum door and strode off towards the temple.
"How awful.
A corpse we didn't authorize. Yes, High Magus, the acolyte agreed nervously. Like everyone in the headquarters, he never knew if she was joking or not. Even by the standards of the sect, the killing was fairly extreme. The remains of acolyte Tilkia were suspended from strands of carbon wire above the altar, arms and legs extended wide. Large hooks punctured the skin above his shoulder blades, as well as his buttocks, wrists, and ankles, fastening him to the wires. His chest had been split open from throat to crotch, ribs levered apart to allow the internal organs to spill out. They'd splattered down on the altar, along with a small lake of blood. Bannath circled the corpse carefully, while a gaggle of acolytes stood at a respectful distance. It was ironic, she thought, that a death in the temple, where they themselves had killed hundreds over the last few decades, should invoke such trepidation, a sign of the times. The blood was still warm. Bannath took a small medical block from her pocket and pressed its sensor pad against Tilkia's glistening liver. "This happened within the last half hour," she announced. "Was he on duty in here?" "Yes, High Magus." She datavised the headquarters network processor and instructed it to review the security systems. Nobody had left the building within the last hour. "I want every door guarded by a team of 5 acolytes. You can issue the hand weapons. Chemical projectiles only." The senior acolytes hurried to obey. When she stood up, Banner saw the writing on the wall behind the altar. Someone had used Tilkia's heart as a sponge. Scrawling in blood, "Darkness has arrived." Her gaze switched from that to the wires disappearing into the shadows cloaking the ceiling. "Who fixed them up there?" she asked quietly. Not a difficult job, but hardly one that could be done unnoticed. The acolytes simply shrugged helplessly. "This is a very elaborate death," Bannath told Western Europe. "It obviously took some time to prepare, and getting in and out of the building would be hard, even for the possessed. My AI is running a constant glitch scan." "It wouldn't be difficult for Dexter," Western Europe replied. "From what we've seen so far, he can circumvent all your electronics. I'd suggest he's starting a war of nerves. If he's as fixated on you as we believe, then a quick death will hardly suffice." "I expect you're right. Cheer up. It confirms that he's still in Edmonton, and if Tilkia was killed only half an hour ago, he can't have left yet. I'll have the vac train shut down immediately. If Dexter can make himself invisible, he's probably still inside this temple right now." Bannath resisted the urge to stare round into the many dark recesses. "I imagine he'll want to see my reaction." "You could make him happy, scream, faint, that kind of thing." "I'll consider it for the future. Perhaps you ought to trigger your gender cycle early," Western Europe suggested. "Shift into a man." "I failed to see the relevance." "A male's aggression would probably be a more appropriate response to this situation. Dexter is a raging psychotic, after all." Bannath dispatched a dry laugh down the affinity bond. "That's one of my more treasured privileges, an intimate knowledge of both psychological profiles owned by the human race. I can exploit the relevant weaknesses to perfection. Men have less of a conscience, I'll grant you. But your claim that you're rougher and tougher is a rather sad ego-enhancing lie you tell yourselves. Charmed, I'm sure. Well, if you don't want to do that, is there anything else you need?" "I can't think of anything. This place is so heavily booby-trapped. I'm more worried about one of these bumpkin acolytes setting off a charge than I am an invasion of possessed." "Very well. Are you watching the other sects?" "Yes. North America and I have them all covered. 8 of Edmonton's chapels have been taken over by possessed. It's only a matter of time until the remainder follow. Quinn has also started to sabotage Edmonton's infrastructure. The acolytes have been sent out several times to damage fusion generators and water pumping stations. They actually got through in 3 or 4 instances." "I haven't noticed any reduction in services." "Because there haven't been any. Not yet. But the margins are being cut, which raises a considerable question mark over Dexter's ultimate goal. However, it's proved an interesting footprint for us. There have been similar acts in Paris and Bombay. You think that's where he's been? Yes. I'm investigating Paris myself, of course. The East Asian supervisor is giving the Bombay sect his personal attention. Your observers here should keep watch for Courtney and Billy Joe. Bannath concentrated on their images. They've been missing for a couple of days now. Dexter used to pimp Courtney for me when he was an acolyte. You couldn't classify her as a friend, but she'll be loyal to him. If he keeps anyone close, it'll be her. Thank you. We'll keep an eye out. The program's visualization took the form of a three-dimensional spiderweb that filled the entire universe. Strands were all primary colors, crossing and recrossing against each other, a weave that stretched away to an infinity where they blurred into null grey uniformity. Louise's mind hung in the center, looking in every direction at once. What her neural mnemonics were showing her was Earth's communication net, or at least part of London's informational structure. Then again, it might have been just the Ritz's internal house network. She wasn't entirely sure, only that this was what surrounded her room's net processor, when she ran this particular symbology protocol anyway. There were some interpretations which were like cybernetic coral, others that had cartoon roads, looping gas giant rings, even one that was an intertexture of glowing liquids. But this, she felt, was the most real. Information taxis were flooding back towards her, silent sparkles of light riding the strands down to the center, condensing around her like a new galaxy. A response to the latest questor she'd fired into the digital ether, the 50th variant on that one basic inquiry. Find a connection between Quinn Dexter and Bannath, any category. She'd tried multiple combinations of the most preposterous phonetic spellings, removed time restrictions so that the questors could search centuries-old memories, allowed fictional works, every media type from books onwards, to be incorporated. If she could just get that first connection, discover a single positive reference, then the questors and news hounds and directory extractors and credit profilers and 100 other search programs installed in her neural mnemonics could be unleashed on Bannath like dogs after a hax. The information taxis loaded their passenger files into the analysis program she was running in primary mode. "Oh, hell," she groaned. The neuro-iconic display vanished, and she propped herself up on her elbows. Genevieve was sitting at the room's desk, running an English geohistorical tutorial through her processor block. She gave her big sister a sympathetic look. "Zeroed out again?" "Yep." Louise leaned over the side of the bed and hunted round for her shoes. "Not a single file entry. Not that combines them. You've just got to keep asking." Genevieve indicated the pile of Fleck cases on the desk. "Computers aren't smart, just fast. Garbage in, garbage out. Is that so?" Louise wasn't going to quibble about Jen's newfound interest of boning up on educational texts. It was better than games. Trouble was, the knowledge was superficial. Like mine. "I don't know enough," she confessed, "even with the program tutors to help me format the questor." It wasn't just her inability to get a lead on Bannath that bothered her. There was still no response from Joshua. She'd sent 6 messages now without so much as an acknowledgement from Tranquility. "I need professional help." She was back. Andy Behu sighed helplessly as soon as he saw her walk in. The magic was only slightly soiled by Genevieve trailing after her. This time he didn't even bother to say anything to the customer he was serving before he abandoned them. Louise was standing in the middle of the shop, looking round with that same slightly befuddled expression as the first time. She smiled lightly when she saw him approaching. "Not too fast. Don't run. You'll look pathetic." "Back for some more?" he asked. God, what a stupid thing to say. Why not just yell out, "I don't have a life"? "I'd like to choose some programs, yes," Louise said. "Excellent." His eyes tracked up and down in a fast sweep, feeding the image into a memory cell. Today she wore a lemon-yellow dress made from a sparkly fabric that was tight around her bottom, and a pair of antique wire-rimmed sunglasses. An odd combination, but very stylish. You just had to have considerable poise to carry off the effect. What can we get you? I need a very powerful questor. You see, I'm trying to find someone, and I've got very little information about them. The NAS 2600 questor can't locate them for me. Interest in what she was saying actually diverted Andy's eyes from her cleavage. Really? It's usually pretty good. Your friend must be very well hidden. And pray it's her loathsome fiancé. Could be. Can you help? What I'm here for. Andy walked back to his counter, working out in his mind what he could do to use the situation. He plain didn't have the nerve to ask her outright if she'd like to come for a drink with him after work, especially not with Genevieve at her side. But there had to be some way he could get to see her again, outside Jude's E-World. He was very conscious of Liscard, the general manager, tracking his progress. Liscard had been on edge ever since a couple of special branch cops had paid Jude's E-World a visit. They'd taken the manager back into her office and spoken to her for over an hour. Whatever they said, her suppressor programs couldn't get a grip on her subsequent nerves. She'd certainly given Andy a hard time all day, snarling at him for little or no reason. Andy had a horrible feeling it might all be connected with Louise, specifically de-stinging her and Genevieve. If they had been Gov Central bugs, then Jude's E-World had probably broken the law, removing them. But there'd been no real reprimand. The cell rats had been nibbling on curiosity and rumour ever since. Each of them bragged about their own special shady customer who was the probable cause. The shop's inventory flashed up in Andy's head, and he ran through the specs for questors. I expect half of your trouble is that the 2600 questor only reviews current file indexes, he told Louise. What we need to do is get you one that will review entire files and disregard data status. That should help with obscure references. Andy ducked down below the countertop and looked at the clutter of flecks stacked up on the shelves below. Here we go. He surfaced, holding up a fleck case. Kilobyte. It's almost an AI in its own right. A one-shot request that operates on fuzzy breeder intuition, which means it can utilize whatever references it finds to build new associations which you haven't loaded in and search through them. It won't taxi back until it's found the answer, no matter how long it takes. Tenacious little bugger. That's good. Thank you, Andy. What I'd really like to give you is the Hyperpedia, but we haven't got any flecks of it in stock right now. If it's used in tandem with Kilobyte, I'd guarantee you'll find your friend. They're the two market leaders right now. I'm sure Kilobyte will be fine. I'll put in an order for Hyperpedia. The software collective won't datavise it to us. They're worried about bootlegs. He put his elbows on the counter and leaned towards her in a confidential fashion. Course, the encryption has already been cracked. You can get a pirate clone at any stall in Chelsea Market, but it'll probably have transcription degradation. Best you have an original. It'll be here tomorrow morning. I can have it delivered straight to wherever you're staying. I'm at the Ritz. Louise fished round in her shoulder bag and produced the hotel's courtesy collection disc. Oh. Andy held up the counter's delivery log block to accept the Ritz's code. Your fiancé hasn't arrived yet, then? Genevieve had to bend over and hide her face in her hands to stop the giggles. No, not yet, Louise answered levelly, but I'm expecting him any day now. He's already in the solar system. I was wondering if you could help me with something else. Sure, anything. Louise smiled demurely at his enthusiasm. I ought to be firmer with him, but somehow being firm with Andy B. who would be like drowning kittens. It's just in case the questors can't find what I want. You said some private detectives use the store. Could you recommend one? I can ask, he said thoughtfully. Hang on a minute. Liscard gave him an alarmed look as he walked over to her. A private dick, she mumbled when Andy asked which one he should recommend. Yeah, Andy said, one that's good at finding people. Do you know if any of them are? I think so, Liscard stammered. She waited apprehensively. As soon as the Kavanagh girls had come back into the store, she'd established a sense-vice link to the e-dress which the special branch officers had given her. Her retinas and audio discrimination program had been capturing the scene for whoever was at the other end of the link. She didn't have the nerve to load any of the tracer programs available to employees of Jude's eWorld. The software houses who produced them guaranteed they would be completely undetectable, but she wasn't about to take the risk. Not with the people who claimed they were from Special Branch. When she asked her fixer in the local police about them, he'd abruptly told her never to contact him again, and cut the datavice.
"What do you want me to say?"
She datavised to the anonymous receiver.
"There's someone I know who can help the girl," came the answer.
Lisgar datavised the information directly into Andy's neural mnemonics. He took his time walking back across the shop. A measured approach allowed him to savour her shape. The images he'd snatched before were fine as far as they went, but they amounted to little more than photonic dolls in his sense environ. After conjuring them up, he was left craving for more substantial replicants. Now, with his retinas switched to infrared, and feeding through discrimination program, he could trace her abdominal muscle pattern and rib cage through the fabric of her dress. A scan grid overlay revealed the precise three-dimensional measurements of those wonderful breasts, and her skin tone spectrum was already on file. That would be a simple continuation for the sculptor program, extending up from the legs and down from her bare shoulders. That just left the taste of her as he ran his tongue along her belly and down between her thighs. The correct pitch as she cried out in gratitude, the praise she would moan to him, her greatest ever lover. Andy hated himself for resorting to sense-environ sprites. It was the final humiliating proof that he was a complete loser. But she was so fantastic. Better to have loved and lost than never loved at all, even if that love was purely digital.
"What's the matter with him?"
Genevieve asked loudly.
"Why is he looking at you all funny?"
Andy's smile was a thin mask over his horror as her piping voice broke through his distracted thoughts. Cool sweat was beading across his flushed skin. His neural mnemonics couldn't help dispel the blush. They were too busy fighting down his erection. Louise gave him a vaguely suspicious look.
"Are you all right?"
"Fine," Andy mumbled. He scurried back behind the counter, ignoring Genevieve's frown.
"I think the person you want is Ivanov Robson. He specializes in missing persons. Both kinds."
"Both kinds?" "Yeah. Some people are genuinely missing. They drop out of life or haven't updated their directory entries, like your friend. Then there's the kind who are deliberately trying to vanish. Debtors, unfaithful partners, criminals, you know."
"I see. Well, thank you. This Mr. Robson sounds about right."
Andy datavised the detective's address and e-dress over. Louise smiled and gave him an uncertain wave as she walked out. Breath whistled out between Andy's crooked teeth. His hands were shaking again, forcing him to grip the edge of the counter. Idiot. Idiot. Idiot! But she hadn't stormed out or made an issue of his stupid erotic daydreaming. There was still a chance. Yeah, about the same as me getting crowned King of Kulu. He looked down to double-check. The counter's middle shelf held a stack of 15 Hyperpedia Flex, all with their wrapping intact. His one and only excuse to see her again. The taxi pulled up at the end of Fernshaw Road, where it intersected with Edith Terrace. Louise and Genevieve stepped out, and the door slid shut behind them. The vehicle accelerated away silently down the road. It had deposited them in a quiet residential street, where the pavements were actually made from slabs of stone, rather than a simple band of carbon concrete. Silver birch and sycamore trees that must have been a couple of centuries old lined both sides of the road, their giant boughs merging together to provide a gentle emerald shield against the fierce sunlight. The houses were all ancient 2- or 3-story affairs, painted white or cream. Bricks and slate roofs were betraying their age by sagging and bulging. Centuries of subsidence and environmental decline had distorted every wall and support timber. Window frames were tilted at the oddest angles. There wasn't a straight line to be seen anywhere in the street. Each house had a tiny front garden, though they'd all been paved over. The massive trees absorbed so much light they prevented any shrubs or vines from growing underneath.
"This must be it,"
Louise said dubiously. She faced a high wall with a single golden oak door in it, heavily tarnished with age. There was a brass panel with a grille on one side. It looked far too primitive to dativize at. She pressed the ivory button on top.
"Yes?"
The girl squealed. "I'm here to see Mr. Robson," she said. "I called before. I'm Louise Kavanagh." The door buzzed loudly, and she pushed it open. There was a rectangular patio beyond, running along the front of the building, home to a set of wrought-iron furniture and a couple of dead conifer bushes in cracked pots. The front door, a duplicate of the one behind, was open. Louise peered cautiously into the small hallway. A blonde girl, barely older than she, was standing behind a reception desk whose surface was smothered with folders, fleck cases, and china coffee mugs. She was staring into a small AV pillar that protruded from the top of a very expensive-looking stack of processor blocks. Pale turquoise light from the sparkling pillar was reflected in her narrow brown eyes. Her frozen posture was one of shock. Her only acknowledgement of the sister's entry was to ask,
"Have you accessed it?"
in a hoarse voice.
"What?"
Genevieve asked. The receptionist gestured at the pillar.
"The news."
Both sisters stared straight into the pillar's haze of light. They were looking out across a broad park under a typical arcology dome. Right across the centre of their view, a big tapering tower of metal girders had collapsed to lie in a lengthy sprawl of contorted wreckage across the immaculate emerald grass. Several of the tall, cheerfully shaggy trees that surrounded it had been smashed and buried beneath the splinters of rusty metal. A vast crowd encircled the wreckage, with thousands more making their way along the paths to swell their numbers. They were people in profound mourning, as if the tower had been some precious relative. Louise could see they all had their heads bowed. Most were weeping. Thin cries of grief wove together through the air.
"Bastards,"
the receptionist said.
"Those utter bastards." "What is that thing?"
Genevieve asked. The receptionist gave her a startled look.
"We're from Norfolk,"
Louise explained.
"That's the Eiffel Tower,"
the receptionist said.
"In Paris, and the Nightfall anarchists blew it up. They're a bunch of crazies who are going round wrecking things over there. It's their mission, they say, preparing the world for the fall of night. But everyone knows they're just a front for the possessed. Bastards."
"Was the tower really important?" Genevieve asked.
"The Eiffel Tower was over 700 years old. What do you think?"
The little girl looked back into the projection.
"How horrid of them." "Yes, I think that's why there is a beyond, so that people who do things like that can suffer in it until the end of time."
A glassed-in spiral stair took Louise up to the first floor. Ivanov Robson was waiting for the sisters on the landing. Travelling in the far realm had accustomed Louise to people who didn't share the body-form template she'd grown up with. And, of course, London had an astonishing variety of people. Even so, she nearly jumped when she first saw Robson. He was the biggest man she'd ever seen, easily over 7 feet tall, and a body that seemed bulky, even for that height. Not that any of it was fat, she noticed. He was frighteningly powerful, with arms thicker than her legs. His skin was the deepest ebony, glossy from a health club spa treatment. With thick gold-tinted auburn hair twirled into a tiny ponytail, and wearing a stylish yellow silk business suit, he looked amazingly dapper.
"Miss Kavanagh, welcome."
From the confident humour in his smooth voice, it was obvious he knew the effect he had on people. Floorboards creaked under his feet as he showed them into his office. The bookcases reminded Louise of her father's study, although there were very few leather-bound volumes here. Ivanov Robson eased himself into a wide chair behind a smoked glass desk. The surface was empty, apart from a slimline processor block and a peculiar chrome-topped glass tube, 18 inches high, that was full of clear liquid and illuminated from underneath. Orange blobs glided slowly up and down inside it, oscillating as they went.
"Are they xenoc fish?"
Genevieve asked. It was the first time she'd spoken. The huge man had even managed to quash her usual bravado. She'd kept well behind Louise the whole time.
"Nothing as spectacular," Ivanov said. "It's an antique.
A genuine 20th century lava lamp. Cost me a fortune, but I love it. Now what can I do for you?" He tented his fingers and looked directly at Louise. "I have to find somebody," she said. If you don't want to take the case when I've told you who, I'll understand. I think she's called Benneth." Louise launched into a recital of her journey since leaving Cricklade, not quite as heavily edited as usual. "I'm impressed," Ivanov said softly when she'd finished. "You've come face to face with the possessed, and survived. That's quite a feat. If you ever need money, I know a few people in the news media." "I don't want money, Mr. Robson. I just want to find Benneth. None of the questors seem to be able to do that for me." "I'm almost embarrassed to take your money, but I will, of course." He grinned broadly, revealing teeth that had been plated entirely in gold. "My retainer will be 2,000 fuso dollars, payable in advance. If I locate Benneth, that will be another 5,000, plus any expenses. I will provide receipts where possible."
"Very well."
Louise held out her Jovian bank credit disc. "A couple of questions first," Ivanov said, after the money had been transferred. He tilted his chair back and closed his eyes in thought. "The only thing you know for certain about Benneth is that she hurt Quinn Dexter, correct?"
"Yes, he said so."
"And Benneth definitely lives on Earth. Interesting. Whatever happened between the two of them sounds very ugly, which implies they were involved in some kind of criminal activity. I think that should provide my investigation with an adequate starting point."
"Oh."
Louise didn't quite look at him. It was so obvious, laid out like that. She should have sent a questor into criminal archives. "I am a professional, Louise," he said kindly. "You do know the possessed have reached Earth, don't you?"
"Yes. I accessed the news from New York. The mayor said they'd been eliminated, though."
"He would. But Gov Central still hasn't opened the VAC train lines to New York. That should tell you something. And now we've had the Eiffel Tower blown up for no reason other than to demoralize and anger people. That probably means they're in Paris as well. A feat like that is beyond the ability of some stim-brained street gang. What I'm trying to say, Louise, in my dear bumbling way, is that if Quinn Dexter is here, then he'll be heading for Benneth as well. Now, do you really want to bump into him again?"
"No,"
Genevieve squeaked. "Then bear in mind that's where your current path is taking you."
"All I need is Benneth's address," Louise said. "Nothing else."
"Then I will do my best to ensure you receive it. I'll be in touch." Ivanov waited until the sisters were circling down the spiral stair before asking, "Do you want me to give her Benneth's address?" "I'm afraid it's a bit pointless right now," Western Europe answered. "Edmonton has been sealed up, with Quinn inside. I can't get her in to meet him, so she'll just have to sit this out on the substitutes bench for a while." 13. The prospect of interstellar flight had been real to certain sections of the human race for a long time before Sputnik 1 thundered into orbit. A notion which began with visionaries like Tsiolkovsky, Goddard, and somewhat more whimsical science fiction writers of that age was quickly taken up and promoted by obsessive space activists when the first micro-G factories came online, proving that orbital manufacturing was a profitable venture. With the development of the O'Neill Halo and the Jupiter mining operation in the 21st century, the concept finally began to seem practical. Asteroids were already being hollowed out and made habitable. Now it was only an engineering and finance problem to propel them out of Earth orbit and across the Gulf to Proxima Centauri. There were no theoretical showstoppers. Fusion or antimatter engines could be built to accelerate the giant rocks up to speeds of anything between 5 and 20% of light speed, depending on which physicist you asked. Generations of crew would live, tend their machinery, and die within the rock as they crawled across the emptiness, with the anticipation that their descendants would inherit a fresh world. Sadly, human nature being what it is, century-duration flights were just too long, the ideal of colonization too abstract to motivate the governments and large institutions of the time into building these proposed space arcs. The real clincher, inevitably, was cost. There could never be any return on the investment. So it seemed as though the fresh start idealists would just have to go on dreaming. One such thwarted dreamer was Julian Wan, who, more resourceful than his colleagues, persuaded the board of the New Kong Corporation to research faster-than-light travel. His pitch was that it would be a small, cheap project, testing the more dubious equations of quantum unification theory, essentially a few wild theoretical physicists with plenty of computer time. But if it could be made to work, the commercial opportunities would be phenomenal. Noble concern for human destiny and the search for pure knowledge never got a look in. New Kong successfully tested the ZTT drive in 2115, and the Arkship concept was quickly and quietly discarded. Beautifully detailed plans and proposals, drawn up by a multitude of Starflight societies and associations, were downloaded into university library memories to join the ranks of other never-made-it technologies like the nuclear-powered bomber, the English Channel Bridge, geostationary solar power stations, and continent berthing, the so-called Raising Atlantis project, where fusion bombs were proposed to modify tectonic activity. Then the Tarathka world of Hesperi LN was discovered in 2395, along with the news that it was actually a colony founded by an Arkship. The old human plans were briefly revisited by history of engineering students, interested to see how they stood up to comparison with a proven Arkship. That academic interest faded away inside of a decade. Joshua, who fancied himself as something of a space flight buff, was fascinated by the dull blip of light which Lady Mac's sensors were focused on. It was in a wildly elliptical orbit around Hesperi LN, with a 12,000-kilometre perigee and 400,000-kilometre apogee. Fortunately for their mission, it was just under 300,000 kilometres away from the Tarathka planet, and climbing. They'd emerged 2 million kilometres out from Hesperi LN, a distance which put them safely beyond the planet's known SD sensor coverage. The Tarathka world was not a cradle for the kind of space activity found above industrialized human worlds. There were a few low-orbit docking stations, industrial module clusters, communication and sensor satellite networks, and 25 SD platforms supplied and operated by the Confederation Navy. Not that there was a lot of worry about pirate activity. The Tarathka simply didn't manufacture the kind of goods which could be sold on any human market, let alone the underground one. The Confederation was far more concerned by the prospect of blackmail by a rogue starship captain armed with ground assault weapons. Although they didn't have consumer products, the Tarathka did mine gold, platinum, and diamonds, among other precious commodities, for their indigenous industries, and the colony had been established in AD 1300. Rumours of vast stockpiles accumulated over millennia persisted on every human world. Any bar or dinner party would have someone who knew somebody else, who had been told of a first-hand witness who'd walked through the endless underground caverns filled with their glittering dragon hordes. So the Navy maintained a small, cost-ineffective outpost to guard against the possibility of any interspecies incident. It had been abandoned, along with all the other human-maintained systems, when the Tarathka broke off contact. According to the briefing Monica and Samuel had given to the Lady Mac's crew, the Tarathka would find it difficult to keep the SD systems functional for very long. "But we have to expect them to try," Monica said. "Their ambassador was pretty damn insistent that we don't intrude on them again." Joshua and Syrinx assumed the SD network was online and fully functional, and planned their tactics accordingly. The goal was to land an explorer team on Tanjuntic RI, who would attempt to locate a reference to the sleeping god in the Arkship's ancient electronics. Getting them inside unnoticed was the big problem. Both craft were in full stealth mode when they emerged. Jumping into the system, Joshua had aligned Lady Mac so that her vector would carry her in a rough trajectory from the emergence coordinate towards the Arkship. As long as he didn't have to use either the fusion or antimatter drives, the starship would probably remain undetected. At this stage, they were backup, there to rush in and provide covering fire in case things got noisy and Inoni had to rescue their team. They were using passive sensors only, with just the chemical verniers firing occasionally to hold them stable. Every non-essential system was in standby mode, reducing the power consumption and with it their thermal emission. Internal heat stores were soaking up the fusion generator output, although they could only last for a couple of days before the thermo-dump panels would have to be extended to dissipate the heat. Even that wasn't too much of a problem. The radiation could be directed away from the SD network sensors. They'd have to be extremely unlucky to be discovered by anything that guarded Hesperi LN. "Picking up some radar pulses from the SD network," Beaulieu reported, "but it's very weak. They're not scanning for us. Our hull coating can absorb this level easily." "Good," Joshua said. "Lyle, what about spacecraft activity?" "Infrared showing 23 ships using their drives above the planet. The majority are travelling between low orbit and the SD platforms. 4 seem to be heading up for high polar orbits. I'd say they're complementing the platforms, but none of them are moving very fast. Half a G maximum. They are big ships, though." "That's how the Tirathka like them," Ashley said. "Plenty of room to move round in the life support sections. It's like being inside a bloody cathedral." "Offensive potential?" "If they're armed with human-made combat wasps." "Considerable," Lyle said. "With that drive signature, I'm assuming they're Tirathka interplanetary ships. They have a dozen asteroid settlements to provide the planetary industries with several kinds of bulk micro-G compounds, which means their payload is considerably larger than ours. They're like highly maneuverable weapons platforms." "Wonderful." Joshua datavised the new Bitech processor array they'd installed during the last refit. "Inoni, what's your situation?" "I remain on schedule, Joshua. We should be rendezvousing with Tanjuntic RI in another 42 minutes. The exploration team is suiting up now." Unlike the Lady Macbeth, Inoni had been able to accelerate and maneuver after emerging above the planet. By reducing its distortion field to a minimum, the Voidhawk could accelerate at half a G towards the Arcship. Given the distance involved, the network satellites were unable to pick up such a small ripple in space-time. The disadvantage was, with such a reduced field, the Voidhawk couldn't perceive a fraction of the local environment it usually did. If, for some unaccountable reason, the Tirathka had surrounded Tangentic RI with proximity mines, they wouldn't know until they were very close indeed. Syrinx always hated being dependent on just the sensor blisters and passive electronic arrays. The Voidhawk's ability to pervade a huge spherical volume of space around the hull was intrinsic to their flight. "We managed like this in our Navy days," Inoni said, unperturbed. Syrinx grinned in the half-light of the bridge. The crew toroid's internal power consumption was minimal as well. "You mean back when we were young and foolish?" "This is not a foolish venture," the Voidhawk chided. "Wing Tse-chong considers it of the utmost importance." "Me too. But this part just brings back memories." Of Thetis, though she didn't mention him. Lately she'd started to wonder if her brother had managed to elude the beyond as that ever-damned Leighton had promised. Mild feelings of guilt had kept her away from his strange, stunted existence within the Romulus multiplicity before they left. Really, what was the point in preserving him when his soul was free? "What is our best landing point, do you think?" Inoni asked. As always, the Voidhawk knew when she needed distracting. "I'm not sure. Show me what we can see." She accessed the all-too-scant files on Tangentic RI, stored in the onboard processors, and attempted to match them up with the image the Voidhawk was seeing. Tangentic RI had been completely abandoned less than 50 years after it arrived in the Hesperi LN star system. An unduly harsh treatment by human standards, but it had fulfilled every duty its long-dead builders had required of it, and the Tirathka were not a sentimental species. 15,000 years old, it had travelled 1,600 light-years to ensure the Tirathka race didn't die, along with their exploding home star. 5 separate, successful colonies had been established along its route, Each time the Ark ship had stopped inside a star system to create a new colony, the Tarathka had virtually rebuilt it, refueled it, then carried on with their crusade of racial survival. Even so, there are limits to the most sturdy machinery. After Hesperi LN was founded, Tangentic RI was left to circle ceaselessly above the planet. Borrowing Anoni's sensor blisters, Syrinx could see the details becoming clear as they glided in for a rendezvous. Tangentic RI was a dark cylindrical rock, 6 kilometers long, 2.5 in diameter. Its surface was a gentle mottle of flattened craters, resembling a wind-sculpted ice field. Remnants of vast machines sketched out a random topology of tarnished metal lines along the floors of the meandering valleys. These appurtenances had succumbed to millennia of particle impacts and vacuum ablation. What had once been a surface bristling with elaborate towers and radiator panels the size of lakes was left with little more than their stubby mounting fixtures as a reminder of past grandeur.